How distant is the terminus of magic from us? Andy Collins traverses into the enchanting realm of Harry Potter, embarking on an exploration of the arcane arts from the ground up. What connection exists between the mind and magical power? From where does this power originate? Can magic truly achieve everlasting life in its most profound sense? Andy, I am a wizard, and I firmly believe that a wizard ought to engage in endeavors befitting his esteemed identity. Enchant. Chapter 1. A Family in the Magical Realm. Andy, hurry down for dinner. I shall not repeat myself. Upon hearing the voice resonating from downstairs, Andy Collins drowsily rubbed his eyes and struggled to rise from his bed. The village of Ottery St. Catchpole, situated in Devon along the banks of the Otter River, is a quaint hamlet where wizards and muggles coexist. As of today, Andy has resided in this village for a full decade. Upon discovering that he had been transported to the magical world of Harry Potter, Andy was merely astonished for a fleeting second before resolutely accepting the reality of his transference. After all, in Andy's previous life, time travel was no novelty. It was hardly a matter of great significance. Had I known, I should have memorized the entire Harry Potter series. This was not the first time Andy lamented this fact. Although Harry Potter was a global bestseller, he had only heard of its fame without ever having delved into its pages in his past life. After all, it was a foreign novel. As for the Harry Potter film series, well, Andy had only watched the first installment. When Andy witnessed the film's antagonist, Quirrell, snap his fingers to ignite flames, yet opt to choke Harry Potter instead, he felt profoundly insulted regarding his own intellect. Was it the director's mind that had been kicked by a donkey, or had Quirrell's brain been caught in the door? To this day, Andy remains perplexed by this conundrum. Could it truly be the mind of a troll? Moreover, Quirrell absurdly believed that causing Harry Potter to fall from his broomstick would result in his demise. What was he thinking? Had Voldemort truly devoured his intellect? Furthermore, the film's nonsensical plot did not end there. Alas, Andy sighed. By now, it was far too late to voice any objections. Thudding down the stairs, Andy paused momentarily as he passed a mirror. His tousled brown curls were somewhat disheveled, and his sapphire blue eyes still bore traces of slumber. Rubbing his face, he mused, today would be another day of striking handsomeness. So lazy. Isabel Collins, who had been seated at the table awaiting dinner, stuck her tongue out at Andy. Bang! Giving the little girl a playful tap on the head, Andy yawned as he sat down opposite Isabel, languidly remarking, all you ever think about is eating. By the time you turn into a ball, I'll be able to push you to Hogwarts for school. You're the one who will turn into a ball. The little girl shot Andy a fierce glare before turning to Helen Collins to report, Mom, Andy is bullying me again. Then just beat him up, Helen said tersely, waving her wand, causing the prepared food to levitate into the air, elegantly plating itself before settling on the dining table. Dad, is there any news today? Andy inquired of Kyle Collins. Kyle placed the Daily Prophet aside, speaking with palpable excitement. The newspaper states that the boy who lived, Harry Potter, will also be attending school this year, alongside you. Very well. When Andy was just a year old, he returned to England with his family. And having lived here for a full decade, he fully comprehended the immense renown of Harry Potter. To use a phrase from his former life, he was destined for the annals of history. And all of this was merely due to one man, Voldemort. In Andy's past life, many fans of Harry Potter claimed that Voldemort paled in comparison to the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. At best, Voldemort was merely a terrorist. However, it was precisely because Voldemort was a terrorist that the fear he instilled in the magical community surpassed that of Grindelwald. Just as people feared Voldemort, yet were unafraid of the more powerful Dumbledore. How delightful! I still have to wait, Isabel murmured, counting silently on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. Then, somewhat disgruntled, she exclaimed, I have to wait 6 more years to attend school. By then, Harry Potter will be nearly graduating. Andy, could you possibly procure a signature from Harry Potter for me? Isabel gazed at Andy with wide, eager eyes. You expect me to ask an 11-year-old for a signature? Am I devoid of shame? A signature obtained by oneself holds significance, Andy retorted with irritation. By the time you start school, Harry Potter will be in his 7th year. At this juncture, Andy suddenly came to a realization. Although it was rather unfortunate to enroll alongside Harry Potter during such a tumultuous 7 years, the prospect of commencing his studies in Harry's 7th year would likely thrust him into an immediate confrontation with Voldemort. Could first-year Isabel truly contend with Voldemort's minions? Rumor has it that the site of the climactic battle is situated within the confines of Hogwarts. The little girl is indeed in a dire predicament. Andy scratched his head, yet did not dwell on the matter further. As a survivor of the last Wizarding War, his mother Helen and father Kyle possessed their own methods of survival. During the zenith of Voldemort's power, Andy was merely an infant, observing the chaos unfold before his eyes. At that time, the family was not in Devonshire, but rather in a house in France. According to Kyle, His mission was to persuade the French Ministry of Magic to dispatch Aurors to aid the British magical community in their struggle. At that time, Kyle had just graduated and was not yet an employee of the British Ministry of Magic. However, after establishing contact with a distant relative of high standing within the French ministry, he became an employee of the International Magical Cooperation Department at the British Ministry. He remained there until the war's conclusion, and he continued in this role for many years hence. His current superior is Barty Crouch. Should Voldemort resurface, it is highly likely that Andy would find himself at Hogwarts. After all, Dumbledore would be there. Yet Kyle and Helen would undoubtedly whisk Isabelle away to France. Indeed, France boasts a magical school as well, which serves as a perfect rationale. After the family had breakfast, Kyle departed for the Ministry of Magic via the fireplace at home, while Helen waved her wand and the disheveled dining table was magically restored. A cloth wiped the surface and the dishes cleaned themselves in the sink. Truly marvelous. Andy mused silently. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the magic of the Harry Potter world filled him with longing. While one could argue that the magic in the Harry Potter universe may not be overwhelmingly powerful or destructive, it is indeed remarkable in its wonder and versatility. The household possessed a plethora of magical tomes, of which Andy had perused the majority over the past few years. Coupled with his parents' explanations, he had developed a rudimentary understanding of the magical world. However, as young wizards under the age of 11 possess unstable magical abilities, premature spellcasting could be detrimental to their health. Thus, Andy had yet to master a single spell. Andy, you take your sister and help her learn to read. I must brew a potion and cannot be disturbed, Helen instructed. Isabelle made a face, and Helen glared at her, saying, if you do not take your studies seriously, you shall only have one meal a day. I know, Isabelle replied feebly. Chapter 2. 80% of transmigrators have it. In stark contrast to the Muggle world, the educational system in the magical realm appears to be entrenched in antiquity, seemingly frozen in time for several centuries. Here, there are neither elementary schools nor universities. There exists only a singular institution akin to a combination of middle and high school. The esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which offers a mere 7 years of instruction. Moreover, the quality of teaching is rather disconcerting. Andy Collins vaguely recalls a scene from the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, where the inept flying instructor could barely manage a flying accident. The name escapes him, but the overall impression was one of mediocrity. Children born into the magical world typically do not attend Muggle schools, as they deem such education futile. Over the past 11 years, his mother, Helen, has taught Andy only the basics of literacy, some simple arithmetic, and essential knowledge of the magical realm. Beyond that, it was left to Andy to educate himself through books. Now that Isabelle has reached the age of literacy, the responsibility of teaching her falls upon Andy. After all, he has consistently exhibited prodigious talent and a fervent love for learning. Both Kyle and Helen have remarked more than once that Andy is destined to be sorted into Ravenclaw. Come on, little one, he said, patting Isabelle's small head. If you do not complete today's learning tasks, you might find yourself hungry tonight. Stupid Andy, Isabelle exclaimed, holding her forehead and glaring at his retreating figure. Hesitating, she contemplated escaping. But the thought of the consequences of such a departure made her sigh and follow Andy dejectedly toward the study. Andy's current family is a quintessentially ordinary wizarding household, comprising 4 members residing in a village where wizards and muggles coexist. Kyle works at the Ministry of Magic, while Helen remains at home to care for their 2 children. However, she is a master potion maker and often brews potions to sell in Diagon Alley, earning more in a single transaction than Kyle does in several months of work. Occasionally, Andy lends a hand with her endeavors. Though St. Cabbagepole Village is home to both wizards and muggles, the latter predominantly reside in close-knit groups, while the wizards are scattered throughout the village, rarely interacting with their muggle neighbors. Kyle and Helen have strictly forbidden Andy and Isabelle from playing with muggle children. The nearest wizarding neighbor to the Collins residence is a considerable distance away, requiring the crossing of 2 mountains to reach. Consequently, Andy and Isabelle have few friends. It wasn't until Andy grew a bit older that Kyle bought him a child-sized broomstick, allowing him to occasionally visit the neighbors. Other than that, encounters with outsiders were limited to visits to friends' homes with Kyle and Helen. In summary, the childhood of a young wizard is both leisurely and monotonous. Well, that was commendable for today. Let us conclude here. Stretching, Andy closed his book. Teaching young children to read is a laborious task, particularly when the pupil is disobedient and often attempts to evade responsibility. Andy, let us play hide and seek, Isabelle exclaimed, her earlier fatigue vanishing, her spirit suddenly buoyant, as if she were no longer the child who had just been sulking. I discovered a secret hideout yesterday. You will never find me there, she said conspiratorially. I hid your snacks last night. Andy retorted, as he still had a book left unfinished from the previous night. Faced with Isabel's persistent pleas, he reluctantly unleashed his ultimate trump card. If you cannot find them, there will be no snacks for you this week. Andy, Isabel was nearly driven to madness. Her snacks hidden by the very brother she had tried so hard to guard against. Just you wait. After sending off the irritable little girl, Andy pulled a book from the shelf, but did not immediately open it. System. A semi-transparent virtual interface manifested before him. The system interface was quite rudimentary. At its center was a spherical design, transparent and containing nearly 1/3 of a red liquid. Beneath the sphere, a line of text read, Potential points, 1. Since the awakening of his system at the age of 6, Andy had managed to accumulate a single potential point over the span of 5 years, and he has yet to bring himself to allocate it to his attributes. The system does not provide intelligent prompts, leaving Andy perplexed as to how the red liquid within the sphere increases. To the left and right of the sphere were personal data displays. Left side data, spellcasting, 3, transfiguration, 4 dark arts, 2, alchemy, 3 divination, 0 right side data, magical power, 2 soul for mind, 3 thought, 3 will, 2. The system's function is clear. It merely serves as a point allocation system, fitting for the noble identity of a transmigrator. However, based solely on the data currently displayed, Andy believes he possesses only average capabilities. After all, neither Kyle nor Helen are renowned wizards. They were merely mediocre students during their schooling, with Helen excelling only in potions, while Kyle was essentially unremarkable. Now, in early June of 1991, according to tradition, an owl would deliver the acceptance letter from Hogwarts next month. Thus, despite the fact that potential points, 1 is infinitely more appealing than potential points, 0, Andy must consider the allocation of points. He has long decided which attribute to enhance first. Undoubtedly, spellcasting is paramount among all forms of magic. He resolved to allocate his potential points to spellcasting before contemplating enhancements to other attributes. With a thought, he attempted to allocate insufficient potential points. The system, which had remained unresponsive, finally reacted, though this revelation almost led Andy to uninstall it. System, you have no idea the determination I put into this decision. How many potential points are required? The system appeared to freeze. Given the insufficient potential points message, he pondered whether the point requirement follows a linear increase, 1, 2, 3, 4, or a multiplicative growth, 1, 2, 4, 8. If it were linear, that would be acceptable. However, if it were exponential, it would mean that moving from 4 to 5 would require a staggering 16 potential points. Focusing solely on spellcasting, 3. If the allocation follows a linear pattern, it would require only 4 potential points to increase to 4. Conversely, if it were multiplicative, it would necessitate 8 potential points. Andy mused for a moment. Although he had yet to ascertain how to acquire potential points from the current difficulty level, reaching a talent point of 4 might categorize him as an ordinary genius. Thus, how exactly are potential points obtained? In recent years, Andy has undoubtedly experimented with a myriad of methods on several occasions. He even found himself on the brink of an embarrassing breakdown. However, the crimson liquid within the orb remained either indifferent or inexplicably swelled at unpredictable moments, leaving Andy utterly perplexed. Chapter 3. The Development and Study of Ancient Sorcery. Research on the Development of Ancient Sorcery. Andy withdrew this tome from the shelf, flipping to the section he had perused the previous night. The Collins family is not an ancient lineage of sorcerers, according to the family tree. The earliest wizard emerged merely 2 centuries prior. By contemporary standards, the Collins family might be classified as a mixed-blood wizarding lineage. Consequently, the number of magical tomes in their possession is rather limited, predominantly consisting of readily available works found in bookstores. The few rare volumes they possess were acquired from friends of their ancestors. Due to the instability of young wizards' magical powers, a strict prohibition exists within the household against Andy's exploration of spell-related literature to prevent any unintentional casting that could result in uncontrollable consequences or self-harm. These magical texts are enchanted, triggering alarms should Andy dare to touch them. It is quite akin to a theft prevention system, Andy mused with a habitual quip. Yet his mind was wholly engrossed in the contents of the magical book. In the earliest days, human wizards were devoid of wands, rendering spellcasting a formidable challenge. Many practitioners could only manage 1 or 2 spells. If their casting was unrefined or their emotions ran high, it could lead to catastrophic magical surges. Thus, emotional control is paramount in the art of spellcasting, or perhaps it is the interplay of mind and will. Andy's gaze drifted to the side, and under the influence of intense will, a feather quill on the desk began to levitate slowly. Years prior, Andy had mastered such feats with ease. Initially, he fancied himself a rare prodigy of magic, believing that once he learned to cast spells, he could vanquish Voldemort and best Dumbledore. However, this notion was met with hearty derision from his mother, Helen. The primary reason Andy could perform simple spells was due to the instability of a young wizard's magical energy. As he matured, he discovered that wandless spell casting had become increasingly arduous. Each time he concentrated to cast a spell, he experienced a profound sense of inertia. Nevertheless, Andy has persistently practiced his wandless magic, even as it became more challenging. According to Helen's explanation, this sensation of inertia arises because his magical energy is gradually stabilizing, coupled with insufficient emotional intensity during spellcasting. Once he acquires a wand, casting spells should become considerably easier. This notion was corroborated by the text he was perusing. Is this how Murmuron came into existence? The book Research on the Development of Ancient Sorcery dedicates an entire chapter to the subject of Murmuron. According to its accounts, when a wizarding child is subjected to physical or psychological abuse, leading to the suppression of their magical powers, they experience profound emotional anguish, which gives rise to a dark parasitic magical force known as Murmuron. When a Murmuron bearer reaches their emotional and mental breaking point, they lose control of their body and release their Murmuron. The text asserts that the power of Murmuron is extraordinarily potent and uncontrollable. Hence, is it accurate to say that emotions, or rather the strength of the mind, can amalgamate with magical energy, thereby amplifying its potency? However, as stated in Research on the Development of Ancient Sorcery, Murmuron only manifests within children under the age of 10, and they seldom live beyond that age. Once a young wizard surpasses the age of 10 and their magical energy stabilizes, no matter how intense their emotions may be, Murmuron will not arise. The fusion of mental strength and magical energy could indeed serve as a fascinating avenue for future research. At present, the system appears of little assistance to Andy, yet the data it provides enables him to gain a deeper understanding of his abilities. On the right side of the system interface, 5 attributes are delineated: magical energy, soul, mind, thought, and will. While the realms of magical energy and soul may be set aside for the moment, it is evident that mind, thought, and will represent 3 distinct forces. Mind can be set aside, but does will pertain to defensive magic? For instance, the Cruciatus Curse and the Soul-Sucking Curse? Andy continued to peruse the text. He had read the chapter on Murmuron several times, and after ensuring he had not overlooked any information, he progressed to the subsequent sections. Half an hour later, Andy closed the book. What a dreadful tome. Ancient magic and modern magic are entirely disparate realms. And this book's account of ancient magic is nothing more than a historical overview, devoid of any substantive content. Indeed, it is merely a history book, offering no relevance to magic whatsoever. Is someone approaching? Andy glanced outside to rest his eyes, only to spot a small black dot on the distant hillside, rapidly advancing toward his home, gradually coming into focus. Good grief, it's him again. Andy's expression soured. His acquaintance with Ron Weasley had undoubtedly been a significant misstep in his future plans. The Weasley household lies 4 mountains away from the Collins estate. Andy had previously ventured forth on a child-sized broomstick to visit neighbors, and the Weasley family was no exception. What Andy had not anticipated was the existence of a peer his own age within the Weasley household. Initially, Andy felt a flicker of excitement. For Ron is a character from the original Harry Potter series and one of the trio of protagonists. The portrayal of Ron in the first film was quite endearing, particularly during his self-sacrifice in the chess scene. However, after a few exchanges with Ron, Andy wished he had never crossed paths with him, for they shared utterly no common ground. Andy sought to discuss magic with Ron, considering the Weasley family boasts a long-standing legacy within the wizarding community, albeit now in decline. The magical tomes within their collection would surely never be sold for money. Yet Ron incessantly steered the conversation toward Quidditch or indulged in whimsical boasting. If they were truly 11 years old, Andy would not mind forging a friendship with Ron, but alas, he was not genuinely 11. In the brief moment of reflection, Ron had already alighted on his child-sized broomstick before the Collins residence. "Andy," Ron called out, waving at Andy, who stood by the window. "Just a moment. I'll come down to let you in." Returning the book to the shelf, Andy sighed and hurried down the stairs. In his previous life, Andy was a muggle. Thus, he possessed an almost fervent enthusiasm for magic. However, Ron clearly did not share the sentiment. He was just an ordinary child from the Wizarding World. It was akin to Andy's former existence, where everyone recognized the marvels of technology, yet studying mathematics and the sciences was equally a tremendous ordeal. Perhaps it is precisely because Ron was born into the magical realm that he had only one peer wizard of the same age, namely Andy. Chapter 4. Hermione and Her Two Useless Men, Part 1. Merlin's beard. You are yet again reading at home. I dare say you shall be sorted into Ravenclaw. My mother always said so, hoping I could be like you. Ron exclaimed dramatically, but soon realized the inappropriateness of his words and amended. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I merely mean we haven't even started school yet, have we? The tone of Ron's voice suggested that he would somehow be diligent once they were back in school. Although Andy had not seen the subsequent films of Harry Potter, he had heard from Friend that the true essence of the story was Hermione and her two useless men, much like how the Butterfly Lovers was essentially Schindler's List. I prefer reading, Andy casually explained, inviting Ron to sit on the sofa, inquiring, would you like something to drink? Orange juice, perhaps? Absolutely. Ron replied with enthusiasm. How about a game of Quidditch later? I brought my broom and wrote to Charlie to learn some tips. You said the same thing last time, and he shrugged. He could genuinely empathize with Ron. Born into the magical world, Ron had scarcely any peers his age and could not venture into the Muggle village for leisure. Life, though leisurely, was rather mundane. However, Andy cherished the magical realm. It embraced nature, was devoid of pressure, and allowed one to freely pursue their passions. Most importantly, it was filled with wondrous magic. Reflecting on his past life, Andy remembered a world with advanced technology and comfortable living. Yet, he was ensnared in a whirlwind of work, where overtime became the norm and the weight of life's pressures loomed heavily. Perhaps it was the illusion cast by his childhood. That was just an accident. Making excuses for one's failures is a common human trait, and Ron excelled in this regard. Just wait and see. I won't let you score this time. Izzy, Andy called, and the little girl came rushing in, wearing slippers and puffing up her cheeks in feigned anger. You nasty Andy, where did you hide my snacks? You must find them yourself. It's a grand adventure. Andy replied nonchalantly before adding, Ron and I are going to play Quidditch. Would you like to join us? Of course. The little girl's attention was instantly diverted. Ron looked at Andy with admiration. You are quite remarkable. If I did that, my mother would surely kill me. Andy rolled his eyes. That's because you only have Ginny as the girl in your family. To be frank, the magical world did exhibit a tendency toward gender bias, largely due to its relatively archaic societal norms. After finishing the orange juice, Andy announced, let us go. Though Ron's visit had interrupted Andy's reading, as a psychologically mature adult, he seldom lost patience with children unless they committed a grave error. Moreover, he did not wish to appear overly eccentric. Having a friend would at least provide reassurance to Kyle and Helen. The Quidditch pitch was constructed by the nearby adult wizards. It was not very high, but just suitable for the little wizards to play. The outcome of the match was entirely predictable. Ron suffered yet another humiliating defeat at Andy's hands. Ron's skills were decent, particularly since Andy rarely played Quidditch, making them evenly matched. However, Ron possessed a fatal weakness. His psychological resilience was alarmingly fragile. Once he found himself at a disadvantage, he would easily lose confidence, leading to a swift collapse. Despite understanding this, Andy had no intention of comforting Ron. Children despise being lectured by their peers, especially when their flaws are pointed out, even if the intent is benevolent. The reason Hermione was ostracized in the original text was due to this very issue, and Andy would not knowingly commit the same error. Ron, it's nearly noon. Why not come to my house for lunch? Thanks, but my mother insists I return home for lunch. Very well. In a few days, I will take Isabel to visit Mrs. Weasley. Hey, my mother will be thrilled. I mean, she really likes you. Bidding farewell to Ron, Andy mentally applauded his conversational prowess. See, with just a few words, he could prevent Ron from seeking him out in the coming days, and he was pleased about it. Flying back home with the little girl, he found Helen already preparing lunch. Mom, how's the potion brewing? It requires a month. A grand undertaking. Regular potions can typically be completed within hours, but those that take days to brew are usually exorbitantly priced. Keep it confidential. Helen, aware of Andy's intelligence and maturity, nonetheless offered a cautious reminder. Is it the polyjuice potion? Andy inquired softly. Helen exchanged a knowing glance with Andy. He resolved to keep a close eye on the daily profit in a month's time, for the individual purchasing the polyjuice potion might just create a significant scandal. After lunch, having completed the preliminary work on the potion, Helen had some free time, which meant that poor Isabel would lose an entire afternoon of freedom. The little girl looked at Andy with hopeful anticipation. Perhaps for her, the quest to find the snacks hidden by her brother will be the most delightful game of her entire childhood. Andy ignored her plea for help. He did not wish to get entangled in her affairs. Upon reaching his study, Andy's gaze swept across the shelves, searching for a magic book suitable for his current reading level. I truly wish to acquire my own one soon. Having exhausted the available reading material, Andy retrieved the book he had perused that morning, The Development of Ancient Sorcery, and once again flipped to the chapter on the Muggleborn. From Andy's understanding, the disparity in power among adult wizards was not as pronounced. It was akin to Muggles engaging in hand-to-hand combat. There are differences, yet they are not as extreme as that between an ordinary person and a superhuman. Perhaps Voldemort and Dumbledore were exceptions? But how exactly was such a gap created? This was not the first time Andy pondered this question. The texts offered no clarity. If they did, the ancient wizarding families would have long since established a significant advantage over ordinary wizards. Yet, the reality was that the differences among wizards were much like those among Muggles, relying not on skill, but on wealth. Perhaps the text contained obscure references on enhancing power, albeit in a very concealed manner, much like the records concerning the Muggleborn. A typical wizard encountering such mention would surely find it terrifying, simultaneously thinking, "Thank goodness I'm not a Muggleborn." Yet, the existence of the Muggleborn undeniably demonstrated the potential for the amalgamation of mental prowess and magical ability. Perhaps I should revisit these magical tomes, seeking out those details that were mentioned but overlooked. Chapter 5. If the owl doesn't arrive soon, I shall send a howler to Dumbledore. As the days pass and July draws ever nearer, Andy's typically languid spirit has begun to stir restlessly. The moment he receives his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he will possess a wand of his own and embark on the journey of learning and casting his first true spell. So, when on earth will that damned owl arrive? On the first day of July, Andy rested his chin in his hands on the windowsill, gazing upward at the cerulean sky, unable to suppress the urge to pen a fervent letter to Dumbledore. With students on holiday, the headmaster should be relatively unoccupied, right? Don't hold your breath, Andy. Perhaps your name isn't even in the acceptance book. A certain little girl stood behind him, indulging in pudding while gleefully remarking, "Maybe you're just a dud." Even while eating, she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Annoyed, Andy retorted, then pondered aloud, "By the way, Isabel, it seems you've yet to experience a magical surge." "Haven't you?" "Isabel, Andy shrugged with a chuckle. I experienced a magical surge at the age of 6. Perhaps instead of worrying about me, you ought to be concerned for yourself." The little girl grew somewhat withdrawn, even her pudding losing its allure. She thinks she can compete with me? As July unfolded, Andy's impatience escalated. Even Kyle and Helen could hardly bear it. "Don't fret, dear child. Hogwarts acceptance letters generally arrive in late July," Kyle reassured him. "Haven't you practiced casting spells on your own? Since you're not a dud, Hogwarts will surely accept you," Helen added during a meal. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Andy to contain his anxiety. This morning, had Kyle not intervened, his fervent letter would have already found its way to Dumbledore's desk. "If you're so impressive, why not send a letter to Voldemort? I'm not worried about the acceptance letter. I simply want my wand as soon as possible," Andy lamented, propping his chin on his hand, feeling rather listless. Kyle stroked his chin and suggested, "If you're truly eager to learn magic, you could try using my wand." "Really?" Andy exclaimed, rising in excitement. "Not a chance." Helen shot Kyle a disapproving glance. Her tone pointed as she remarked, "Let him stew a little. He is usually so quiet, it's rare to see him exhibit any emotional fluctuations." "Andy, perhaps it's for the best," Kyle concurred. On July 15th, the owl from Hogwarts finally soared into St. Catchpole Village, fluttering through the window into Andy's bedroom. After circling the room, it landed gracefully on the desk, lifting its leg to indicate that Andy could retrieve the letter. Though its gaze remained fixed on a small bag nearby, the remnants of a biscuit Andy had left uneaten the previous night. Sharp eyes, Andy acknowledged the owl's customs, first offering it a few biscuit pieces as a reward before taking the letter. Upon discovering it was indeed the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Andy affixed his pre-written response to the owl's leg, signaling it to return swiftly after a snack. Thundering down the stairs, Andy could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed to Helen, "Mom, the acceptance letter has arrived. We can go buy my wand now, can't we?" Having perused the contents of the letter, it was only upon receiving it that Andy felt the full weight of his exhilaration. This was magic. "I see. Well, Kyle has gone to work, and Isabel is at home alone without anyone to look after her. How about we wait until the weekend?" Helen's expression suggested ulterior motives. "We could take Isabel along." Before Andy could finish his sentence, Isabel crossed her arms, her tone resolute as she declared, "I don't want to go to Diagon Alley." "But aren't you always looking forward to visiting Diagon Alley? We could drop Isabel off at the Weasley-S mid-sentence." Andy suddenly realized that the pair was conspiring to tease him. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us get ready and go," Andy replied, exasperated. "Hee. It's been ages since I've seen you act like a child," Helen said, shaking her head with a hint of nostalgia. before drawing her wand and with a flick, transforming her casual attire into a splendid blue wizarding robe. "I'm ready. Isabel, hurry and change your clothes, or we want tea take you with us." Isabel glanced at Andy, who was already dressed, puffing up her cheeks in protest. "You two are too cunning." Through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, Helen took Isabel by the hand, turning to Andy and saying, "Leave everything else to me. You go buy your wand and robes." Helen had always been unfaltering in her trust in Andy. "Understood, Mom." Andy had visited Diagon Alley numerous times. He knew it like the back of his hand. The first visit was thrilling, the second and third filled with curiosity, but with each subsequent visit, he realized there was little to explore aside from the wonders of magic. The alley was hardly larger than a pedestrian street in the Muggle world. Mr. Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 B.C. Andy pushed the door open. "Mr. Ollivander, I'm here to buy a wand." The shop was small, with nothing but a counter and a long bench. Thousands of slender boxes filled the space. Ollivander's head emerged from behind a shelf, his pale, piercing eyes gleaming as he greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Collins. It seems you have finally reached the age to attend school." "Indeed," Andy replied, brimming with pride. 2 years prior, he had attempted to purchase a wand with his hard-earned pocket money, only to be flatly rejected by the cantankerous old man. How infuriating! "Your right hand, yes. Raise your arm," Ollivander instructed, evidently possessing a remarkable memory. Andy lifted his right arm, and a measuring tape flew up, measuring him from head to toe, inside and out. Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses extraordinary magical properties, which is the essence of their uniqueness. We use different materials to create wands, just as there are no two wizards exactly alike in this world. Hence, each wand possesses its own distinct personality. At this juncture, Ollivander's tone became remarkably serious. "Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." While Andy remained non-committal, he refrained from interjecting in someone else's field of expertise. "Try this one, Pine, with a phoenix feather core, 13.5 inches. As Andy accepted the wand, he felt a fleeting moment of unity with it, as though it were imparting a sense of excitement. He waved the wand, and its tip instantly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the previously dim room. Chapter 6. In a magical world, few are truly straightforward. Excellent, absolutely splendid. Ollivander carefully placed the wand into its box, securing it with an elegant ribbon tied in a delicate bow. Pine would typically select self-reliant wizards, whose distinctive personalities may even be perceived as solitary. The phoenix, on the other hand, symbolizes independence and seclusion. At this juncture, Ollivander cast a slightly different glance at Andy. Many wand makers insist that pine wands favor long-lived wizards, a notion I concur with, for I have never encountered a prematurely deceased holder of a pine wand. The phoenix represents rebirth from the ashes. "So, does this mean I can indulge freely?" Andy inquired with a hint of excitement. Ollivander continued, "Wands choose wizards, Mr. Collins, and I believe you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. However, during your time at school, it would be wise to cultivate a few friendships." With that, he added, "Thank you for your patronage, 7 galleons." "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." Andy accepted the wand box and handed over 7 galleons, yet he hesitated to depart immediately. Initially, Andy had been skeptical of the notion that wands choose their wizards, but the combination of pine and phoenix feather in his wand seemed particularly resonant with his own essence. Any traveler who finds themselves in the world of Harry Potter invariably seeks power and longevity. As for the love and friendship that Dumbledore spoke of, those are merely desirable attributes, not something to be pursued with fervor. Well, one must indeed proactively pursue a girl one fancies, and he had ample experience in that regard. Furthermore, independence can sometimes border on isolation. Andy was acutely aware of his own nature as a rather ordinary traveler, endowed with all the traits typical of his kind. The concepts of independence and longevity felt as if they were custom-tailored for him in relation to his wand. "Mr. Collins, do you have further inquiries?" Ollivander queried, intrigued by Andy's lingering presence. "Yes." Andy furrowed his brow. "Mr. Ollivander, you mentioned that wands choose wizards, yet a person's character is not immutable." Ollivander, far from impatient, patiently elucidated, "Indeed, while such instances are rare, they are not entirely absent. Each wand is merely a half-finished product. It will grow alongside the chosen wizard and gradually adapt to the wizard's personality and spellcasting habits. Thus, even if a wizard undergoes a sudden change in temperament, the wand will likewise transform in tandem." He emphasized, "Remember, the wand is the wizard's most trusted companion." "Thank you." Andy nodded in understanding. While Ollivander's explanation was somewhat idealistic, the magical realm inherently embraced such beliefs, and the notion of a wand possessing its own character did not seem particularly strange. I also wished to purchase a set of wand care tools. Andy resolved to treat his wand with the same care one would afford girlfriend, striving to win its affection sooner rather than later. If it were a witch, one could perhaps even regard the wand as a boyfriend. Perhaps that notion was a bit excessive. After acquiring the wand, Andy proceeded to Madame Alkin's robes for all occasions to purchase 3 sets of Hogwarts robes. The robes required tailoring and would be delivered to Andy's home in 3 days. With his wand and Hogwarts robes secured, Andy made his way to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, ordering a cup of ice cream while he awaited Helen and Isabel. Each visit to Diagon Alley was incomplete without indulging in an ice cream from this establishment, as Isabel would never leave without it. After approximately 10 minutes, Helen entered the ice cream shop, holding Isabel's hand. "I've sent our things home with an owl. Andy, you, and Isabel wait here for a moment. I have a matter to attend to." "Understood, no worries," Andy replied casually. Aside from a handful of exceptionally honest individuals, the magical community was largely devoid of integrity. Everyone wielded wondrous magic, and to claim that no one had ever engaged in a bit of mischief would be quite the anomaly. Not to mention, even Hermione, the model student, had succumbed to temptation within her first year at Hogwarts. From breaking school rules to flouting the law, as long as one was not caught, it was all permissible. Helen, a master of potions, occasionally took on orders for illicit brews, which hardly seemed problematic, even if discovered by the Ministry of Magic. She had Kyle to manage her connections. Moreover, their home was equipped with a readily available illegal port key, allowing for a swift escape if needed. The batch of Polyjuice potion brewed a month and a half prior had already been delivered, resulting in a substantial influx of galleons into their vault. Truthfully, it was rather abnormal for anyone in the magical world to be as impoverished as the Weasley family. In the early years of his transmigration, Andy had presumed that Muggle currency could be freely exchanged for magical currency. It was only after inquiring with Helen that he learned that only young witches and wizards in the Muggle world possessed a limited annual exchange quota. Helen expressed regret over this, upon learning from her classmates that Muggle money could be exchanged for galleons. She had even gone so far as to study the Cruciatus Curse and the Obliviate Charm, only to discover that Gringotts did not offer such a service. After waiting for roughly 15 minutes, Helen entered the ice cream shop with a beaming expression. "Andy, Isabel, it's time to head home. But I haven't finished eating yet." Isabel lamented, reluctant to return so soon. "We can eat at home. Your mother has important matters to attend to," Helen stated firmly, leading Isabel out of the ice cream shop. Upon returning home through the Flynn network, Andy inquired of Helen, "Do you need assistance?" "Well, it's a complex potion. You might find it challenging," she replied. "What is it this time?" "The Veritaserum." "Ah, well, I understand that substance." Veritaserum was not infallible. Numerous methods could circumvent its effects, rendering it unsuitable for use in trials. However, when combined with the Cruciatus Curse, it proved exceptionally effective. The purchaser of this potion was undoubtedly a dark wizard. As Helen set about brewing the potion, Isabel continued to enjoy the remnants of her ice cream. With nothing else to occupy his time, Andy retrieved his wand from its box. "Andy, are you going to cast a spell?" Isabel asked, her curiosity piqued. "I want to give it a try," Andy announced, opening the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. As a first-year spellbook, it contained only 9 simple spells, and their names suggested a lack of potency. Yet, Andy felt no disappointment. The Charms class would indeed only teach foundational magic. Genuine offensive and defensive spells were reserved for the defense against the dark arts curriculum. Though Quirrell, as the primary antagonist in the first installment, was not particularly astute, he could not possibly be as inept as the professor of flying lessons. After all, he had to masquerade as a professor while scheming to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He needed to maintain a facade of competence. If he were truly incompetent, Dumbledore would surely have dismissed him. Chapter 7. Am I the uncle of the serpent in the magical world? With boundless anticipation for the future, Andy eagerly opened the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. Lumos. Andy gently waved his wand, following the prescribed gestures in the book, and softly uttered the incantation. The tip of his wand emitted a faint glow. Is this the Lumos charm? Surprisingly simple. The Lumos spell, as the cornerstone of all incantations, presents a scenario where novice wizards, when adhering strictly to the prescribed steps outlined in textbooks, face minimal risk of failure. Even if a young wizard's intellect resembles that of a troll, with a few attempts, success is nearly assured. However, the textbook's portrayal of the Lumos spell encompasses more than mere gestures and incantations. The comprehensive discourse on the Lumos spell includes its magical principles, appropriate applications, and the transformations it undergoes upon mastery, which, although not limited to, extends to the act of casting the spell outwardly. In essence, as a first-year textbook, this tome undoubtedly meets the standards. "Ha! Andy, you're doomed," Isabel exclaimed with a gleeful cackle. "I've heard that young wizards are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. You might just be expelled from Hogwarts before even stepping foot inside. Let me think, Andy. You could very well be the first wizard in the history of Hogwarts to be expelled before enrollment. Congratulations, you've made history." The little girl rolled over on the sofa in delight. "Fool," Andy retorted, "my fish-lipped sister, to prevent underage wizards from practicing magic outside the school. The Ministry of Magic first instituted the reasonable restriction of underage wizards legislation, followed by the implementation of the trace to monitor young wizards' spellcasting activities beyond school grounds. Based on the Collins family's historical penchant for testing the boundaries of magical law, the trace is hardly considered a secret. Primarily, only those young wizards enrolled at Hogwarts are subject to its surveillance. Since Andy has yet to officially enroll, he is not under its scrutiny. Moreover, the trace's functionality is somewhat flawed. It operates as a range-based monitoring system, primarily targeting Muggle-born wizards, ostensibly to safeguard the secrecy of the magical community. For wizards hailing from magical families, as long as they are accompanied by an adult wizard, the trace becomes utterly ineffective. Of course, should a young wizard from a magical lineage cast spells without an adult wizard in proximity, the Ministry would still be able to detect traces of their magic. WizardingWorld. Andy quietly activated the system and waved his wand. Lumos, the red liquid within the spherical container, appeared to have increased slightly compared to a month and a half ago. Yet the principle behind this augmentation eluded Andy. He harbored a hypothesis that had previously proven difficult to validate. Could it be related to the attribute prompts? With this question in mind, Andy continued to wave his wand. Lumos. After a series of over a dozen attempts, he keenly noticed a minuscule rise in the red liquid within the sphere. This increase was so slight that Andy might have overlooked it had he not been observant. For the past 5 years, Andy had never ceased his investigations into the system. The system comprises 10 attributes. To the left are charms, transfiguration, dark arts, alchemy, and divination. To the right are magical power, soul, mind, thought, and will. Andy's prior speculation suggested that only by cultivating and enhancing the capabilities of the 5 left-side attributes could the red liquid within the sphere be elevated. Throughout the years, he had experimented with various methods and had only accrued a single potential point. Controlling magical power does not technically fall under the charms attribute, and previously, Andy had been unable to access literature pertaining to spellcasting. Nevertheless, the red liquid within the sphere continued to increase, even reaching a full capacity once, granting Andy an additional potential point. What had initially been mere conjecture had now been substantiated. Over the past 5 years, Andy had enhanced 2 attributes. His magical power attribute had risen from 1 to 2, while his soul attribute had progressed from 3 to 4. Both improvements were passive enhancements. Additionally, his previously unstable magical power had gradually stabilized. The gradual stabilization of his magical power essentially amounted to an indirect enhancement of his abilities in charms, transfiguration, dark arts, and related disciplines. After attempting countless methods, these were the final possibilities he could conceive. Thus, the next step was to delve into the study of spells and engage in extensive practice. In other words, if the enhancement of left-side attributes truly could augment the red liquid within the sphere, then the study of dark arts must be considered within the realm of his learning. I shall master every spell in existence. I will uncover the truths of magic. I shall pursue immortality and power. My wand symbolizes isolation, detachment from the world, longevity, and rebirth. This persona felt strikingly familiar to Andy. Pondering further, he mused, if I were to join Slytherin and acquire a host of serpents as pets, I could unleash them upon adversaries during conflicts. Would I then become the Uncle Snake of the magical realm? Is there an insatiable ambition lurking within my gaze? Upon reflection, Slytherin House appeared rather appealing. Originally, its emblem represented ambition, leadership, cunning, determination, and resourcefulness. Yet, with the emergence of certain rumors surrounding Slytherin himself, it had morphed into a symbol of pure blood supremacy. Oh well, when it comes to the Sorting Hat, one should simply go with the flow. In Andy's view, the greatest treasure within Hogwarts lay in its library, which housed tomes accumulated over millennia. Perhaps this is the most significant treasure within the magical world. By mastering the spells contained therein, one could naturally ascend to the ranks of a formidable wizard. As evening approached, Kyle returned home from work, and Helen had prepared a splendid dinner, filling the living room with a tantalizing aroma. Andy, are you elated today? Kyle inquired enthusiastically. I haven't yet asked. What material is your wand made of? Pine wood, with a phoenix feather core, Andy replied, feeling utterly exhausted after an afternoon of spell practice. It's quite nice. A phoenix feather wand is rare, though pine wood is rather common. Kyle, being an ordinary wizard, judged the quality of wands based solely on the wood and core material. Isabel chimed in softly, Mom, Andy practiced magic at home today. Be cautious, Helen advised Andy. If I'm not home, you should read books instead of aimlessly waving your wand around. Understood. Andy nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking of which, Kyle suddenly proposed, now that Andy is of school age. We ought to celebrate at home. Andy and Isabel had last seen their grandparents during the previous Christmas. What do you think? Kyle turned to Helen. Sure. I'll write to them tomorrow, Helen agreed readily. As Andy surveyed the three members of his family at the dining table, he suddenly felt a stark contrast between himself and the persona of Uncle Snake. Chapter 8. Snape's Gossip and Charms. As late August approached, the commencement of the Hogwarts school year drew ever nearer. Andy had never anticipated that he would actually look forward to the day of his enrollment. I am, after all, a bit of a slacker. In his bedroom, Andy closed the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, placing it alongside his other textbooks. The past month has undoubtedly been the most fulfilling period since Andy's reincarnation. He has enjoyed gatherings with family and exchanged intelligence regarding Hogwarts with Ron, George, and Fred. Most importantly, Andy has acquired a wand, enabling him to practice magic with unrestrained enthusiasm. However, the topic of Hogwarts intelligence has suddenly become a source of mild distress for Andy. Let's rewind to a month ago. During the Hogwarts holiday, Andy penned a letter to Ron, inviting him and the twins to partake in a game of Quidditch. By the way, he thought it would be prudent to inquire about the preferences of the Hogwarts professors. After all, fostering good relationships with teachers is invariably advantageous, regardless of the world one inhabits. The endeavor proved successful, and information was indeed gleaned. While most professors were relatively unremarkable, the current head of Slytherin House and Potions Master, Severus Snape, was described by the twins as the foremost villain of Hogwarts, so much so that even the thought of casting a killing curse upon him would not suffice to satiate their disdain. Andy had some recollection of Snape, recalling his seemingly antagonistic demeanor towards Harry Potter in Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Yet, it appeared that Snape had recited a counter-curse when Quirrell attempted to curse Harry's broomstick. In any case, Snape emanated an aura of malevolence, favoring his own house, and would deliberately create trouble for Gryffindor, albeit without turning a blind eye to the misfortunes of students. With a blend of curiosity and a thirst for gossip, Andy approached his mother, Helen, to inquire about Snape's past. Helen, a former Gryffindor herself, was likely to possess insights into Snape, given the age-old rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Thus, Andy was regaled with tales of the Hogwarts F for bullying Snape, though this was a misrepresentation. He learned of Snape's solitary confrontations with the four Gryffindor champions. According to Helen's accounts, Snape was characterized by his dark disposition, sinister countenance, and obsession with the dark arts. He exhibited remarkable magical talent upon his arrival at Hogwarts, and even joined a youth training program for Death Eaters. Furthermore, Snape attempted to seduce a Gryffindor girl, aiming to sow discord within Gryffindor and lure her into the ranks of the Death Eaters. Thankfully, the united front of the Gryffindor champions thwarted Snape's nefarious schemes. Given this context, Andy pondered how Snape had managed to secure a position as a professor. Dumbledore intervened on his behalf, Helen explained. The Slytherins aligned themselves with the stronger side. Perhaps Snape was hedging his bets. The matter could have ended there, but Andy, keen to uncover more secrets of Hogwarts, relayed this information to the Weasley twins in exchange for tidbits regarding a secret passageway. However, the audacity of the twins exceeded Andy's wildest expectations. When he learned of their plans, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. Fortunately, the twins assured him that they would not betray him, even if things went awry, which provided Andy with a modicum of relief. Taking a deep breath, Andy stretched and leaned back in his chair. During this time, he had successfully completed basic spells for beginners, Introduction to Transfiguration, Dark Forces, a Guide to Self-Defense, and Magical Theory. Moreover, whenever he had a spare moment, he diligently practiced magic, seeking guidance from Kyle and Helen whenever he encountered difficulties. In just a month, Andy felt poised to advance to second-year studies. Kyle had remarked more than once that had he exerted himself as Andy did, he might have either become the Dark Lord or succeeded Dumbledore as headmaster, or, at the very least, achieved the position of Minister of Magic. Alas, those days were behind him. The fruits of his labor were indeed evident. While it would be an exaggeration to claim that he had experienced a dramatic increase in power, he found it effortlessly easy to tease Isabel. Previously, he would have to physically confront the little girl, But now a mere flick of his wand and the utterance of a spell could bring him joy for an entire day. Of course, none of this was the crux of the matter. The system. Upon accessing the system interface, the display read potential points for, which elicited an involuntary smile that stretched from ear to ear. This data had been updated overnight, and the orb now contained no red liquid whatsoever. Not a single drop. System. Allocate points. As spell casting. 3. Transformed into spell casting. 4. Andy felt an undeniable sense of elevation within himself. This was no mere illusion. He genuinely sensed subtle transformations within his body. It was as if casting spells had become simpler, and learning incantations had grown less arduous. Concepts that had previously eluded his understanding suddenly crystallized into clarity. This sensation was akin to that of a prodigy. In fact, Andy had previously recognized that his aptitude in transfiguration surpassed that in spellcasting. Both Kyle and Helen had referred to him as a magical genius. But that was merely due to Andy's discipline, diligence, and the comprehension capabilities of an adult. Stripped of those advantages, he was merely an average practitioner. To date, Andy had developed a rough understanding of the system's metrics. A score of 1 represented a troll, 2 indicated mediocrity, 3 denoted an average individual, 4 signified excellence, 5 represented genius, 6 indicated super genius, and 7. Well, let us not dwell on that for now. Presently, Andy's talents in both spellcasting and transfiguration had reached an outstanding level. Coupled with his head start and the discipline and understanding inherent to adulthood, he anticipated easily besting first-year students at Hogwarts. Thus, the next steps involve attending classes as usual and acquiring further magical knowledge. Throughout these days, Andy had been closely monitoring the changes in the orb on the system interface. When he initially learned to spell and practiced diligently, the red liquid within the orb would increase rapidly. However, once he mastered the spell, the growth of the red liquid would slow and eventually cease. In simpler terms, the increase of the red liquid was not correlated with mere hard work, but rather with Andy's progress. Without advancement in magic, no amount of rigorous practice would yield results. To truly learn more spells and enhance his innate abilities, this upward trajectory of talent would render his magic more formidable, thus perpetuating the cycle of improvement. Indeed, I am well suited for the path of Uncle Snake. Had Uncle Snake possessed this system in his time, the ninja world would have seen no more of Naruto and Sasuke. It was time to dance a waltz with Voldemort. Chapter 9. A Good Brother and a Good Sister. With his spell-casting talent heightened, Andy was unwilling to squander this fortunate opportunity. He grasped his wand and prepared to descend to the basement for magical practice. As he walked down the stairs to the first-floor living room, he found little Isabel sprawled on the sofa, munching on snacks while engrossed in a fairy tale book. She appeared utterly carefree, lost in her own little world, a rather monotonous childhood, indeed. Fortunately, I took the little girl to the river yesterday to catch fish. Otherwise, how dreadfully boring her days would have been. It is high time to acquire a Muggle gaming console for her. However, perhaps it is best to refrain. Indulgence in games is hardly a virtue. Good brother Andy approached, Wingardium Leviosa. With a gentle flourish of his wand, Isabel, along with the fairy tale book in her hands, soared into the air. This was a magical experience that Muggle children had never encountered, and Andy felt that this spell was infused with a brother's affection for his sister. The little girl puffed out her cheeks. This was already the 103rd time this month. Isabel had never yearned so fervently for a wand, eager to recite every incantation she knew to Andy. No, she wished to chant them 1,000 times. Andy would surely feel immense satisfaction if he mastered the spell of legilimency at this moment, realizing that the little girl was finally grasping the essence of diligence. This was love 1,000 times over. Whereas, Mom? As he set Isabel down, Andy raised an eyebrow and inquired. There. Isabel nodded towards the potions room. I'm off to practice spells. Do you want to come and watch? Andy asked. No. Isabel decisively refused. Initially, she had shown great interest when Andy first practiced spells. Yet, no matter how fascinating something may be, repetition over dozens of times inevitably diminishes that interest. Patting the little girl on the head, Andy ventured alone into the basement. Originally intended for storage, the basement was transformed by Kyle to accommodate Andy's need for magical practice, with a new room constructed and expanded using the extension charm. Andy had once been curious why Kyle and Helen did not practice magic. Their response was quite profound. They believed that magic did not require practice. The magic they wielded was sufficient to resolve all the challenges of daily life. While further practice might enhance their abilities, it would only be marginally so. This sentiment resembled Muggles' approach to fitness. Adults possess enough strength to manage the mundane aspects of life, so what purpose does continued exercise serve? Dark wizards are dealt with by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, and Voldemort has Dumbledore to contend with. If all else fails, one could always use a portkey to live elsewhere. Enhanced magical prowess does not extend one's lifespan, nor does it contribute to one's vault of galleons. Thus, mastering sufficient magic for daily living is deemed adequate. Andy comprehended this. It was essentially a matter of perspective. Growing up in the magical realm, they were accustomed to a myriad of spells, and thus found little wonder in magic. It was akin to Andy perceiving modern Muggle technology as antiquated, while Mr. Weasley was enchanted by it. Shaking his head, Andy resigned himself to this reality. All he needed to do was focus on his own endeavors. Entering the practice room, he flicked the switch to illuminate the basement. Do not presume that the magical community eschews Muggle technology. Aside from the reclusive wizards, employing Muggle gadgets has become a tacit understanding within the magical world. The practice room spanned roughly 100 square meters, where Kyle had erected several life-size targets. Helen had also enchanted some targets to levitate. Whenever Andy attacked them, they would move autonomously. Additionally, Andy installed a large mirror, nearly occupying an entire wall. While the efficacy of spells and the ability to hit a target were crucial, what mattered more was that the casting posture must be stylish. This mirror allowed Andy to observe his spell-casting stance at any moment, enabling him to promptly rectify any unsightly movements. Petri Ficus Totalis, Stupefy, Incendio, Reparo. The basement echoed with Andy's incantations. Beyond the foundational spells, Transfiguration also fell within the realm of his practice. The separation of Transfiguration from basic spells was not without reason. It is a complex form of magic and one of the foundational principles for wizards to comprehend the composition of the world. For instance, transforming a stick into an iron rod necessitates a wizard's understanding of the components of both before commencing the transformation. Consequently, no wizard has ever succeeded in transforming an object into a magical creature, for they lack comprehension of the principles of magic. Panting, Andy plopped onto the floor, catching his breath as he accessed the system to check his progress for the day. In just a brief hour of practice, the crimson liquid within the orb had already increased to 1/3 of its capacity. An encouraging sign. The rise of the red liquid not only indicated that Andy could earn potential points, but it also signified that his practice today had been fruitful. If his practice were ineffective, the red liquid would not have shown any change. However, this was merely temporary. The rapid progress today was primarily due to the enhancement of Andy's spellcasting talent. Once his talent reached a certain threshold, the pace of progress would naturally decelerate. Fortunately, the increase in talent would allow Andy to learn new magic more swiftly. Taking a breath, Andy stood up, dusted himself off, and, utilizing the repairing charm and cleaning charm to tidy up the practice room, he exited the basement. In the living room, Helen and Isabel were seated on the sofa, engrossed in a game of wizard chess. Andy, school hasn't started yet. With your current diligence, the professors want to know how to teach you when classes commence. Helen remarked, shifting her position. Come take a break. I can go to the library myself. After sitting down, Andy replied. His current efforts were undoubtedly aimed at securing more time to immerse himself in a library. Hogwarts spans 7 years, and no matter how one contemplates it, time always seems insufficient. My son is truly remarkable. Helen would certainly not deter Andy's scholarly pursuits, while she and Kyle might be lackadaisical. She held lofty expectations for Andy. Isabel pouted, feeling her own efforts paled in comparison to Andy's. However, she believed that once Andy grew old and feeble, she would undoubtedly surpass him in prowess. In this regard, she held the advantage. There are only 3 days left until school starts. Don't overexert yourself in these last days, Helen cautioned. Yes, I also plan to rest for the next 2 days, Andy replied. By the way, Mom, I should be able to read those magical books at home, right? I mean the sections on spellcasting. Chapter 10. Andy, it seems I have encountered a rival. In the final days leading up to the start of school, Andy ceased his magical practice, choosing instead to devote his time to family, indulging in 2 days of carefree play with Isabel. September 1st, Andy, as per usual, enjoyed a leisurely sleep-in, only to be awakened by Helen's exasperated voice and forcibly roused from bed by little Isabel. Dressed in his pajamas, Andy ambled downstairs, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he greeted his family with a drowsy, good morning. Andy, you really must do better, Helen admonished. Kyle has already finished breakfast, and if you continue to dawdle, you'll be late for class at Hogwarts. Groggy, Andy settled at the dining table, patting his cheeks to rouse himself a little. Don't worry, I brought an alarm clock, he reassured. Sleeping in had been a dream of his past life, and had become a habit in this one. Being late to class was his own responsibility. The professors at school would take care of that. Helen remarked, somewhat irked, that if there was any aspect of her child that left her dissatisfied, it was indeed his penchant for oversleeping. After finishing breakfast, Andy took a shower in the bathroom and changed into clean clothes. His luggage had been packed the night before, and after a thorough check to ensure nothing was forgotten, he clanged his suitcase down to the living room. Kyle was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper, having taken half a day off. This was Andy's first day of school, and he had no desire to miss such a significant occasion. Hasn't Gringotts been robbed? How long has it been? Yet the Daily Prophet hasn't reported it, Andy remarked, casting a glance at the paper before losing interest and leaning back on the sofa. With a rustle, Kyle turned the pages of the newspaper and, adopting the tone of someone with experience, said, "Child, that's the allure of galleons. Cornelius Fudge only became Minister for Magic last year, and everyone knows he rose to power thanks to Dumbledore's backing. He's merely Dumbledore's lapdog. So what now? Is this truly Dumbledore's intent, or has he misjudged the situation?" Suddenly reminded of a certain defense against the dark arts professor, Andy realized that Dumbledore might very well be suffering from dementia. After all, he was over 100 years old. The statutory retirement age in the Muggle world is 60. Yet Dumbledore, being over a century old, persisted in his duties. What kind of willpower did that require? After lingering at home until past 10, the 4 members of the Andy family boarded the night bus to King's Cross Station. The experience aboard the night bus was remarkable. It could transport you to any destination, traversing hills and fields as though they were flat ground, and was even more exhilarating than a roller coaster. This bus was a favorite of both Andy and Isabel. At this hour, the train station was bustling with people, and Andy and his family made their way to the wall between platforms 9 and 10. "Let's go, darling," Helen said, taking Isabel's hand. Once Andy and Kyle passed through the wall, she followed with the little girl in tow. On either side of the wall lay 2 entirely different worlds. The inhabitants of one might never guess that in another realm there existed a remarkable community of wizards living alongside them. The Hogwarts Express was a deep crimson steam train reminiscent of the Victorian era, exuding an air of antiquity. However, Andy found it difficult to associate the term express with this train. Was it faster than the green trains? Not to mention the high-speed trains. The platform was filled with parents sending their children off to school, donned in various eccentric outfits that appeared quite peculiar. Some young wizards even brought pets. Andy noticed one round-faced wizard with a toad as a companion. Goodness, can such a creature really be petted? Quickly board the train. There should still be plenty of empty compartments at this time, Helen urged, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Remember to write to us once you arrive at school." "Got it. Goodbye, Dad, Mom, and Isabel. See you at Christmas." Andy waved farewell to his family, flicking his wand gently at his suitcase. Wingardium Leviosa. The suitcase levitated and followed behind him as he boarded the train, traversing the corridor to find an empty compartment. After placing his suitcase, Andy opened the window to bid his family a final farewell. "You all should head back now. I intend to catch a bit more sleep." "I woke up far too early this morning," Andy waved. "How much longer do you plan to sleep? Do you want us to wait for you while we're starving?" Helen replied, somewhat exasperated. All right. Kyle chuckled. "We'll head back for now. See you at Christmas, Andy." Isabel gazed at Andy with a wistful expression, her tone stern as she insisted, "You must write to me once you reach school." "Understood. I will definitely write to you all." Once his family departed, Andy closed the window and rested his eyes. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and a brown-haired girl appeared at the entrance, struggling with a large suitcase. "May I sit here?" she inquired, tilting her chin upward. "Hello, em Hermione Granger. May I ask who you are? Please take a seat. It's just me here." Andy replied, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Andy Collins." "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Collins," Hermione nodded, bringing her suitcase into the compartment. "Just call me Andy." Noticing Hermione struggle with her oversized suitcase, Andy swiftly drew his wand and intoned Wingardium Leviosa. This was perhaps the most significant achievement of his month-long magical practice. Regardless of the challenge, Andy instinctively reached for his wand to resolve it. It was a commendable habit, and he resolved to maintain it. "What a lovely levitation charm." "Thank you. You can also call me Hermione." Hermione settled opposite Andy, lifting her chin in a manner akin to a proud swan. "Are you a first-year student as well?" Andy looked up, about to respond, when Hermione continued in rapid succession. "I tried a few simple spells at home just for practice, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished yet immensely thrilled. I've memorized all the textbooks, and of course, I hope that will be useful." Andy barely registered the details of Hermione's subsequent words. Upon hearing that she had memorized all the textbooks, he realized he had encountered a formidable rival. "So, The novel Hermione Granger and her two useless men is indeed true? Andy thought. He had perused the textbooks, and the idea of memorizing them was daunting. He could hardly manage to memorize even a passage. You are truly impressive, Andy sincerely remarked. I, on the other hand, cannot manage that at all. I can only practice magic, having rehearsed each spell thousands of times. Naturally, I hope that will be beneficial too. Chapter 11. What's wrong with my Gryffindor? Practice? Thousands of times? Hermione stared at Andy, her eyes wide. Surely this little boy wasn't bragging? However, recalling Andy's earlier execution of the levitation charm, Hermione felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. The gap between herself and the young wizards of the magical world was indeed vast. This won't do. I must work harder and strive to memorize all the books in the library, Hermione resolved internally. Hermione, are you all right? As Andy observed the ever-changing expressions on the face of the brown-haired girl before him, he felt a sense of bewilderment. What was going on? Was she attempting to engage in some form of competition with him? Indeed, Andy sensed that his magical prowess was somewhat lacking, particularly with this semester's formidable opponent. The adult wizard Chilo, whose capabilities, despite his unclear mental state, could not be underestimated. While Andy had no intention of guarding the Philosopher's Stone or challenging the boss, possessing additional strength for self-preservation was always advantageous. It's nothing, Hermione replied, shaking her head before inquiring curiously. By the way, have you always lived in the Wizarding World? Yes, Andy explained. I reside in the village of St. Catchpole, a place where wizards and muggles coexist. He briefly outlined the village's layout before asking, what about you? My parents are both dentists, and we live in the suburbs of London. Hermione spoke rapidly. Oh, you know where London is, right? Of course. Andy nodded. A few years ago, my family visited London, and the Ministry of Magic is also located there. I know about the Ministry of Magic. I've read about it in books. It was established in 1707 and evolved from the Wizarding Council. The ministry participates in and enacts the International Confederation of Wizard Statute of Secrecy, and it continues to uphold it to this day. Well, Andy thought to himself that this brown-haired girl had indeed absorbed a wealth of knowledge from her books, and she seemed eager to demonstrate her intellect. Each time she spoke, her words flowed rapidly, often beginning with "I read in a book," followed by a swift and precise recitation of the answer. After engaging in a brief conversation about the distinctions between the Wizarding World and the Muggle realm, Hermione retrieved a book from her backpack as the train was about to depart. I'm going to read now. What about you? I think I'll take a nap. I woke up too early this morning, Andy replied lazily. Hermione placed the book on the small table, her expression turning serious as she looked at Andy. I advise you to review all your textbooks again. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony will take place. They might assess our spellcasting abilities or conduct a written examination, she speculated. By the way, Hermione continued, do you know how the sorting at Hogwarts works? Of course. It's determined by the sorting hat. However, that's not something one can disclose, Andy replied. I don't know. He shook his head, but don't worry. No one has ever died during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. Moreover, injuries like fractures or dislocations can be healed swiftly with magic, often within a single night. Hermione lowered her gaze to her book, realizing she could no longer concentrate. Is the sorting ceremony really dangerous? She asked, a mix of disbelief and concern in her eyes. Has your family never mentioned how the sorting works at Hogwarts? Not at all. It's a tradition that remains a mystery each year. Andy leaned against the wall of the compartment, a smile on his face. But you shouldn't worry too much with your level of competence. You'll be a top student at Hogwarts. Andy couldn't help but think of Ron. What a slacker he was. Before the school year began, Andy had encountered Ron a few times, and it was evident that the lad had not even opened a single textbook, let alone practiced magic. Hermione shot Andy a skeptical glance. She didn't believe his words. She had noticed him on the platform and had witnessed him using the levitation charm. She had followed him in hopes of learning more about the Wizarding World. However, based on her current understanding, it seemed that even the most ordinary child in the magical realm was far superior to her. Every spell must be practiced 1,000 times. Goodness, I must work even harder. With that thought in mind, Hermione flipped open her book, forcing herself to delve into its contents. Just as the train was about to depart, the compartment door was pulled open once more. Hello, may I sit here? There are no other seats available, stammered a round-faced boy. Of course. Hermione glanced up at the boy before returning to her reading. The round-faced boy hesitated, looking at the sleeping Andy before finally sitting beside him. Andy opened his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Why did you board the train so late? Andy asked curiously. He had spotted the round-faced boy on the platform and recalled their brief eye contact. Andy remembered him particularly for the toad he kept as a pet. How peculiar. Didn't he find it rather disgusting? I have a terrible memory. My grandmother said a lot to me. The boy replied, his face suddenly blank. Oh no, I've forgotten everything my grandmother told me. Andy, Hermione, I am Hermione Granger. What about you? Hermione introduced herself first. Neville Longbottom. The boy, Neville, seemed to startle, his voice tinged with nervousness. Is he perhaps a bit slow-witted? Andy mused. I'm Andy Collins. You can call me Andy. Hello. Andy, Neville replied quickly. After the three exchanged pleasantries, Hermione returned to her book, while Andy resumed his nap. Neville, however, appeared rather awkward. He seemed eager to say something, but was uncertain how to begin. As the train slowly set in motion, Andy opened his eyes to gaze out at the receding landscape. Hogwarts, here I come. Seeing Andy awake, Neville appeared as though he had been saved from drowning, exclaiming, Andy, which house do you hope to join? The compartment fell silent for a moment, and Neville's face flushed crimson. It seemed that the mere question had drained him of all his courage. Ravenclaw, perhaps. Or Hufflepuff and Slytherin would suffice, as long as it's not Gryffindor, Andy replied lazily, his tone nonchalant. Hermione shot him a glare, and Neville looked somewhat displeased. What is wrong with Gryffindor? He retorted, clearly offended. Joining Gryffindor was Neville's dream. Both of his parents were graduates of that house, and his grandmother had even told him that if he didn't get into Gryffindor, he might as well not return home. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are fine. But you dare place Slytherin ahead of Gryffindor? Chapter 12. The upper and lower limits of young wizards curious. Hermione inquired, what is wrong with Gryffindor? I've heard that the greatest wizard of the 20th century, Dumbledore, graduated from there. Nonetheless, Ravenclaw is commendable as well, Hermione added as an afterthought. Neville fixed his gaze on Andy, as though he would confront him if he could not provide a satisfactory explanation. Andy had not anticipated that his words would elicit such a strong reaction from the two. Upon careful reflection, it is evident that the four illustrious houses of Hogwarts have existed for over a millennium, each possessing its own unique traditions and devoted supporters. Just as Muggle sports teams and idol groups often engage in fierce rivalries, so too do the four houses of Hogwarts. Our purpose for attending Hogwarts is to master the art of magic. Ultimately, regardless of the house we belong to, the knowledge we acquire remains fundamentally the same. What truly matters is our own dedication and effort. Leaning against the side, Andy calmly elucidated. Each house at Hogwarts boasts its own cultural heritage, resulting in distinct learning environments. Gryffindor, for instance, symbolizes courage, yet young witches and wizards often confuse bravery with recklessness, leading to their mischievous antics. Personally, I prefer a more tranquil atmosphere for study. Andy concluded, courage, indeed, is a commendable trait, but I think I shall pass on Gryffindor. Is that so? Hermione pondered thoughtfully. It is rather difficult to envision Dumbledore as a mischievous youth akin to those naughty children. Andy's mind conjured images. Perhaps young Dumbledore had once tossed dung bombs in the corridors. The group continued to share their amusing anecdotes as the train gently progressed. Suddenly, the train attendant pulled open the compartment door, pushing a cart laden with delectable treats, and cheerfully inquired, Children, would you like to purchase some snacks? I would like to buy some. Hermione expressed her keen interest in the magical snacks. I want tea by anything, Neville stammered. My grandmother fears I will lose my pocket money. Well, I have indeed misplaced my allowance before. Andy retrieved a few silver sickles. I shall partake as well. The magical snacks are not only intriguing, but also delightful in flavor. When at home, Andy felt hesitant to compete with the young girl for treats and often found himself sharing his own snacks with her. However, being out in the world felt liberating. Young witches and wizards are quite generous, and the attendant's smile grew even more benevolent. Thank you for your patronage. Neville, do join us. Andy invited. Neville blushed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Andy chuckled lightly. You can treat us another time. We'll all be classmates from now on. No need to be shy. Hermione added graciously, indeed. We are all classmates, so there's no need for formality. Thank you. Neville opened a box of chocolate frogs and suddenly seemed to remember something. Rising abruptly, oh no. I left Leaf behind. What is Leaf? Hermione inquired curiously. Neville anxiously rummaged around. Leaf is my pet. It's a golden-backed toad. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely imagine someone keeping a toad as a pet. Sensing Neville's rising agitation, Hermione suggested, it's probably still on the train. Let's go look for it. Turning to Andy, she asked, would you like to join us? Andy rubbed his temples for goodness sake. While Leaf may not be a magical creature, it is still an enchanted pet. It will return when it has had its fill of fun. Hermione regarded Neville with skepticism. Is that so? After a moment of contemplation, Neville sheepishly replied, Well, there have been a few instances when Leaf has vanished only to reappear unexpectedly. Observing the increasingly perilous look in Hermione's eyes, Neville could only awkwardly explain, "I forgot." After sharing snacks, the bond among the three began to strengthen. Neville recounted a rather absurd tale of how his uncle had thrown him out of a window to prove he was not a coward, a feat that had delighted his family as it meant he could attend Hogwarts. Hermione also shared a story from her childhood about a magical outburst during an argument with someone she detested, resulting in the unfortunate transformation of the opponent's hair into nothingness. "And what about you?" Hermione turned her gaze toward Andy. Through her conversation with Neville, she had gleaned a general understanding of the magical prowess of her peers. If Andy represented the pinnacle of their class, then Neville epitomized the lower end, as he had yet to conjure a single spell and had not even glanced at a textbook prior to attending. As for me, Andy mused, it was around the age of 6 when my father declared I had reached the age of magical surges, and I accidentally blew up the chair beneath him. Just like that? Hermione expressed her disbelief. I read in a book that young wizards only experience magical surges when they are emotionally charged. It is a sign of unstable magic. Before Hermione could finish her statement, Andy used his magic to levitate her hair. Hermione gasped. It's becoming increasingly difficult. This must be due to the gradual stabilization of my magic, Andy remarked with a casual shrug, wearing a rather nonchalant expression. Neville gazed at him with envy. "Andy, you are truly impressive. Is this wandless magic?" Hermione initially shot a sharp glare at Andy, but then inquired with curiosity. "I read in a book that only exceptionally skilled wizards can perform wandless magic." "It's not quite wandless magic," Andy explained. "This is merely basic magical control. I have practiced diligently to achieve this." Speaking of diligent practice, Hermione's attention returned to her book. "I shall continue reading, and you too as well." She cast a glance at Andy and Neville. "If there is nothing else, please do not disturb me." Neville appeared somewhat at a loss. Andy shrugged and leaned back in his seat to rest. As the train continued its journey, the sky outside gradually darkened and the distance to Hogwarts lessened. After what felt like an eternity, Andy suddenly felt a gentle nudge. "Andy, we're nearing Hogwarts. We should quickly change into our robes," Neville whispered. "Thank you." Andy rubbed his eyes and slowly rose from his seat, stretching his arms wide as he drew his wand and gave it a delicate flick. A gap opened in the luggage rack, and a set of robes soared out. Andy's casual attire magically slipped away, folding itself neatly into the suitcase. The robes unfurled in midair and then enveloped Andy's form. Attire changed. Chapter 13. In times like these, one must seize every opportunity. By 6 in the evening, the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station in the Scottish Highlands, marking the conclusion of a journey that had lasted over 7 hours. Is this the Hogwarts Express?" Andy remarked, having never experienced such a slow train in his lifetime. "Do we not need to collect our luggage?" Noticing Andy and Neville exiting empty-handed, Hermione inquired with a puzzled expression. "No need," Andy clarified. "They will deliver our belongings to our dormitories." Following the flow of passengers, they disembarked the train, and the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness. The night sky shimmered with countless stars, surrounded by a tangle of weeds, while distant howls from the forest echoed intermittently. Crows perched on the skeletal trees, occasionally emitting eerie caws. What a ghastly station it was. Many young wizards trembled in fear, and Neville was on the verge of fainting, while Hermione wore a tense expression, desperately trying to maintain her composure. "Hey, Andy, I was wondering where you had gone," a familiar voice called from behind, and he turned to see Ron approaching, accompanied by a small, slender boy with black hair. "I arrived a bit early and just found a random compartment," Andy replied. "Hello, I'm HarryPotter." The dark-haired boy introduced himself. "I'm Andy Collins." Andy nodded in acknowledgement. "Is it really you?" Hermione scrutinized Harry, seemingly puzzled by how this frail boy could have saved the magical world. "I've heard about you. I even bought several extra reference books. A History of Modern Magic. The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic. Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. All of which mention you." "Oh, here we go again." Andy sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Me?" Harry responded, bewildered, as he had no idea how he had become such a renowned figure in the wizarding world. On the train, a boy named Draco Malfoy had approached him, attempting to forge an unwanted friendship, only to be rebuffed by Harry. Yet, it seemed that Draco did not quite grasp the meaning of rejection. Ron tugged at Andy's sleeve, casting a glance toward Hermione and whispering, "How do you know her?" "We met on the train. We were in the same compartment," Andy casually replied. "Goodness, how can you endure her?" Ron exclaimed, incredulous. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air, as if someone had been struck by terror. "Is someone dead?" Andy wondered aloud, peering in the direction of the commotion. From a nearby thicket emerged a towering figure, at least 10 feet tall, sauntering towards them like a beast poised to devour. First years, over here, the giant bellowed, holding a lamp aloft and swinging it above the heads of the first-year wizards. Harry, come this way. Are you all right? And he sensed that Harry might not be faring so well. Unless one focused solely on appearances, an ordinary child might struggle to engage with Hermione. The giant continued. I'm Ruby Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. All first years, follow me. Any more first years? Watch your step. All first years, come with me. The young wizards exchanged glances, seemingly seeking courage from one another. With one timid first year stumbling to join Hagrid, the crowd slowly began to follow him. Goodness, he is enormous, Hermione remarked, inching closer to Andy, as if hoping to glean some first-hand insights. Floresco, Andy waved his wand, then quietly explained, he is likely a half-giant. Just keep that to yourself. They don't take kindly to that term. As the procession continued, Hagrid turned back, pointing ahead. Just around this bend, you'll soon behold Hogwarts for the first time. At the end of the narrow path lay a dark lake, and, on the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a high hill, its towers piercing the night sky, windows twinkling under the starlight. No more than 4 in each boat, Hagrid called, gesturing to the small boats at the water's edge. Andy, Hermione, and Neville boarded one boat, while Ron, glancing back, helped Harry into another. Andy noticed a platinum-haired boy along with a plump companion joining Harry and Ron in the same vessel. Hello, I'm Michael Corner. The last boy on Andy's boat introduced himself, a dark-haired lad. Greetings. They all exchanged pleasantries. Once all the young wizards were seated, the boats magically propelled themselves toward the castle. A profound silence enveloped them as they gazed at the towering edifice. As their boat approached the cliff where the castle stood, it seemed to hover just above them. How beautiful, Andy murmured. Hogwarts Castle exuded a certain elegance, and considering its millennia-old history, Andy found himself already yearning for the adventures of the next 7 years, even before classes had commenced. The boats continued onward, navigating a dark tunnel before arriving at a dock-like area. Hey, look, is this your toad? The young wizards disembarked, and Hagrid, checking the empty boats, discovered a golden-backed toad. Oh, thank goodness, Neville cried out in delight. It really showed up on its own, Hermione remarked, casting a glance at Andy. Andy tilted his head, thinking it likely that Neville had forgotten he even owned a toad. Hermione shot him a reproachful glance, but said nothing further, for she shared the same sentiment. The group followed Hagrid up a flight of stone steps, stopping before a massive oak door. Is everyone here? Hagrid called, raising a hefty fist to knock 3 times on the castle door. The door creaked open, revealing a tall witch clad in emerald robes, her expression stern, evoking memories of a strict headmistress from Andy's past life. First year's Professor McGonagall, Hagrid's voice sounded almost submissive. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. Without further ado, McGonagall stepped aside, and the young wizards quietly filed in behind her. Andy waved to signal Hermione, Neville, Ron, and Harry to gather closer. Then whispered, just loud enough for McGonagall to hear, Fred and George told me that Professor McGonagall has a tabby cat. Chapter 14. George and Fred's reputation sullied. McGonagall glanced back at Andy, who offered an awkward smile and promptly shut his mouth. After all, those were Fred and George's words. As for Harry and Ron, if he could fool one of them, it would be worth the risk. What if one of them was a cat lover? Moreover, many young wizards had overheard Andy's remark, and a few particularly bold ones might be tempted to pet McGonagall's cat. At Hogwarts, misfortune could befall anyone. Why not others? McGonagall led the first years to a small, empty room at the other end of the hall. They all crowded in, jostling against one another, nervously observing their surroundings. Welcome to Hogwarts, McGonagall announced. The feast is about to begin, but before you enter the Great Hall and take your seats, you must first determine which house you will join. The sorting ceremony is a profoundly significant ritual, for during your time at the school, the house will serve as your home. You will attend classes, reside, and spend your leisure hours alongside your fellow students within the house. All the young wizards fell into an anticipatory silence, their eyes nervously fixed on Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall continued, stating, the names of the 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a glorious history and has nurtured many exceptional wizards and witches. I hope you will excel during your time here, bringing honor to your house and ultimately winning the House Cup. However, be forewarned. Any violation of school rules will incur penalties, and in severe cases, expulsion from Hogwarts may follow. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony would commence before the entire faculty and student body. I suggest that while you wait, You tidy yourselves up a bit to appear more presentable. With that, Professor McGonagall's gaze flitted over Harry, Ron, and Draco. Andy followed her line of sight and glanced at them. What happened to you two? Andy inquired. Only now. Upon closer inspection, did he notice that Harry and Ron looked as if they had just returned from a battlefield, disheveled and weary, with Ron bearing a bruise on his face. It was Draco, Ron exclaimed, fuming. We shared a boat, but we gave him a good thrashing in return. As Professor McGonagall's eyes swept over them, Andy and the others promptly fell silent. Please maintain your composure while we wait, she instructed before exiting the room. Harry and Ron visibly relaxed, hastily adjusting their clothing to appear less disheveled. The impending sorting clearly heightened the anxiety among the young wizards. Harry curiously wondered, how can they accurately sort us into our houses? Ron mumbled uncertainly, I suppose there must be some sort of test. George and Fred have made it sound quite daunting, but I suspect they were just joking. Indeed, they were jesting. Andy chuckled softly. I exchanged a few words with George and Fred. You should know this, Ron. After their sorting, they merely lay in bed for one night, and by the next day, everything was fine. Thus, I believe the sorting does not inflict much harm upon us. Gulp. Ron swallowed hard. Harry's heart raced, and Neville trembled with anxiety, as if he were in a frenzy, standing there like a daze. Both the thought of undergoing a test before the entire school and the possibility of lying in bed injured were experiences they fervently wished to avoid. Didn't you claim to be unaware of the sorting details? Hermione scrutinized Andy skeptically. I truly do not know, Andy shrugged. However, George and Fred indeed lay in bed for an entire night post-sorting, but they were not in a hospital bed. Rather, it was the Gryffindor dormitory. A sense of apprehension rippled through the young wizards, and Hermione began to recite the spell she had studied. Andy, is there a spell that can be quickly learned? Ron turned to Andy, his demeanor fraught with tension. Andy patted Ron's shoulder. The lad seemed thoroughly terrified, and even if there were a suitable spell, it was far too late now. Suddenly, a few individuals let out sharp cries. What is that? Hermione clutched Andy's arm tightly, nearly gasping for breath. Do not panic. Those are ghosts, Andy reassured her. Though he had lived in the magical realm all his life, this was his first encounter with ghosts. Curiosity piqued within him. If circumstances permitted, he would have loved to slice a ghost for closer examination. Approximately 20 ghosts glided through the walls, translucent and pearl white, whispering to one another as they floated past the room. The young wizards were nearly paralyzed with fright. Fortunately, at that moment, Professor McGonagall returned, and the ghosts drifted away, slipping through the opposite wall and vanishing from sight. Now, line up in a single file, Professor McGonagall commanded, her gaze surveying the room, rendering the young wizards utterly silent. Follow me. After a brief commotion, the students formed a line, and Professor McGonagall led them out of the room, through the foyer, and past a pair of double doors into a grand hall. While it was described as grand, it was merely so by the standards of this era. Having resided in five-star hotels in his previous life, accustomed to the lavishness of the 21st century, Andy found Hogwarts Hall to be rather ordinary. The twinkling stars on the ceiling could easily be replicated by computer technology. The difference lay in magic and science. The two realms are challenging to compare in terms of superiority, as both are wondrous in their own right. The distinction fundamentally lies in science relying on external forces, while magic derives its power from within. Andy's gaze swept across the surroundings. The hall was adorned with thousands of floating candles, their flickering light casting an eerie yet enchanting atmosphere across the expansive space. The other Hogwarts students were already seated at the two sides of four long tables, adorned with gleaming golden plates and goblets. At the front of the hall, another long table was reserved for the faculty. Hogwarts boasted around 1,000 young wizards. Though Andy's cohort was slightly smaller in number, the figure of 1,000 students is the official data provided by Rowling. After all, the magical realm is a microcosm. One cannot expect the same number of children to be born each year. Chapter 15. Only two useless men remain. Professor McGonagall gently placed a four-legged stool before the first-year students, upon which she set an ancient and tattered wizard's hat. The hat was quite worn, patched, and exceedingly dirty. Is this the sorting hat? A magical version of artificial intelligence? Andy mused as he examined it with curiosity. Were it a robot, he might have merely glanced at it. However, this was a magical hat. Although it bore some resemblance to the functions of artificial intelligence, magic always seemed to possess an air of greater wonder. Suddenly, the hat began to twitch, its creases transforming it as if it sprouted two eyes and a mouth. All eyes in the hall were fixed on the hat, which then began to hum a tune. You might think me unattractive, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more beautiful than I shall consume myself. Come, wear me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, despite the lack of hands, you are absolutely safe. For I'm a thinking magical hat. After the hat concluded its song, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Everyone appeared to be quite gracious. And amidst the deafening claps, Andy could distinctly hear the whistles of George and Fred. He hoped that Professor McGonagall wouldn't exact her wrath upon them. The hat bowed to each of the 4 dining tables before coming to a halt. Oh, Andy gasped softly, turning his head to see Hermione glaring at him with an expression that suggested she might devour him whole. It was indeed George and Fred who had said it. Andy muttered, but I believe they merely spent a night in the dormitory after the sorting, not in the hospital wing. Oomph. Hermione huffed, her charming little face still puffed up in indignation. She was not convinced by Andy's explanation. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Andy. She had already taken note of this mischievous young wizard, who hardly resembled a model student. She sighed softly, feeling that the house cup was drifting further from Gryffindor's grasp this year. In her previous years as a student, such concerns hadn't weighed on her. But since becoming a professor, McGonagall had come to view Gryffindor as a refuge for wayward children. Each year, the most troublesome new students invariably found their way into Gryffindor. For this reason, McGonagall had long harbored a dissatisfaction with the sorting hat, especially given how atrociously it sang. Regaining her focus, McGonagall stepped forward, parchment in hand. I shall call the name of each student, and upon hearing their name, they shall don the hat and take a seat for sorting. She read from the scroll. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled forth from the line. As she placed the hat upon her head, it obscured her eyes just so. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. The far-right table erupted in applause, and the fat friar ghost waved cheerfully at her. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. The second table on the left erupted in applause as Terry walked to the long table, where several Ravenclaw students stood to shake his hand. The sorting proceeded swiftly, and before long, Andy heard McGonagall call his name. Andy Collins. He emptied his mind, employing a strategy he had devised long ago. Sitting on the stool, he placed the hat atop his head. To be honest, Andy felt somewhat foolish at that moment. Hey there, lad. You don't appear foolish at all. Let me see. You're quite talented, diligent in your studies, and brimming with enthusiasm for magic. I know just where you belong. Ravenclaw. Applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table, and Andy exhaled a sigh of relief as he carefully removed the hat and set it down on the stool. Although he was unsure of the hat's inner workings, his mind was filled with thoughts that belonged to a time far removed from this one. If it could be avoided, he certainly did not wish for the hat to delve into his thoughts. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. In truth, it mattered little to Andy which house he was placed in, as the knowledge imparted across all 4 houses was essentially the same. However, the atmosphere within a house could indeed influence one's experience. McGonagall cast a somewhat surprised glance at Andy. This mischievous young wizard was not sorted into Gryffindor. Had the hat aired? Yet perhaps it was for the best, at last. The hat had performed a service. Feeling McGonagall's gaze upon him, Andy turned to look, but she appeared unfazed as she continued with the sorting. That moment surely could not have been an illusion. Andy found himself taken aback. Could it be that McGonagall had discerned his unique talent? As he approached the Ravenclaw table, several older students warmly invited him to sit beside them. After expressing his gratitude, Andy took a seat at a random spot. The sorting continued, and soon it was time for someone he recognized. Hermione Granger. McGonagall called out. Hermione practically dashed to the stool, hurriedly placing the hat upon her head. This time, the sorting took quite a while, and Andy noticed Hermione seemingly whispering to the hat. After a couple of minutes, the hat proclaimed loudly, Ravenclaw. Phew. It was fortunate that Andy had not been drinking, or he might have spewed water across the table. What was happening? Hermione was not supposed to be in Ravenclaw. Was she? Andy suddenly became acutely aware that the butterfly effect triggered by his presence had begun to manifest. Yet, this development had little bearing on him. From the moment he had traversed into this new world, Andy had treated it as a realm wholly distinct from the film he had once seen in his past life. Since it was a new world, there was naturally no predetermined narrative. The saga of the Savior and Voldemort was merely another's tale, while Andy would carve out his own story. This world was vast, and even at the height of Voldemort's power, he had never seized the Ministry of Magic in England. The notion of a savior was indeed heavily embellished. Moreover, the original trio of saviors had already been derided by fans in Andy's previous life as Hermione and her 2 ineffectual companions. Now, with Hermione gone, only the 2 inept companions remained. How tragic. Wishing you the best of luck, Hermione said as she sat beside Andy amidst the applause. Welcome to Ravenclaw, Andy said with a light chuckle. Thank you, Hermione replied, lifting her chin with pride. I believe you're correct. A quieter study environment may indeed suit me better. The Sorting Hat suggested both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were suitable for me, but I chose Ravenclaw. Chapter 16. On the subject of Dark Dumbledore. I am an expert. Harry Potter. As Professor McGonagall called this name, the entire hall fell into an immediate hush, soon followed by a buzz of whispers as everyone discussed the legendary Harry Potter. Andy noticed Minnie standing up, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of the boy who had famously vanquished the Dark Lord. Even Dumbledore's gaze was fixed upon Harry, as if he were anticipating the sorting of Harry Potter. Though the prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Voldemort was a closely guarded secret in the Wizarding World, in Andy's former life, it had circulated widely, to the point where even those who had never read Harry Potter were familiar with it. Initially, Andy had found it puzzling that a wizard as formidable as Voldemort would place faith in a so-called prophecy. Yet at this moment, the pieces fell into place. It was Dumbledore who had believed it. Consider this. A once obscure witch, though Trelawney hailed from a family of seers, she was indeed rather unknown. A prophecy foretold the demise of the formidable Dark Lord Voldemort. By the standards of a conventional narrative, Voldemort should have delivered a swift Avada Kedavra to the seer. However, the very witch who uttered the prophecy was appointed as the divination professor at Hogwarts by none other than Dumbledore himself. This was utterly unexpected. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's unwavering belief in the absurdity of that prophecy, Voldemort scoffed. Very well, I shall believe it too, he mused. This phenomenon is what one might call the celebrity effect. Naturally, Andy was more eager than anyone for the prophecy to prove true. Even if the world had been thrown into chaos by the butterfly effect, the prophecy could still manifest. For in doing so, Andy could comfortably delegate Voldemort to Harry, while she herself could remain on the sidelines, quietly enjoying the spectacle. The sorting ceremony for Harry Potter had been underway for quite some time, with Harry whispering to the Sorting Hat until, after an eternity, the hat finally proclaimed, "Gryffindor, we have Potter, we have Potter." The cheers from the Gryffindor table reverberated through the great hall as they rushed to shake Harry's hand, reveling in their newfound pride. Andy's gaze swept across the staff table. All the professors appeared elated, with Dumbledore wearing a look of contentment as he observed the scene. Yet, there was Severus Snape, whose already sour visage seemed to darken further. To him, Harry Potter appeared not as a boy, but rather as a maggot wallowing in a cesspool, a sight too repugnant to bear. As the sorting of all the first years concluded, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Dumbledore rose, a beaming smile adorning his face as he looked upon the students, arms outstretched, as if nothing delighted him more than the sight of a gathering of eager young minds. "Welcome," Dumbledore declared. "Welcome to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. That is imbeciles, crybabies, dregs, twists. Thank you all." Dumbledore resumed his seat. Andy mused that the leaders of her previous life could greatly benefit from Dumbledore's mastery of speech, for even his reprimands were more eloquent than the incessant droning of others. Hermione poked Andy with a finger, hesitantly voicing, "Is he perhaps a bit?" She gestured toward Dumbledore with her eyes, while mimicking a gesture indicating something amiss in his mind. The implication was clear. Is Dumbledore's mind a tad unhinged? Andy nodded in affirmation. After all, Dumbledore was over a century old. One must be forgiving of his eccentricities. Whatever he uttered, they would simply go along with it. For a centenarian, what more could one expect? Andy remarked. As long as he can feed himself, that is already commendable. I half expected him to be wearing dentures. Given that Hermione's parents were dentists, she reasoned that a man of Dumbledore's age would likely have lost all his teeth long ago. Amidst their conversation, a cornucopia of delectable dishes suddenly appeared upon the long table. Roas bes, roas tiken, pork copes, lamb copes, sapsakes, steaks, boiled potatoes, bucket potatoes, tips, Yorkshire pudding, peasots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some bizarre reason, mint-hard candies graced the table. Having endured 11 years of British cuisine, Andy could begrudgingly accept this feast. Though she yearned for Chinese food, she was unwilling to expose her differences for the sake of a fleeting craving, especially since she had never encountered such delicacies in this life. The abundance of food invigorated the atmosphere, as goblets clinked and laughter filled the air, with everyone sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives. Once everyone had satiated their appetites, the remnants of the feast vanished from the table, leaving it pristine once more. Shortly thereafter, desserts arrived, featuring an array of ice creams and confections. Andy commended Hogwarts for its commendable dining experience. As a tuition-free institution, the quality of the meals was exceedingly generous. She felt that the cost of her meals for the academic year could easily cover the expenses of 3 uniform sets, her wand, and textbooks. Hermione was engrossed in conversation with the prefect Penelope Clearwater regarding the new students' assignments. As a proud young witch hailing from the Muggle world, she was determined not to fall behind her peers, especially after encountering Andy, a model student who had practiced every spell 1,000 times. After the last of the desserts disappeared, Dumbledore stood once more, restoring quiet to the once raucous hall. Now that everyone is well fed and refreshed, I have a few more words to share. At the onset of the term, I wish to address several important matters. First-year students, please take heed. The forest adjacent to the school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. This is a reminder for some of our older students as well. Andy had already gleaned some information about the Forbidden Forest from the twins. Regardless, she had no intention of venturing there during her first year. Dumbledore continued, "Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks." Andy had anticipated this, as Hogwarts boasted numerous abandoned rooms. One could easily find a suitable place to practice magic. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students interested in representing their house should contact Madam Hooch. Quidditch did not appeal to Andy. Lastly, I must caution everyone. If you wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a painful demise, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Andy astutely noted the distinction in Dumbledore's wording, contrasting it with the prohibition concerning the Forbidden Forest. The former warned of accidents and suffering, while the latter explicitly forbade entry. Chapter 17. You may soon find yourself dead. Andy raised his hand to signal. Dumbledore appeared taken aback, but smiled nonetheless, saying, "Mr. Collins seems to have a question." "Headmaster Dumbledore, if I were to express a desire for an unfortunate accident leading to my painful demise, would that imply I could enter?" Andy quipped. Having grown accustomed to teasing Isabel at home, Andy realized this habit needed some refinement. Laughter erupted in the hall as all the young wizards turned to Andy, curious as to who dared to challenge Dumbledore. Hermione shot Andy a reproachful glare, already aware of his mischievous nature. Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, exhaled in relief, her gaze shifting toward Professor Flitwick, hinting at a mixture of schadenfreude and empathy, as she seemed eager to witness how he would handle a cheeky student. Dumbledore paused for a moment, casting a glance at Andy, recognizing him as a rather astute young wizard. Dumbledore smiled serenely and remarked, "In the unfortunate event of such an occurrence, I would regrettably have to inform your parents to come to the school to collect your remains. Is it a threat?" And he blinked, hoping someone would notice he was being threatened. "If there are no further inquiries, let us join together in singing the school anthem before bedtime," Dumbledore continued. Andy observed that the expressions of all the professors seemed to freeze at that moment. The school anthem? It appeared that this scene was absent from the films. Andy felt a flicker of anticipation. With a gentle wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long, golden ribbon that spiraled above the hall like a serpent. Forming lines of text, "Everyone may choose their preferred melody," Dumbledore declared, akin to a conductor. "Ready, sing?" All the students and faculty burst into song. At that moment, Andy's sole thought was, how could I have forgotten my camera? If he could capture the image of all the professors singing the school anthem, he believed the Daily Prophet would surely offer an exorbitant price for it. His second thought was that if he did so, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a collaborative assassination by the professors of Hogwarts. "Isabel, you have cursed me." Andy gritted his teeth in resentment, as he had grown accustomed to teasing the little girl, leading him to want to jest at everything he saw. This habit must change. After the anthem concluded, the young wizards, led by the prefects, exited the hall. "Watch out for those moving staircases. Do not stray too far to the sides, nor take the wrong direction," the female prefect Penelope explained. The ever-changing staircases of Hogwarts were suggested and personally designed by one of the founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. Upon hearing this, Andy mused. This implies that Ravenclaw must be the most formidable witch among the 4 founders. "What makes you say that?" Hermione inquired curiously. "I have never encountered any records regarding the strengths of the 4 founders in the book Hogwarts, a history." Other young witches and wizards, including the 2 prefects, also turned their inquisitive gazes towards Andy. Was it possible that Andy possessed some insider knowledge they were unaware of? Merely knowing by reading is insufficient. You must learn to think critically. Andy pretended to admonish Hermione, and then, under her displeased gaze, explained, "Consider this. Ravenclaw designed the school's staircases in such a manner and was not eliminated by the other 3 founders. Does that not indicate Ravenclaw's superiority?" Hermione's expression darkened as she glared at Andy and retorted, "I do not know if Ravenclaw would be slain, but I suspect you might soon find yourself in danger." Andy provocatively glanced at Hermione. "Solo?" Hermione was nearly exasperated. Yet, Penelope seemed to agree with Andy's assertion, finding a semblance of logic in the speculation. As each year, countless young wizards wished to eliminate the staircase's designer. As they traversed the dynamic staircases, the group ascended to the pinnacle of Ravenclaw Tower. A grand wooden door bore a massive bronze eagle knocker. Penelope gently rapped 3 times, and the knocker emitted a mysterious sound. What is not a crime to steal? A smile, Penelope swiftly responded. Other houses have fixed passwords, but we do not. As long as you can answer the knocker's question, there is no standard answer. If you can persuade it, you may enter. After explaining the method to access the dormitory, Penelope led the first-year young wizards into the common room of Ravenclaw. It was a spacious, circular chamber adorned with elegant, arched windows. Being situated at the top of the tower, the windows offered a breathtaking view of the distant landscape. The common room was draped with many blue and bronze silks, and the ceiling bore a resemblance to the Great Hall, sprinkled with twinkling stars. The room featured large tables and chairs, rows of bookshelves, and across from the entrance stood a white marble statue of Ravenclaw, standing before the young wizards. Penelope recounted the history of Ravenclaw House and the notable wizards that hailed from it, exhaling deeply in relief once she finished, before turning to join her companions as they headed into the girls' dormitory. See you tomorrow. Andy waved to Hermione. On the first day of school. You'd best not be late, Hermione huffed, following a group of young witches into the girls' dormitory. The dormitory had already been assigned. Andy entered the room, located his bed marked with his name, and discovered that his luggage had already been delivered. Hello, I am Andy Collins. He introduced himself to his roommates. I know you. Oh, I'm Anthony Goldstein, Anthony said excitedly. You are quite the daredevil. Do you truly wish to venture down that corridor on the 4th floor? Are you interested in joining me? Andy noted that regardless of house affiliations, the young wizards exhibited a remarkable enthusiasm for adventure. Of course, but I shall wait until I am thoroughly prepared, Andy replied. After all, boasting did not contravene any school regulations. Hello, I am Terry Boot. Oh, I am Michael Corner. Nice to meet you. Andy turned to Michael. I remember you. We share the same boat. Well, I believe we ought to tidy up our belongings and then wash up before bed, Andy concluded. He was grateful for Hermione's reminder to avoid being late the following day, as he might find himself in detention with a certain potions professor on his second day at Hogwarts. Andy picked up the timetable on his nightstand. Tomorrow morning, we have 2 potions classes with Hufflepuff. I have insider information that Professor Snape shows favoritism towards Slytherin. Andy felt as though he had unwittingly disparaged all the professors of Hogwarts, yet he reassured himself that they were not in Gryffindor. So Professor Snape would generally not target them too harshly. Chapter 18. A potions class without targeting? Ding ding ding. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Andy's bedside alarm clock rang punctually. Ugh. Andy, without even opening his eyes, casually turned off the alarm and prepared to drift back into slumber. Ding ding ding. The alarm continued to chime, and Andy grabbed the clock, squinting at it. What? 1T turn off? Groggily, he sat up in bed to discern the situation. Suddenly, the alarm sound ceased. Andy surveyed his surroundings and realized he was no longer in his bedroom at home, but in the boys' dormitory of Ravenclaw. This alarm clock was a magical item. Its off switch was merely a facade. It would only cease ringing once Andy rose from his slumber. Huh. Andy let out a long yawn, reluctantly got out of bed, and, wearing his slippers, walked to the bathroom to freshen up. After spending 5 minutes tidying himself, Andy returned to the dormitory to find his 3 roommates still indulging in their slumber. Terry, Michael, Anthony, rise and shine. It is already past 8, and our class commences at 9, Andy urged, attempting to rouse his roommates from slumber. He felt he had exercised enough patience. Without further concern for their fate, Andy donned his Hogwarts uniform, seized his textbooks, and departed the dormitory. The Great Hall was situated on the 1st floor, while the potions classroom resided in the basement, an almost fortuitous alignment. With ample time at his disposal, Andy resolved to familiarize himself with the castle staircase, for he would be residing here for 7 years. It would be quite absurd not to know his way around. Descending the stairs, he figured he could inquire for directions from any passing ghost, and thus he took about 10 minutes to reach the Great Hall on the 1st floor. Upon arriving at the Ravenclaw table, Andy discovered that Hermione had not only arrived ahead of him, but had already finished her breakfast. She was engrossed in magical drafts and potions, diligently reviewing for the upcoming class. Indeed, while other young wizards may have considered this preparation, for Hermione, it was merely a revision. How industrious! Andy seamlessly took a seat beside Hermione, taking a bite of pumpkin pasty as he greeted her. Good morning. Good morning, Hermione replied, her eyes still fixed on her book. Haven't you already memorized the textbook? Andy inquired casually. Why are you up so early poring over it? Indeed, Hermione responded earnestly. With our first class approaching, I believe it would be prudent to review the material once more. Andy understood Hermione's scholarly approach quite well. After all, she was the model student. However, such methods seemed less effective in the magical realm. Very well then, best of luck. Andy resumed his meal. Hermione shot him a glance. Aren't you going to review as well? I've already skimmed the textbook before school, Andy replied after swallowing his food. I'm more of a hands-on learner. Rather than spending time reading, I could be experimenting with brewing a potion myself. Hermione's curiosity piqued. She asked, "Did you succeed?" "Not at all," Andy responded nonchalantly. After finishing breakfast, Andy sat in a contemplative daze. Though he had been awake for some time, a lingering drowsiness enveloped him. This was a familiar experience from his days at home. Usually, after about half an hour, he would feel more alert. At 8:40, his 3 roommates entered the hall. They intended to join him, but upon seeing him seated with Hermione, they exchanged knowing, mischievous smiles. Andy waved at them, but had no intention of moving. After all, what could possibly be more entertaining than a little girl, right? 10 minutes later, Hermione closed her book and stood up, addressing Andy. Class begins in 10 minutes. Are you planning to continue daydreaming here? The potions classroom, located in the castle's basement, was considerably colder than the main building. However, in September, the basement offered a refreshing coolness. Upon entering the classroom, Andy surveyed his surroundings. The dimly lit walls were lined with jars containing preserved animal specimens, evoking a sense of unease. A long wooden table was adorned with brass scales and an assortment of ingredients in various containers, amidst which stood over 20 cauldrons. In the corner, a stone basin presumably served as a hand-washing station. Andy and Hermione found a suitable spot to sit. At precisely 9 o'clock, Severus Snape strode into the classroom, clad in an expansive black cloak. He moved briskly to the front, squinting as he scanned the room, before picking up the attendance register to call names. You are here to study the intricate discipline and rigorous craft of potion making. Snape's voice, barely above a whisper, resonated clearly in the hushed room. Given the absence of frivolous wand-waving, many of you may not perceive this as magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the enchanting essence of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors. Nor will you comprehend the wondrous power of a liquid coursing through human veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to gain prestige, concoct honor, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the imbeciles I frequently encounter. As Snape concluded his opening remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. Collins, Snape suddenly called out. If I were to ask you to procure a bezoar, where would you go to find one? He inquired. Are you attempting to exploit me? Andy retorted. If you provide me with a sum of galleons, I could fetch one from Diagon Alley. Perhaps I could even make a tidy profit. He continued, if you don't pay me, I could extract one from a goat's stomach, but you'll need to supply the goat. Snape let out a cold snort and responded in a menacing tone. There is no need for such superfluous dialogue in answering questions. If I were to add a hedgehog's spine to a potion for scabies without extinguishing the flame, what do you think would happen? Initially, Andy considered making another quip, but, upon catching Snape's icy glare, opted for honesty. The potion would dissolve the cauldron, emitting an acrid, green smoke, accompanied by a sharp hissing sound. The spilled potion would be corrosive, causing painful, swollen welts upon contact with skin. Snape cast a discerning glance at the rest of the class. Why aren't you all taking notes? This is one of the most common mistakes made when brewing a scabies potion. The sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the air. Snape continued, Today, I will teach you a simple potion for treating scabies. As he spoke, he waved his wand, and the blackboard filled with the specific steps for brewing the potion. Chapter 19. The Exemplary Professor Snape. As a professor at Hogwarts, while his ethical standards may be debatable, his teaching prowess is undeniably exceptional. Andy had a potions master at home, and he occasionally assisted with simple potion ingredients, thus he possessed a fair understanding of the subject. However, Helen's potion making was largely formulaic, profitable, yet hardly exquisite. Snape, on the other hand, had a profound understanding of the properties of each ingredient. Moreover, he had made various adjustments to the brewing process based on the unique characteristics of each component. Some changes simplified the process, while others enhanced the quality of the potions. Although the potion for treating scabies was merely a straightforward concoction, Snape explained it with remarkable detail. In his words, anyone who was not a fool could brew it successfully. If one were to find fault with Snape's class, it might be his rather dismal personal demeanor. And he glanced around and noted that many young wizards appeared apprehensive, likely struggling to comprehend what Snape was articulating. Fortunately, Andy was an adult at heart. It was one thing for children to fear their teachers, but adults should not find themselves intimidated by authority figures. Do not speak of fearing the teacher. Were there a young and enchanting female instructor at Hogwarts, Andy would dare to express his affections through love letters. As for the knowledge regarding the potion for treating scabies, I shall expound no further. Snape maintained his usual languid tone, with all the steps meticulously inscribed on the blackboard and the materials laid out upon the laboratory table. Now in pairs, the students could commence their operations. The young wizards gazed at Snape in bewilderment. Was that truly a lesson he delivered, rather than a horror story? The steps are on the blackboard. Hence, there should be no issue. The young wizards may not excel at other tasks, but they are unparalleled at transcribing answers. With the answers provided on the board, how could we possibly err? This is an underestimation of our capabilities. Andy cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, silently suggesting they pair up. Hermione, with an air of pride, subtly inclined her head. Andy ignited the cauldron and began to brew the potion according to the instructions on the board. Hermione, being an academic prodigy, might struggle with innovation. Yet if tasked with reciting a tome in its entirety, she would not falter on a single word. Brewing potions closely resembles cooking. Two individuals following the same recipe may yield vastly different results. The same holds true for potion making. Even if each student adhered to Snape's prescribed steps, the outcomes could be dramatically disparate, particularly for novices. 10 minutes elapsed, and Snape, like a spectral presence, glided through the classroom, his ominous voice pinpointing each young wizard's erroneous actions. However, this proved futile, as each student called out by Snape would, in turn, commit an even greater blunder. Snape would then regard them with a look of incredulity, tauntingly highlighting their new mistakes while deducting points from their respective houses. Godstein, I should have made you note this down. The porcupine quills must be added only after extinguishing the flame. Ravenclaw will lose a point for this. Andy's roommate was not spared either. Anthony Godstein, clutching the porcupine quills, stared intently at the cauldron. Despite Snape having pointed out his error, Anthony appeared utterly bewildered, as if ensnared in a stupor, oblivious to his next course of action. Andy stole a glance at Anthony, who trembled, on the verge of tears. Snape seemed to finally take notice of Andy's group, approaching from behind and scrutinizing their work intently. Andy could distinctly sense Hermione's tension rising. Fortunately, unlike her peers, Hermione thrived under pressure, determined to be an exemplary student. The greater the burden imposed by the teacher, the more her potential was ignited. Andy kept a watchful eye on Hermione and noted with relief that she did not make a single mistake. After observing for a while, Snape eventually drifted away, as if bereft of his amusement, not once casting another glance at Andy's group for the remainder of the lesson. Frankly, based solely on Snape's conduct, he could be considered a model educator at Hogwarts. His explanations were thorough, and he possessed a profound understanding of potion theory. Throughout the students' practical endeavors, Snape remained vigilant, incessantly moving about the room to promptly correct errors. He was unafraid of toil or fatigue, brimming with passion. Yet when one factors in Snape's unique demeanor, the reality was that the young wizards felt as though they were attending class in a sinister laboratory, the atmosphere thick with foreboding, sending shivers down their spines. The professor's guidance felt akin to a demonic whisper, as though one were being drawn into the depths of hell. Professor Snape, we have completed our potion. Hermione promptly raised her hand to signal him. Snape, draped in his flowing black cloak, approached, first glancing at Andy and Hermione before bending to inspect the potion. The hue and aroma of the concoction were impeccable. While it may not have been a masterpiece, such a simple potion rarely warranted extensive study, as long as it met the requisite standards. Had this been a typical teacher, seeing such capable students as Andy and Hermione would have likely elicited fondness. Instead, Snape merely acknowledged them with a curt HM, instructing them to bottle their potion before departing without a backward glance, leaving behind a solitary remark. Ravenclaw gains a point. Hermione appeared somewhat disheartened. Andy whispered, "That's just how Professor Snape is. He tends to be rather stern." To prevent dampening the young witch's enthusiasm for learning, Andy stifled his harsher thoughts about Snape. He had gleaned some intelligence regarding Snape from the Weasley twins. According to their portrayal, Snape's demeanor comprised a blend of mockery, aloofness, indifference, and a particular disdain for Gryffindor. While he seldom awarded points to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, he was loath to deduct points indiscriminately. However, for Gryffindor, Snape would seize every opportunity to impose penalties, even fabricating reasons when none existed. Indeed, the young witch quickly accepted Andy's justification, murmuring, "It seems you are not lying this time." "What?" Andy replied, bewildered, pondering the impression he had left on the young girl. "How have I deceived you?" "I meant when you claimed to be practical," Hermione clarified. Chapter 20. I shall sail through the ocean of knowledge. At noon, the 2-hour potion class finally drew to a close. All the young wizards fled the classroom as if escaping peril, only exhaling a collective sigh of relief once they had distanced themselves, inhaling the fresh air outside. That was terrifying. I could hardly bear to look at Professor Snape. His presence was suffocating, as if I were on the brink of collapse, remarked a Hufflepuff student, his expression one of relief. Others nodded in agreement. The good news is, we shan't have potion class again this week, an exuberant Ravenclaw student declared. What splendid news it was, especially as they were about to partake in lunch. The announcement made them feel as though they could indulge in an extra helping. Oomph. Such comments are entirely uncalled for. Hermione, walking alongside Andy, expressed her indignation. Professor Snape is so diligent and dedicated, tirelessly correcting their mistakes. Although he may appear stern, they ought not to speak of him in such a manner. Andy shot her a glance. Thank goodness you didn't end up in Gryffindor. Otherwise, you might have set Snape's robes ablaze. Surely you agree? Hermione sought to forge an alliance. Ah, yes, Andy replied absent-mindedly. But do not be upset. As they mature, they will come to understand Professor Snape's merits. You are quite right. Hermione nodded in agreement, then looked at Andy with a hint of curiosity. What are you thinking about? Nothing much, Andy replied. Let's hurry and grab a bite to eat. Afterward, I plan to spend some time in the library. I would like to visit the library as well. I've heard that Hogwarts boasts the largest collection of books in all of Britain. Hermione's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the mention of the library. Not just in Britain, but throughout the entire magical community in Europe, Andy elaborated. Hogwarts is the first magical school ever established globally, with a history spanning over a millennium. It houses the most extensive collection of magical literature in the Wizarding World. Curious, Hermione inquired, are there many other magical schools around the world? Certainly, Andy responded. I don't know the specifics, but there are at least a dozen renowned institutions, along with numerous lesser-known magical schools. As they conversed, Andy and Hermione arrived at the Great Hall on the first floor. Hey, Andy! Ron and Harry were seated at the Gryffindor table, deeply engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Ron, with his keen eyes, immediately spotted Andy. You're done with classes already? I was surprised to see you here, Andy said as he approached. We didn't have any classes this morning, Ron explained. But we have herbology with Hufflepuff this afternoon, followed by a history of magic class tonight. Harry, with a hint of curiosity, asked, what did you study this morning? He was actually more interested in how classes at the magical school felt, but felt somewhat shy as he and Andy were not yet well acquainted. We had 2 potions classes, Andy replied. With Snape, Ron said, a conspiratorial look on his face. I heard from George that Snape is quite partial to Slytherin. Didn't he give you a hard time, did he? Not really, Andy stated honestly. I think Professor Snape, while rather strict, possesses an impressive depth of knowledge. Perhaps George was just trying to scare you. They often do that. Ron seemed somewhat convinced, but Harry felt that Snape had a peculiar disdain for him. After all, the look Snape had given him on sorting day was very unsettling. All right, I'm off to eat, Andy said, waving goodbye to the two as he turned towards the Ravenclaw table. Ron shrugged. Andy has always loved reading. We're neighbors, and whenever I go to visit him, he is always in his study with a book. Harry glanced back at Andy, who was already seated at the Ravenclaw table, engaged in conversation with a brown-haired witch. Ron followed Harry's gaze, not surprised at all. They were of the same ilk, both passionate about their books. At the Ravenclaw table, Andy was in high spirits, discussing a myriad of topics with Hermione. Initially, he had been troubled by how to subtly distance himself from the trio of heroes after arriving at Hogwarts. But just moments ago, he had keenly observed that Ron clearly preferred conversing with Harry. It made sense. After all, the academically challenged and the high achiever belonged to entirely different worlds. One focused solely on play, and the other solely on study. Once they had finished lunch, Hermione eagerly expressed her desire to visit the library and expand her knowledge. Andy readily agreed, knowing full well how precious his time was. Although 7 years seemed like an eternity, thoroughly exploring Hogwarts' vast collection of books was likely an insurmountable task. Having been granted the opportunity to enter the magical world, Andy was determined to devote all his energy to the study of magic. This was not only his personal ambition, but also tied to his system. Only by diligently enhancing his talents could he grow stronger within the limited time available. The library at Hogwarts is situated on the 2nd floor of the castle, boasting the most comprehensive collection of magical texts in the entire European wizarding community. From leisurely reading to profound tomes on forbidden magic, it truly had it all. Upon his first visit to the library, Andy was astounded by the sheer volume of books. The library housed thousands of shelves and hundreds of narrow aisles, each shelf lined with thousands of magical tomes. Here, one could find every spell one wished to learn. Andy was eager to dive into the ocean of knowledge. What book do you plan to read? Hermione inquired. as they strolled through the narrow aisles between the shelves. The abundance of books left them both unsure of where to begin. Perhaps something related to spells? Andy mused. He needed to enhance his abilities in spell casting, transfiguration, dark arts, alchemy, and divination to increase his system's potential points. Dark arts were not an option for the time being. Given that the British magical community had just endured the ravages of Voldemort, the environment was highly averse to anything related to dark magic. Anything associated with it would be deemed malevolent. Even if Andy wished to study dark arts, he could only do so in secret, without anyone discovering his pursuits. Moreover, alchemy was rather esoteric, and Andy's aptitude for divination was non-existent. Even if he desired to learn, he would first need to acquire some talent. In contrast, the study of spells offered a plethora of options, and through diligent practice, he could enhance his abilities while simultaneously boosting the system's potential points. A veritable win-win situation. What do you think of this book? Hermione asked, pulling a tome from the shelf. Chapter 21. The Magical Theories of Pandora. Is that from Modern Spell Theory? Andy noted. I have a copy of Fundamentals of Spell Theory at home, but these two books are penned by different authors. Glancing at the author's name, he was taken aback to find it was Pandora Lovegood, his neighbor. When Andy was 8 years old, Pandora Lovegood tragically passed away during a spell experiment, and he had attended her funeral with his parents. Flipping through the pages casually, he decided, I shall read this one first. What about you? Have you chosen your book? Hermione pulled a hefty volume from the shelf. I have a history of magic class this afternoon, so I want to familiarize myself with some of the renowned wizards throughout history. And he glanced at the book, which detailed famous wizards over the past millennium, certainly the type he would never choose to read. Let us go. Hermione tilted her head. Perhaps due to the recent start of the term, the library was largely devoid of students. The two found a quiet spot to sit and read in peace. As Andy flipped through a few pages, he realized that Hogwarts Library was indeed a treasure trove. There were countless books on spell theory available on the market, each author offering unique perspectives, with varying emphases in their explanations. Modern spell theory could be regarded as a comprehensive overview of contemporary spells, not focusing on any specific incantation, but rather discussing the elements involved in casting spells. The book began by exploring the influence of emotions on the potency of spells. The invocation of spells necessitates not only the utterance of incantations and the execution of specific gestures, but also the emotional state of the caster as a crucial complement. In numerous instances, extreme emotions can significantly amplify the potency of a spell. The term murmur, which Andy had encountered in the book A Study on the Development of Ancient Sorcery, refers to the product of a novice wizard's negative emotions merging with magical energy. It seems imperative to enhance the attribute of mind, Andy mused. Many assert that Voldemort is the most formidable dark wizard of the century, with some even proclaiming him the most powerful dark wizard in history. While such claims may possess a semblance of exaggeration, Voldemort's might is indisputable. His dark magic is so potent that one might wonder if it stems from the complete corruption of his soul. Andy speculated that an evil heart, when paired with dark magic, could indeed amplify its strength. However, the truth is likely more complex. Thus far, Andy only knew that Dumbledore and Voldemort represented the pinnacle of the magical realm, yet the secrets behind their immense power remained an enigma to him. One thing is certain. The answers to their formidable secrets must lie within the restricted section. Perhaps those secrets are concealed within the pages of a tome. Andy settled down to continue his reading, and an hour and a half swiftly elapsed. Andy, you have 15 minutes until class. Hermione reminded him. I know, Andy replied, closing the book. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to skip the history of magic class altogether. Regrettably, it was a required course, and ditching on the very first day of school would undoubtedly leave a poor impression on the professors. After completing the borrowing process with Madame Pants, the librarian, Andy and Hermione departed the library. The history of magic classroom was also located on the second floor, sparing them the trouble of navigating the restless staircases. Ravenclaw's history of magic class was conducted alongside Slytherin. The reputation of Slytherin House was somewhat tarnished, largely due to its association with Gryffindor. Not only the Voldemort incident, but many significant events throughout the history of the magical world saw Slytherin cast in the role of the antagonist, while Gryffindor emerged as the symbol of justice. This has led to frequent altercations between the students of the two houses. For Gryffindors, the perception is that if one loses points for fighting a Slytherin, one is hailed as a hero, provided victory is attained. The result of such conflicts is that Slytherin generally refrains from antagonizing the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, as facing hostility from one house is already burdensome enough. They have no desire to be targeted by two. At 2 in the afternoon, a translucent ghost of pearl white floated through the wall. Professor Binns, a ghost, appeared to be quite ancient. According to official accounts, Professor Binns, while still alive, had inadvertently left his body behind in the staff room one day while heading to class, and he found himself thoroughly disillusioned by this lesson. Many of the ghosts within the castle possessed intriguing personalities, but Professor Binns was evidently not among them. His voice was drab and monotonous as he droned on from the text. The entire class was lulled into a stupor, occasionally snapping back to take note of a date or name before slipping back into a semi-conscious state. Even Hermione, typically a diligent student, struggled to maintain her focus in Professor Binns' class, and he had even spotted her pinching her thigh to stay awake. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to the spirit of self-motivation akin to hanging one's head or pricking oneself with a needle. Andy resolved to abandon this course. History of magic. With a pen in hand, I could create history. This class bears little impact on magic itself. A cursory glance at the text before exams would suffice for a passing grade. He retrieved Modern Spell Theory, a book he had borrowed from the library, and began to peruse its pages. In addition to discussing the influence of emotions on spell potency, it presented a refreshing perspective. Modern spells are derived from contemporary languages. What, then, of ancient magic? Furthermore, every nation possesses its unique language, yet disparate languages can invoke the same spell. Does this imply that language and gestures are not requisite for casting spells? Novice wizards may exhibit unstable magical energy, yet during moments of magical surges, they can manifest their desires without the need for wands. Many powerful wizards are capable of casting spells wandlessly, and some can even perform simple magic without a wand. Does this suggest that learning and mastering magic is merely a process of rediscovering our inherent magical instincts? Of course, the book merely broached this theory, and even its author was unable to cast spells wandlessly. To Andy's surprise, he found that the author shared many philosophical similarities with himself, albeit regrettably. The author had long since passed away. Pandora. Andy had heard tales of Pandora's box. Is this a caution against unwarranted experimentation? The magical realm is rife with fated occurrences, and many prophecies have proven unexpectedly accurate. Andy decided to heed the guidance of fate until his magical prowess reached a certain level. He would refrain from undertaking perilous magical experiments. However, come Christmas, a visit to the Lovegood household could be in order. Andy mused. On second thought, perhaps not. After all, broaching the subject of someone's deceased spouse or mother could be deemed rather impolite. Chapter 22. The first opening of Pandora's spellbox. Although his visitation plans were temporarily shelved, the matter remained etched in Andy's mind. From this book, it was evident that Pandora Lovegood was a master of spells, possessing profound insights into incantations. Her ideas, while seemingly fantastical compared to others, resonated deeply with Andy's understanding of magic. Should he acquire her research materials? They would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. After enduring, or rather, dozing through a history of magic class, Ravenclaw concluded its day as lessons. From this moment until the lights out at 8 in the evening, all time was free for activities. Andy, are you heading to the library? Hermione inquired as she gathered her notes. The library was filled with so many volumes awaiting her attention. It would be quite disrespectful not to peruse them. I'll go this evening. I need to write home first and then find an empty classroom to practice spells, Andy replied, organizing his textbooks and shrinking them with a spell before stowing them in the pocket of his wizarding robe. Hermione paused for a moment. She had initially intended to go directly to the library, but witnessing Andy's adept spellcasting made her realize that practicing magic was evidently also quite necessary. However, the young witch felt somewhat shy about proposing it outright. Shall we go together? Andy offered. All right, Hermione said, putting on a reluctant expression, but after a moment's hesitation. She nodded. After finishing his letter home, Andy led Hermione to an abandoned classroom on the 6th floor of the castle. How shall we practice? Hermione glanced around, drew her wand, yet found herself at a loss for what to do next. Although she had dabbled in magic at home, her experiences were predominantly superficial, lacking in-depth study or deliberate practice. Mastering magic, of course, was not merely a matter of mindlessly waving a wand. Andy, seasoned in this regard, explained that one must first become proficient in spell casting, followed by targeting fixed objects, then moving targets, and ultimately enhancing the finesse of the spells. Proficiency? The initial training steps were fairly comprehensible, but Hermione struggled to grasp the concept of enhancing spell proficiency. How could one elucidate such a notion? Andy pondered for a moment before waving his wand and softly uttering, Incendio! A fierce burst of flame erupted from the tip of his wand, forming a fireball that circled the classroom under Andy's control, only to extinguish itself once the magical energy waned. Is this what you mean by proficiency? Hermione inquired. She could indeed cast the spell, but could only produce a small flicker of flame that extinguished quickly if it failed to adhere to a surface. Indeed, Andy explained, not only the fire-making spell, but other incantations can also be manipulated according to our will. In my youth, I attended a wizard duel competition with my parents, where formidable wizards often employed combination spells, such as transfiguring flames into various forms. Hermione's interest was evidently piqued. So what should I do now? Let us begin with the simplest of spells, the Lumos charm. You must attempt to project the light from the tip of your wand, Andy advised. If you can master this step, subsequent exercises will be considerably easier. Understood? Hermione nodded, then asked, and what will you practice? I wish to endeavor to infuse my emotions into my magic, much like this. As Andy spoke, he waved his wand. Petri Ficus Totalis, he declared. This is the standard petrification spell, Andy elucidated. Calming himself, he envisioned an individual he found particularly disagreeable before chanting, Petri Ficus Totalis. Hermione remarked with an impassive expression. It seems there is no discernible difference. Indeed, it is challenging, or perhaps my emotional state is not appropriate. With that, Andy fell into contemplation, not wishing to disturb him. Hermione retreated to a corner of the classroom to practice the technique of projecting the Lumos charm. The petrification spell is the most basic form of offensive magic, one that even a first-year witch, such as Hermione, could master. As a form of white magic, casting the petrification spell requires not only the incantation and gesture, but also a desire to attack. Is my emotional intensity insufficient? Yet, emotions are notoriously difficult to control. What is false remains false, never to become true. Andy reflected upon the contents of the book, Modern Magical Theory, which posited that wizards could amplify their spell's potency under extreme emotional states. Thus, is it the extreme emotion that is crucial, or the unstable magical energy it invokes? Just as young wizards can manifest their desires amid a surge of magical power, perhaps both are equally significant. Andy attempted to interpret magic from a broader perspective. Undoubtedly, Harry Potter is a children's book, its theme revolving around love and friendship. Harry's survival from Voldemort's killing curse was a testament to his mother's love. Love itself is an emotion, a form of spiritual strength. Setting aside the fairy tale aspect of the narrative, let us return to reality. Harry's mother was evidently a remarkable figure. Faced with the insurmountable threat of Voldemort, her love for her son manifested as a formidable protective magic, ultimately rebounding Voldemort's curse. However, spellcasting invariably requires magical energy. Moreover, in that dire moment, Harry's mother could hardly have wielded her wand to cast a protective charm. She was performing magic without a wand. Perhaps the love born from desperation altered her magical essence in an unforeseen manner, akin to the silent surge experienced by young wizards amidst intense negative emotions. Undoubtedly, achieving such a state is no simple feat. No one can conjure extreme emotions without experiencing the corresponding events. Yet, Andy was an exception, for he had truly passed beyond death once. Not only had he faced death, but he had also felt the loss of the world, of loved ones, and of friends. He recalled those memories he had forcibly suppressed. Petri Ficus Totalis. Whoosh. The magic within Andy seemed to resonate with his sentiments, the previously stabilizing energy now boiling over. A beam of magical light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking a desk in the abandoned classroom with remarkable swiftness. The desk visibly transformed into stone under the influence of Andy's spell. You did it, Hermione exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. She had initially been skeptical of Andy's claims. The notion of infusing emotions into magic was not mentioned in any of the texts. Yet, the petrification spell Andy had just executed was evidently far more potent than before. Chapter 23. Is this what they call enlightenment? I succeeded. Andy beamed with delight. But his expression soon shifted to one of regret as he felt the once boiling magic within him rapidly subside. He endeavored to recollect those long-forgotten memories, only to find himself unable to return to that previous state. After all, too much time had elapsed. During his first recollection, he could summon a profound emotional response. But a series of memories yielded diminishing returns. Time is indeed the best healer. Andy despised this saying, yet he had to concede its truth. How did you manage that? Hermione pressed. Do you remember the book you selected for me? Andy retrieved Modern Magical Theory from his pocket. Stupefied, enlarging the shrunken book, he handed it to Hermione. Look at the first chapter. It discusses the influence of emotions on magic. Hermione opened the book and began to read attentively. The young witch tugged at her hair in frustration, realizing she should not have doubted the text. Some of the knowledge she lacked was simply due to her not having read that particular book. While Hermione perused, and he once more waved his wand. Petri Ficus Totalis. Andy felt his application of the petrification spell had markedly improved. The potency of the incantation seemingly strengthened. Yet that was the extent of it. For Andy could no longer access the emotional state he had previously experienced, and he sensed that the emotions he had drawn upon were misguided. The reason black magic is deemed malevolent lies in the necessity of harboring certain negative emotions to wield it. Once unleashed, black magic not only affects the target but also influences the caster's psyche, exacerbating their negative feelings. Over time, this can lead the sorcerer's soul to gradually descend into darkness. Furthermore, the emotions Andy previously employed were evidently a variant of negativity. Rubbing his temples, Andy endeavored to suppress those thoughts. This subject is far too profound, clearly beyond Andy's current grasp. He resolved to take advantage of the residual magic coursing through him and practice all the spells he had mastered. Of course, it was not merely about mindlessly waving his wand. When practicing spells, if one does not incorporate their understanding of the incantations, no amount of repetition will enhance the spell's potency. It will only make the execution more proficient. This underscores the significance of magical theory. After an hour, Andy paused, instinctively checking the system. Potential points. 1. Not only that, but the crimson liquid within the orb had also risen by more than half. This illustrates the remarkable efficiency of today's practice. Following his last point allocation, the orb's crimson liquid had only amounted to about 1/3. Yet today, as practice not only filled the liquid to the brim, but also increased it by another half. Under normal circumstances, Andy would require at least half a month's rigorous training to gain even a single potential point. Is this what they call an epiphany? A day of enlightenment leading to transcendence. Though not as exaggerated, the successful harnessing of emotions was evident. The increase in potential points also indicated that Andy's research direction was indeed correct. For only through effectively enhancing one's abilities would the crimson liquid rise within the orb. Closing the system, Andy turned to Hermione. Why are you still reading? Engrossed in his practice, he had momentarily overlooked Hermione's presence. Thankfully, he refrained from exclaiming, "System, allocate points." This book, Hermione remarked with a serious expression, is far too cryptic. If you hadn't truly succeeded, I would find it hard to believe the claims made within. Indeed, Andy had interacted with the Lovegood family several times, and they had always seemed rather eccentric. Magic is like this, Andy stated. You cannot approach it with logical reasoning. While rational thought is often useful, in rare, even critical moments, it is emotion that plays a vital role, especially in the realm of magic. Oh, Hermione said, closing her book and stretching her arms in a yawn. Andy glanced at her. Well, there was little to admire. An 11-year-old girl possessed nothing of great significance yet. Have you finished your practice? Hermione inquired. Let's take a break. Andy nodded. Perfect. I can practice with you now. Time slipped away swiftly, and Andy and Hermione continued their practice in the abandoned classroom until just past 6 in the evening, before they made their way to the great hall for dinner. Hey, Andy. Upon entering the hall, Andy's roommate, Michael Corner, waved mysteriously at him. Confused, Andy approached. What is up? Both of their roommates were present, and Anthony asked in a conspiratorial tone, Andy, tell us honestly, did you go on a date this afternoon? We didn't see you in the library. Michael added. Andy was taken aback. What on earth were these young wizards thinking? Reflecting on his past life, he considered how elementary school students in love seemed sufficiently mature at the age of 11. The law might not permit it, but it was not that extreme. So, what is the matter? Andy confessed without hesitation. Faced with the choice between an afternoon of practicing magic and a date, he opted for the latter, as it would elevate his status. Moreover, Hogwarts was a fertile ground for rumors. Throughout the centuries, countless odd tales had circulated within its walls. Some had even evolved into campus legends. As rumors spread, if the individuals involved chose not to clarify, they might gradually come to accept the narrative. And he decided to play a little trick. Terry Boot looked at him with admiration. Impressive. Anthony, brimming with enthusiasm, implored, Andy, teach us. With a dismissive expression, Andy turned to Hermione, who was chatting with their roommates. Hermione, how about we head to the library after dinner? Sounds good. Hermione readily agreed. Andy gestured to the 3 roommates. Did you learn anything? The trio shook their heads. You must take the initiative, be a bit bolder. Andy advised with the tone of an experienced individual. In matters between boys and girls, you must first speak up. Once you do, opportunities will arise. Terry looked troubled. But what if we get rejected? Michael and Anthony nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that even the thought of rejection was humiliating. Rejected? Andy regarded the 3 as one would a worm. What is embarrassing about that? If the first try fails, you simply try again. Chapter 24. Voldemort. Is this how you teach defense against the dark arts? One attempt failing necessitates a second? Wouldn't that lead to social embarrassment twice over? The three young wizards exchanged glances, sensing that Andy was leading them into a trap, yet they had no evidence. With a sigh, Andy shook his head, thinking this generation of young wizards was lacking. These were all lessons learned from experience. If you don't take the initiative, should you expect the girls to make the first move? Furthermore, if you remain passive, someone else will surely take the step before you. Disregarding them further, Andy hastily finished his dinner and, with over an hour left until lights out at 8, hurriedly took Hermione to the library. Having completed reading The Principles of Modern Charms, he returned the book. For a book explaining the principles of spells, it sufficed to grasp the key points within. Andy was not Hermione. He couldn't possibly memorize the entire text, nor did he possess such a memory. Selecting carefully, he ultimately chose another book that delved into the principles of spells, intending to further his knowledge in that area. The library closed at 8, signaling the onset of curfew at Hogwarts. Andy and Hermione exited the library 5 minutes early, making their way back to the Ravenclaw dormitory. Good night. Good night. Upon returning to the dormitory, Andy took a hot shower, donned his pajamas, and sat at his desk. Yet his mind wandered to the restricted section of the library. Nighttime excursions were a tradition at Hogwarts. Many claimed that a Hogwarts experience without such nocturnal adventures was incomplete. Andy vividly recalled how, in the film Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry donned an invisibility cloak to infiltrate the seemingly well-guarded restricted section of the library, which, in truth, appeared to lack any genuine defenses. Nevertheless, despite this realization, Andy remained cautious. After all, the individual who ventured into the restricted section was none other than Harry Potter, who undoubtedly held a unique status in Dumbledore's eyes. It was akin to Naruto stealing the scroll of seals in Naruto. Would a different person achieve the same? One must be adequately prepared. At the very least, one should master the disillusionment charm, Andy mused. Gazing at the parchment on his desk, he found himself devoid of motivation to complete his homework. Anthony, have you finished your potions assignment? Andy inquired. I have. Do you need it? Anthony, deep in thought on his bed, responded with surprise. Didn't you brew the potion during class? It's precisely because I did that I wish to avoid wasting time on the assignment, Andy retorted. Rest assured, I want to merely copy it. I have experience in this regard. Anthony rummaged through his bedside drawer and handed his completed essay to Andy. I've been pondering what to say when I first approach a girl. How did you initiate conversation with Hermione? So that's what you've been contemplating all night. Anthony prodded, while Terry and Michael perked up. Yes, Andy, do tell. This is crucial for our lifelong happiness. Such matters require spontaneity. There is no fixed formula. Andy pondered for a moment. For instance, you might approach the girl you fancy under the pretext of borrowing homework, and as a token of gratitude, offer her some snacks. Gradually, your rapport will develop. Anthony appeared troubled, but I've already completed my assignment. Terry echoed his frustration. So have I, even if I fib. What if she refuses to lend me her work? Michael grimaced. And snacks? I hardly have any pocket money. Perhaps the three of you should embrace a life of singleness. Andy declared. I've shared my advice on initiating conversation. You may find an opportunity to try it out. Dismissing the trio of young boys, he hastily completed his potions assignment, stowed the paper away, and reclined on his bed, closing his eyes in slumber. Tomorrow morning, he had defense against the dark arts and charms classes to anticipate, followed by transfiguration in the afternoon. He certainly had no time to play the role of a romantic advisor to a bunch of youngsters. On the following morning, Andy rose at 8 as usual, roused his 3 roommates after freshening up, and descended to the great hall for breakfast. To be candid, he felt a flicker of anticipation for the upcoming defense against the dark arts class. The films did not elaborate on how Professor Quirrell conducted his lessons. All Andy knew was that Quirrell was the film's antagonist, his mind consumed by Voldemort, and that he had fainted during the Halloween feast due to a giant troll. Wait, something feels off, he mused. At 8:55, Andy entered the defense against the dark arts classroom, brimming with anticipation for Voldemort's first lesson. However, upon stepping inside, he couldn't help but frown. What was that smell? The classroom windows were draped with curtains, relying solely on a few torches for illumination. The dimly lit room was saturated with a potent scent of garlic, and the air felt damp. Just entering this chamber filled Andy with a sense of nausea. The Slytherins attending class with Ravenclaw were equally irked. Malfoy even shouted, "How could Dumbledore hire someone like this as a professor? I'll tell my father to have him ousted from Hogwarts." Andy cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy, silently mourning for him. According to the script, Voldemort would eventually return. Let us hope he wouldn't hold today's behavior against Malfoy upon his resurrection. Hermione sat beside Andy, her brow furrowed, unusually refraining from defending Professor Quirrell. It seemed she, too, harbored no fondness for him. I sincerely apologize, Quirrell stammered as he entered the classroom, appearing timid. I was bitten by a vampire and cannot be exposed to light. I've treated the wound, but the odor may be rather unbearable. I hope you can all bear with me. So, our defense against the dark arts professor was injured by a dark creature? This was reminiscent of the flying instructor who couldn't handle a flying mishap. Are you Hogwarts' hidden talents? Upon hearing vampire, the young witches and wizards perked up. One little wizard immediately asked, Professor, where did you encounter the vampire? Did you defeat him? I met the vampire in Romania and drove him away, Quirrell stammered. Another young wizard challenged. But Professor, weren't you bitten by a vampire? And no, I wasn't bitten. Quirrell seemed eager to prove his competence, gesturing to his turban. Last year, I assisted an African chieftain in expelling a wraith. This turban is a gift from that chieftain. Andy felt a wave of despair wash over him regarding this class. Voldemort, is this truly how you teach defense against the dark arts? All right, let us commence our lesson. Quirrell declared, picking up the textbook and flipping to the first chapter, regardless of whether the students were paying attention, and began to read in a stutter. Is this what constitutes a defense against the dark arts class? Good heavens, you're an infiltrator. You're worse than Professor Binns, the ghost. At least the history of magic classroom lacks this bizarre garlic stench. Your class is so watered down. Don't you fear Dumbledore will expel you? From the film's narrative, Quirrell at least managed to teach the entire term. Andy suddenly found himself questioning why Dumbledore would invite such a person to teach at Hogwarts. Wasn't this a disservice to students? Was it merely to force Harry to confront Voldemort? On one hand, it would cultivate Harry's courage and abilities. On the other, it could test the protective magic surrounding Harry and its efficacy against Voldemort. However, these were merely Andy's conjectures. Perhaps Dumbledore was entirely unaware of the situation. Regardless of whether Dumbledore was informed or what plans he might have, Andy resolved to safeguard his own rights. Tearing a sheet from his notebook, Andy took up his quill and wrote, Dear Mr. Malfoy, I mean no offense. I inadvertently overheard your conversation regarding your desire for your father to complain about Professor Quirrell. I wholeheartedly agree. We have come to Hogwarts to learn magic, and having a professor like Quirrell instruct us is a blatant waste of our precious time. As a student, I vow to defend my right to education. I am aware that your father serves as a governor of Hogwarts. However, it is improbable that he alone can sway the decisions of Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe we ought to take action. For instance, we could unite the students from all 4 houses to submit a collective complaint. Subsequently, Mr. Malfoy could present this matter at the board meeting, suggesting that Headmaster Dumbledore dismiss Professor Quirrell and replace him with a more competent instructor for the defense against the dark arts class. Although Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, the institution does not belong solely to him. It is a school that belongs to every member of the magical community, especially to us, the students. We must raise our voices. Ravenclaw, Andy Collins. After penning his note, Andy drew his wand and cast a spell on the message. The spell was set. It would self-destruct upon reading. This was a letter meant to remain confidential. What would be acceptable for Dumbledore to be informed? Should Voldemort become aware, he might very well seek retribution against Andy upon his resurrection. Andy had not delved into the storyline beyond the second year of Harry Potter and was unaware of the exact timing of Voldemort's return. If he were capable, Andy would not hesitate to confront Voldemort. Such a feat would undoubtedly bestow him with considerable renown, aiding his aspirations to become the Minister of Magic. Yet, if he lacked the ability, he would naturally need to tread carefully, seeking refuge abroad if necessary. Hence, matters that would provoke Voldemort were better left to Malfoy. Their family was not only pure-blooded but also affluent. They could likely withstand Voldemort's retaliation, couldn't they? Stowing away his wand, Andy meticulously folded the note into a paper crane, gently tossing it into the air, where it flapped its wings and soared toward Malfoy. Upon receiving the paper crane, Malfoy was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Andy, who returned his gaze. The two shared a silent understanding. Malfoy, initially indifferent, soon became captivated by the contents of the note. With every word he read, he felt a surge of exhilaration, his cheeks flushing with excitement. This was a venture he was determined to pursue. Imagining the prospect of uniting all students in a complaint against Dumbledore, ultimately ousting Professor Quirrell from Hogwarts, and witnessing Dumbledore's reputation take a significant hit was nothing short of exhilarating. What a splendid scenario it would be. From that point forth, he would gain immense prestige among the student body, ascend to the role of prefect, perhaps even become the president of the Boys' Student Council, dominating Hogwarts. and eventually becoming the Minister of Magic, wielding authority over the entire magical realm. What of Voldemort or Dumbledore? Were they ever ministers of magic? Malfoy took a deep breath, preparing to peruse the note once more. Each letter on the page seemed to draw him in. Suddenly, the words began to shift. Certain letters vanished while others rearranged, forming a new message. This letter is to be destroyed upon reading. A lack of discretion in planning is a grave misstep in achieving great endeavors. Headmaster Dumbledore wields immense influence and possesses numerous informants. Exercise utmost caution. Malfoy was momentarily stunned. The note ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes in an instant. Excited, Malfoy quickly tore off a fresh sheet of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and began drafting a response to Andy. As he wrote, he marveled at the ingenuity of this young wizard, Andy Collins, who truly embodied the spirit of Ravenclaw. Not only was he brave and clever, but he also exhibited remarkable caution. Clearly, he was a person of great potential. Malfoy mused that his inability to dominate the first year was due to the absence of such a strategist. With Goyle and Crabbe already at his side, if he could also recruit Collins, he would possess both scholarly and martial prowess. Wouldn't this propel him to new heights? Minister of Magic? Dark Lord? President of the World Magical Association? The possibilities would be endless. Soon, Malfoy completed his reply, folding the note into a paper crane once more, which then flew to Andy's desk. Quirrell, of course, observed all of this, yet he was utterly indifferent, preoccupied with his own grand undertaking of aiding the Dark Lord's resurrection. Stealing the Philosopher's Stone right beneath Dumbledore's nose. Two young wizards passing notes in class? How amusing. Andy unfolded the crane and began to read Malfoy's message. The lad was even more eager than Andy had anticipated. He seemed ready to launch the complaint against Dumbledore immediately. Andy cast a sidelong glance at Malfoy, impressed by his fervor. Malfoy, his expression animated, nodded vigorously at Andy, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Continuing to read, Andy recognized that while Malfoy was keen to act swiftly, he also understood Dumbledore's formidable power and influence. A rash move would only lead to failure. Malfoy inquired in detail about the specifics of the plan, swearing an oath to follow Andy's directives without deviation. At the end of his message, he requested a private meeting with Andy, asking to be addressed as Draco. This letter, like Andy's, was also to be destroyed after reading. Hooked already, Andy thought, a smirk gracing his lips as he tore off another sheet to pen a response to Malfoy. Hermione leaned in curiously, asking, "What are you and Malfoy up to, all secretive?" Chapter 26, Malfoy, All for Justice. Though Hermione was intrigued, she refrained from prying into Andy and Malfoy's private correspondence, recognizing such behavior as impolite. "We are preparing to lodge a complaint against Professor Quirrell." Andy did not conceal the truth. "Surely you agree that Professor Quirrell is an inadequate teacher? I believe we must defend our right to learn. We cannot allow such a professor to squander our precious time." Hermione's expression grew conflicted. Coming from a Muggle background, she understood that a teacher like Quirrell would never pass the interview process in a Muggle school. However, the young which had been raised to respect her teachers and, unless necessary, did not wish to file a complaint against one. "I think you are right." After a moment of hesitation, Hermione ultimately chose to support Andy's decision, recognizing that this was not only for their sake, but for the benefit of all Hogwarts students. "Exactly. In this matter, we stand on the side of righteousness." Andy dipped his quill into ink, while Hermione returned to her seat, genuinely curious about how Andy and Malfoy would proceed, yet refraining from peeking at the letter's contents. Andy wrote, "Draco, first, I hope you can maintain a calm demeanor and not expose any weaknesses. Secondly, I must convey that we are not engaging in wrongdoing. At least in this instance, we are just. Our actions are in the best interest of all Hogwarts students. Finally, I hope you will reach out to Mr. Malfoy about this matter and seek your father's advice. Let us have Mr. Malfoy seek out a competent professor for the defense against the dark arts course off campus in advance, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared. Should Mr. Malfoy concur with this plan, you may initiate contact with certain Slytherin students. The upper years students typically have friends in other houses, and you can discreetly facilitate communication between them. Remember, during our endeavors, it is imperative that we refrain from uttering any disparaging remarks regarding Professor Dumbledore. His influence is immense, and any negative sentiments towards him will undoubtedly incite opposition from students of other houses. Our focus is solely on Professor Quirrell." Reflecting on this, Andy continued to write, "As for Professor Dumbledore, once our objective is accomplished, he will naturally be affected as well. You might consider preparing a letter of complaint that your classmates can sign as you reach out to them. Once we have garnered the support of the majority, you can present the letter to your father, who will undoubtedly know how to proceed from there. As for myself, I do not possess significant influence and find it challenging to achieve this alone. Furthermore, I have no desire to draw attention to myself within the school. Regarding a meeting, I would certainly welcome it, though that must await the successful execution of our plan. Andy Collins. After composing the letter, Andy passed it to Malfoy using the method they had previously established. From that point onward, all Andy needed to do was patiently await the outcome. He was confident that Malfoy would be eager to address this matter. While Andy was not well versed in the affairs of the Malfoy family, he had heard whispers that many pureblood families were struggling in the aftermath of Voldemort's downfall. The current Minister for Magic had been quite cozy with Dumbledore, serving as his echo. However, Andy had heard from Kyle that these pureblood families had been attempting to bribe high-ranking officials within the ministry. Kyle himself had received bribes on multiple occasions. In any case, there was surely much drama to unfold. Of course, Andy's intention was not to stir trouble, but rather to instigate a change in the professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Quirrell was not only dangerous, but also inept. The study of magic was integral to Andy's system, and that system was crucial to his innate talents. Allowing Quirrell to teach defense against the dark arts was akin to a slow assassination of Andy's potential. Upon receiving the paper crane, Malfoy eagerly tore it open. As he read the first line, he immediately composed himself, realizing he had been overly exuberant. Indeed, we are not engaging in wrongdoing. This is a righteous endeavor for the benefit of all Hogwarts students. Well said. Malfoy nodded as he perused the letter. After finishing Andy's plan, he felt a sudden clarity, as if a lost soul had received guidance from fate, illuminating the path ahead. First, he would have his father locate a suitable professor, then gather signatures for the complaint letter, and finally present it to his father. This plan was nothing short of perfect. Malfoy mused, if I can bring this to fruition, my father will be able to influence the hiring and firing of Hogwarts professors. When Dumbledore retires, my father can support Professor Snape as headmaster. By then, I shall ensure that Professor Snape expels Potter and that insufferable Weasley. Especially satisfying was Andy's remark at the conclusion of the letter, asserting that he lacked the influence to achieve such a feat. This particularly pleased Malfoy. He relished the prospect of undertaking this task. Malfoy resolved to write to his father about the matter after class without delay. Glancing in Andy's direction, he noticed Andy was engaged in hushed conversation with that muggle-born witch named Granger. This would not do. Malfoy felt a twinge of irritation. How could an exceptional wizard like Andy Collins consort with a witch of Granger's background? He considered whether he should introduce Collins to a Slytherin girl instead. Finally, the class concluded, and Andy breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the classroom, he inhaled the fresh air deeply, feeling rejuvenated. Heaven knows how he had endured thus far. He caught a whiff of his robes and grimaced at the pungent odor of garlic. Andy retrieved his wand. Cleanse anew. This spell's effect was contingent upon the caster's intent, allowing for the removal of undesirable refuse. Whatever the caster deemed trash, the spell's power would eliminate it entirely. However, this incantation could not be applied to living beings. Magic that could extinguish life was the vanishing spell, a highly advanced enchantment. The complexity of the vanished object directly correlated with the spell's difficulty. According to the texts, objects vanquished by the vanishing spell would dissolve into the essence of all things, scientifically speaking, returning to atomic form. After alleviating the unpleasant odor from his person, Andy felt considerably lighter. Cleanse anew. He waved his wand once more, assisting the brown-haired witch in ridding herself of her own foul scent. Thank you. Hermione replied, I can perform that spell too, though I'm not yet as proficient as you. It seems I ought to practice my magic more diligently. There's no need for thanks. After all, the unpleasantness was affecting me as well. Andy remarked. Conveniently, our next class is Charms, he indicated with a tilt of his head. Chapter 27, The Troublesome Gryffindor. Each class at Hogwarts lasts for 1 hour and 20 minutes, followed by a 20-minute break, after which Ravenclaw and Gryffindor would attend a Charms lesson together. The Charms professor was none other than the head of Ravenclaw, Phileas Flitwick. According to intel provided by the Weasley twins, Professor Flitwick was highly skilled. Although he stood just over a meter tall, he was a former dueling champion in his youth and a wizard of some repute. It was said that he possessed a delightful disposition, gentle, humorous, and not overly strict with students, though he was somewhat sensitive. Mentioning topics such as height or half-breeds in his presence could deeply sadden him. Despite having endured the torment of Professor Binns and Professor Quirrell, Andy remained brimming with anticipation for this Charms lesson. The classroom for Charms, like that for Defense Against the Dark Arts, was located on the 3rd floor of the castle. When Andy and Hermione arrived, the room was still empty. They chose seats near the front, placing their textbooks on the desks to reserve their spots. What are you and Malfoy planning? Hermione inquired, seizing the opportunity for a private conversation now that they were alone in the classroom. Andy, I've heard from my roommate that the Malfoy family. Just as she was about to elaborate, Hermione abruptly halted. Leaning closer to Andy, she lowered her voice and added, they have connections to the Dark Lord. With whom? Andy's face was filled with confusion. The Malfoy family has connections to Voldemort? How was I not aware of this? After speaking, Andy continued, a hint of incredulity in his voice. You didn't grow up hearing tales of Voldemort. Why do you hesitate to utter his name as well? I'm merely considering your feelings. Hermione shot Andy an exasperated glance and retorted, it has been a decade since Voldemort's demise. Why do you still harbor such fear of him? Even going so far as to refrain from speaking his name? Voldemort cast a spell on his name, Andy explained. Anyone who dares to speak it aloud would attract his attention. During the last Wizarding War, many suffered dire consequences for doing so, and eventually, people began to avoid uttering his name altogether. Children, after all, are influenced by their elders. Hermione nodded in understanding. Now it makes sense. With the matter of Voldemort clarified, Andy couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. He hadn't anticipated the Malfoy family's involvement with Voldemort. Were they Death Eaters who escaped judgment, or were these merely the idle gossip of young witches? If old Malfoy were indeed a Death Eater, that doesn't seem to have any significant impact. After a moment's contemplation, Andy concluded that even if old Malfoy were a Death Eater, it would not obstruct his plans to oust Quirrell. After all, he was unaware that Quirrell's mind had been consumed by Voldemort. Moreover, this served as a test. If old Malfoy hesitated to dismiss Quirrell, it would indicate not only his awareness of Voldemort's continued existence, but also his covert allegiance to him. You still haven't answered me. Hermione pressed. What exactly is your scheme with Malfoy? Oh, you wish to know that? Andy elucidated. Old Malfoy is a Hogwarts governor. I have instructed Malfoy to gather suggestions from some students and present them to old Malfoy. Hermione, somewhat irked, remarked, why don't you directly propose your suggestions to Professor Dumbledore? Andy shrugged. For without Dumbledore's consent, Quirrell could never hold a professorship at Hogwarts. Proposing ideas to the headmaster would be futile. I plan to draft a letter of recommendation for Professor Dumbledore. Should he agree to replace a professor, you must cease your actions. Hermione clearly held a degree of admiration for Dumbledore, and she was averse to the thought of witnessing Dumbledore being put in a difficult position by old Malfoy. Very well. Andy readily acquiesced. If Dumbledore could dismiss Quirrell ahead of time, that would be splendid. The underlying reason for Andy's actions was simply to focus on his studies. Is there anything wrong with wanting to study diligently? I suspect that even the 4 founders of Hogwarts would rise from their graves in delight upon learning of this. Eager to personally instruct Andy, as time ticked away, the classroom gradually filled with students. Nearing 10:40, the classroom doors swung open, and a throng of Gryffindor witches and wizards surged in. Their robes were soiled, their faces dust-laden, and an indescribable odor emanated from them, reminiscent of something foul. Curiously, Andy inquired, Ron, did you engage in a brawl with Slytherin? He was compelled to speculate, given the disheveled state of the entire Gryffindor cohort, which was clearly not an ordinary situation. Don't mention it, Ron replied, visibly agitated. We just finished a herbology lesson where we spent the entire time fertilizing those plants. Seamus even managed to blow up the bucket of fertilizer. Andy, while he could comprehend the initial part of Ron's statement, he was perplexed by how Seamus had managed to explode the fertilizer bucket. Andy glanced around and asked, where's Neville? He's in the infirmary, Harry explained. Andy, so, you attended herbology class, not only blew up a fertilizer bucket, but also sent a young wizard to the infirmary. And the rest of you are in such a disarray. Quite the talent. I thought you had been brawling with Slytherin. I must ask, the plants in Hogwarts herbology classes are the kind I think they are, right? Andy cautiously inquired. Harry sighed. While they differ from those I've encountered before, they should be the kind you understand. We merely encountered a slight mishap. That's a relief. Andy exhaled, feeling reassured. Hermione, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had heeded Andy's advice and opted for Ravenclaw during the sorting ceremony. Otherwise, she would have been thrust into Gryffindor, which would have been utterly terrifying. Soon, the charms class commenced. Professor Flitwick stood atop a high stool to ensure all the young witches and wizards in the classroom could see him. He surveyed the room and announced, we should begin with the most fundamental spells. However, given your current state, I have decided to teach you some spells that you can employ right away. The students in the classroom were in quite a pitiful condition. Not to mention the Gryffindor witches and wizards, even those from Ravenclaw, were permeated with the scent of garlic. Professor Flitwick felt he might faint if he did not take action soon. All right, who can tell me the incantation for the cleaning charm? What is its purpose? Flitwick posed the question. Hermione eagerly raised her hand, while simultaneously glancing at Andy. Andy blinked. He was not in the habit of answering questions during class. Had Professor Flitwick asked if anyone had any areas of confusion, Andy would undoubtedly have raised his hand. Chapter 28. This is the Hogwarts of my heart. Excellent, Miss Granger. Professor Flitwick cheerfully called out Hermione's name. Hermione proudly lifted her chin and quickly stood up, stating, "The incantation for the cleaning charm is Scourgify, and its purpose is to clean up any debris we deem as rubbish according to our thoughts." Very well, Ravenclaw earns a point. Professor Flitwick appeared quite pleased, commending. Miss Granger expressed it exceptionally well. The cleaning charm can eliminate what we perceive as filth. Once you master this incantation, you can swiftly rid yourselves of any grime. Just like this. With a gentle wave of his wand, Professor Flitwick pronounced Scourgify. A faint whirlwind seemed to swirl around Parvati Patil, seated at the front of the classroom. Once the whirlwind dissipated, all the dirt on Parvati vanished, her robe refreshed, and even the unpleasant odor was nowhere to be detected. Parvati's face lit up with delight, while the other Gryffindor witches and wizards gazed at Professor Flitwick with eager anticipation, hoping he might bestow upon them a similar magic. However, Professor Flitwick clearly had no intention of doing so. He continued, "While the cleaning charm is quite convenient, this magic can also be perilous. If your understanding of rubbish is insufficiently clear, the cleaning charm may not only fail to yield the desired effect, but could also result in certain dangers. This is particularly true when you are attempting to cleanse your own grime. Always remember this point. When casting the spell, you must be certain of what you wish to eliminate as rubbish." Following this, Professor Flitwick provided an example of a failed spellcasting. Once upon a time, there existed a witch who endeavored to use a cleaning spell to eliminate the hair from her legs. However, as fate would have it, she ended up erasing all the hair from her body, including her locks. After recounting this unfortunate instance of a failed spell, Professor Flitwick meticulously elucidated the techniques involved in casting the cleaning charm. This encompassed the incantation, the gestures, the mindset required during the spell casting, and, most crucially, the underlying principles of magic. The more Andy delved into the realm of magic, the more he recognized the significance of understanding its principles in effective spellcasting. To utilize the cleaning charm correctly, one merely requires the incantation, the gestures, and an awareness of the debris in one's mind. However, should one wish to attain a deeper comprehension of a spell, or even expand upon its original applications, mastery of the magical principles is imperative. According to Professor Flitwick, he could even extract the dirt from a mixture of flour and soil with precision. That is all I shall say regarding this spell. Now, does anyone have any questions? Professor Flitwick inquired. Eagerly, Andy raised his hand. "Professor, I have some uncertainties." Professor Flitwick beamed and called upon him. "Mr. Collins, please proceed." Andy composed his thoughts. "Professor, you previously mentioned that the cleaning charm aligns with our perceptions to clear certain debris. Does this imply that our magical energy can indeed perceive our thoughts and sense our emotions? Furthermore, typically, the debris we recognize consists of mere household clutter. If I were to forcibly alter my conceptual understanding, could I not compel the cleaning charm to eliminate other substances?" In quick succession, Andy posed a flurry of questions, ensuring he left no stone unturned regarding the potential extensions of the cleaning charm. Professor Flitwick stared at Andy, bewildered. Were it not for the youthful visage of Andy, he might have mistaken him for a highly skilled sorcerer. The classroom fell silent as the other young witches and wizards pondered the nature of his inquiries. Ahem. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "Indeed, our magical energy can sense our thoughts and emotions. But this does not imply that it is governed by our subjective intentions. We can wield our magical energy to cast spells, yet manipulating it freely is a formidable challenge. Think of magical energy as akin to our blood. It resides within us. But can you truly control your blood? As for your second question, that is equally complex. The concepts ingrained in your mind have been firmly established through your life experiences, making self-deception a difficult endeavor." The professor patiently addressed all of Andy's inquiries, and Andy felt a surge of excitement. He had finally encountered a reliable professor. This was the Hogwarts he had always envisioned. "Very well, Mr. Collins. Do you have any further questions?" Professor Flitwick gently inquired. "None, Professor." Although Andy had a multitude of questions, they were unrelated to the cleaning charm and thus inappropriate for the current lesson. Professor Flitwick continued. "What about the rest of you?" The young witches and wizards remained silent. "Excellent. Since there are no further questions, let us commence with the formal practice," Professor Flitwick proclaimed. "Oh, no. Mr. Weasley, kindly put down your wand." Andy swiftly turned to see Ron pointing his wand at Harry. urging him to retrieve his own wand. Clearly, Ron was eager to rid himself of the fertilizer clinging to him. I must caution you, until you have mastered the cleaning charm proficiently, you must refrain from using this magic on anyone, Professor Flitwick stated with gravity. With that, he waved his wand, and a small box emerged from the desk, flying to each young witch and wizard, scattering sand upon their tables. Let us first practice the cleaning charm to clear the sand from our desks. Now everyone begin. Clean and pristine. Clean and pristine. The classroom reverberated with the incantations, and as Andy surveyed the room, he noted that thus far, none of the young witches and wizards had successfully cast the cleaning charm. Indeed, a rather underwhelming group. However, their inability to succeed was not due to a lack of capability. Rather, it stemmed from their immaturity and wavering convictions. Was the sand on their desks truly refuse or merely a teaching tool? If one cannot firmly believe that the sand is indeed debris, the cleaning charm shall forever remain ineffective. Clean and pristine. Hermione softly intoned, and with a gentle flick of her wand, the sand upon her desk vanished instantaneously. Well done, Miss Granger. Ravenclaw shall receive an additional 2 points for this. Professor Flitwick exclaimed with enthusiasm, noting that Ravenclaw was indeed showcasing remarkable talent this year. Chapter 29. Can a mischief maker of Ravenclaw compare to that of Gryffindor? Taking a deep breath, Andy acknowledged Professor Flitwick's remarkable talent. He was not only exceptionally patient, but also the head of Ravenclaw, which inherently endeared him to Andy. Determined to leave a lasting impression on Professor Flitwick for future magical inquiries, Andy gazed at the sand on his desk, refrained from reciting the incantation, and simply waved his wand in a gesture that was far from the standard for the cleaning charm. To his astonishment, the sand vanished in an instant. Oh, what did my eyes behold? A splendid silent spell. Professor Flitwick appeared nearly faint with excitement, realizing that Ravenclaw had struck gold this year, and not just once but twice. He had, of course, surmised that Andy had practiced the magic beforehand. However, prior practice did not equate to such mastery. If one's understanding of a particular spell is lacking, no amount of practice, regardless of its frequency, will elevate one's proficiency. The study of magic is never a mindless waving of a wand. It requires profound contemplation built upon a solid foundation, based solely on the questions Andy posed during class. Professor Flitwick was confident that Andy had engaged in considerable study of magic. Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Professor Flitwick declared with fervor, feeling a tinge of pride. Just previously, in the staff lounge, Professor McGonagall had inquired about how he would handle the mischief makers of Ravenclaw. Andy had gained a certain notoriety among the Hogwarts faculty, being the first to daringly challenge Dumbledore. Professor Flitwick couldn't help but think it would be amusing to show Professor McGonagall how our Ravenclaw mischief makers compare to those of Gryffindor. The latter truly embody mischief, while our Ravenclaw's mischievousness seems rooted in a penchant for deep thought. By the way, Mr. Collins, what class do you have this afternoon in your first year? Professor Flitwick suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought. It's Transfiguration class, Professor, Andy replied. It's taught by Professor McGonagall. Splendid, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, raising his fist with enthusiasm, preparing to confront Professor McGonagall in the staff lounge after class. He was eager to witness her expression at that moment. What's going on, Professor? Andy queried. Ahem. You all continue practicing, Professor Flitwick said, swiftly turning as if nothing had transpired. You must bolster your understanding. Incantations should be clear and fluid, and your gestures must be precise. At that moment, the young wizards were far from focused on practicing the cleaning charm. They were witnessing something remarkable. A classmate, someone from their year, had already mastered the art of silent casting, a skill that eluded many adult wizards. Even those who did not grasp the significance of silent casting found themselves eagerly receiving an explanation from others. He's quite impressive, Harry thought enviously as he observed Andy. Thus far, he had yet to successfully perform a single spell, and he began to doubt his own aptitude for magic. Indeed, he has always been fond of reading. Ron recounted tirelessly to Harry about his attempts to find Andy, noting that every time he visited, Andy was engrossed in a book at home. We ought to read more as well, Ron resolved. However, it wasn't long before Ron invited Harry to play wizard's chess after class, as he had conceived a new strategy. You truly have mastered silent casting? Hermione exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Andy. How is that possible? Andy shrugged. It's just this one spell. Ever since I learned it, my mother has entrusted me with the cleaning chores at home. Moreover, the sand on the table is quite evident. This is merely the simplest application of the cleaning charm. That is still quite impressive, Hermione remarked. At the very least, you have gained some experience in this regard. It's not as simple as it seems. Andy shook his head. Different spells operate on distinct principles. You must thoroughly comprehend the mechanics of each spell and integrate them into your magic. Boom! Just as Andy was whispering with Hermione, an explosion erupted in the classroom, prompting him to instinctively draw his wand. Obstacles abound, Andy muttered. Well, this explosion wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. It was merely a minor detonation caused by some Gryffindor wizard's miscasting. The force was akin to that of a firecracker. Andy recalled that the young wizard was named Seamus Finnegan, the very individual who had blown up the fertilizer bucket during herbology class. Andy resolved to avoid offending him in the future unless absolutely necessary. Imagine if you were dueling Mr. Finnegan, yet no matter what spell he cast, it would yield explosive results. Wouldn't you be apprehensive? An hour and 20 minutes swiftly passed, and, at noon, the charms class concluded. Andy had gained insight into the overall proficiency level of this cohort of young wizards. Until the end of the class, only a handful of students had managed to reduce the sand on their tables, while the majority had not elicited any effect from their spells. However, this did not imply that these young wizards were lacking in talent. On the contrary, as long as they studied at Hogwarts for 7 years, they would undoubtedly attain a considerable level of magical prowess by adulthood. There was a reason the magical community mandated that young wizards begin their education at age 11. Their comprehension skills were limited, and they often struggled to adjust their thoughts and emotions. Furthermore, their magical abilities were not yet stable prior to turning 11. Yet, once they resided at Hogwarts for a period, this would soon improve. After all, Hogwarts was specifically designed for such education. The afternoon transfiguration class commenced at 2 o'clock. After lunch, Andy initially intended to visit the library to read, but Hermione insisted on practicing spells in the abandoned classroom. Andy was indifferent. For him, practicing magic and reading were essentially one and the same, as long as it enhanced his abilities. Given the upcoming transfiguration lesson, Andy resolved to refine his transfiguration skills. Like charms, transfiguration required a substantial foundation of magical theory. To transform one substance into another, one must master the characteristics of both materials, followed by extensive repetition and practice to achieve mastery in transfiguration. Andy had read numerous books on the subject and had practiced transfiguration at home. Moreover, with his mother Helena's guidance and his impressive aptitude for transfiguration rated at 4 out of 5, Andy was progressing swiftly. Meanwhile, Hermione continued honing her spellcasting, aiming first to perfect the technique of casting the Lumos charm before advancing to other spellcasting methods. After all, aiming too high could be a grave mistake in learning. Chapter 30. The Uncomprehending Professor, the All-Knowing Miss, and the Explosive Prodigy. By 2 o'clock, the Transfiguration classroom was already filled to capacity with students. This class was attended jointly by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Andy noticed Neville, who had missed a charms class, was also present, yet Harry and Ron had not yet arrived. It was uncertain whether they were hospitalized. Perched on the lectern was a tabby cat, which had been intently gazing at Andy for a full 10 minutes. As soon as Hermione entered the classroom, she was captivated by the cat and eagerly inquired, "Is this Professor McGonagall's tabby cat?" She was about to approach it when Andy timely restrained her, preventing a potential mishap. Having seen the films, Andy was well aware that this cat was Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. After years of living in the magical world, Andy fully understood the level of magic required for an animagus transformation. To speak candidly, any wizard who had mastered animagus transformation possessed exceptional skill in transfiguration. By that standard, Professor McGonagall's expertise was undoubtedly formidable. As class approached, Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom in a flurry. It appeared they had not been hospitalized. "Looks like we're not late. The professor hasn't arrived yet," Harry remarked, relieved, as he shuddered to think of the consequences of tardiness with Professor McGonagall. Their head of house. "Is that the cat that Professor McGonagall owns?" Ron asked, boldly approaching the tabby cat on the lectern. George and Fred had mentioned that Professor McGonagall had a cat. Thank goodness. Andy thought gratefully as he watched Ron. "You are my savior." Indeed, that was precisely what George and Fred had said. Professor McGonagall clearly disliked being petted, as before Ron could draw near, the tabby cat leapt from the lectern and, in the process, transformed back into Professor McGonagall. Ron's hand froze midair, his eyes wide with shock, as he trembled in fear. Professor McGonagall gazed sternly at Ron, declaring, "You are both late." Ron forced himself to utter something that was quite cool. "Thank you." Professor McGonagall remained unfazed, responding, "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, it appears I shall have to transform one of you into a pocket watch so that you might adhere to time." "Professor, we got lost," Harry explained with some effort. "Then perhaps you should transform into a map." Professor McGonagall shot them both a disapproving glance. "Surely, locating your seats does not require a map?" The two swiftly took their places. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous of all the subjects at Hogwarts. Should anyone misbehave in my class, I will escort them out and banish them from ever returning. I have warned you." With that, Professor McGonagall commenced her lesson with a display, transforming the podium into a pig and then reverting it back amidst the astonishment of the young witches and wizards. Remarkable. Andy marveled internally. Professor McGonagall's skill was indeed impressive. Helen could also transfigure objects into animals, yet her transformations lacked the spark of intelligence, rendering them akin to mere inanimate objects. In contrast, Professor McGonagall's pig was animated and lively, resembling a genuine creature. This involved not merely transfiguration, but perhaps also the art of imparting sentience to inanimate objects. Professor McGonagall's demonstration had evidently piqued the interest of the young sorcerers. However, what awaited them was a lengthy session of theoretical knowledge and no less than 8 inches of transfiguration notes. Professor McGonagall delighted in posing questions during her lectures, and Hermione consistently managed to provide precise answers, earning a point for Ravenclaw each time. This led to a rather complex look from Professor McGonagall towards Hermione. Why is such a talented witch not in Gryffindor? Isn't the sorting hat meant for Gryffindor? When did it succumb to Ravenclaw's embrace? After expounding upon the theoretical aspects, Professor McGonagall surveyed the classroom and asked, as was her custom, "Does anyone have any uncertainties?" Andy raised his hand swiftly. "Professor, I do not understand." All the young witches and wizards turned their attention to Andy, aware that he was about to pose questions beyond their comprehension. "Mr. Collins, please proceed." Though Professor McGonagall was somewhat stern, she was evidently a competent educator. Having only discussed the principles of transforming wood into metal, Andy recognized he could not stray into unrelated matters. Gathering his thoughts, he inquired, "Professor, wood and iron are fundamentally different substances. However, the iron produced through transfiguration possesses all the properties of iron. Does this not imply that magic itself can simulate such characteristics? Furthermore, what is the principle behind magic altering the structure of matter? Though magic is wondrous, I believe there must be reasons behind it." Andy continued to ask 4 or 5 questions in rapid succession, eagerly awaiting Professor McGonagall's elucidations. Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, taken aback. "These questions exceed the syllabus," she remarked. "You are indeed close to the answers, Mr. Collins. Many renowned wizards throughout history have asserted that the pinnacle of magic lies in the ability to manifest one's desires. Yet it cannot create something from nothing. Magic can indeed simulate the properties of matter, but must rely on other substances to effect transfiguration. If you wish to delve deeper into the subject of transfiguration, I recommend you consult additional literature on the topic." Having addressed all of Andy's inquiries, Professor McGonagall noted, "I see you're already reading books on this subject, Mr. Collins." Hermione shot Andy a discreet glare and added, "You've been reading about spells instead. Any further uncertainties, Mr. Collins?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "None, thank you, Professor," Andy replied, returning to his seat. "What about the rest of you?" "None," all the young witches and wizards chorused. Shaking their heads, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to transfigure it into a needle. With a gentle flick of his wand, Andy transformed the matchstick into a needle instantaneously. In a display of flair, he even carved beautiful patterns into the needle. "Mr. Collins has succeeded. Ravenclaw earns 2 points." Professor McGonagall held up Andy's transformed needle for the other young witches and wizards to admire, admonishing, "You are all first-year students. Do not fall too far behind Mr. Collins, lest you appear exceedingly foolish." Andy was left speechless. He had not anticipated this side of Professor McGonagall. Not only was she using his accomplishment to motivate the other students, but she was also inadvertently inciting a rivalry against him. Indeed, women tend to harbor grudges. "I merely mentioned that you have a tabby cat to tease the other young witches and wizards," he thought. "You haven't even managed to pet it yet. What gives?" Professor McGonagall clearly understood Gryffindor's temperament, and her provocation was highly effective. The moment her words left her lips, a loud explosion echoed through the room. Chapter 31. Magic is Andy's dream. Upon hearing the explosion, Andy was no longer startled as he had been in the previous lesson. He calmly turned to see Seamus standing frozen, wand in hand, with the remnants of smoke lingering above the desk before him. "Seamus, you truly are a talent," Andy thought, not in a sarcastic manner. From an academic perspective, Seamus's situation was indeed quite unique. The reason for the explosion during his spell casting might stem from his unstable magical power or perhaps his impatience while casting. Of course, he could also simply have a penchant for explosions, which would affect his magic. Any of these 3 scenarios would be worthy of investigation. Unfortunately, Andy and Seamus were not even acquaintances, making it inappropriate to inquire about Seamus's state of mind. Andy glanced at Professor McGonagall. who sternly admonished Seamus before providing him with another matchstick. Andy mused. It seems that in Professor McGonagall's eyes, Seamus's situation is not particularly unusual. After decades of teaching, Professor McGonagall had certainly seen her fair share of incidents. If she did not seem overly concerned about Seamus, perhaps such occurrences were quite common in the magical realm. Andy retracted his gaze, suppressing the urge to slice Seamus into pieces. After all, Azkaban was certainly not a reputable institution. Until the class concluded, Andy covertly observed Seamus's situation. Ever since the explosion during his spell casting and the reprimand from Professor McGonagall, Seamus appeared considerably deflated. He seemed hesitant to cast spells, only making feeble gestures with his wand when Professor McGonagall's attention drifted toward him. Furthermore, Andy noted two intriguing phenomena concerning Ron and Neville. Both of their wands were old, previously owned by others. Although the duration of a single class may seem insufficient for observing an abundance of information, Andy keenly discerned that Ron and Neville's spell casting was far from fluid. Particularly with Neville, he appeared only slightly more competent than a mute. Their inherent lack of confidence was exacerbated by this clumsiness in spellcasting. Andy could almost foresee their futures with a mere glance. Under such a vicious cycle, it was nearly certain that they would find themselves at the very bottom of the wizarding world in adulthood. However, the reality was quite the contrary. Although Andy had only seen the first installment of the Harry Potter films, he was somewhat familiar with the names Neville and Ron. They were pivotal supporting characters in the Harry Potter saga, and their futures could hardly be deemed mundane. But why was that? Andy pondered. Furthermore, he found it puzzling why the Sorting Hat had placed Neville in Gryffindor. Ron had already proven himself during the chess scene in the film, showcasing his bravery and self-sacrifice for the sake of justice. What about Neville? Andy furrowed his brow. If the Sorting Hat had never aired, could its placement of Neville in Gryffindor be an attempt to instill the courage of Gryffindor within him, thus helping him regain his confidence? The more Andy delved into the study of magic, the more he realized that numerous factors could influence the success of spellcasting, with a positive mindset being paramount. An increasing number of examples affirmed that his current line of research was indeed correct. The mind and magic have always been inextricably linked. At 3:20 p.m., Transfiguration class concluded. Andy and Hermione made their way to the abandoned classroom on the 6th floor. Sensing a hint of discontent from Hermione, Andy cast a curious glance her way. "What's the matter?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. "It's nothing," Hermione replied. "I just feel like I'm falling short." In Transfiguration class, while she had managed to effect some change in the matchsticks, far surpassing her fellow young witches and wizards, she remained unsatisfied. Amused, Andy remarked before coming to school, "I practiced magic at home for over a month. Your talent already exceeds that of many young wizards." However, such reassurances did little to console Hermione. In her eyes, she was still lacking, and Andy finally witnessed what true obsession looked like. For 3 consecutive days, Hermione either practiced magic in the abandoned classroom or perused books in the library. After the library closed, she would study in the Ravenclaw common room until the late hours of the night. She nearly forsook all leisure time, displaying a fervor even more intense than Andy had during his final year of high school in his past life. Of course, Hermione's relentless pursuit of knowledge also influenced Andy. He was utterly captivated by magic, a fervor that no one in this world could truly comprehend, not even Hermione. Although she hailed from the non-magical Muggle world, she had encountered magic at the age of 11, and her foundational worldview was still in its nascent stages. In contrast, Andy had grown up in a world devoid of magic, where his ordinary life led him to incessantly fantasize about the powers of the mystical realm. Now, magic was his dream. Studying alone can grow tedious over time. Yet, when accompanied by another, the monotony becomes far more bearable. Especially since both Andy and Hermione were passionate learners, their studies not only avoided tedium, but became a source of joy. Together, their happiness doubled. After all, a little girl was far more pleasant to be around than the 3 insufferable boys in their dormitory. Andy had grown exceedingly weary of dealing with them. No adult would typically befriend children, with the exception of little girls. On Saturday morning, Andy and Hermione were dining in the Great Hall. Suddenly, a flurry of owls swooped through the windows, soaring past the long tables to deliver packages to the awaiting young witches and wizards. "What's this for me?" Andy wondered, momentarily taken aback as he caught a letter that had fallen from the air. He had received a reply from home on Wednesday and hadn't written back or purchased anything from Diagon Alley in recent days. "Did you forget?" Hermione whispered conspiratorially. Glancing around cautiously, leaning closer, she murmured, "It might be from Malfoy." "All right," Andy thought, realizing he had become so engrossed in his studies that he had forgotten about it. He opened the envelope, noting the absence of a signature. Yet the handwriting was undeniably Malfoy's. Just as he began to read, he noticed Hermione quickly standing up and scanning the surroundings, pretending to keep watch, which startled Andy into pulling her back. "Fool! You look so conspicuous that anyone could guess we have a secret," he admonished. Andy proceeded to read the letter openly, stating, "Just eat, like usual, and stop looking around. It's merely a common reply." Chapter 32. Harry and Ron caught during their nighttime adventures. Hermione regarded Andy with an odd expression. "Why are you so familiar with this sort of thing? What have you been through all these years?" Andy continued reading the letter. Malfoy had evidently communicated with his father, who unsurprisingly agreed to the plan. Malfoy had been trying to reach out to the older Slytherin students, who were also intrigued by the matter, and things had started off quite smoothly. However, the situation soon spiraled beyond Malfoy's control. In Slytherin House, Malfoy was not the only one with a parent on the Board of Governors. Once they learned of the matter, they naturally disregarded Malfoy, a mere first-year brat. Hence, Malfoy was seeking Andy's assistance to regain control over the situation. Truly, this was characteristic of Slytherin. Andy chuckled softly, shaking his head as the letter disintegrated into ashes, scattering into the air. As he turned to glance at the Slytherin table, he locked eyes with Malfoy, who seemed considerably more cautious, merely nodding in acknowledgement before shifting his gaze elsewhere. "What did he say?" Hermione inquired, visibly frustrated. She had already written a complaint letter to Dumbledore. And to Andy's surprise, Dumbledore had promptly responded to Hermione. He candidly stated that a new defense against the dark arts professor would be appointed next year. But the current selection had already been finalized. It was challenging for him to dismiss Quirrell without just cause before he had made any mistakes. In Andy's view, Dumbledore's reply was not dismissive. Unbeknownst to Andy, the matter of the curse remained unresolved. Yet, Andy found it increasingly difficult to wait another year. With only 7 years of study ahead of him, each year was immensely significant. A delay of a year could mean a considerable loss of knowledge. It's nothing of great consequence, merely the internal power struggles within Slytherin. Andy provided Hermione with a general explanation of the letter's contents, and then suggested, "How about we head to the library to study?" "I need a pen," replied Malfoy. "Let us go." Hermione gathered a stack of books and led the way to the library. The library at Hogwarts was nothing short of a treasure trove. Andy discovered numerous tomes on magical theory and learned a variety of minor spells. Many of these spells were not frequently utilized, with some never having the opportunity to be employed throughout one's lifetime. Nevertheless, Andy diligently mastered these obscure incantations. While they might hold little value for others, for Andy, they significantly accelerated the enhancement of the crimson liquid within the system's orb. During his practice at home, Andy required a fortnight to accumulate a single potential point. But since arriving at Hogwarts, he realized that through his recent endeavors, he could now gather a potential point in merely 10 days. This was a remarkable improvement, particularly in Transfiguration. Ever since attending Professor McGonagall's classes, Andy could sense his progress even without consulting the system. Professor McGonagall provided an exceptionally detailed explanation of Transfiguration, imparting much knowledge not found in textbooks, which greatly benefited Andy. Thus, he earnestly hoped the school would expedite the replacement of Professor Quirrell. Finding a quiet corner in the library, Andy took up a quill to compose his response to Malfoy. The issue Malfoy encountered, in Andy's opinion, was trivial. He only needed to subtly imply that the matter would involve Dumbledore, which would likely deter those young wizards from meddling. Not everyone possessed the audacity of old Malfoy to confront Dumbledore directly. After finishing his letter, Andy tucked it into the pocket of his wizarding robes, planning to send it to Malfoy via the school owl after lunch. "Did you hear?" Hermione suddenly whispered after he completed his writing. Andy replied, "What have I heard?" Hermione continued, "Last night, Potter and Weasley from Gryffindor were caught while wandering the castle at night. It is said they even trespassed into the corridor on the 4th floor." At this point, Hermione shot Andy a pointed glance, referencing the very place where he had wished to meet a tragic fate. "Could you possibly refrain from remembering so vividly?" Andy retorted with mild annoyance, then curiously inquired, "How were they caught?" The scene had indeed been depicted in the film, where Harry and Ron encountered a 3-headed dog in that corridor. This was precisely why Andy had no intention of venturing there. While he could spar verbally with Dumbledore, the prospect of taking action himself was daunting. After all, he wished to avoid any unfortunate accidents, let alone a painful demise. "I heard it was Mr. Filch who apprehended them," Hermione replied, shaking her head. She then hinted Professor McGonagall is extremely upset and has deducted a full 60 points from Gryffindor. "So I hope you will abandon any such thoughts." "Of course." Andy spread his hands, declaring, "I have no desire for a painful death." "Shoo, don't speak," Hermione admonished. Madam Pants has noticed us. Hermione quickly lowered her gaze to her book. As Andy perused his own text, he pondered what kind of mishap could lead to Ron and Harry, those unfortunate souls, being caught. Suddenly, he recalled that in the film, Hermione had used the unlocking charm to open the door at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, had no knowledge of such spells. How brave they are, Andy mused. They truly embodied the spirit of Gryffindor, daring to venture out at night despite their lack of magical proficiency. Yet, if it weren't for Hermione, Harry and Ron might not have even survived the encounter with the Devil's Snare. However, if Andy's plan succeeded, perhaps he could prevent Harry and Ron from being ensnared by it. Without Hermione, they might not have even known about the Philosopher's Stone. If that were the case, everything would have never begun. Andy suddenly found himself eager to witness Dumbledore's expression upon learning of this. The fabled savior, who couldn't even perform the unlocking charm. It truly was a case of Hermione and her two inept companions. He glanced at Hermione, who returned his gaze. "What are you looking at?" Hermione asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Why don't you focus on your reading instead of staring at me?" "I was merely curious about what you're reading," Andy replied, reaching for the book Hermione held, discovering it was an introduction to flying. "Give that back," Hermione exclaimed, snatching the book back in a fit of indignation. Andy chuckled softly, recalling how clumsy Hermione had looked during the flying lesson the previous afternoon, where she had only dared to fly 2 meters high. "Don't laugh." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. "If you wish to practice your flying skills, I could assist you," Andy quickly added, noticing Hermione's impending wrath. "I know a senior student on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. I could borrow a broom from him." Chapter 33. There will always be someone who wishes to surprise you. "You too." Madam Pants appeared behind Andy and Hermione without their noticing, hands on her hips, her tone stern as she declared, "I've been watching you two for some time. This is a library, and if you continue to converse, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave." Hermione's face turned pale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she appeared utterly dejected. As an exemplary student, she had never before faced such a harsh reprimand from a teacher. "Apologies, madam," Andy said sincerely. "It is our fault. We promise not to speak in the library again. Please grant us another chance. Only this once." Madam Pants shot them a disapproving glance before turning to leave. "It's all right now," Andy shrugged casually after she departed. As long as one had a thick enough skin, even the most embarrassing moments could be brushed off as if they had never occurred. And he was already accustomed to it. However, the young witch clearly held a different perspective. She didn't spare Andy a single glance, her focus entirely on her book. As if he were invisible, Andy poked her gently with a finger. Hermione swatted his hand away, continuing to ignore him as if he didn't exist. Fine then, Andy thought it best not to provoke her further, lest she unleash her fury later. Since no one was paying him any mind, he returned to his reading. There is beauty within the pages. As noon approached, Andy and Hermione departed the library. "Are you going to visit Weasley?" Hermione suddenly asked. Andy replied, "Why on earth would I do that? I have no interest in watching him." "You finally spoke. I thought Madam Pants had cursed your mouth shut," Andy teased. "Madam Pants is right. We should not be chatting in the library. It is a public space, and we must not disturb our fellow students." Hermione spoke with a grave tone before continuing. "I heard you were friends with Weasley, which is why I mentioned the points deduction." So that was the reason. And he thought to himself, wondering why Hermione had suddenly become so gossipy. Nevertheless, he decided to drop the matter. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that what they most desired at this moment was to remain unnoticed. This, of course, would prove to be quite challenging. When Andy and Hermione entered the Great Hall, the word of Harry and Ron's midnight escapade had already spread throughout Hogwarts. Who is Harry Potter? He is none other than the savior of the British wizarding world, a luminary destined to be immortalized in the annals of magical history. It is not just Hogwarts. His name is known throughout the entirety of the British magical community, in the minds of the young witches and wizards. Such a prominent figure should have ascended to greatness at Hogwarts, shattering records and graduating with a plethora of accolades. Yet, who could have anticipated that Harry Potter, having just shattered records by joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a first year, would subsequently incur a deduction of 50 points for Gryffindor? And if one counts the points for his entourage, that amounts to 100 points lost. With the school year not even a week old, Gryffindor had barely any points to spare. Moreover, it is worth noting that due to the relentless efforts of a certain potions professor, Gryffindor's scores were already languishing at the bottom of the 4 houses. Now, they had plunged into negative territory. If Harry and his companions had lost points due to a brawl with Slytherin, the young lions might still have regarded them as heroes. However, they were caught by Filch while wandering the halls at night. What a disgrace, in the eyes of the young lions. There is nothing more humiliating than being apprehended by Filch during a midnight escapade. As Andy stepped into the Great Hall, he could hear the entire Gryffindor house buzzing with discussions about the incident. Slytherin reveled in their misfortune, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff quietly observed, occasionally sharing their thoughts on the matter. Approaching the Ravenclaw table, Andy overheard whispers questioning how Harry Potter had managed to vanquish the Dark Lord, considering it was a curse that guaranteed instant death with no counter-curse. Andy wished to steer clear of that conversation. He picked up a fork, speared a sausage, and turned to Hermione, asking, "Have you given any thought to practicing flying?" "No, I haven't." Hermione shook her head. "We have an entire year of flying lessons ahead of us. We can practice gradually. I would rather spend that time reading more books and honing my magical skills. Besides, I detest flying." "You're actually afraid of heights, aren't you?" Andy's voice diminished under Hermione's fierce glare. Blinking, he cleverly shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, I have some personal matters to attend to this afternoon. I might need to step out." "Where are you going?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Well, in a few days. You'll find out. I can't disclose it just yet," Andy replied, adopting a mysterious demeanor. "If anyone asks, just say I've been with you all afternoon." "Oomph. As if I care," Hermione retorted, lifting her chin defiantly before abruptly turning her head to stare at Andy. "You're not going to meet Malfoy, are you?" "Of course not. If it weren't for the need to find a reliable professor, I wouldn't waste my time with him," Andy quickly assured her. "Rest assured, I'm not heading to the fourth-floor corridor." "Oomph." Hermione huffed, turning away from Andy. After finishing their meal, Andy reminded Hermione once more. After receiving her repeated assurances, he felt reassured enough to depart. He first went to the Ollery to send a letter to Malfoy, then stealthily made his way to the third floor of the castle. This should be the place. Standing before a statue of a one-eyed witch, Andy tapped the statue with his wand and chanted, "Separate left and right." With a series of clicks, the statue's hunchback slowly opened, revealing a stone slide that descended. This was the important information Andy had traded with the Weasley twins. A secret passage leading to Hogsmeade. Those two truly are remarkable, Andy mused as he slid down the stone slide. The slide was quite long, and it took him about 10 minutes to reach the bottom. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself before a staircase of over 200 steps. At the end of the staircase was a trapdoor. Exiting from there would lead directly into the basement of Honeydukes. Andy ascended the steps and pushed the trapdoor open just enough to peek through. Excellent. The basement was empty, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was Saturday, and Honeydukes was bustling with activity. Emerging from the basement, he did not disturb a soul. A perfect secret passage, Andy silently applauded. He mentally calculated the date. Today is September 7th, 1991, a Saturday. Therefore, September 19th will fall on a Thursday. This simply won't do. Hogsmeade is only open to third-year and above students on Saturdays. Arriving on Thursday would be far too conspicuous. Andy approached the shopkeeper, Mr. Flume. After purchasing some sweets, he casually inquired, "Sir, if I were to come by on Thursday, I shouldn't get caught by any professors, right?" "Of course." Mr. Flume winked. "For instance, I wouldn't just tell anyone that a first-year wizard visited my shop. Is it that obvious?" Andy asked, perplexed. Mr. Flume remained silent, first gesturing to indicate Andy's height, then pointing to the other patrons in the shop. "Ah, so my height has betrayed me," Andy realized, though he was relatively tall among his peers. The difference was stark when compared to older students. "Thank you." Andy expressed his gratitude before leaving Honeydukes. Today was merely a reconnaissance mission. September 19th was Hermione's birthday, and Andy planned to bring the young witch here for some fun. Since it was a date, he certainly needed to gather intelligence in advance, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard later. Embarrassment was minor. Being caught by a professor was a far more serious matter. Hogsmeade is the only village in all of Britain that is entirely wizarding, and its architecture exudes a rich magical ambience. Not only do many wizards reside here, but numerous shops are operated by witches and wizards as well. Andy wandered around, quickly familiarizing himself with the layout of the village. Whether for a date or a hasty escape, he would be able to navigate the area with speed and efficiency. "Hey, Andy." Hearing a voice, Andy turned to see George and Fred approaching. "Hi, we were just wondering when we might run into you here. Who would have thought you'd have the audacity to sneak off to Hogsmeade less than a week after arriving at Hogwarts?" George and Fred chimed in, each finishing the other's sentences as was their signature style. "I merely ventured out for a stroll out of sheer boredom," Andy remarked casually. "Boredom, you say? We presumed you were on a date, or perhaps at the library. Are you out here all alone? What of your little girlfriend?" George and Fred chimed in, each taking turns to tease him. "I'm just scouting the area. I plan to bring her here in a few days," Andy replied, unfazed by their jests. He was no child. A few playful taunts would not fluster him. Fred gave him a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his foresight. George nodded. If only Ron possessed your level of cleverness. He is doing all right. ISNT? Andy inquired. Fred shrugged. He and Harry Haven T left their dormitory all day. We even had to bring him breakfast. How unfortunate. Well, we're off now. Enjoy your wanderings, but do be careful not to get caught by the professors. George waved goodbye as he departed with Fred. With the map of Hogsmeade firmly in hand, Andy stealthily approached the Shrieking Shack. It was rumored to be the most haunted place in all of Britain. Yet, Andy had always believed that Hogwarts itself was the true epicenter of hauntings, given the multitude of ghosts residing within its walls. Circling the Shrieking Shack, he discovered that entry from the outside was impossible. Not a door in sight, nor even a window. Fortunately, the absence of others allowed Andy to pursue his endeavors without concern. His visit to Hogsmeade served not only as reconnaissance, but also for a more clandestine purpose, to learn his first dark spell. Earlier that day, while perusing a book in the library, Andy had stumbled upon a dark incantation within a tome dedicated to the theory of magic. The book, quite reputable, had provided a detailed account of a dark spell, complete with incantation, gestures, emotional states, and even the theoretical underpinnings of the magic involved. With this knowledge, Andy felt equipped to teach himself the dark arts. Curiously, he pondered why the system distinguished between spells and dark magic. Wasn't he dark magic, after all? A form of spellcasting? Perhaps today would reveal the answer to this mystery. Excitement bubbled within him. He retrieved the book once more, confirming he had grasped the key points without omission. With a flick of his wand, he shrank the book and tucked it into the pocket of his wizarding robes. Gripping his wand, a sense of unease washed over him. Disease erosion, he declared, pointing at a weed towering over him. As the incantation left his lips, a plume of dark red mist slowly emanated from beneath the plant. The weed withered at a visible pace, its once green leaves and stems now adorned with unsightly crimson blisters. A truly grotesque sight. Andy paid little heed to the effects of the dark magic. Instead, he focused intently on the mindset and physical sensations involved in casting the spell. My body feels unchanged, and my mindset seems quite healthy, he mused. So, this is what constitutes dark magic. The distinction between white and dark magic has never resided in the destructive power of the spells. Powerful incantations exist within white magic that rival those of dark magic. The classification of dark magic hinges on whether the efficacy of the spell is rooted in the practitioner's malevolent intent. Dark magic is prohibited precisely because it stems from the darker aspects of human nature. When one's dark magic grows potent, it signifies an equally malevolent heart. Moreover, the terrifying aspect of dark magic lies in its rapid proliferation of evil. Mastery is arduous, yet descent into malevolence is all too effortless. Dark magic often becomes increasingly intuitive with use, and the practitioner's wicked thoughts intensify, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle. Reflecting on the theoretical principles outlined in the book, Andy began to grasp the essence of dark magic. All right, that will suffice for today, he resolved. He had no intention of continuing his experiments, as he lacked the foundational knowledge necessary for delving deeper into the dark arts. If the attribute of mind applies universally to all magic, then will is indispensable not only for resisting certain specialized spells, but also for learning dark magic. A robust mind and will can fend off the encroachments of dark magic. Unfortunately, Andy's willpower was a meager 2 points. Recalling the book's contents, he concluded, I believe the unique nature of dark magic lies not in its overwhelming power, but in its profound exploration of taboo realms such as life and soul. Dark magic is indeed wicked, yet we must not overlook its merits simply because of its malignity. Chapter 35. The Mind of a Madman. Andy's perspective on dark magic mirrored that of the book's author. Dark magic is undeniably evil, yet its advantages cannot be dismissed due to its inherent malevolence. If white magic is an exploration of external matter, then dark magic delves into the very essence of the human body. Perhaps this distinction is the reason the system separated dark magic from the broader category of spells. The spell disease erosion was recorded by the author due to its implications regarding the erosion of the body by magical energy. The author posited that while wizards wield magic, they themselves are not magical beings, unlike the fantastical creatures that can use magic innately. Andy concurred with this notion, for the necessity of a wand to cast spells serves as a testament to this viewpoint. The reason wizards have achieved their current status in the magical world is that humans are sentient beings, while magical creatures are not. The author proposed an intriguing idea. If a wizard were to continuously use magical energy to erode their own body, would they eventually transform into a magical being? Of course, Andy had no intention of testing this hypothesis, as the author had perished as a result. The final chapters of the book were penned from the author's hospital bed at St. Mungo's, and he died shortly after completing it. The book was subsequently donated to Hogwarts. Nonetheless, this idea undoubtedly served as a cautionary tale for Andy. He had seen photographs of Voldemort online. Although he outwardly resembled a human, he had long since lost any semblance of humanity. With his scarlet eyes, pallid skin, and hairless head, he appeared almost otherworldly, with two elongated nostrils resembling sockets. Perhaps Voldemort had engaged in perilous magical experiments on himself, Andy pondered. And what of Dumbledore? Perhaps he too harbored his own secrets. Inferno. He conjured, igniting the weed in flames. Adjusting his attire, Andy made his way back to Honeydukes before returning to Hogwarts via the secret passage. Upon emerging from the passage, he glanced around cautiously. Thankfully, no one was in sight. Andy first visited the Olery to send the candies he had purchased to Isabel, and then made his way to the abandoned classroom on the 6th floor of the castle. Upon pushing open the door, he found Hermione practicing magic alone. "You startled me." Hermione shot Andy an annoyed glance. "Could you not have knocked first? I thought it was a professor coming in." Unable to resist making a comment, Andy quipped, "What kind of image do you have of the professors? If they saw you diligently practicing magic here, they would be delighted." The young witch contemplated his words. Indeed, she had not committed any wrongdoing, so why should she fear the professors? After glancing at Andy, she suddenly realized that while she had not done anything wrong and was earnestly honing her magical skills, practicing magic alongside Andy made her feel as though she were misbehaving. If only Andy could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he would surely exclaim his innocence. How could he be blamed for this? "I've been at Hogwarts for nearly a week. What exactly have I done wrong?" Hermione inquired. "Did I not mention that you would know in a few days? Rest assured, it is something good." Andy continued to keep her in suspense. "If you want tea, say, then I want tea press." Hermione huffed, ignoring Andy. The young witch resumed her magical practice. With dinner still a while away, Andy didn't wish to waste time either, so he too began practicing magic. The book he had read contained numerous refreshing theories about magic, and he was eager to experiment. The author did not approach magic through the lens of emotion, but rather through the essence of magical power itself. What is the nature of magical power? No one in the magical world can definitively say. As Professor Flitwick once remarked, magical power flows through us like blood in our veins. It resides within us, yet we find it difficult to control. However, vigorous exercise can accelerate blood circulation. While we cannot directly control magical power, we can influence it passively. Following the methods outlined in the book, Andy began his practice. In his initial attempts, he discovered that his spellcasting felt quite awkward, akin to someone accustomed to writing with their right hand suddenly forced to use their left. It was uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Andy did not relent. He persevered, trying repeatedly. After a dozen attempts, a hint of frustration welled up within him. As the book indicated, feeling agitated was a normal occurrence. Andy resolved to trust the text. Then, with a resounding bang, the explosion startled not only Hermione, but even left Andy momentarily dumbfounded. Had I failed my spellcasting? In haste, Andy attempted to cast a spell normally, and was surprised to find that it seemed to flow much more smoothly. The sensation was subtle, almost like an illusion. He quickly tried again. It was no illusion. It felt akin to someone who had been holding back for hours finally being released. In 2 words, it was liberating. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked with a worried expression, her gaze as if she believed Andy had finally lost his mind. "I'm fine. Don't worry," Andy reassured her, calming his thoughts as he pondered the nature of this change. Ultimately, it boiled down to emotions influencing magical power. When Andy repeatedly attempted that clumsy spell casting, his rising agitation naturally led to failure. This sense of frustration was itself a form of emotion, and when it reached a certain threshold, it inevitably affected the magical power within him. Truly, the author who perished in magical experiments had some genuine insights. Andy realized that the texts penned by wizards who had met their demise due to failed magical experiments often contained valuable truths. In contrast, those who had merely lived long lives or had yet to die typically regurgitated established knowledge, occasionally adding their own interpretations. Thus, the focus moving forward was to seek out the writings of those wizards who had perished in magical trials, or perhaps visit St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries to converse with patients about magic. Was this truly the thought process of a madman? And he felt he might be losing his mind. Yet the truth remained. Only those wizards courageous enough to experiment could genuinely put their magical theories into practice. Whether successful or not, their willingness to explore indicated that their theories held at least some factual basis. What they lacked was perhaps merely a laboratory or a platform for dialogue. From the perspective of magical research, the current magical world was undeniably stagnant. The Ministry of Magic, while effective in managing the wizarding community, had also ensnared wizards in trivialities and incessant power struggles, stifling the future of magic. Chapter 36. Slicing is the future of magic. Despite the Ministry's numerous shortcomings, Andy had no intention of overthrowing it to establish himself as a ruler. After all, becoming the third Dark Lord was no simple feat. Moreover, Andy had little desire to manage others, especially in the magical realm, where such efforts seemed a waste of time. He preferred to delve into the study of magic. Since arriving in this world, Andy had harbored a singular dream: to traverse the path of magic to its very end. Furthermore, the existence of the Ministry had indeed effectively managed the magical community, shielding it from the eyes of muggles. However, the Ministry's flaws were impossible to overlook. Just look at the young wizards at Hogwarts. If a survey were conducted, it would reveal that at least 90% of the students there pursued magic solely to secure respectable employment after graduation. How is that different from muggles? If the purpose of learning magic is merely to find work, one might as well live in the muggle world, where the quality of life far exceeds that of the magical realm. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations, and he would not impose his beliefs on others. Having like-minded friends is wonderful, but if not, that is equally acceptable. If possible, Andy wished to establish a magical laboratory dedicated to exploring the essence of magical power or experimenting with forbidden magic. Imagine if we could dissect a wizard and observe their cellular structure under a microscope. Might we discover differences from muggles? Or, when attempting a dangerous magical experiment, if a wizard were willing to volunteer as a test subject, would that not mitigate some risks? Naturally, Andy was not a dark wizard. He could not arbitrarily dissect a wizard or conduct forbidden experiments on them. He had his principles. But what if the individual in question were a dark wizard or a Death Eater? During wartime, sneaking a couple of Death Eaters away for experimentation would likely go unnoticed, right? Andy reflected on this. The Harry Potter series consists of 7 books. In other words, during Harry's 7th year, it coincides with the time of the climactic confrontation with Voldemort. If we factor in the preparation time for both sides, as well as Voldemort's recent resurrection and the gathering of his old followers, it can be deduced that Voldemort must have returned during Harry's 4th or 5th year. This implies that I still possess a window of 4 to 5 years for preparation. Andy mused to himself, with the aid of the system. If I diligently study magic from now on, it should be feasible to discreetly take down a Death Eater in 4 years, right? A swift strike, a quick abduction, and a clean finish, a comprehensive service. Contemplating this, Andy suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation for Voldemort's revival. With Dumbledore and Harry drawing the fire, Andy could easily orchestrate his own clandestine maneuvers. For instance, the magical experiment that erodes the body with magic. All that remains is for a Death Eater to willingly offer themselves. Shaking his head, Andy temporarily dismissed these chaotic thoughts. For the time being, he must remain grounded, learning magic step by step. Around 6 in the evening, Andy and Hermione descended the stairs to the first floor, preparing to dine in the Great Hall. Hello there. Just as they rounded a corner on the first floor, they were halted by a senior Slytherin student. Hello. May I ask what this is about? Andy inquired. I am John Albrecht, a third-year student of Slytherin. We are conducting a secret survey. May I ask if you are satisfied with our defense against the dark arts professor? Professor Quirrell? Andy exchanged glances with Hermione. As expected, the topic had arisen. Quirrell? Andy raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with discontent. Of course, I'm not satisfied. He merely reads from the textbook. If someone like him can be a professor, then I could surely take on that role. Hermione, puffing her cheeks, added, moreover, the classroom has a most unpleasant odor. Albrecht's expression brightened at their response. Then, if we have the opportunity to oust Professor Quirrell and replace him with a competent instructor, would you two be willing to join us? Absolutely. Andy feigned eagerness. What shall we do? Albrecht glanced around furtively before producing a piece of parchment, handing it to Andy. You merely need to sign your names on this parchment. As for the subsequent matters, leave those to us. Upon inspecting the parchment, Andy noted the detailed accusations against Professor Quirrell, which included, but were not limited to, stuttering, reliance solely on textbook recitation, complete ignorance of dark arts defense, failure to teach students how to cast spells, and an aversion to answering their questions, all while the classroom reeked of a foul odor. These grievances seemed reasonable, but there were some more peculiar allegations as well, such as harassment of female classmates, harassment of male classmates, arbitrary confiscation of students' belongings, suspected connections to Death Eaters, and even a history of serving the Dark Lord. Goodness, After perusing the litany of Quirrell's offenses, Andy concluded that a lifetime imprisonment in Azkaban would be far too lenient for such a person. He deserved to receive a passionate kiss from a Dementor. The remainder of the document contained standard content. Andy also spotted some remarks he had exchanged with Malfoy. We shall valiantly defend our right to education. Hogwarts belongs to the magical community, and more so, it belongs to us, the students. We cannot allow Quirrell to squander our precious time. This is a slow form of murder. It all seemed quite fervent. Further down, he noticed a multitude of student signatures. Glancing over, he observed only a few dozen names. Such inefficiency? Before Andy could voice his thoughts, Albrecht explained, so far, several hundred students have signed, but this is merely one copy. Ah, I see. The complaint letter was without issue. Andy readily penned his name before passing the parchment to Hermione. She hesitated for a mere 0.2 of a second before inscribing her own. Albrecht, when can we expect Quirrell to leave Hogwarts? Andy inquired as he handed the parchment back. It should be this month, I believe. Albrecht replied uncertainly, as he was merely a gopher in Slytherin and unaware of the plans of the purebloods. However, it should not extend beyond the end of this month. I eagerly await it. Andy nodded, walking alongside Hermione toward the Great Hall. Albrecht retreated to a corner, quietly biding his time for the next unsuspecting young wizard to come along. Chapter 37. Voldemort could never curse the defense against the dark arts class. Surprisingly, I thought you would refrain from signing, Andy remarked casually as they proceeded toward the hall. I did hesitate, Hermione admitted, a hint of conflict in her voice. Professor Quirrell may have his reasons. Perhaps he truly was attacked by a vampire. At this, Hermione paused momentarily before continuing. However, he is undeniably unfit for the position. I hope he finds a new job. As they spoke, the two entered the Great Hall. Upon stepping inside, Andy noticed that a portion of the young wizards appeared mysterious, as if they held a secret they could not divulge. Meanwhile, another group of students was eagerly inquiring about what had transpired at Hogwarts, clearly yearning to uncover the truth. Why was it that only they were left uninformed? Had Harry Potter lost more points? Or was Dumbledore getting married? Even if they could not speak openly, at least a hint would suffice. As Andy and Hermione settled at the Ravenclaw table, Anthony immediately approached them, signaling Andy with his eyes before whispering, Andy, do you know about that matter? The signatures? Andy raised an eyebrow. Anthony's face lit up with excitement. What do you think? Do you support this initiative? Of course, Andy replied with an air of certainty. We cannot gamble with our future, can we? Anthony nodded in agreement. The defense against the dark arts curriculum should teach us how to protect ourselves, yet Professor Quirrell is utterly unqualified. Furthermore, I have heard. Anthony beckoned for Andy and Hermione to lean in closer, then conspiratorially continued. I heard from the older students that the defense against the dark arts class is cursed by the Dark Lord. No professor has managed to stay for more than a year. Is that so? This revelation cast doubt in Andy's mind. Does that imply that Dumbledore is merely appeasing Hermione? Hermione, clearly skeptical, promptly pointed out the flaw in that logic. Why would the Dark Lord curse the defense against the dark arts class? He is powerful enough not to harbor a grudge against a single class, right? That argument held some merit. Andy nodded. The Dark Lord is the Dark Wizard. The defense against the dark arts class is specifically designed to combat him. Anthony provided his rationale. As for that reasoning, well, only a fool would believe it. I too find it utterly implausible, Andy remarked. If the mysterious figure truly possesses such abilities, why does he not cast a curse upon the headmaster of Hogwarts? Perhaps it is because the headmaster, Dumbledore, is the only wizard that the mysterious one fears, Anthony interjected. Disinterested in further debate, Andy seized a fork and began devouring a slice of pie. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Ron and Harry appeared furtively. They lingered at the doorway for a moment, ensuring no one took notice of them, before stealthily slinking into the hall. Where on earth have George and Fred gone? They didn't even bring us any food for lunch, Ron grumbled, his face a mask of misery. I'm almost starving. Harry remained silent, contemplating a plan to discreetly grab some food and escape back to the dormitory, hoping to avoid any encounters with others in the coming days. Hey, Harry, Ron exclaimed suddenly, a look of excitement illuminating his face. About an idea. We could eat at the Ravenclaw table. Perhaps no one will notice us. Harry paused at the suggestion. It was indeed a plausible plan. Ron grabbed Harry's arm, saying, I spotted Andy. Let us hurry over. When Andy noticed Ron and Harry's arrival, he appeared momentarily bewildered. What brings you both to the Ravenclaw side? He inquired, shifting his position to make space for them. Thanks. Harry expressed his gratitude. Ron, however, wore a bitter expression. Don't mention it. We've been played. He lamented. Andy, you must help us. Just as Andy was about to inquire how he could assist them, Ron continued, we're on the brink of starvation. George and Fred only brought us breakfast. Can we eat something here? Is that all? Well, I suppose I overestimated you too, Andy replied, nodding. He then curiously asked, what prompted your unexpected late-night escapade? Hermione, seated beside Andy, perked up at the question. Gossip is an inherent human trait, and the young, which was no exception. We've been duped. Ron exclaimed indignantly. Malfoy challenged us to a duel in the trophy room tonight, but he not only failed to show up, he also informed Filch. That is unacceptable. Hermione exclaimed sternly. How could you engage in a clandestine duel? If the professors find out, you could be expelled from Hogwarts. Sure, Andy interjected, placing a finger to his lips. Then explained to Hermione, this is something one cannot refuse. Even expulsion from the school cannot be evaded. Hermione glared at Andy, clearly displeased with his perspective. This concerns a man's honor. Hermione, surely you two have something you hold dear? Andy countered. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione nodded slightly. She indeed had things she valued. With that thought, she began to understand, albeit recognizing the childishness of it all. What Andy says is true. This duel is about dignity and cannot be avoided, Ron asserted, his voice filled with determination. Harry also nodded in agreement, finding some comfort in this rationale. Heaven knows how despondent he felt when Professor McGonagall deducted 100 points from them. Nevertheless, losing points was certainly preferable to expulsion. The very thought of being expelled from Hogwarts was unfathomable to Harry. Though he had been at Hogwarts for less than a week, he felt a sense of belonging there. Andy slapped his forehead in exasperation. These two fools had been given such clear hints, yet they remained oblivious. But Malfoy is the one avoiding this duel, Andy hinted. Hermione shot Andy a strange look. How could he be so mischievous? He had just assisted Malfoy in devising a strategy against Professor Quirrell in the morning. And now he was helping Ron and Harry plot against Malfoy in the evening? Malfoy is nothing but a coward, Ron declared disdainfully. Fine, do as you please, Andy shrugged, feeling that if he continued to involve himself, he would be foolish. Moreover, given Harry and Ron's intellect, they were hardly suited to execute any plans. Dear little Ronnie, what brings you here? George and Fred materialized at some point. If you keep calling me that, I swear I'll kill you, Ron retorted. Where have you two been? He complained. Harry and I waited for you all afternoon. We're on the verge of starvation. George threw an arm around Ron's shoulders. You'll have to face this sooner or later. Fred chimed in, and it's really not a big deal. George continued at most. You'll break the record for deducting 100 points within your first week at Hogwarts. No one wants to break that record, Ron shouted back. Harry's face was also one of shame. George, seeing their reaction, grinned and said, but I have good news for you. The point deduction is old news now. Everyone is focused on something else. What is it? Harry asked, curiosity piqued. It's a secret, Fred replied. But I suspect Andy and Miss Granger are already in the know, George added. Harry and Ron immediately turned to look at them. Indeed, we've been known for quite some time, Hermione declared, her tone filled with pride. Not only did she know, but she was also aware of who had devised the plan. Ron looked utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Don't pry, Fred said, still with his arm around Ron's shoulders. While many are aware of this secret, we want to divulge it to anyone who doesn't know, George added. Enjoy your dinner. Fred and George patted Harry and Ron on the back, waved at Andy, and strolled away nonchalantly. What could that secret possibly be? Ron asked, visibly irritated. It felt as though the entire world was in on it except for him and Harry. What had they missed? Harry turned to Andy, asking, can't you tell us? It's not that I can't, Andy grinned mischievously. Those who know the secret can discuss it amongst themselves, but we want to reveal it to those who are unaware. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Harry took a bite of his sausage. The once delectable treat now tasted bland. The sensation of being the only one in the dark, while everyone else was aware, was utterly vexing. He wagered he would be sleepless that night. Ron, refusing to be deterred, stood up and approached Michael Corner. With an arched eyebrow, he asked, Michael, do you know about that matter? Michael nodded. Are you referring to that matter? Of course, I know, and I've already agreed to it. Agree to what? Ron pressed eagerly. You don't know? Michael scrutinized Ron warily, then waved his hand dismissively. If you're unaware, then don't go prying. Ron, unwilling to concede defeat, inquired with several acquaintances. Yet the responses were largely uniform. Those who were unaware shared his curiosity, while those in the know were reticent to divulge the secret. After making the rounds, Ron returned with a face full of dejection. Andy and Hermione exchanged amused glances. There was something rather entertaining about the whole situation, although no confidentiality enchantments were in place. It seemed as if an unspoken understanding prevailed. No one would reveal secrets to those who were uninformed. This was quintessentially Hogwarts. However, there are no walls that are entirely impervious to whispers. In the span of a single evening, The news of Slytherin's intention to oust Professor Quirrell spread through Hogwarts with the swiftness of a firebolt 2000. By the following morning, the young witches and wizards had commenced openly discussing the revelation. Regarding Slytherin's actions, the collective sentiment among the students could be summed up in 4 words. Well done indeed. No one at Hogwarts held any fondness for Professor Quirrell. Many students were exhilarated, although the entire affair was spearheaded by Slytherin. It was the result of a united effort from all. Perhaps Gryffindor held a differing opinion, but no one paid heed to their perspectives. For if the plan succeeded, Professor Quirrell would become the first educator in a millennium of Hogwarts history to be dismissed by the student body. They would be making history. When Andy and Hermione arrived at the Great Hall, fresh news from Slytherin reached them. They had sent out the complaint letter. A chorus of cheers erupted in the hall. Andy glanced over at the Slytherin table, where Malfoy was proudly regaling his companions with some tidbit. The exuberance on his face indicated just how pleased he was. Andy, let's go, Hermione urged, tugging at his sleeve. All right, Andy nodded in agreement. The atmosphere among Ravenclaw was equally vibrant, with everyone eagerly anticipating Professor Quirrell's departure from Hogwarts. The studious Eagles were especially fervent in their hopes. If we succeed, this will be a landmark event in school history. This is a victory for us all. We will undoubtedly prevail. I took divination this year, and Professor Trelawney foretold that someone would leave Hogwarts. I believe she was referring to Professor Quirrell. The eager Eagles engaged in fervent discussions, and just as Andy was about to inquire about the details of Trelawney's prophecy from a third-year student, another fifth-year chimed in. Don't believe her. Professor Trelawney predicts every year that someone will die at Hogwarts, yet none of her predictions have come true. A charlatan, Andy exclaimed. That can't be right. Trelawney's ancestors were renowned seers, and I've read quite a bit on the subject. However, prophecy requires a certain gift, and my aptitude in that regard is currently at 0. Do you think the professors are aware of this situation? Hermione asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. The little witch had 3 great fears in her life. First, not achieving full marks on an exam. Second, receiving criticism from a professor. And third, being expelled from school. Although the scheme had been initiated by Malfoy, it was Andy who had devised the plan. Should Malfoy be caught, Hermione doubted he would keep Andy's secret, sworn to silence as he might be. They probably don't know yet, Andy speculated. After all, no one would inform the professors of this matter, and they aren't omniscient. It's not as though the plan has been in motion for long. After a moment's thought, he added, however, I suspect Professor Dumbledore must already be aware. What if he disagrees? Hermione asked, her anxiety rising. She began to recall the books she had read, contemplating how she might defend Andy if he were caught. Andy chuckled, ruffling the little witch's hair. Don't fret. We're not doing anything wrong. Even if someone finds out, what of it? I merely wish to avoid the spotlight, which is why I entrusted the matter to Malfoy. Hermione swatted Andy's hand away, shooting him an exasperated look. Don't mess up my hair. It's already a disaster. Andy's calm demeanor soon reassured Hermione, though she promptly posed another question. But what if Professor Dumbledore does not consent? How could he possibly refuse? This is a petition from all the students. Even the headmaster cannot go against the will of the entire student body. Andy shrugged. If Dumbledore were truly obstinate, I would simply have Malfoy lead the students in a walkout. Chapter 39. A conversation in the headmaster's office. In the castle's 8th floor, the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, the subject of Andy and Hermione's discussion, sat in his office, deep in thought. He was indeed already aware. The portraits and ghosts throughout the castle served as Dumbledore's eyes and ears. Nothing that transpired within the castle escaped his notice, should he wish to know. The office was silent, the portraits of past headmasters pretending to engage in their own affairs, yet their occasional glances toward Dumbledore betrayed their eagerness for gossip. They were keen to discover how Dumbledore would address this matter. It was an unprecedented occurrence at Hogwarts in a millennium. The 4 houses had united for the singular purpose of ousting a professor. One could only wonder how the founders of Hogwarts would react to this news, whether they would be more angered or gratified. Phineas, Nigellus Black, evidently lacking in patience, decided to break the silence. From now on, let us see who still dares to claim that Albus Dumbledore is the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts. During my tenure, such absurdity would never have transpired. Phineas's tone was somewhat smug. I hear this was instigated by our Slytherin students? Huh, I must say, they executed it splendidly. Delilah Devontae, another headmaster, ignored Phineas's remarks and turned to Dumbledore, asking, Albus, how do you intend to handle this situation? As soon as the question was posed, all the portraits ceased their activities and turned their attention to Dumbledore. Even Phineas fell silent. I was contemplating another matter, Dumbledore replied, as if just awakening from slumber. Though it might prove somewhat troublesome, Expelling Quirrell from Hogwarts would alleviate many concerns for him. Dumbledore furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering where the unexpected turn of events had originated. This situation traces back several months. Voldemort still lives. His fragment of a soul roams the forests of Albania, a fact Dumbledore had long been aware of. It was only after Quirrell's visit to the Albanian forest that Voldemort departed from there. Subsequently, Dumbledore received word that someone was after the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, Dumbledore resolved to turn the tables, luring Voldemort with the stone. Harry Potter is on the verge of commencing his education, and Dumbledore must ensure that this child possesses sufficient courage to confront Voldemort. Simultaneously, he seeks to ascertain whether the protective enchantments surrounding Harry continue to be effective against Voldemort. This prophesied child is, in Dumbledore's estimation, the sole hope capable of vanquishing Voldemort. Can Dumbledore defeat Voldemort? The answer remains elusive, for Voldemort has no intention of engaging him in a life-or-death struggle, given that he will not fight to the death. It follows that Dumbledore cannot kill Voldemort. Furthermore, Voldemort possesses methods to evade death. At first, the plan unfolded smoothly. Dumbledore assigned Hagrid to retrieve Harry for his enrollment, while simultaneously instructing him to obtain the Philosopher's Stone stored in Gringotts. Hagrid, being rather careless, would not avoid Harry. As long as Harry harbored sufficient curiosity, he would inevitably learn of the stone's existence. If he held a sense of justice and courage, he would embark on a quest to protect it. As for what would follow, Dumbledore merely needed to bide his time. However, who could have anticipated that the illustrious Harry Potter would not even know the unlocking charm? Not to mention, he had yet to discover the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog, having not even entered the door. Of course, this cannot entirely be blamed on Dumbledore. Once a prodigy in magic, he could master such trivial spells without even consulting a book. It is akin to Einstein being unable to fathom that someone might not know that 1 + 1 = 2. Should this even require instruction? Yet, a single failure is of little consequence. Dumbledore still has a year to carefully devise his plans. However, Slytherin's recent actions have disrupted all of Dumbledore's arrangements. As Andy remarked, the headmaster cannot oppose all the students. The expulsion of Quirrell is the collective desire of the student body, and Dumbledore must yield to it. With Quirrell's dismissal a foregone conclusion, Dumbledore naturally needs to revise his strategy. With a soft click, the spiral staircase moved slowly, and Severus Snape, clad in black robes, entered the headmaster's office. A hint of mockery graced his features, suggesting he was in good spirits. Dumbledore replied with a look of satisfaction. The students have united for the first time. Let me think, what did they say? We will defend our right to learn at all costs. In this regard, Quirrell has indeed proven somewhat inadequate. Miss Granger from Ravenclaw even sent me a complaint letter. Snape's expression remained impassive. Aside from their mutual interest in combating Voldemort, he and Dumbledore have never seen eye to eye. I have investigated, and it is indeed Malfoy who instigated this matter. At this point, a flicker of doubt crossed Snape's face. Yet I know Malfoy. He lacks the capability to orchestrate such a scheme. Consider what Draco Malfoy has done this week. He first challenged Ron and Harry to a midnight duel, only to report them to Filch afterward. Could a wizard of Malfoy's caliber possibly conceive of rallying all the students to oust a professor? It is utterly implausible. I do not believe Malfoy to be the mastermind. Dumbledore interlaced his fingers before him, his tone calm. However, unless we compel Malfoy to tell the truth, we shall never uncover the identity of the true architect behind this scheme. Yet I cannot fathom a justification for such an action. Dumbledore continued. While the approach may be somewhat extreme, writing a complaint letter does not violate school regulations. Snape, ever skeptical of Dumbledore's musings, fixed him with an intense gaze. You must harbor some suspicions by now, I presume? Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. Severus, could you keep an eye on one particular child for me? His tone was complex, tinged with what seemed to be shame for his own actions. With that, Dumbledore produced a letter from his drawer and handed it to Snape. It was Hermione's complaint. Snape merely cast a cursory glance, immediately grasping Dumbledore's implication. You mean Collins? He does possess some talent, but he is merely 11 years old. Yet I'm over 100. Dumbledore did not shy away from Snape's gaze. I can sense that this child is fervently passionate about magic. It is only a matter of time before he develops a curiosity for dark magic. Severus, we cannot stand idly by while an exceptionally gifted child is led astray by the allure of dark arts. I may not have much time left this year, so I must rely on you. Chapter 40. The Cursed Hogwarts? Are you certain? Snape often found it challenging to comprehend what this, the greatest wizard of the 20th century, was truly contemplating. Dumbledore's mind, much like his magical prowess, seemed unfathomable. Andy was somewhat well known within the teaching circle. Snape had overheard Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall discussing this young wizard on multiple occasions. Snape had even taught Andy in potions class. He acknowledged that Andy was a remarkably gifted wizard, diligent, intelligent, mature, contemplative, and earnest in his endeavors. Though he occasionally displayed a certain disarray, it was precisely this quality that rendered him more childlike. Otherwise, Snape might have mistaken him for an adult. It was evident that Dumbledore held a different perspective regarding Andy. Indeed, I have also heard some accounts concerning Collins. He is a very talented young wizard. Dumbledore's voice carried admiration for Andy, particularly regarding his reflections on magic. It is astonishing that he is only 11 years old. Such considerations elude many adult wizards. Snape regarded Dumbledore, realizing that if this were all there was to it, Dumbledore would never have asked him to pay heed to an 11-year-old wizard. I have compiled a list of questions that Collins raised during class, Dumbledore continued. I have discovered that he is investigating the influence of emotions on magic, as well as the properties of magical energy. Some inquiries even touch upon the soul. This is perilous territory. If we do not guide him, he will inevitably grow curious about dark magic. Dumbledore had dabbled in dark arts during his youth and possessed sufficient understanding of its nature. Thus, he recognized that dark magic could provide Andy with the answers he sought. Yet this was undoubtedly a treacherous path. Those who delve into dark magic without timely intervention are destined to succumb to malevolence. Snape remained silent for a moment before replying, I understand. If time permits, I will keep an eye on him for you. Thank you, Dumbledore replied. As for Quirrell, this is the collective sentiment of all the students at Hogwarts. We should not hinder it. The conversation in the headmaster's office remained unheard, and thus Andy was blissfully unaware that he had entered Dumbledore's purview. What for? Andy believed he had been sufficiently discreet, avoiding trouble and disturbances, and generally behaving more obediently than even Hermione. What exactly was it that you found appealing about me? Could I not change? Fortunately, Andy remained blissfully unaware of the underlying currents, and ignorance, naturally, brought him peace. Thus, at present, Andy was quite content. In a library, Andy stumbled upon a tome that delved into the theories of magic. The author had perished during a magical experiment, rendering the book's content refreshingly novel. In stark contrast to the mundane recitations found in other texts, he resolved to dedicate the entire morning to its study, planning to practice magic in the abandoned classroom on the 6th floor in the afternoon. The red liquid within the spherical system continued to rise daily, a symbol of Andy's steady progress. In just 2 or 3 days, the liquid would reach its brim, signifying that Andy would once again acquire a potential point. Such visible advancement was undoubtedly a source of joy. Andy decided to first elevate both charms and transfiguration to 5 points, subsequently enhancing his mind attribute. Once his magic attribute naturally reached 3 points, he would then augment it. By that time, if Andy could fully realize his innate talents, he believed he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force within a magical realm. After some calculations, he deduced that if he maintained his current rate of progress, acquiring a potential point every 10 days, he could elevate charms and transfiguration to 5 points within 4 months. At that juncture, his pace of magical study would further accelerate, and the system's red liquid would swell even more rapidly. Within this virtuous cycle, Andy envisioned himself transcending the ordinary. In a few years, even a solo encounter with Voldemort might not seem insurmountable. Of course, this entire scenario hinged upon Andy's ability to actualize his talents. Mere talent, after all, was insufficient. Diligent effort was paramount. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of black, and curiosity compelled him to raise his gaze, only to witness Severus Snape glide past him like a wisp of wind, heading unhesitatingly towards the restricted section. Andy felt a twinge of envy. How splendid it must be to be a professor, with the freedom to peruse the tomes in the restricted area. Wait a moment. A professor? Andy's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he were to remain at Hogwarts as a professor after graduation, would he not then have access to the entirety of Hogwarts Library? How many volumes resided within Hogwarts Library? Andy could not say. However, 7 years would clearly allow him to peruse only a fraction. Yet, as a Hogwarts professor, he could indulge in a lifetime of reading. Nevertheless, Aghavi Sulund. He glanced sideways at Hermione. Whether the defense against the dark arts class contained curses, he could not ascertain. But it was evident that Hogwarts itself bore some form of curse. From the headmaster down to the caretakers, every single individual shared a commonality. They were all single. This was rather alarming. Andy adored magic. That much was true, but a love for magic did not equate to a fondness for solitude. Who does not enjoy companionship? Moreover, Having some companionship, but not indulging, was vastly different from having none at all. Surely, this cannot be a curse? Andy scratched his head. The curses in the defense against the dark arts class could be investigated by consulting upperclassmen or simply waiting a couple of years for the truth to unfold. However, as for the curse of Hogwarts, it was not beyond possibility. Once he became acquainted with the professors, perhaps he could arrange blind dates for them. Should any two find happiness together, the so-called curse would merely be a figment of his imagination. Yet, should repeated attempts at matchmaking prove fruitless, Andy pondered methods to break this curse. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to discreetly inquire with Dumbledore. In a restricted section, Snape casually selected a few volumes. Having accepted Dumbledore's commission, Snape was now compelled to act. He was aware of Andy's frequent visits to the library and wished to ascertain what sorts of books Andy was perusing. Having merely glanced at the titles, Snape nonetheless noted the subject matter of one particular book, the influence of soul power on spellcasting. Indeed, was he researching the soul? Snape had been infatuated with dark magic in his youth. Had it not been for a fateful incident, he might have spiraled further down that treacherous path, forever beyond redemption. He understood the terrifying nature of dark magic and the immense allure of power. Dumbledore was correct. This lad would inevitably cultivate curiosity about dark magic. Chapter 41. Am I the mastermind behind Hogwarts? With a casual flick, Snape selected several books and, draped in his black cloak, departed the library like a shadow. He could hardly be bothered with these matters. His mere glance had sufficed to fulfill Dumbledore's directive. Should he later discover that Andy was clandestinely delving into dark magic, he would report directly to Dumbledore. Beyond that, their relationship remained purely that of teacher and student. After all, Andy was not Harry Potter, nor did he possess a pair of striking emerald eyes. He did not warrant Snape's special attention. As for Andy's future, even if he were to become the Dark Lord, it held no bearing on Snape. His allegiance to Dumbledore had once been to protect Lily Evans, and now it was to safeguard her child. It was a matter of personal ethics, devoid of any connection to good or evil. Snape mused. He would merely fulfill his responsibilities as a professor. Nothing more. Having finished the book on magical theory and noticing time still at his disposal, Andy approached the shelves and selected another volume, this one on curses. Curses and counter-curses. Why are you studying curses? Hermione inquired, her expression rife with skepticism. Are you planning to curse someone? Andy was taken aback. Why would she think such a thing? What sort of image did she have of him? Why would you think that? He asked. Otherwise, why would you research curses? Hermione snapped, closing the book with a definitive thud. In her eyes, Andy was nothing short of a little rascal. Just consider the antics he had engaged in since arriving at Hogwarts. The intimidation during the sorting ceremony was but one instance, and many had committed similar acts. However, Andy's misdeeds extended far beyond that. First, he had informed others that Professor McGonagall kept a tabby cat, which turned out to be her animagus transformation. At the welcome feast, Andy had even expressed a desire to explore the corridor on the 4th floor. And what happened? It was Harry and Ron who ventured there, including the recent incident involving the expulsion of Professor Quirrell. It is Andy who orchestrates the schemes from the shadows. The little witch enumerates Andy's misdeeds, concluding with, "You may not have committed any wrongdoing yourself, yet you frequently deceive others into doing so. So, am I to be considered the clandestine overlord of Hogwarts? Even Quirrell, whose mind is devoured by Voldemort, pales in comparison to my influence." And he feels unjustly accused. While the other matters might be justifiable, they're undeniably linked to him. However, what connection do I have to Harry and Ron's nocturnal escapades? Their nighttime adventures were a result of their dual agreement with Malfoy. They trespassed into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor solely out of panic during their escape. Andy resolves to redeem his image in the eyes of the little witch. What do I have to do with that? It was not I who sent them. The little witch, hands on her hips, retorts, so all the other matters are indeed your concern? She nearly reaches to stroke Professor McGonagall's cat. Shoo! Andy hastily gestures for silence, warning her to refrain from speaking, lest Madame Pants eject them. The little witch promptly feigns reading, yet her eyes continually dart accusingly towards Andy. Clearly, this issue is far from resolved. Andy feels a pang of guilt. With over an hour until lunchtime, surely this little girl cannot hold on to this grievance for so long. An hour passes swiftly. In the great hall, Andy sits at the Ravenclaw table, his right hand massaging his aching lower back, occasionally emitting a hissing sound. Evidently, he has endured considerable discomfort. The little witch has been nursing this grievance for 4 or 5 days now, clearly not something she could forget in just an hour. Previously, Andy had consistently shifted the blame onto George and Fred, and Hermione had taken it at face value. Until today, Andy's true nature is finally revealed. I was merely jesting. Andy explains lamentably. Moreover, when you initially intended to touch Professor McGonagall, did I not attempt to dissuade you? Humph. The little witch haughtily snorts. Casting a cold glance at Andy, why is it that you're not attributing this to George and Fred now? Andy defends. Wasn't to ensure Professor McGonagall dealt with those two? Oh, so you harbored such intentions. The little witch deems Andy utterly wicked. Andy smacks his forehead, resolving to return the book curses and counter curses that afternoon. Were it not for the curse afflicting his mind, Andy muses, subduing a little witch would be an effortless task. If not for the curse, he would not find himself in such an awkward predicament. Surely, this book has led me astray. After lunch, Andy and Hermione routinely head to the abandoned classroom on the 6th floor to practice magic. Over the past few days, Hermione has grown increasingly adept in her spellcasting. In Transfiguration, she can swiftly transform a matchstick into a silver needle. While her progress may not be monumental, she certainly resembles a little witch now. As for Andy, one could say he has made progress, albeit not particularly pronounced. Take the petrifying charm, for instance. The enhancement of its power merely extends the petrification duration to 5, 10, or even 30 minutes. It cannot render a person permanently petrified. Having observed the dueling championships in the magical realm, Andy has developed a general assessment of the skill levels of those duelists. The more he studies magic, the more he perceives that this world has its limits. The fundamental reason behind this is that a wizard's magical power is innate. In the world of Harry Potter, a wizard's magical power is not acquired through meditation or other practices. It is inherent and increases with the wizard's growth. When a wizard's body reaches its limits, so too does her magical power. Due to the existence of a ceiling on magical power, wizards in this realm have devised an array of diverse spells, allowing magic to flourish. It bears some resemblance to Earth in the world of Dragon Ball. Thankfully, I do not contend with this issue. Andy can remedy the scarcity of magical power through the system's point allocation, but the current question remains, does enhancing magical power genuinely augment spell potency? Perhaps there will be some effect. However, the relationship between magical power and magic is akin to that of gunpowder and firearms. Even if one possesses a warehouse filled with gunpowder and bullets, wielding an antiquated flintlock will never rival a fully stocked Gatling gun. Not only is there a limit to magical power in this world, but magic itself appears to have its constraints as well. Andy furrows his brow. Or perhaps modern magic has indeed strayed from its original path. The advantage of contemporary magic lies in its simplicity, convenience, and ease of learning and mastery. As for ancient magic, Andy has perused some texts on the subject, but they merely provide an overview. With the passage of time, ancient magic has largely been lost to obscurity. Chapter 42. I have lost patience with this friendship. In the abandoned classroom, Andy resolves to temporarily set aside these tangential thoughts. Rather than squander time pondering such nonsensical matters, it would be far more prudent to dedicate himself to enhancing his magical prowess. Even if modern magic has veered off course, it is not within the purview of a novice wizard like Andy to delve into. Time passes inexorably, and before he knows it, Andy has spent half a month living at Hogwarts. Attending classes, reading, and practicing magic constitute his daily routine. While others might perceive such a lifestyle as tedious, Andy finds joy in it, relishing each moment. If, during this process, a little witch accompanies him, providing amusement during idle moments, it becomes even more delightful. This existence is both leisurely and fulfilling. Andy finds himself blissfully enamored with it. However, the joys and sorrows of humanity often remain unshared. While Andy enjoys a comfortable life, others may not be so fortunate. Take Professor Quirrell, for instance. Quirrell has been in a state of disarray lately, seemingly having botched the task assigned to him by the Dark Lord. Pretending to be frightened by a vampire, he stammers through his lessons, a brilliant scheme concocted by Quirrell. Possessed by Voldemort, the odor emanating from him is unbearable, and he can only mask the stench with the scent of garlic. Furthermore, he is obliged to wear a turban. All of this necessitates an explanation. Quirrell had initially devised a solid plan. Despite Hogwarts being a millennia-old prestigious institution, it is rife with subpar professors. Consider Professor Binns, Professor Trelawney, or Professor Hooch, none of whom are superior to Quirrell. Why was he singled out? Quirrell believes the reason for his failure lies not in the flaws of his plan, but rather in the exceptional abilities of this cohort of little witches. Especially that individual named Draco Malfoy. It is said that his father is a Death Eater as per the Dark Lord. A traitor. Just 2 days prior, Dumbledore had already engaged in conversation with Quirrell. According to Dumbledore, he is still negotiating with the school board. He maintains a favorable opinion of Quirrell, advising him to take a few days to rest and regain his composure. This brought Quirrell a slight sense of solace. Dumbledore, indeed, proves to be reliable. Quirrell hopes that Dumbledore will resolve this matter swiftly. The Dark Lord is still in slumber, having expended considerable power to escape from Gringotts. However, once he awakens and discovers that Quirrell has been dismissed from Hogwarts, Quirrell cannot fathom the dire fate that awaits him. The Cruciatus Curse? Or perhaps the Killing Curse? In his office, Quirrell paced restlessly. He must devise a solution promptly. Otherwise, upon the Dark Lord's awakening, he will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Should he attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone now? No. He has yet to conceive a plan to bypass the three-headed dog guarding it. Dumbledore, Dumbledore, I am utterly reliant on you at this moment. Yet, what if Dumbledore cannot withstand the pressure? What then shall I do? Perhaps I could merely attend classes next week and claim I have recovered? No, that would certainly arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. Quirrell gritted his teeth, harboring dark thoughts, cursed Malfoy. May I find the opportunity to make you pay. Once the Dark Lord is resurrected, I shall ensure you face the consequences. I must remain calm. Quirrell realized he must prepare for contingencies. If he were to be expelled from Hogwarts, how could he then steal the Philosopher's Stone? As long as I can devise a plan, the Dark Lord shall not fault me for my ineffectiveness. Perhaps I could seek an insider. Malfoy has been particularly smug of late. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Ron, while devouring a sausage, lamented, "It's truly unimaginable that he could orchestrate such a grand affair." Harry and Ron were already aware of Malfoy's call for all students to oust Quirrell. While this might seem favorable to many, Harry and Ron felt quite aggrieved. Thanks to Malfoy, they had lost 100 points. "Harry, you cannot possibly intend to let this slide, can you?" Ron inquired, unwilling to accept the situation. "But what can we do?" Harry struggled to conjure an effective strategy. Should they dunk Malfoy in a toilet? When do you plan to execute your scheme? Ron's face was alight with excitement. Harry was left speechless. Was he truly expected to dunk Malfoy in a toilet? Setting aside their limited magical abilities, Harry was reluctant to incur further penalties for Gryffindor. Ron, too, appeared disheartened, having recognized the impracticality of their plan. "Perhaps we could lure Malfoy out," Ron suggested. Harry regarded him incredulously. They had spent a whole week devising ways to trick Malfoy. "We could consult George and Fred, or even ask Andy. They are quite clever." Ron proposed once more. Harry hesitated. "That might not be appropriate. But we are out of ideas." Ron raised his hands in exasperation. "Fine." Ultimately, Harry acquiesced, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. However, their efforts did not go as planned. Though George and Fred were eager to assist their brother in avenging him, they were loath to bully a first-year student. As for strategizing, their pranks clearly did not satisfy Harry and Ron's thirst for revenge. Not only did they wish to see Malfoy suffer, but they also desired to see him lose points for Slytherin. Thus, Harry and Ron sought out Andy. "Andy, we need to discuss something with you." On the path from the library to the Great Hall, Harry and Ron intercepted Andy and Hermione. "Hermione, you should proceed to the Great Hall," Andy suggested. Hermione cast a wary glance at the trio, sensing that Harry and Ron's intentions were far from benign. However, she had no desire to eavesdrop on their secrets. With a huff, Hermione turned on her heel and departed. "What is it?" Andy inquired. "Well," Harry felt somewhat embarrassed, but Ron, without hesitation, asked, "Andy, can you help us devise a plan to get back at Malfoy? What have you two been up to this week?" Andy asked with curiosity. "After all this time, you still haven't exacted your revenge?" We were brainstorming." Ron stammered, his face flushed. "All right then, wait until Malfoy is alone, throw a sack over his head, and give him a good thrashing," Andy suggested nonchalantly. Ron's expression turned to one of indignation. "We want Slytherin to lose 100 points as well." "In that case, I'm at a loss." Andy shrugged, then disregarded the duo, striding towards the Great Hall. Given his years of acquaintance with Ron, devising a plan involving a sack was already generous enough. Andy had lost patience with this so-called friendship. How foolish. Chapter 43. Nighttime wanderings are a Hogwarts tradition. Andy was not inherently someone who lost patience with children. In his 2 lives, he had indeed spent considerable time entertaining youngsters. However, entertaining children does not equate to Andy's willingness to forge friendships with them, excluding, of course, romantic interests. Whether it be his 3 roommates or Harry and Ron, Andy endeavored to minimize his interactions with them. As for Hermione, had it not been for their shared passion for learning, which allowed Andy some companionship while studying magic, he doubted he would have spent so much time with a young girl. Light-hearted banter alleviated the fatigue of study, which was the primary reason for Andy's willingness to engage with Hermione. Andy unconsciously caressed his wand. "Pine, phoenix feather. Wands choose wizards. Perhaps the reason this wand chose me is that I embody such traits, independent, and perhaps even perceived as isolated. After residing at Hogwarts for half a month, Andy had indeed conversed with upperclassmen and maintained a reasonably good rapport. Yet, he had never regarded anyone aside from Hermione as a friend. Those who walk different paths do not conspire together. They study magic to secure employment after graduation, while Andy seeks to master magic to attain immortality and uncover the essence of sorcery. They might view Andy's existence as dull, filled only with study and practice. Conversely, he perceived them as squandering their potential. Blessed with the opportunity to learn magic, they chose to live as muggles. However, everyone has their aspirations, and each person's pursuit of life varies. Andy would not declare that their lives lack meaning, yet he found it quite challenging to engage in their monotonous discussions. Upon entering the auditorium, he instinctively took his seat beside Hermione. The young witch certainly possessed admirable qualities. Andy had recently discovered yet another virtue of hers, her remarkable memory. While Andy could only grasp the key points of the text he read, Hermione had truly committed entire books to memory. Thus, when Andy posed inquiries, she would provide answers with precision, echoing the text verbatim. Her speed was nothing short of astonishing, surpassing even that of a search engine. The little witch was indeed a valuable ally. What do they want with you? Surely, it's not to involve you in any mischief? Hermione mused, feeling a sense of obligation to steer Andy back onto the righteous path. I haven't aided them, Andy assured her with a reassuring glance. I am a young wizard nurtured in the light of virtue. How could I possibly engage in wrongdoing? You know me well. Then you haven't uttered anything peculiar to them, have you? Hermione pressed, her unease still palpable. She understood that Andy would not stoop to mischief himself. Yet he had a propensity to deceive others into wrongdoing. I've spoken fewer than 5 sentences in total, Andy replied, his expression earnest as he gazed at Hermione. Satisfied, she ceased her inquiries, convinced that 5 sentences could hardly deceive anyone. Meanwhile, after Andy departed, Ron and Harry exchanged glances. What should we do now? Perhaps we should ambush Malfoy? Ron suggested. After all, he can't see us, and he wouldn't know who struck him. Harry pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding. In truth, Harry was not one to harbor a vengeful spirit. He typically preferred to ignore Malfoy. However, this situation was different. Just days after arriving at Hogwarts, he had seen Gryffindor lose 100 points, which filled him with profound shame. Coupled with Ron's persistent persuasion, he felt compelled to reclaim their honor. As night fell, Andy quietly rose from his bed after his roommates had fallen asleep, donned his clothes, and stealthily exited the Ravenclaw dormitory. Producing his wand, he cast the disillusionment charm upon himself. This spell was notoriously difficult. Prior to his enrollment, he had sought counsel from Helen regarding this magic, but it was only 2 days ago that he had finally mastered it. Tonight, Andy intended to scout the restricted section. He recalled the scene from a movie where Harry ventured into the restricted section under the invisibility cloak, slipping in as if into a realm uninhabited. Thus, Andy sought to ascertain whether Harry's experience was unique or if it was a common occurrence for all. The journey unfolded smoothly. He encountered neither patrolling professors nor Filch's cat. Alohomora, he whispered as he entered the library, where an eerie silence enveloped him. Closing the door behind him, he waved his wand again, illuminating the surroundings with a soft glow. At this point, he felt relatively secure. Approaching the restricted section, he noted the solitary rope that separated it from the ordinary books, devoid of any additional protective measures. Tentatively, Andy prodded the rope with his wand. It seemed harmless, yet cautious as ever. He carefully stepped over the rope into the restricted section. I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, he muttered, testing the boundaries several times. It appeared that aside from the rope, there were no further safeguards in place. But if that were the case, what was the purpose of designating a restricted section? With merely a rope, couldn't anyone simply saunter in and browse the books? Andy pondered, bemused. Of course, there is significance. A voice suddenly emerged from the darkness, nearly startling Andy out of his wits. Who is there? He called, turning to find a figure adorned with a flowing white beard and half-moon spectacles that glimmered in the shadows. Andy quickly realized that his disillusionment charm had worn off without his notice. Oh no, he thought, resignedly shrugging his shoulders. However, he remained relatively unperturbed. A nighttime escapade in the restricted section might merely result in a deduction of points. Even if there was only a rope, not many young wizards would venture here to read. Dumbledore began to explain, we separate the restricted section because it contains numerous dangerous spells. Before you are adequately prepared, it is wise to temper your thirst for knowledge. Chapter 44. I have never encountered such an audacious young wizard. I am well aware that some magic is perilous. Andy scratched his head and chuckled. I merely came to scout the area tonight. I had no intention of reading anything. I haven't to even finish the books outside, let alone consider the ones in the restricted section. At this moment, Andy suddenly realized that tonight might present an opportunity. The venerable figure before him was a paragon of magical prowess. Even a glimpse of a few hundred forbidden tomes might pale in comparison to the wisdom this elder could impart with but a few words. The headmaster's office is on the 8th floor. Isn't it? Headmaster, shall we return together? It's fortuitous that our paths align. Andy pressed. If we encounter any patrolling professors along the way, perhaps you could intercede on my behalf. Dumbledore, having taught for nearly a century, found himself bemused by Andy's unabashed demeanor. Captured during a nocturnal escapade, this young wizard not only showed no fear, but also extended an invitation to the headmaster for a midnight stroll. Well then, I suppose it is time for me to retire as well, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Andy mirrored his expression. Headmaster, you are advancing in years. It is essential to prioritize early rest and early rising to maintain your health. Only with good health can you hope to live a long life. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore replied, winking at Andy. I happen to be 110 years old this year, and I appear to be in fairly good health. Andy swallowed hard. This topic was no longer suitable for conversation. Do you have any secrets? How do you maintain your health? My grandfather and grandmother have reached a venerable age, and I sincerely wish for them to enjoy longevity akin to yours. With utmost seriousness, Andy inquired, I have observed that wizards typically possess a longer lifespan than muggles. I have heard that muggles are often compelled to retire in their 60s. Yet you, over a century old, continue to work with unwavering dedication, which is truly commendable. Dumbledore, sensing the conversation was veering into uncharted territory, began to ramble, perhaps influenced by my fondness for sweets. As they exited the library, Dumbledore casually locked the door and continued. Of course, maintaining a positive mindset is essential. I believe your outlook is quite commendable. Andy, eager to flatter, then cut to the chase. Headmaster, is the secret to a wizard's longevity related to magic? Collins, I often tell others, death is merely another grand adventure. Dumbledore cast a glance at Andy and replied as they walked, wizards do not inherently outlive muggles, but magic does render our bodies seemingly healthier. Seemingly? Andy began to grasp the concept. Headmaster, you appear unafraid of death? He queried. I am prepared to embrace another great adventure at any moment, Dumbledore responded with calm assurance. However, he swiftly changed the subject, saying, I had thought a young person like you would not contemplate death. Everyone must die. I do not see it as a taboo topic, Andy shrugged nonchalantly. Unlike you, I am not particularly fond of adventure, he added. Dumbledore chuckled knowingly. Ah, that much is evident. Andy's expression darkened at this remark. Can you keep that to yourself? It was rather foolish of me to leap about in the restricted section. Changing the subject away from death, Dumbledore casually asked, do you have a fondness for magic? Absolutely. I find magic to be utterly enchanting. The mention of magic invigorated Andy. And he continued, there are so many unsolved mysteries surrounding it, such as, what are the origins and essence of magic? How can it accomplish such wondrous feats? What are the limits of magic? Why are we able to wield it? Andy had an abundance of inquiries, with countless enigmas awaiting his exploration. All right, Dumbledore interjected, appearing slightly exasperated. If you keep asking, dawn will break. And he scratched his head. Dumbledore continued, these questions will likely require your own exploration. You don't know either? Andy asked, puzzled. Some I know, some I do not, and some I only partially comprehend, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. These matters are still too distant for you. Fortunately, you are young, and you possess ample time to seek the answers. As they spoke, they arrived at the 8th floor. Seizing the moment, Andy suggested, Headmaster, the night is long, and I find myself unable to sleep. Why not join me at the astronomy tower to observe the moon? Its brilliance is full tonight, and we could discuss life and aspirations. Dumbledore remarked, with age, the body does not fare as it once did. He patted his weary back, adding, if you wish to see the moon, you might as well invite your young lady friend. What can an old man like me possibly contribute? Andy sighed. I find that repugnant, yet your wisdom is invaluable. Ultimately, Andy did not accompany Dumbledore to view the moon. Dumbledore returned to his office, while Andy made his way back to the Ravenclaw dormitory. Throughout the encounter, Dumbledore never broached the subject of point deductions. Andy was indifferent to the penalties, and Dumbledore was well aware of this. The point deduction system at Hogwarts was intended to penalize young wizards who misbehave, and since Andy was unconcerned, such punishments lost their significance. Lying in bed, Andy reflected on the events of the evening. The restricted section of the library was indeed only separated by a single rope, devoid of any protective enchantments, yet it bore a warning charm. Should anyone cross that rope, Dumbledore would be alerted. This was, of course, to enable earnest young wizards to learn more advanced magic. As for the conversation with Dumbledore, it may have seemed casual, yet Andy sensed he had gained much from it, particularly regarding the topic of wizardly lifespan. Dumbledore had stated that wizards do not live longer than muggles, but magic can render wizards appearing healthier. If we were to extend this discussion, could it not be inferred that if young wizards, in moments of magical surges, are capable of manifesting their desires, does this not also encompass the prevention of aging? Andy was inclined to believe so. However, once a wizard surpasses the age of 11, their magical abilities begin to stabilize. Stable magic evidently lacks the capacity for wish fulfillment, yet it still allows wizards to maintain a healthier appearance. Moreover, although Dumbledore did not answer Andy's myriad questions, he encouraged Andy to seek the answers himself. He acknowledged knowing some things, being unaware of others, and possessing only partial understanding of some queries. However, this undeniably implied that some questions indeed have answers. Chapter 45. Return Professor Quirrell to us. Following the conversation with Dumbledore, Andy's resolve to pursue magic was undeniably strengthened. While those discussions may have seemed unrelated to magic, they provided Andy with a clear direction. We learn magic, wield magic, and utilize magic, yet ultimately, we must return to the essence of all magic, magical power. Wizards will age and face death, yet as long as they wish to live. Magic can maintain their bodies in a state of health and grant them the ability to act freely. This once again affirms that the power of the mind can influence magic, coupled with the somber emotions intertwined with magical power. It appeared that all signs were pointing to Andy. The fusion of mental strength and magical power constitutes the ultimate answer to magic. But what must I do? Andy's magical power had become increasingly stable, and the experiences of 2 lifetimes had rendered his emotions relatively even-keeled. Sighing, Andy wrapped himself in his blanket and prepared for sleep. This question remained unresolved for the time being. However, with Hogwarts' millennial repository of magical knowledge and the system he possessed, there must be a means to assist Andy in addressing this dilemma. The following day, September 16th, Monday, upon arriving at the Great Hall, Andy was greeted by the sight of the teacher's table already filled with faculty, including Dumbledore, who had arrived early. The hall was enveloped in silence, as the young wizards absent-mindedly consumed their breakfast, occasionally glancing toward the staff table. At Hogwarts, aside from significant holidays and the start of term feast, professors typically do not dine in the Great Hall. House elves would thoughtfully deliver their meals to their offices. Today was merely an ordinary day. Yet the professors and headmaster of Hogwarts convened in the Great Hall, indicating that a significant announcement was imminent. The young witches and wizards had already begun to speculate about the forthcoming news. Meanwhile, Quirinus Quirrell, who also sensed the unfolding events, languidly slumped in a corner, awaiting his fate with a sense of resignation. We should proceed to dine. Hermione appeared to be attuned to the atmosphere in the hall, speaking in hushed tones. Upon reaching the Ravenclaw table, Andy observed that many young wizards had already finished their meals but were reluctant to depart, clearly not wanting to miss this climactic moment. This was the culmination of a collective effort from all the students in the school. Once all had concluded their breakfast, Dumbledore rose and approached the podium, surveying the room as every young witch and wizard turned their gaze toward him. In that instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. "It is with regret that I announce," Dumbledore declared, "that our Professor Quirrell will soon be departing for personal reasons. And your new defense against the Dark Arts Professor will commence their duties at the beginning of October." Oh, we did it. How splendid. This is a triumph for us all. The hall erupted in jubilant cheers, with every young witch and wizard brimming with excitement. Particularly among the Slytherins, this was their victory, as they had spearheaded the initiative. Andy noticed Malfoy being hoisted aloft by his fellow Slytherins amidst their jubilant shouts. No one paid any heed to Quirrell, who cowered in the corner, quietly awaiting his demise. Silence. After a considerable uproar, Dumbledore employed a sonorous charm to quell the noise. He continued, stating that until your new professor arrives, Professor Severus Snape will be substituting for the defense against the dark arts classes for 1st to 3rd years. The hall fell silent once more. "Give us back Professor Quirrell," came an angry roar from the Gryffindor side, likely from Fred or George. "We could have Professor McGonagall or even Professor Flitwick take over." This was Harry's voice, and he sensed that the Gryffindors were in for a rough week. The Gryffindor students vehemently opposed this arrangement, and the hall erupted into chaos once again. And he glanced around, pulling Hermione close to shield themselves, then cleared his throat, altering his voice slightly as he stepped closer to the Gryffindor side and proclaimed loudly, "Let Professor McGonagall be the headmaster." A hush fell over the hall, and all eyes turned towards Gryffindor as if they were eager to identify the audacious student who dared to rebel openly before Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, and she glared fiercely at George and Fred. Though she had not discerned who had uttered those words, her suspicion fell heavily upon them. Hermione grasped Andy's waist tightly, glaring at him, contemplating whether to turn him in. Silence. Dumbledore once again utilized the sonorous charm, arranging the substitutes for the other years, then stated, "All right, children, it is time for you to attend your classes." The substitution by Snape had evidently been solidified, and it was only then that the Gryffindors comprehended the gravity of their earlier outburst. George and Fred looked utterly dejected, and Harry's face had paled, as they feared they might not survive the day. Another individual, equally disheartened, with a ghostly pallor, could barely stand. Quirinus Quirrell. He leaned against the wall, head bowed, sobbing pathetically, his body trembling uncontrollably as if he were beset by an overwhelming dread, fearing for his very life. Hermione, feeling a pang of sympathy, suggested, "Shall we comfort Professor Quirrell?" "No," Andy quickly interjected. "Professor Dumbledore will console him. We need not interfere." Hermione shot Andy a reproachful glance, asserting that it was all due to him. "There are countless unfortunate souls in this world, and we cannot assist them all." Andy reassured her, "We must trust in Professor Dumbledore. He may have already secured a position for Quirrell." The name Dumbledore seemed to bring her some solace in hearing Andy's words. Hermione ceased her fretfulness. "Let's proceed." Andy shrugged, "As we have 2 potions classes with Hufflepuff this morning. I suspect Professor Snape may not be in the best of spirits. Perhaps we should offer him our consolation?" At this, Hermione looked indignant, exclaiming that the Gryffindors had gone too far. Although Professor Snape could be stern, he was profoundly knowledgeable and dedicated to his teaching. How could they speak of him in such a manner? Indeed, Andy nodded in agreement. Today, Snape had evidently transformed into Super Snape. Andy believed he wouldn't rest until he had deducted Gryffindor points to a negative value, as far as this matter was concerned. However, in Hermione's eyes, Snape's demeanor today might simply reflect an increased sense of responsibility. During the potions class, Snape emanated an aura of darkness, tirelessly pacing the classroom throughout both periods, harshly correcting the students' erroneous actions. He nearly berated them for possessing the intellect of trolls. Chapter 46. A Heartfelt Offering to the Dogs. In the headmaster's office. "I am truly sorry, Quirinus." Dumbledore spoke with a gentle tone. "I have done my utmost to dissuade the Board of Governors. Yet they remain adamant that this is the collective wish of all Hogwarts students, and we cannot contravene the will of the majority. Furthermore, your health does warrant a period of recuperation, which would be beneficial for you. Naturally, should you require assistance, I can help you find a job." Dumbledore resembled a benevolent elder, guiding a bewildered youth who felt lost about the future. "Oh, no, thank you," Quirrell responded, somewhat flustered. "I truly wish to rest for a while. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore's gaze, magnified by his glasses, bore into Quirrell's eyes, those eyes seemingly imbued with power. "If you face any difficulties, I can assist you." "I mean any difficulties?" Quirrell hesitated, his mouth opening in uncertainty. He had failed the task assigned by the Dark Lord, and was unaware of the punishment Voldemort would impose. Yet, the Dark Lord resided within him. Should he betray him, Voldemort could easily take his life. "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore," Quirrell murmured. I have no difficulties." "Very well." Dumbledore sighed, saying, "Then I wish you luck, Quirinus." "Thank you." Quirrell tremulously exited the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat quietly in his chair, his gaze tranquil, yet his heart was tumultuous. He had nearly intervened moments ago. Dumbledore, adept in the art of legilimency, seldom employed this magic. However, matters related to Voldemort were an exception. Since Quirrell dared to infiltrate Hogwarts, he must have mastered the art of mind shielding, allowing him to momentarily withstand Dumbledore's legilimency. However, in a moment of mental collapse, Quirrell ultimately revealed a chink in his armor. To Dumbledore's astonishment, Voldemort had possessed Quirrell's body. Dumbledore had contemplated this possibility, yet he had not anticipated Voldemort's audacity to venture into Hogwarts in a weakened state to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, Quirrell was far too conspicuous. At the beginning of the term, Dumbledore had instantly discerned something amiss with Quirrell upon their first encounter. Little did he realize that Voldemort had played a trick of shadows on him. Dumbledore had nearly succumbed to the impulse to act, but he ultimately restrained himself. Until he could unravel the secret of Voldemort's immortality, Dumbledore knew he could not slay even a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Harry. The prophecy had come to fruition. Harry Potter was indeed Voldemort's destined rival. Yet at this moment, Dumbledore found himself wavering. The prophecy did not stipulate that Harry would vanquish Voldemort. Rather, It foretold that one must perish at the hands of the other, for they could not both survive. Only one could endure. And, under any scrutiny, Harry did not appear to possess the capacity to defeat Voldemort. Aside from the protective magic bestowed by Lily, the disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yet that very protection was an arcane force that Voldemort could not comprehend. Dumbledore was acutely aware that defeating Voldemort was no simple task. First and foremost, he needed to uncover the secret of Voldemort's immortality. There existed certain dark magics within the wizarding world capable of achieving this, and while Dumbledore had his speculations, he remained uncertain. Secondly, a dual location that could prevent Voldemort from escaping was imperative. Dumbledore, a wizard of his caliber, understood well that without the ability to restrict apparition, no one could hope to vanquish Voldemort. Moreover, even if apparition were curtailed, a lack of sufficient power would render any attempts futile. Lastly, Voldemort was surrounded by formidable Death Eaters, while Harry had but Ron by his side, along with Collins and Granger. Dumbledore pondered in quiet contemplation among Harry's cohort. There were indeed numerous talented young wizards. However, ever since his conversation with Andy, Dumbledore realized that a friendship between Andy and Harry was nearly impossible. Andy was far too mature for an 11-year-old wizard. Even his occasional whims were merely distractions from his fervent pursuit of magic. In contrast, Harry was very much a child. And after witnessing how Tom Riddle transformed into Voldemort, Dumbledore had grown increasingly cautious of gifted young wizards. Adolescents in the process of forming their worldviews were particularly susceptible to developing extreme emotions due to the misguided actions of adults. Perhaps Voldemort had been shaped by such circumstances. Dumbledore had once intimidated young Voldemort with magic, compelling him to return stolen toys and apologize to his peers. Dumbledore mused. Perhaps I need only to let nature take its course. Gifted young wizards would inevitably seek more than mere tranquility, especially those like Andy Collins, whose fervor for magic was palpable. They required not only knowledge, but also rivals. Little did Andy know he had been placed on Dumbledore's radar. Had he been aware, he might have shed tears of joy. At the venerable age of 110, Dumbledore not only continued to fulfill his duties daily, but also bore the weight of concern for the future of the magical world alone. It was indeed poignant. Quirrell had departed, and if one would note any recent changes at Hogwarts, it would likely be Professor Snape's defense against the dark arts class. Andy quite enjoyed attending Snape's lessons. Not only were they rich in depth, but even the young wizards had opportunities for practical application against dark creatures. The students from the three houses were quite satisfied, resulting in a world where only Gryffindor suffered. They had to endure both Snape's potions class and his defense against the dark arts class, double the torment, particularly due to schedule adjustments. Many of Gryffindor's classes had been shifted to the evening. Triple the agony. If Andy had any complaints, it would be that Snape had largely ceased to acknowledge him and Hermione. When Snape posed a question and only Hermione raised her hand, he would feign ignorance of any raised hands. The same went for Andy. When Snape would ask, "Is there anyone who still does not understand?" he would act as though Andy were absent from the classroom. This left the young witch quite disgruntled. How unfortunate, considering she had privately consoled Snape after class that Monday, only for her genuine intentions to be disregarded. Andy dare not speak too much. The young witch had advised Snape that if he showed more concern for the Gryffindor students and paid more attention to Harry, they would surely come to appreciate Professor Snape. She urged him not to be disheartened or to give up. In summary, Snape had nearly lost his temper with the two of them that day. Chapter 47. Andy. I am indeed an exceptional young wizard. Thursday, September 19th. Today, Andy had risen a half hour earlier than usual, taking the time to groom himself in the washroom and styling his hair with gel. Simply perfect. Gazing at his reflection, Andy felt immense satisfaction. How could there be such a handsome individual in this world? Merlin must have bestowed upon him the finest of everything. Truly a burden to bear. After donning his attire, Andy exited the dormitory and settled onto a sofa in the common room. As their relationship had deepened, Andy and Hermione had grown accustomed to dining together in the Great Hall, with the first to arrive always waiting for the others. It was indeed a serendipitous arrangement. Aside from each other, Andy and Hermione had no other friends with whom they shared a genuine rapport. Even their roommates were merely acquaintances. Thus, several days prior, Andy had resolved to celebrate Hermione's birthday. Ravenclaw had 4 classes on Thursday. However, due to schedule changes, the morning defense against the dark arts class had been moved to the afternoon. This left nearly 3 hours of free time from 10:20 a.m. until 2 p.m. Ample time indeed. Good morning. After sitting in the common room for a while, he saw Hermione emerge from the girls' dormitory, clad in her Hogwarts uniform, clutching a stack of books her hair appearing somewhat disheveled. "Why are you up so early today?" Hermione inquired, surprised, as she was typically the one waiting for Andy. "Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night," Andy replied nonchalantly, then stood and said, "Come on. We have a lot to do today." After finishing breakfast, Andy completed his homework in the auditorium, followed by a spellcasting class with Gryffindor. The pace of the young wizards was rather slow, rendering the content of the lesson nearly unhelpful for Andy. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick, with his amiable disposition and status as the head of Ravenclaw, was always willing to answer Andy's questions that strayed from the curriculum. This was the primary reason for Andy's enthusiasm in attending classes. Even Professor McGonagall, though somewhat stern, was generous with her additional guidance towards Andy. While he could self-study through books, many of the texts contained obscure and perplexing material. With the assistance of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, Andy's learning progressed significantly. He wished that Professor Snape could exhibit similar willingness. Andy resolved to present a small gift to Professor Snape during Christmas to foster a better rapport between them. After all, without the Gryffindor prefix, he generally would not be targeted by Snape. All right, let's conclude this lesson for now. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick announce the end of class, Hermione promptly gathered her belongings and proposed, "Shall we practice some magic? I wish to try the spellcasting technique Professor Flitwick just mentioned." "Certainly," Andy readily agreed, but he noted that the classroom on the 6th floor was somewhat cramped. "I discovered a new secret hideout a few days ago. Allow me to show you." "Isn't it small?" Hermione inquired, slightly puzzled, yet she did not object. "Well then, let's go take a look," Andy declared, leading Hermione away from the spellcasting classroom. "Andy," a voice called from behind, seemingly belonging to Ron. Andy pretended not to hear, pulling Hermione into a corridor. "Someone seems to be calling you," Hermione remarked. "Do they? I didn't hear anything," Andy feigned ignorance. "Let us not worry about it. Even if there is something, there is no rush." Guiding Hermione to the 3rd floor of the castle, Andy halted before the statue of the One-Eyed Witch. "This is the place. Watch closely. There is a mechanism here." As he spoke, he drew his wand, tapping the statue lightly, and uttered, "Severus, separate." With a clicking sound, a hidden passageway slowly revealed itself. "There is a secret passage here?" Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "We should inform the professors." "Of course, that is very Hermione of you," Andy replied, playfully flicking her forehead. "Did you think the professors were unaware of this place? They know. However, the secret passages in Hogwarts are meant for young wizards to explore. Perhaps this one was even constructed by Ravenclaw herself." "Ouch." Hermione rubbed her forehead, glaring at Andy. Despite the numerous school rules at Hogwarts, there is really only one true rule: never get caught while doing something mischievous. This is also a form of training for young wizards, much like this secret passage. Once we gain experience exploring secret passages, we'll be better equipped to investigate ancient ruins after graduation. Hermione seemed skeptical, sensing that Andy might be deceiving her. Yet, considering the castle's moving staircases and the possibility that the passage was indeed built by Ravenclaw, she found some reason in his words. "Trust me," Andy implored with sincerity. "I don't," Hermione retorted. "Your manner makes it hard to believe. You're not trying to trick me into seeing the goldfish, are you?" After a moment's hesitation, Hermione resolved to venture inside. "If there are any dangerous traps in the passage, we must inform the professors," she insisted. After sliding down the stone staircase for about 10 minutes, Andy and Hermione arrived at the bottom. Ascending the steps and pushing open the trapdoor would lead them to the basement of Honeydukes. "Let us go up," Andy gestured with his chin, leading the way. Hermione cautiously followed, tightly gripping her wand, uncertain whether it was for protection or an opportunity to strike at Andy. Andy opened the trapdoor and peered inside. "Excellent. The basement is empty." "Hermione, hurry up." He pulled her through the trapdoor, casting the disillusionment charm to render them invisible, then stealthily slipped out of the basement. Seizing the moment while they remained unnoticed, Andy quickly led Hermione out of Honeydukes. "Welcome to Hogsmeade." He beamed at Hermione. "This is the only all-wizard village in all of Britain, filled with delightful places to explore. Shall we stop by a tea house?" Hermione regarded Andy, wavering between casting a spell to knock him out or petrifying him entirely. "Thank you." Hermione suddenly rushed over and embraced Andy. "Happy birthday, Hermione," Andy murmured softly. The Madame Putafoot's tea shop is a hallmark of Hogsmeade. Its fame does not stem from elegant decor or delectable food, but rather from the fact that it is the only tea shop in Hogsmeade, facing no competition. Leading Hermione along the main street of Hogsmeade to the corner, Andy suggested, "Let us grab a bite here." Chapter 48. The secrets of Snape are rapidly spreading. Upon entering Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Andy involuntarily grimaced. The shop's space was cramped and the decor consisted of gaudy lace trimmings, while the small round tables appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any distinctive charm. Who told me this was a prime dating spot? It pales in comparison to a muggle cafe, let alone a roadside bubble tea shop. However, Hermione seemed genuinely delighted. It was her first experience dining in a wizard-operated establishment. To her, the quaint little shop brimmed with wizardly charm, offering a blend of romance and mystery. What would you two like to order? Madame Putafoot approached, her figure plump, adorned with a shiny black hairbun, rose butter biscuits, along with 2 cups of fruit tea. Thank you, Andy replied. 20 sickles, Madame Putafoot announced. Is that exorbitant? Before Andy could voice his objection, Madame Putafoot interjected. Your order totals 12 sickles. But the additional 8 are for my discretion regarding the 2 first-year wizards who stealthily slipped out of Hogwarts. That has quite a low bribe, Andy quipped. Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety, wishing to argue with Madame Putafoot, yet considering their sneaky escapade with Andy, she lacked the confidence. Madam, don't you think that wall seems a bit wasted? Andy smiled, pointing to a vacant wall. You could create a wishing wall there, where patrons could write their wishes and stick them up. Not a bad idea, Madame Putafoot conceded, appearing somewhat pleased. Your expenses today are on the house. Thank you, madam. Andy, ever accommodating, requested 2 servings of rose butter biscuits. Madame Putafoot chuckled. What a clever little wizard you are. Her laughter resonated with a cheerful air. The biscuits were reasonably priced, and Madame Putafoot generously offered Andy 3 servings, one of which was for him to take away. Happy birthday, Hermione, Andy said, clinking his fruit tea with hers. Thank you. Hermione took a sip of her fruit tea and curiously inquired, how did you discover that secret passage? It was George and Fred who found it, Andy replied. Hermione looked at him with a bemused expression. Why do you always attribute everything to George and Fred? Did they offend you? Indeed, it was them. Andy gestured for Hermione to come closer. I traded a secret of Professor Snape's for their information. Hermione, puzzled, asked, what secret does Professor Snape have? Well, it pertains to his reputation, and you mustn't speak of it to anyone, Andy said earnestly. Hermione quickly assured him. I promised to keep it confidential. Professor Snape, being from Slytherin, attended school during the height of Voldemort's reign. Andy lowered his voice. It is said that Snape once attempted to recruit a Gryffindor girl to join the Death Eaters, aiming to sow discord among them. What? Hermione gasped. Are you suggesting that Professor Snape was a Death Eater? He probably wasn't, Andy shrugged. Dumbledore wouldn't permit a Death Eater to teach at Hogwarts. That's true. Hermione nodded. Perhaps Professor Snape ultimately reformed. Maybe he was influenced by that Gryffindor girl. He is single, Andy pointed out sharply. Perhaps they never ended up together, Hermione speculated. True. Andy scoffed. What girl would fancy Snape? Just look at his appearance and that hair. I bet he washes it once a month at most. You shouldn't speak of a professor that way. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance before adding, I would guess 6 months. That is far too long, Andy exclaimed dramatically. As they bantered, time flew by swiftly. Although Hogsmeade had many shops, the only ones suitable for young witches and wizards were Zonko's Joke Shop and Honeyduke's Sweet Shop. Andy and Hermione indulged in an assortment of candies and Zonko's prank products. The candies were enchanted, yielding amusing reactions upon consumption, while Zonko's products were delightful little novelties for mischief. Hermione, it's time to head back. It's nearly 2 o'clock, Andy winked at her. Hermione quickly understood. The two found a corner in Honeyduke's, and Andy cast the disillusionment charm to render them invisible. Seizing the moment when Mr. Flume, the shopkeeper, was distracted, they swiftly slipped into the cellar and traversed the secret passage back to Hogwarts. Hogsmeade was quite enjoyable, Hermione remarked, still lingering on the experience. What is your village like? Andy? Our village? Andy pondered before responding. St. Catchpole lacks many shops, but there is a forest nearby that is home to numerous magical creatures. By the way, if the opportunity arises, would you take me to the Muggle world for some fun? Hermione nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. The Muggle world has plenty of exciting places. I can take you to an amusement park. As they conversed, they arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. Ravenclaw had an afternoon of Transfiguration and Defense against the Dark Arts, followed by History of Magic in the evening. Except for History of Magic, all the courses were among Andy's favorites. The Transfiguration class for Ravenclaw was shared with Gryffindor. Thus, upon entering the classroom, Andy spotted Ron making exaggerated facial expressions at him. You should find a seat, Andy suggested to Hermione before approaching Ron and Harry. Ron, what's going on? Ron lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Andy, do you remember that incident? What incident? Andy asked, taken aback. Ron gestured with his mouth. Malfoy. Did you two confront him? Andy inquired. Ron and Harry nodded in unison. Ron explained, we intended to invite you along, but you left too quickly. We couldn't find you. Andy sighed in relief, glad he had made a hasty exit. Nothing serious happened, right? He checked. No. Harry shook his head. We just wanted to teach him a lesson. We didn't mean to hit him too hard. So why did you seek me out? Andy frowned. Ron, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, We just wanted to inform you. This is a plan involving all three of us. I appreciate it, but this was your scheme. Andy sighed, waving his hand dismissively. I'm out. Chapter 49. My current strength is all due to my own efforts. Since celebrating Hermione's birthday that day, their relationship had remarkably progressed. If not for Hermione's youthful innocence and the lack of suitable locations at Hogwarts, Andy would have made a move long ago. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself, as such matters should not be taken lightly. Life at Hogwarts was leisurely, and Andy relished this existence, attending classes, reading, practicing spells, and occasionally teasing the little witch. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was late October. Ever since Quirrell's dismissal, Hogwarts had been relatively uneventful, save for the incident involving Malfoy being ambushed and beaten. Fortunately, Malfoy's injuries were not severe, just a few bruises on his face. Andy heard that Malfoy insisted it was Potter and Weasley who attacked him, but unfortunately for him, he had no evidence, while Harry and Ron vehemently denied the accusation. Thus, the matter remained unresolved. However, the animosity among the three had been thoroughly established. Malfoy had repeatedly provoked Harry and Ron in public, even mocking Ron's family loudly. Each time Ron and Harry were incensed and sought to retaliate against Malfoy, Snape would appear silently on the scene. Then it was 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Harry and Ron were eager to ensnare Malfoy once more, but following that previous incident, Malfoy had become exceedingly cautious and rarely ventured out alone. A new defense against the dark arts professor had taken up the position, a wizard in his 40s named Tony Dawn. It was said that Dumbledore had expended considerable effort to recruit him. Professor Dawn was not exceptionally knowledgeable, but he was at least a competent instructor, far superior to Quirrell, who merely droned on from the textbook. He occasionally brought in dark creatures for the young witches and wizards to practice with, and he was quite satisfied with this arrangement. In a deserted classroom on the 6th floor of the castle, Andy halted his incantation, silently invoking the activation of the system. The interface appeared as usual, with a singular alteration. The crimson liquid within the orb had been entirely depleted, while the data beneath it displayed potential points. 5. He chuckled foolishly. For after nearly 60 days of diligent effort, Andy had finally amassed enough points to augment his attributes once more. Without further ado, he commanded the system to allocate the points. As spellcasting. 4. Transformed into spellcasting. 5. A profound sense of elevation enveloped him. It was a feeling that transcended mere words. To enhance one's magical prowess, one must intricately weave theoretical knowledge into their spellcasting. Different spells are governed by distinct magical theories, and each individual's understanding of magic varies. Moreover, grasping the theory alone is insufficient. One must also engage in rigorous practice to master the application of these theoretical principles in spellcasting. In days of lesser talent, such nuances had eluded him. However, upon reaching a spellcasting talent of 5, it felt as though he had unblocked his meridians. The diverse magical theories and techniques coalesced within him in an instant. Disintegration. Andy pointed his wand at a desk in the classroom. Under the influence of magic, the desk instantaneously morphed into the shape he desired. The disintegration spell can cleave objects, and skilled wizards can even use it to sculpt. This represents a meticulous control over magic. While Andy had yet to reach such proficiency, he could still reshape objects into his preferred forms. Revert to original state. He incanted once more, causing the fragmented wooden pieces to swiftly coalesce back into the form of the desk. It flowed seamlessly, and he felt that this was not even his limit. Alas, the confines of the classroom were somewhat restrictive, preventing him from freely experimenting with his newfound abilities. Seizing the momentum of his talent enhancement, Andy resumed his magical practice. Previously challenging techniques that seemed insurmountable now felt effortlessly at his command. With each spell he cast, the crimson liquid within the system's orb began to rise gradually. Each elevation of his talent slightly enhanced Andy's spellcasting capabilities, a tangible manifestation of his aptitude. After this moment passes, further advancement will demand relentless practice, he mused. You seem to have grown significantly stronger, Hermione remarked, pausing her own practice to gaze at Andy with surprise. Only those who have genuinely practiced magic can comprehend the sensation of becoming more powerful. The vast majority of wizards in the magical realm instinctively flee in the face of danger rather than brandish their wands, for magical education focuses solely on spellcasting, neglecting the art of combat. Even the practice of magic relies heavily on the initiative of young witches and wizards. Andy's parents, Kyle and Helen, epitomized the average adult wizards. They possess magical abilities, but are hardly formidable. Having practiced alongside Andy for over a month, Hermione understood, well, what it meant to elevate one's spellcasting level. The progress in magic is often imperceptible to the naked eye. It manifests as subtle shifts during the casting process. It must be the result of your diligent practice, Andy replied as he continued to refine his skills. Now I can seamlessly integrate multiple casting techniques like this. This integration, with a flourish of his wand, he pointed at a wooden plank. Under the spell's influence, a pentagram shape emerged at the center of the plank, which contained another pentagram within it, layered one upon another. A total of 10 pentagrams materialized through Andy's deft casting. While this may appear straightforward, it demands a high degree of skill, something Hermione could not yet achieve. Her disintegration spell could only fragment objects into several pieces, resembling an explosion. Revert to original state. After restoring the plank, Andy cast another spell. Inferno. The flames coalesced into a fire eagle, its wingspan stretching 3 to 4 meters. The fiery creature soared above the classroom, raising the temperature dramatically. The intense heat ignited stray scraps of paper. Noticing Hermione's discomfort, Andy promptly ceased his incantation. Phew, that was powerful. At that moment, Andy felt as though he could challenge Dumbledore at the pinnacle of Hogwarts. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Having observed dueling competitions, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and the masters of magic. Although his current talent may be formidable, some aspects require time to cultivate, and certain elements cannot be measured by conventional standards. Magic, by its nature, defies rationality. Impressive. Hermione gazed at him with envy, realizing that she would need considerable time to master the art of shaping flames, as Andy had done. Andy, she suddenly turned to him, a hint of curiosity on her face. Why do you exert yourself so diligently in your magical studies? Is there a dream you wish to realize? Dreams? Andy pondered, then replied, I simply have a profound affection for magic. I aspire to learn every spell in existence, to explore the essence of magical power, and to pursue the limits of magic. Compared to other pursuits, my greatest passion lies in the study of magic, the young which possessed a strong sense of justice. Thus topics such as immortality, slicing, and forbidden experiments were certainly not to be broached. Otherwise, she would promptly send Andy straight to Azkaban. Hermione nodded, I see. And what about you? Andy countered, you study so hard. What dream motivates you? Hermione contemplated carefully. What was her reason for striving? To attain excellent grades? The young witch felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. I also love magic, for I am the only witch in my family. Hermione admitted bashfully. I don't have a dream at the moment. Perhaps I will consider it later. By the way, has Malfoy approached you? The young witch swiftly shifted the topic. Why would Malfoy seek me out? Andy replied, momentarily taken aback. Yet he soon recalled that Malfoy had mentioned he would speak with him privately after dismissing Quirrell. No. Andy shook his head. Perhaps he simply forgot. Despite this assertion, a nagging feeling of unease lingered within him. Though his interactions with Malfoy had been limited, he understood the nature of children well enough to sense that Malfoy was unlikely to forget such a matter. That's a relief. Hermione exhaled, clearly relieved. The young witch harbored a dislike for Malfoy, as well as for Harry and Ron, feeling that they were not good company. Enough of these trifles. Let's resume our practice, Andy declared, abruptly terminating the conversation. Ever since his previous discussion with Hermione regarding Malfoy, Andy had taken the liberty to observe the latter for several days. The young scoundrel maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, strutting about Hogwarts accompanied by sycophants, Goyle and Crabbe, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. One could say that for someone like Malfoy, born into affluence, his life's narrative could be distilled into two archetypes. He could either embody the protagonist of a romantic tale, willing to traverse perilous landscapes for the sake of his beloved, or he could serve as the expendable antagonist in a tale of triumph, solely existing to bolster the protagonist's experience. The former narrative seemed to resonate with the experiences of many fictional characters in novels and dramas of the past. Andy surmised that Malfoy had unwittingly adopted the latter script. The lad was indeed narrowing his path. Were Andy to inhabit Malfoy's existence, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to pursue Hermione, engaging in a tumultuous saga of love and conflict. Even a secondary female character had already emerged, none other than the Slytherin known as Pansy Parkinson. The antagonist would be none other than old Malfoy himself. Should Malfoy endeavor to win Hermione's affection, Harry Potter would instantaneously transform from a tale of male triumph to one centered on a female protagonist romance. One could reasonably speculate that even J.K. Rowling might be amenable to altering the plot to accommodate this shift, perhaps even allowing Harry to meet his demise in the name of love for Hermione. Alas, such a fate remained but a wistful thought. With a sigh, Andy lamented that Harry Potter had devolved into yet another male-centric narrative, leaving little room for characters like them. This was truly a missed opportunity. Hermione, to some extent, had claimed her identity as the original female lead, from the perspective of a romantic narrative. Andy believed he could easily secure a score of 80 or above as the male protagonist. He possessed striking looks, formidable talent, and commendable abilities. Though his familial background was modest, he was ambitious and had an impressive advantage at his disposal. Even if Hermione were to throw a tantrum, Andy felt confident in his capacity to manage the situation. This, indeed, was one of the indispensable elements of a male lead in a romantic narrative. Andy felt fortunate in his fate. Whether viewed through the lens of a male-centric narrative or a female romantic tale, he qualified as an adequate protagonist, who claimed that time travelers could not rival the offspring of their worlds. Revolutionizing one's destiny could commence with the pursuit of Hermione. Therefore, despite a nagging intuition that something was amiss with Malfoy, Andy chose not to dwell on it. With the original protagonist Harry Potter and the current central figure Andy Collins both present at Hogwarts, how could they possibly be thwarted by a single Malfoy? Days passed, and as Andy exited the Ravenclaw common room, he was greeted by the delectable aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. Halloween was approaching. The castle had undergone a transformation overnight, adorned with jack-o'-lanterns in every nook and cranny, and whenever a young wizard passed by, bats would emerge from the pumpkins to startle them. Of course, there was also the possibility of encountering Peeves the poltergeist. Should a hapless young wizard cross paths with him, they might face a fright, or worse, be doused in filthy water. Professor McGonagall had already cautioned Peeves not to employ paint today. Groups of ghosts roamed the castle, preparing for the evening's ghostly festivities. The atmosphere was imbued with a festive spirit, yet this did not deter the young wizards from attending their classes. The professors, too, sought to bask in the holiday's warmth. During Charms class, Professor Flitwick introduced a new incantation, the levitation charm. Mastery of this charm would allow the pumpkins to float. However, the young wizards were permitted to practice only with feathers. Andy had mastered this charm after a single reading of the textbook. Yet the demonstrations by his peers were a source of amusement. Neville resembled a bumbling fool. Ron brandished his wand like a sword, and Harry, while slightly better, could merely coax the feather to shift a little. The situation among the Ravenclaws was somewhat similar, though they at least adhered to Professor Flitwick's instructions rather than flailing their wands like simpletons. Naturally, there were familiar occurrences. A loud bang echoed, and all the young wizards, including Professor Flitwick, wore expressions of indifference. He calmly provided Mr. Seamus Finnegan with a new feather. Hermione had practiced this spell long before. With a gentle flick of her wand, she uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather soared into the air, prompting Professor Flitwick to exclaim, "Well done." 2 points to Ravenclaw. He announced, "Look everyone, Miss Granger has succeeded." However, the rest of the class did not wish to witness Andy and Hermione, for it would only serve to magnify their own inadequacies. Professor Flitwick regarded Andy with anticipation, though he was already aware of Andy's proficiency with the levitation charm. A successful demonstration would earn Ravenclaw additional points. Why not seize the opportunity? Without even employing his wand, Andy simply concentrated intently on the feather upon the table, and it ascended into the air. The task was becoming increasingly challenging. Furrowing his brow, Andy reflected that as he matured, his magical abilities had settled into a more stable state, making it more difficult to wield magic as he had in his youth. Nevertheless, controlling a feather remained well within his capabilities. Chapter 51, a special Halloween program. Could Andy now perform wandless magic? The young wizards gazed at him in astonishment, as though they were beholding the heir of Dumbledore. All were of the same age, yet some had mastered the art of wandless magic, while others seemed utterly inept. What a vast disparity. Professor Flitwick appeared flabbergasted. Was this truly the levitation charm? Perhaps it was. But was it wandless magic? Certainly not. The purpose of the levitation charm was to elevate objects into the air. From this perspective, Andy's feat could be loosely categorized as such. However, wandless magic represented a sophisticated technique. Even if the effects were identical, the method of casting and direct application of magic were fundamentally distinct. Andy's approach could only be viewed as a rudimentary application of magic, and in essence, it scarcely qualified as true spell casting, let alone wandless magic. 2 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick declared with delight, as he secured the minimum 4 points for the class. If he posed a few more questions during the lesson, Hermione could potentially accrue even more points for Ravenclaw. The House Cup was beckoning. 2 months had passed since the start of the school year, and the current standings were as follows. Ravenclaw in first place, Slytherin in second, and Gryffindor languishing at the bottom, having set a record for deductions. Professor Flitwick clenched his fist in silent encouragement, convinced that as long as they maintained their current momentum, the House Cup would undoubtedly belong to Ravenclaw this year. After successfully casting the spell, the session naturally transitioned into a question-and-answer segment. With Hermione assisting in identifying the young wizard's spellcasting errors, Professor Flitwick found himself considerably relieved. This, of course, was also attributable to the diligent and amiable nature of Ravenclaw's students. Had it been Gryffindor, the situation would have been quite different. Merely avoiding a scowl would have been a feat. As for Gryffindor, as long as no mishaps occurred, the lesson could be deemed a success. The little lions possessed their own methods of learning. Their intellect might not always be sufficient, yet their muscle memory was commendable. Thus, Professor Flitwick was more than willing to offer Andy some additional guidance during his free time. "It seems you have honed your magical abilities quite well in your youth," he remarked, though this also reflects a certain innate talent. Not every young wizard can wield their magic with such proficiency before even stepping foot in school. Curious, Andy inquired, "Professor, is this practice beneficial?" "Ah, that is difficult to ascertain," Professor Flitwick pondered. "It is hard to definitively state whether it is useful, as a magical community has not conducted any statistical analysis in this regard. Once you reach adulthood, your magical ability will stabilize completely, making such exercises increasingly challenging." Andy understood this implicitly. If such training were truly effective, wizards would not require wands at all. Professor Flitwick continued, "However, ancient wizards employed similar methods to train their descendants. Prior to the invention of the wand," Andy nodded in comprehension. The distinction between ancient and modern magic was evident. The former wielded immense power, but proved difficult to control, whereas the latter was more easily mastered and simpler to cast. Andy then posed numerous questions regarding spells, each of which Professor Flitwick answered with care. Before long, the class period concluded. Andy felt somewhat unfulfilled, regretting that Professor Flitwick was not exclusively his. Ravenclaw had another defense against the Dark Arts class next, followed by Transfiguration and then History of Magic in the afternoon. The newly appointed Professor Dawn was competent, while Professor McGonagall was a seasoned educator with decades of experience. Both classes promised a wealth of knowledge. After 3 consecutive lessons, a delightful nap during History of Magic awaited him. The day schedule was simply perfect. In the evening, the castle would host a Halloween feast. Enormous pumpkin lanterns floated above the great hall, while tiny bats perched upon the pumpkins, occasionally taking flight in swarms, eliciting gasps from the young wizards. The ceiling was shrouded in layers of dark clouds, lending the hall a somewhat dim ambience, further enhanced by the flickering candlelight within the pumpkins. One could not deny the festive atmosphere was palpable. Dumbledore rose to deliver a brief address, followed by a joke that had been tucked away for half a century, which rendered the entire hall, save for Dumbledore himself, devoid of laughter. Nonetheless, the audience offered enthusiastic applause, as such a gesture signified the conclusion of a speech. Finally, the banquet commenced, with a variety of delectable dishes adorning the long tables. All traditional Halloween fare. The house elves were masterful in their culinary skills, surpassing even the finest Muggle chefs, as they were professionals in this craft. Andy dined with great enjoyment. "Shall we venture to Hogsmeade tonight?" Andy leaned toward Hermione, whispering, "The Halloween festivities in the Wizarding World are quite vibrant." Hermione was tempted, yet steadfastly declined his proposal. "If you dare to sneak off to Hogsmeade, I shall inform the professors. If you're not going, what fun is it for me to go alone?" Andy was fully aware that Hermione would never agree to go, but that was the game. After all, the little witch smiled sweetly, seemingly in better spirits. Andy chuckled as well. Tonight's ploy had proven successful. After all, there's an old adage, true affection cannot be preserved, only clever schemes can win hearts. As the banquet approached its midpoint, the great hall's doors burst open, and a flustered Filch rushed in, breathless. "Professor Dumbledore, a young wizard has been attacked, down in the basement." With that, Filch gasped for breath, clearly terrified. "Ah!" A shriek erupted from the Slytherin side, as a witch named Pansy Parkinson cried out, "It's Draco. He hasn't attended the feast." "I thought." Andy quickly glanced over to Harry and Ron, only to find them equally bewildered. At that moment, many eyes turned toward Harry and Ron, as their conflict with Malfoy was well known, having previously confronted him with a sack, which Harry and Ron had never admitted to. "It's them!" Pansy Parkinson shrieked, pointing at Harry and Ron. "It was Potter and Weasley who attacked Draco." "No, it wasn't us," Harry vehemently denied. Ron added loudly, "We haven't seen Malfoy all day." "Silence," Dumbledore called out using the amplification charm, then stated solemnly, Miss Parkinson, we do not accuse others without evidence. His gaze shifted to Filch. Argus, was the victim Malfoy? Igriagis. Filch stammered. Head boy, Dumbledore commanded, lead your respective houses back to the common rooms immediately. Professors, follow me to the basement. Chapter 52. The truth is singular. Amidst the throng of Ravenclaw, Andy guided Hermione toward the common room. The young wizards continued to speculate. Despite the absence of any evidence, they firmly believed that Harry and Ron were responsible for the attack on Malfoy, given their prior history. Initially, Andy too had suspected that Harry and Ron were the assailants, but their expressions suggested otherwise. Unless their acting skills had reached a level capable of deceiving Andy, their suspicion could largely be dismissed. But then who could it be? Andy had previously sensed something amiss with Malfoy, though it was merely a feeling. He chose to trust it. Malfoy had mentioned seeking Andy for a private conversation after Quirrell was dealt with, yet seemed he had entirely forgotten about it. That was clearly suspicious. Originally, Andy intended to remain unchanged amidst the chaos. Regardless of the perpetrator, any action taken would inevitably leave traces. Furthermore, this incident likely had significant ties to Quirrell, who was the primary antagonist in the first film. However, Andy never anticipated that his attempt to remain unperturbed would result in Malfoy being attacked. Well, no matter who was attacked, as long as it did not involve Andy, it was of no concern to him. Yet, solving a mystery and apprehending a thief were two entirely different matters. In light of the dangers lurking within the castle, Andy deemed it essential to acquire a fundamental understanding of the threats that might arise, thereby enabling him to avert potential peril. Could it be Draco Malfoy, attacked by Potter and Weasley? Hermione inquired softly. I highly doubt it. Andy murmured thoughtfully. Those two would not resort to such extreme measures. Moreover, from what I gathered from Filch, it appears that Malfoy was struck by a spell, and they lacked the skill to perform such magic. Upon reflecting on Harry and Ron's magical prowess, Hermione nodded in immediate agreement. It couldn't have been them. They simply do not possess the capability. Then who could it be? Hermione pressed. Fear not. I shall ensure your safety. Andy reassured the young witch, gently pulling her closer. During this time, do not wander off alone. Aside from trips to the restroom, remain within my sight. At such a moment, who would be investigating? That would be rather dreary. The young witch's cheeks flushed slightly as she merely nodded, offering a barely audible hum in response. Upon returning to the common room, the prefect allowed the young wizards some freedom to socialize, albeit with the stipulation that they must not leave the common area. The young wizards engaged in lively discussions, speculating about the incident, with the most prevalent theory implicating Harry and Ron as the perpetrators. Though Andy shared their curiosity, he managed to maintain his composure. He resolved to gather more information the following day regarding the events that transpired in Malfoy's condition. Thus, this matter would cease to concern him. If Malfoy were indeed the issue, what kind of magic had caused his affliction? Andy pondered privately. Or perhaps, what was the assailant's true intent? Undoubtedly, Quirrell's aim was to steal the Philosopher's Stone, which was concealed beneath the trapdoor in the corridor on the 4th floor. But wait, Andy suddenly realized that Dumbledore might not have placed the stone there after all. Did Quirrell, or perhaps Voldemort, know this? They might be aware, or perhaps they were not. With Malfoy attacked, all the professors had been drawn to the basement. This suggested that at least one other individual was present in the castle. Someone who needed to investigate the 4th floor corridor. Yet, such a blatant maneuver would be an affront to Dumbledore's intelligence. Andy's mind raced as he gradually untangled the threads of his thoughts. As long as Dumbledore remained at Hogwarts, the assailant would be unable to act. Thus, their sole objective might be to divert attention, even to create a mental inertia that led the inhabitants of the castle to believe that further attacks were imminent. And when everyone's focus was fixated on the attacks, they would naturally overlook other matters. But then what? Andy's brow furrowed. Quirrell was not within Hogwarts. How then would he procure the Philosopher's Stone? Are you contemplating the attacks? Hermione suddenly asked. Indeed. After all, the assault occurred within the school. We must remain informed. Andy affirmed with a nod. With Dumbledore present, they will ensure Malfoy's recovery, Hermione remarked. Recovery? A flash of insight struck Andy. Draco Malfoy was the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage. Given Lucius Malfoy's deep concern for his son, how could he allow Malfoy to remain in the infirmary for treatment? Even if the injuries were not severe, any magical affliction would necessitate a transfer to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries for a thorough examination. Consequently, this would allow Quirrell or Voldemort to infiltrate once more. It must be so, and he felt a surge of certainty. Quirrell's intention was to re-enter Hogwarts through Malfoy. Once Malfoy was transferred, Quirrell's plan would be deemed a success. With this realization, Andy exhaled in relief. At least for the time being, Hogwarts was safe. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, and Voldemort, those matters could be left to Dumbledore's concern. Who cared whether Voldemort could resurrect? Observing the changes in Andy's expression, Hermione hastily inquired, "Andy, have you come to a conclusion?" "How could that be?" Andy refuted. "I am but a mere young wizard. Such queries should be directed at Dumbledore." Hermione clearly remained unconvinced. She knew Andy well. He had been deeply engrossed in thoughts about Malfoy's attack. And suddenly his demeanor shifted. This could only mean that he had unraveled a key insight. This mirrored Andy's approach to learning magic almost perfectly. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, accompanied by a cadre of professors, arrived in the basement. Malfoy lay sprawled on the cold ground, his body rigid and feverish, shrouded in a dark aura. Dumbledore prodded Malfoy with his wand, extracting a wisp of black mist. "Albus?" Professor McGonagall observed Dumbledore with concern etched on her face. "An exceptionally advanced form of dark magic." Dumbledore intoned gravely. Snape approached to examine Malfoy, his brow furrowing deeply. Such a level of dark magic could not be wielded by just anyone. Moreover, the assailant had not sought to take Malfoy's life. Following Dumbledore's preliminary treatment, the effects of the dark magic had significantly diminished. However, Malfoy would require an extended period of recuperation before he could fully recover. "Who do you suspect is responsible?" Professor McGonagall pressed. "It is evident that Potter and Weasley lacked the prowess to execute such a feat," Snape scoffed, "yet their culpability could not be entirely dismissed. Perhaps they had lured Malfoy into a trap." Dumbledore spoke slowly. "We all know they are not the culprits." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Unraveling the truth is our foremost task. For now, we must transport Malfoy to the infirmary for treatment." Chapter 53. No one is omnipotent. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey conducted a comprehensive examination of Malfoy. "Oh, Merlin's beard! What on earth transpired?" she exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. "This is a most malevolent form of dark magic. How could anyone unleash such a spell upon a young wizard?" "Poppy, how is Malfoy faring?" Professor McGonagall inquired hastily. With a pained expression, Madame Pomfrey shook her head. "The situation is dire. Remnants of the dark magic linger within him, and it is not something that can be easily remedied. I will require some specialized potions." Dumbledore turned to Snape. "Leave it to me," Snape replied coolly. Dumbledore nodded. "Very well, let us step outside. This child needs rest." The group emerged to the doorway of the infirmary, just in time to see Professor Flitwick descending from the third floor. He first nodded to Dumbledore before speaking. During the banquet, only Mr. Filch was absent. While Madame Pomfrey left early, the timing does not align. The group exchanged glances. Filch was a mute. Even if he possessed some dark magical artifacts, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to assault a young wizard. Furthermore, he had no motive to do so. Dumbledore's expression was grave. He had already harbored some suspicions in his heart, yet he remained uncertain about how the perpetrator had accomplished this, as well as the true motives behind such actions. Undoubtedly, the intent to seize the Philosopher's Stone had not been relinquished. "Very well, Minerva. Please lead the professors to conduct a thorough search of the castle, leaving no corner unchecked, and enlist the help of the ghosts within," Dumbledore instructed. "Severus, you shall accompany me to the headmaster's office." Snape cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. He sensed that Dumbledore was already aware of the identity of the culprit. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts further. Upon entering the headmaster's office and finding it devoid of any outsiders, Snape directly inquired, "Do you know who the murderer is?" Yes, I have conjectured some possibilities," Dumbledore replied, seated in his chair with his hands clasped upon the desk. His gaze fixed intently upon Snape. "However, I am yet unclear as to how he achieved this or what his intentions may be. Severus, has there been anything unusual regarding Malfoy of late?" "Is not Pipander briefly?" "No." Dumbledore closed his eyes in contemplation. He was aware of the individual responsible and understood the ultimate goal behind the actions, yet he could not fathom how the assailant would execute his plans by targeting Malfoy. There should be no insider within the castle. Snape, feeling a surge of impatience, pressed, "Headmaster, who is the culprit?" "Quirinus Quirrell." Dumbledore did not conceal his answer. "Is it he?" Snape queried, a hint of doubt lacing his voice. "He has been away from Hogwarts for over a month. I know his capabilities. He is incapable of such deeds, and the Dark Lord has already lost his power." As one of Dumbledore's closest aides, Snape was privy to many secrets, and Dumbledore often entrusted him with matters pertaining to Voldemort. In essence, Professor McGonagall was responsible for managing the affairs of Hogwarts, while the more unsavory, laborious, and perilous tasks fell to Snape. It was a fair arrangement, considering Snape was not the deputy headmaster. Perhaps he devised some means before his departure, Dumbledore stated candidly. On the day he left, I inadvertently discovered that Voldemort was possessing him. Snape felt a strong urge to pry open Dumbledore's skull to discern the thoughts swirling within. Have you lost your faculties? If you discovered Voldemort, why did you not detain him? Snape not only thought this, but also posed the question aloud. Then why did you not capture him? Snape could scarcely comprehend. With your abilities, you should have been able to accomplish that. No, Severus, I could not. Dumbledore's gaze remained tranquil as his voice softened. While I have achieved certain magical accomplishments, I am not omnipotent, nor is there anyone in this world who is. Voldemort's current state is quite peculiar. He exists in a liminal space between being and non-being. Though he has lost his power, he is immune to many magical harms. Snape was fuming. He could hardly believe Dumbledore's fanciful claims. Dumbledore continued, thus at that moment, I chose not to intervene, but it is evident that Voldemort has not relinquished his ambitions. Snape frowned, but he has already left the school. Dumbledore appeared troubled. This is precisely what perplexes me. What could have been his motive for attacking Malfoy? Suddenly, Snape's expression grew serious as a thought occurred to him. I know Lucius. If Malfoy is attacked at school, he will undoubtedly take him away for recuperation. Dumbledore's head snapped up to regard Snape. If that is the case, the situation becomes quite dire. Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater, and he must not be informed that Voldemort is still alive. However, this would complicate my ability to intervene in Malfoy's affairs. Moreover, if Quirrell were to find an opportunity, he could exploit Malfoy to regain access to Hogwarts. He might even accomplish this with a simple extension charm. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. If that is the case, Malfoy should at least be safe. Snape, nearly exasperated, exclaimed, You still wish for the Dark Lord to return to Hogwarts? We have no other recourse. Dumbledore's tone grew somber. If we cannot unravel the secret of Voldemort's immortality, he will inevitably return one day. I am old, Severus, and I wish to do so while I still possess the ability. Snape regarded Dumbledore. While his words held truth, the Philosopher's Stone was currently within Hogwarts, and extending his life should not be an insurmountable task. Yet, he did not wish to engage in further discussion with Dumbledore on this matter. He refused to be driven to the brink of despair. Leaving Dumbledore to mourn a child of his own, I will keep an eye on him. With that, Snape turned and exited the headmaster's office. He resolved to consume a vial of Felix Felicis upon his return, uncertain if it would mitigate the risk of a cerebral hemorrhage. Dumbledore remained silent in response. If Quirrell were to regain entry to Hogwarts through Malfoy, it was certain he would continue to exploit Malfoy to further his schemes. Given the relationship between Harry and Malfoy, an encounter between them was inevitable. Dumbledore's eyes fluttered shut. He felt a tinge of callousness. Yet, apart from this, he found himself with little choice. Some individuals, despite possessing the ability to foresee the future with precision, ultimately succumb to failure. Dumbledore was acquainted with such individuals. Thus, no one is omnipotent. All we can do is exert our utmost effort. Chapter 54. To Dumbledore's surprise, Snape exhibited a semblance of humanity. The following morning, the castle was abuzz with commotion. The young witches and wizards engaged in hushed discussions about Malfoy's attack the previous night, probing various channels for information to uncover more details regarding the incident. Slytherin had already dispatched someone to the hospital wing to inquire after Malfoy, and the latest reports indicated that he had been assaulted by a particularly vile curse. This news sent a ripple of shock through the young witches and wizards. Harry and Ron are using the dark arts? The rumors spread swiftly, with the young witches and wizards discussing it with fervor. Just think, Harry Potter, the boy who survived the defeat of the Dark Lord. How had he triumphed over the most nefarious dark wizard in history? Surely, through the use of the dark arts. It all made sense. In no time, wherever Harry and Ron ventured, young witches and wizards would hastily retreat, as if fearing that lingering too long would result in an imminent attack. Why, yes, I'm sorry. A trembling Gryffindor approached Harry and Ron. I shouldn't have refused to lend you my homework last week. Here is my assignment for this week. As he spoke, the young wizard nervously extended his homework towards Harry. Misunderstood by all as a perpetrator, Ron initially felt a twinge of annoyance. However, he soon began to relish the sensation. It was as if everyone was terrified of them. Ron snatched the little wizard's assignment with satisfaction. Before he could finish his thought, a sinister voice echoed behind him. To his astonishment, the renowned savior, Harry Potter, along with his entourage, was also resorting to copying someone else's work. 5 points deducted. Each of you loses 5 points. Snape's hollow gaze swept over Harry and Ron as his tone dripped with sarcasm. Potter Weasley, if you wish to concoct some lies to garner attention, I would recommend that Dumbledore expel you from Hogwarts. Harry and Ron trembled with indignation, feeling that the individual who had attacked Malfoy should also take a swing at Snape. Meanwhile, Andy observed this spectacle over his breakfast, finding it quite entertaining. Noticing Snape cast a glance in his direction, Andy waved cheerfully. Snape thought, "This boy seems a tad too pleased with himself lately." Approaching Andy, he decided to stir up a bit of trouble. "Hello, Professor. Have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me?" Andy greeted with familiarity. Snape regarded him with a frigid stare. Now that he wasn't a Death Eater, he could not unleash his full wrath upon Andy. "You ought to be more cautious of your surroundings," Snape remarked coolly. Andy paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you looking to cause me trouble? Is it that obvious?" Snape's voice was low as he seemingly nonchalantly stated, "That maneuver to drive Quirrell away was taught to Malfoy by you, wasn't it?" Andy's eyes flickered. "So, you came to warn me?" "Thank you, Professor. I shall be careful," he expressed gratefully. Unexpectedly, Snape, who appeared sinister and malicious, exhibited a hint of humanity. His prior admonitions to Harry and Ron clearly indicated he wished for them to refrain from spreading baseless tales, though his demeanor could be rather abrasive. Snape regarded Andy with a peculiar gaze. Did this boy catch on? Indeed, Snape had come to caution Andy to be vigilant. After all, Quirrell would soon be entwined with Malfoy, and should Quirrell learn anything from Malfoy, it was conceivable he would lash out at Andy out of humiliation. Yet, Andy's grateful demeanor suggested he was already aware of Quirrell's dubious nature. How did he come by this knowledge? Andy blinked, feigning ignorance. Was the implication that the assailant of Malfoy was Quirrell? But hadn't Professor Quirrell already departed from Hogwarts? Snape observed Andy, his tone airy as he remarked, "He always has his ways, does he not?" Andy averted his gaze. I shall be cautious. Thank you, Professor." Snape remained silent. This boy even knew to evade eye contact to avoid his legitimacy. Clearly, he was no ordinary little wizard. "Severus," a voice called out, prompting Andy to turn. The newcomer was an adult wizard, appearing to be in his mid-30s, with platinum hair resembling Malfoy's. "Lucius." Snape shot a glance at Andy before turning to stride toward the Great Hall, with Lucius Malfoy quickly following suit. Phew! Hermione finally dared to breathe again. She leaned closer to Andy and whispered, "Andy, what did Professor Snape mean? Was it really Quirrell who attacked Malfoy?" Snape's voice had been low, yet Hermione, sitting beside Andy, had overheard fragments of their exchange. Given Snape's assertion, it might indeed hold some truth. Andy did not conceal his thoughts, believing it prudent for the young witch to remain vigilant. Hermione, puzzled, queried, "But how did he manage that? How should I know?" Andy shrugged, sighing. "I never envisioned Quirrell to be such a person, seeking revenge against a first-year wizard. Moreover," he lowered his voice, "if Quirrell truly possesses such capabilities, why isn't he diligently teaching us?" Hermione gasped. "Are you suggesting he has ulterior motives for being at Hogwarts?" "Indeed." Andy tilted his head. "That must be why Professor Snape took the time to warn you." Hermione asserted, "If Quirrell learns anything from Malfoy, then you might be his next target." Upon finishing, Hermione gazed at Andy with worry, as though he might perish at any moment. "No, we must inform a professor," Hermione insisted, pulling Andy to seek out Professor Flitwick. "The professors are already aware," Andy reassured her. "It was Professor Snape who came to warn me. Don't you remember?" At this, Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her. With Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts, as long as Andy remained within its walls, he would be safe. "Malfoy was just attacked last night. Save my foot." Andy rolled his eyes, disinterested in arguing with the young witch. Quirrell's scheme was evidently transparent, and judging by Snape's demeanor, Dumbledore had likely surmised Quirrell's intentions as well. In that case, all that remained was to exercise caution. "All right, let us eat. Do not fret over trifles," Andy stated nonchalantly. "In any case, I will remain vigilant and not provide Quirrell with the opportunity to strike." Chapter 55. Has my summoning spell failed? With no classes scheduled for the morning, Andy and Hermione strolled toward the library after finishing breakfast. "Andy, be cautious around that corner. I'll check ahead. Just follow closely behind me." Throughout their journey, Andy grasped the essence of paranoia. The young witch seemed convinced that someone intended to attack Andy. If a figure were to suddenly emerge from the shadows, she would swiftly brandish her wand in front of him. It was somewhat foolish, yet amusing and undeniably endearing. Andy chuckled as he observed her. Upon their arrival at the library, the young witch finally came to a realization. "Isn't this a bit silly?" "Not at all," Andy countered, shaking his head. "It is not silly in the least. I find it quite touching." "Touching my foot?" Hermione shot him a glare, huffing as she turned to enter the library. In light of the recent attack, the library was bustling with students fervently seeking ways to protect themselves through books. There were even individuals selling protective charms around campus. with the Weasley twins reportedly raking in quite a fortune. Andy and Hermione selected a few books and settled in a quiet corner. "What are you reading? Innovations and spells?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. "Andy, do you intend to create a spell of your own? What capabilities do I possess for such a feat?" Andy chuckled. "This book contains a paper published by Professor Dumbledore during his youth. It's quite intriguing." "Let me see." Hermione leaned in closer. Unlike the composed and benevolent Dumbledore of the present, this paper revealed that young Dumbledore harbored rather radical ideas, particularly in his studies of magic, where he even referenced several dark spells. Moreover, Andy discovered that Dumbledore had also delved into the realm of the Murmur, which aligned perfectly with Andy's own interests. Regrettably, this era has not witnessed the birth of a Murmur for a considerable time. Even if Andy wished to study it, he could only rely on the scant information documented in books. However, the descriptions of the Murmur were limited to a few recurring themes: malevolent, powerful, uncontrollable, and capable of eroding its host. Those possessed by a Murmur rarely survived past the age of 10. Beyond that, the text predominantly focused on the origins of the Murmur. Since Dumbledore had researched this subject, it was conceivable that his extensive knowledge could inspire new insights for Andy. Unfortunately, Andy had yet to find the opportunity to consult Dumbledore regarding magic. After all, Dumbledore did not belong solely to Andy. How wonderful it would be if someone could encapsulate Dumbledore within a ring, allowing Andy to carry him wherever he went. "Dumbledore, perhaps I shall embark on a nocturnal adventure tonight to see if I can entice you out?" Andy pondered. Thus, he resolved to do so. To his astonishment, Professor Dumbledore had invented new spells during his school years. Hermione gazed at him in admiration, exclaiming, "He truly is remarkable. Wouldn't you agree, Andy?" "Indeed, this old fellow is extraordinary," Andy mused. Given Dumbledore's past engagement with dark magic, he might very well have been a master of it. Considering Dumbledore's attitude towards dark magic, it was likely that he had undergone significant enlightenment before returning to the righteous path. Perhaps he had a sorrowful past. One could infer as much from Dumbledore's lifelong single status. Andy speculated that Dumbledore may have succumbed to dark magic, ultimately resulting in the death of his beloved, leading him to resolutely dedicate his life to protecting the magical world. When Andy shared his conjecture with Hermione, it prompted a flurry of playful blows from the young witch. She could not fathom that Dumbledore would ever dabble in dark magic. "No, look at this paper," Andy presented as evidence. "How radical is its stance on magic? It even mentions several dark spells. You cannot convince me that Professor Dumbledore never studied dark magic." Hermione huffed. "Professor Dumbledore must have referenced dark magic solely to combat it." "Very well. If you choose not to believe, then I shall venture into the restricted section tonight to see if I can summon Dumbledore. If he were to appear, that would be splendid. If not, at least he could peruse a few forbidden tomes. Nothing ventured, nothing gained." In the afternoon, Ravenclaw had a herbology class followed by a flying class. The herbology professor was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. At Hogwarts, while some professors may lack depth, none who ascended to the position of head were to be underestimated. Although Andy found little fascination in herbology, he possessed remarkable aptitude for it. If the system recognized herbology as a skill, Andy was confident he would excel. As for the flying class, it was even more tedious. Madame Hooch was indeed skilled in flying and Quidditch, yet her magical prowess was average at best. Fortunately, she only taught flying. Andy's talent in flying was decent, yet he held no particular fondness for it. The only source of amusement during flying class was perhaps a certain brown-haired young witch. Hermione, with her average talent in flying and fear of heights, sat trembling on her broom, daring to ascend no higher than 3 meters, much to Andy's amusement. The little witch gritted her teeth in frustration, yet dared not chase after Andy, which only fueled her ire. Even Madame Hooch advised her to abandon her efforts. Upon completing the final flying class, the week's lessons came to an end. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Andy could indulge in a leisurely sleep. The conditions for his nocturnal escapade were simply perfect. As night fell, after ensuring his 3 roommates were soundly asleep, Andy stealthily arose from his bed, donned his attire, and with wand in hand, slipped out of the Ravenclaw common room. First, he cast the disillusionment charm, then made his way to the library with familiarity, and finally, he employed the unlocking charm to gain entry. His infiltration was flawless. Approaching the barrier before the restricted section, Andy took a deep breath and leapt over it. After a moment's wait, he thought, where is Dumbledore? A young wizard is peeking at the forbidden books. Dumbledore should hurry to stop him, lest he stray onto a dark path. Has my summoning spell failed? Retreating behind the rope, he mused. Perhaps one attempt was insufficient. He might need to try several times. It had been the same last time. He had entered and exited multiple times before Dumbledore finally appeared. I'm in, I'm out. I'm in, I'm out. Where's Dumbledore? If you do not intervene, I may very well go astray. Andy glanced suspiciously around, but not even a shadow of Dumbledore graced his sight. Andy decided he must learn the summoning charm post-haste. The next time he wished to encounter Dumbledore, he would simply summon him. Well, since no one is watching, surely it's permissible for me to sneak a peek at a few books? Chapter 56. I discovered the powerful secret of Voldemort. Andy strolled slowly along the shelves of the restricted section, where the tomes were strikingly different from those outside. Merely gazing at the covers sent a chilling sensation down his spine. He randomly selected a book titled Forbidden Magical Experiments and Their Consequences. The cover was black, smooth to the touch, and felt unlike ordinary parchment. Its material was a mystery. With wand drawn, he conjured a glowing orb to illuminate his surroundings. Calming his racing heart, he opened the book. Upon reaching the first chapter, Andy grasped a profound truth. The evolution of magic was fraught with peril, accompanied by countless acts of slaughter, malevolence, and unspeakable bloody experiments. Some of Andy's own notions had been tested by these practitioners. The ancients had even attempted the inhumane melding of magical creatures' blood with witches and wizards. Of course, the outcomes of such experiments were painfully evident. A sudden and untimely demise could be deemed a form of liberation. Some individuals have even morphed into grotesque hybrids of human and beast. Others, afflicted by dementia and physical deformities, exist in a state far worse than death itself. The book features several illustrations depicting various distorted wizards, some with disproportionately large heads, others with their legs grotesquely fused together. Conditions such as putrefaction, swelling, and desiccated skin are merely trivial in comparison. It is utterly terrifying. Andy felt a wave of nausea. This tome meticulously cataloged the dire consequences of failed magical experiments. When juxtaposed with the monsters described within, Voldemort could almost be regarded as strikingly handsome. Andy hastily skimmed through the entire volume before returning it to its place. The text frequently alluded to a particular term: magical transformation. Unlike transfiguration, magical transformation is a method of magical augmentation of the physical form. However, the process necessitates extensive knowledge regarding human metamorphosis, hence the nomenclature. While perilous, the benefits of successful magical transformation are abundantly clear. It can amplify a wizard's magical prowess and enhance the body's adaptability to magic, facilitating a smoother casting experience and significantly augmenting the potency of spells. It is, in essence, a comprehensive enhancement. Andy surmised that Voldemort may have undergone magical transformation, which could explain his ghastly appearance. Nevertheless, Voldemort's formidable power remains indisputable. If ordinary wizards are akin to standard players in a game, Voldemort is undoubtedly an overpowered entity. The chasm of disparity between them is colossal. As for Dumbledore, Andy has yet to uncover the secrets behind his formidable strength. Perhaps he has surreptitiously indulged in some form of enhancement. Furrowing his brow, Andy pondered the undeniable fact that Voldemort's innate talent ranks among the elite in the magical realm for the past century. Yet he, too, has been altered into a creature that is neither wholly human nor entirely monstrous. In terms of raw power, Voldemort has succeeded. However, one must not overlook the importance of appearance. After all, charm is a lifelong asset. If even Voldemort has succumbed to such a fate, Andy cannot entertain the notion that he would be an exception, capable of harnessing magical transformation to enhance his capabilities while preserving his handsome visage. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Continuing to peruse the titles on the shelves, Andy felt that rather than learning a couple of spells, it would be more beneficial to seek out books on magical transformation. This would not only broaden his horizons, but also ascertain the viability of this path. After all, Voldemort stands as a pioneer in this realm. Regardless of his appearance, his power is undeniably tangible. Transform your body, making it more attuned to your magic. Soon, Andy discovered a second forbidden book on magical transformation. He had previously encountered the author's perspective, which asserted that while wizards can wield magic, they are not magical beings, fundamentally distinct from the extraordinary creatures of a magical world. Take the invisibility creature, for example. It possesses an innate ability to become invisible, and its fur can be fashioned into invisibility cloaks. However, if one were to dismember a wizard, not a single component would be suitable for crafting magical items. The latter part of the book also discussed a feasible procedure for magical transformation. First, one must consume a specific potion, followed by employing human metamorphosis techniques in conjunction with related spells, gradually reshaping one's body. Andy hastily jotted down these crucial notes. The author concluded that while he initially succeeded in his magical transformation endeavors, further attempts led to disillusionment as reality doused his aspirations with cold water. Who goes there? It was Filch's voice. Unflustered, Andy returned the book to the shelf, extinguished the light of the Lumo's charm, and drew his wand to cast the disillusionment charm. Filch was merely a nuisance, and as long as he remained cautious of his cat, Andy could easily evade this predicament. After leaving the library, Andy made his way back to the Ravenclaw dormitory without delay. Reclining on his bed, Andy began to reflect on the events of the evening. Dumbledore had not appeared. Perhaps he was not at the school. After all, Malfoy had been attacked by dark magic on campus, and as headmaster, Dumbledore would surely want to investigate. Perhaps he was also devising strategies to guard against Quirrell infiltrating Hogwarts. Regarding the two books, there was no doubt that beyond the fusion of mind and magic, Andy had uncovered a new avenue for enhancing his power. I have discovered Voldemort's profound secret. From Voldemort's outward appearance alone, Andy could ascertain that he must have undergone multiple magical transformations and survived the ordeal. The Silent One, Voldemort. He exemplifies the success of these two methods of power enhancement. Though late into the night, Andy remained invigorated. He resolved to seek further opportunities to explore the restricted section once more, in search of additional tomes on magical transformation, and to devise a practical approach. Once his innate talent reached a sufficient height, his understanding of magical theory became robust, and his casting skills attained a certain level. Andy intended to experiment with preliminary magical transformation. Indeed, while Andy possesses a system to augment his magical capacity, numerous aspects cannot be resolved solely by enhancing magical power. For instance, the issue of spell output. Does mana correlate with magical attack? At least within the realm of Harry Potter, magical offense is solely contingent on skill level, rather than mana reserves. The two texts discussing magical transformation both highlighted a critical point. Wizards are not magical creatures, and their magical output has a limit. In Andy's understanding, this concept parallels the functioning of electrical devices. Even with a high-capacity generator, a transformer will dictate your potential. Moreover, the human body evidently functions as its own transformer. Chapter 57. The Quidditch Match and the Approach of Christmas. As November arrived, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and Andy received a package from home containing new clothing, reportedly selected personally by little Isabel. How considerate of her! Andy decided that upon returning home for Christmas, he must make a concerted effort to bond with Isabel. He wondered whether months of separation had caused any distance between them. At the beginning of November, Hogwarts was set to host its first Quidditch match of the season. According to the schedule, this inaugural contest would pit Gryffindor against Slytherin, an encounter laden with rivalry. Even before the match commenced, tensions flared between the two houses. Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been at odds, further exacerbated by rumors that Harry and Ron had attacked Malfoy with dark magic, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Just yesterday, the two houses nearly erupted into a full-scale conflict within the Great Hall. Had it not been for Professors McGonagall and Snape's timely intervention, a genuine altercation between Gryffindor and Slytherin might have transpired. The first-year wizards were visibly anxious, yet the upperclassmen regarded such incidents with indifference, as they are a recurring spectacle each year. Is Quidditch truly that exhilarating? Hermione idly flipped through a book detailing the sport, yet found herself devoid of enthusiasm. You'll see what I mean, Andy remarked. I'm not particularly fond of it. Playing occasionally is acceptable, but I don't share the fervor of those others. In truth, wizards like Andy, who harbor a disinterest in Quidditch, are rather rare in the magical realm. With few forms of entertainment available, the wizarding world lacks even television, let alone gaming consoles or computers. Let us go, Andy declared, rising from his seat. The match is about to commence. Let us go witness it. All right. Hermione nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, they found themselves amidst a sea of jubilation, though the match had yet to begin. The young wizards were already buzzing with excitement, banners supporting their respective houses fluttering everywhere. Andy and Hermione positioned themselves on the Ravenclaw side, securing a vantage point to await the start of the match. As the players took to the field, the game soon commenced. The 11-year-old Harry Potter appeared somewhat diminutive among the older students, yet he soared adeptly on his broom, undoubtedly surpassing Andy's abilities. Experiencing the match live was a stark contrast to merely reading about it in the newspapers. Immersed in such a vibrant atmosphere, Andy gradually began to appreciate the thrill of the competition. The young witch beside him beamed with joy, applauding and cheering whenever a goal was scored. Here, Hermione, would you care for some snacks? Andy offered, extending a treat towards her. When did you acquire these? Hermione questioned suspiciously. You didn't sneak off to Hogsmeade, did you? With a playful flick, Andy lightly tapped her forehead. I ordered them via owl. Who would bother to venture out for shopping? That sounds exhausting. To be fair, the Wizarding World's online shopping is notably superior to that of the Muggle world, as owls are indeed the wizard's faithful companions. Oh, Hermione pouted, nursing her forehead, unable to find solace even in the snacks amidst her frustrations. As the match intensified, Gryffindor's overall prowess outshone that of Slytherin. Within merely 20 minutes, Gryffindor had established a significant lead, yet Slytherin had fully embraced the notion of unscrupulous tactics. When Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson received the ball, two Slytherin chasers swooped in to corner her, forcing Angelina to crash against the stand surrounding the pitch. Foul! Slytherin has resorted to despicable tactics. This is a foul. Jordan Lee, the commentator, shouted in an uproar, uncertain whether it was a strategy or a violation. As the match progressed, Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Oliver Wood, was struck unconscious by a rogue bludger. Without a goalkeeper, Slytherin swiftly overtook Gryffindor in points. Andy's gaze drifted toward Harry. Harry's broom, the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, was already imbued with protective enchantments. However, in the original narrative, Quirrell managed to subtly interfere with Harry's broom without detection. Clearly, Quirrell was not as inept as he pretended. Fortunately, Quirrell had been expelled from Hogwarts, and Harry's broom experienced no issues, allowing him to swiftly capture the golden snitch and conclude the match. It appeared Gryffindor had claimed victory, and he turned to Hermione with a smile. So what do you think? Is Quidditch engaging? I find it quite fascinating, Hermione replied. Her excitement palpable, the match was intense, and I've never witnessed such a game played in the air. The next match will be Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. We should come back to watch, Andy suggested. Absolutely, Hermione responded enthusiastically. In the ensuing weeks, Andy returned to his routine of diligent study. Classes, the library, and practicing magic became his trifecta. Occasionally, in the stillness of the night, he would wander into the restricted section, discreetly perusing a few tomes. However, Dumbledore had not made another appearance, leaving Andy uncertain whether he had tacitly approved of his actions. Naturally, Andy had also refrained from employing the summoning charm again, as the repetitive motions seemed somewhat foolish. Although he yearned to discuss the intricacies of the silent issue with Dumbledore, it was not an urgent matter. Even if Dumbledore were to divulge something, Andy's current abilities would render any research challenging. Aside from occasionally contemplating his future in magic, Andy focused primarily on enriching his present self, acquiring a broader knowledge of spells, and mastering a variety of magical techniques. As December arrived, the weather grew increasingly frigid. A few days prior, a blanket of snow had fallen, prompting Andy to don an additional sweater beneath his wizarding robes. Time certainly flies. Sitting by the fireplace in the common room, Hermione remarked thoughtfully, Andy, how do wizards celebrate Christmas? Perhaps similarly to you muggles? Andy mused. With the holiday approaching, he found himself torn between a desire to return home and an unwillingness to part with the Hogwarts library. Yet, thoughts of his parents and the little girl at home filled him with anticipation. Don't forget to write to me during the holidays, Hermione reminded him, then inquired. By the way, would you like to read some Muggle books? I think I'll pass. Andy quickly shook his head. This time back, I wish to consult Kyle and Helen about some magic that Hogwarts doesn't teach. I hardly have time for Muggle literature. I've read enough of those in my previous life. Chapter 58, Godric's Hollow. On the eve before the holiday, Hogwarts was enveloped in a heavy snowfall throughout the night. The flurry of snowflakes transformed the entire world into a pristine white expanse, with Hogwarts Castle draped in snow, appearing particularly enchanting from afar. As Andy exited the castle, he noticed Filch laboriously clearing the snow from the ground. His face was flushed from the cold, wielding only a worn broom, looking quite pitiful. Boarding the train at Hogsmeade Station, Andy and Hermione found an empty compartment. To avoid interruptions, Andy magically locked the compartment door. The train began its slow journey, drawing ever closer to their destination, King's Cross Station. Do you remember our first encounter? Andy asked, gazing out at the retreating scenery. You were utterly oblivious to the Wizarding World then, looking quite anxious. Who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, that little which would evolve into a master of spells? What master spells am I? Hermione replied, somewhat embarrassed. Besides, I was not anxious. If you say you weren't anxious, then you weren't. Andy chuckled. Allow me to wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. During the festive season, you will only find this phrase inscribed on Christmas cards. I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance, Andy, Hermione softly remarked, expressing her gratitude for his care over the past few months. As evening approached, the train came to a halt at platform 9 3/4. Hello, Neville, Andy exclaimed, spotting his acquaintance as he disembarked. Acknowledging their familiarity, he waved casually. Hi, Andy, Hermione. Neville hurried over. I was actually looking for you, but I couldn't find where you were sitting. Perhaps next time. Andy patted Neville on the back. After alighting from the train, the group traversed through the wall into the station hall. Near the exit stood several Ministry of Magic employees, clad in Muggle attire, tasked with altering the memories of Muggles who had encountered something unusual. Andy cast a quick glance at the crowd, waiting for arrivals, and soon spotted Helen. She was holding Isabel's small hand, enthusiastically waving at Andy. "My mother is here," Andy announced. "Goodbye, Hermione, Neville. I'll see you when school starts again." With that, he waved to them and swiftly made his way towards Helen and Isabel. "Goodbye, Andy." Hermione waved back. "Mother and Isabel, it's been ages." Andy embraced both warmly. The little girl leaned forward, scrutinizing Andy's classmates from distance. She asked, "Andy, is that little witch your girlfriend? You mean Hermione?" Andy's vanity flared as he nodded at the little girl. "Yes, what of it? How peculiar." Isabel pouted, seemingly a bit displeased. "Someone like you can actually have a girlfriend? What do you mean by someone like me?" Andy teased, pinching Isabel's cheek. "You need to clarify that." Helen quickly peered over. "Which one?" "Isabel, did you see clearly?" At that moment, Hermione had already departed with her parents. Helen felt a twinge of regret. "You should have told us if you met a female classmate at school." Unlike Isabel, Helen was not so easily deceived. She found it hard to believe that Andy would have a girlfriend in his first year. What does an 11-year-old child know about love? However, in the Wizarding World, it was common for male and female classmates who were familiar with each other at school to end up together after graduation. This was precisely how Helen and Kyle's relationship had begun. Thus, in Helen's eyes, even if Hermione was not currently Andy's girlfriend, it was hardly different from being family. After all, it was merely a matter of a few years. "Stop looking. They have already left," Andy shrugged. "Perhaps I will introduce you to her next time." Helen took Isabel's hand and, as they walked, remarked, "This Christmas, we will celebrate at your grandfather's house." "Understood," Andy replied. His family was quite extensive, with both sets of grandparents still alive, in addition to an aunt, an uncle, and a younger aunt. Including more distant relatives, the number increased significantly. His grandfather's home resided in Godric's Hollow, a renowned gathering place for half-blood wizards, where it was said that the founder of Gryffindor House was born. Upon boarding the night bus, Isabel immediately became animated. Andy couldn't help but suspect that the little girl had accompanied Helen to the station primarily for the bus ride. "We are heading to Godric's Hollow," Helen informed the conductor. After purchasing tickets, the night bus launched forward like an arrow, its speed distorting the scenery outside the windows. "Wow!" the little girl exclaimed, thrilled. The night bus was her favorite mode of transport. "Isabel, when summer vacation arrives, how about I take you to the Muggle amusement park?" Andy planned to arrange a day filled with water slides, roller coasters, and bungee jumping for the little girl, ensuring she had a splendid time. "An amusement park? What is that?" Isabel asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's a place where Muggle children play games. I heard about it from my classmates," Andy explained. Isabel nodded. "Then it's settled." "Agreed." Andy ruffled the little girl's hair. Soon, they arrived at Godric's Hollow, and Isabel, still wanting more, followed Andy and Helen off the bus. In the center of the village stood a small square, adorned with a war memorial. Surrounding were several shops, a post office, a pub, and a church. The memorial was enchanted. Whenever a wizard passed by, it transformed into a statue of three figures: a disheveled wizard with glasses, a beautiful witch with long hair, and a baby boy cradled in the witch's arms. This memorial commemorated the Potter family. Following a path at the end of the square led to a vast expanse of ruins, the very place where the Potter family had sought refuge from Voldemort's pursuit. Andy had visited this site before. His grandfather's home lay on the opposite side of the square. As the three walked, they suddenly encountered an elderly witch approaching them. She was remarkably frail, her hunchback causing her to appear quite diminutive. Her face was lined with wrinkles, adorned with age spots, and her eyes, clouded by cataracts, seemed murky. If she were a Muggle, she would likely be resting in bed, nearing the end of her life. However, she was a witch, possessing the ability to care for herself. And despite her frail appearance, Andy suspected he might not stand a chance against her. "Good evening, Madame Bashir," Helen greeted her. "Good evening, Mrs. Collins." The elderly lady's voice was soft, yet Andy still caught her words. The biting winter wind could not suppress her voice. It was she, Bashira Bashir, the renowned historian of magic and author of the history of magic textbooks. Andy had encountered this elderly lady numerous times during his visits to his grandfather's home, although he had never paid her much attention before. Admittedly, he was somewhat intimidated. Her appearance was that of a wicked old witch from fairy tales, capable of handing you a poison apple at any moment. It was only after studying the history of magic and conducting research on the author of the textbooks that he truly recognized her formidable prowess. She was the quintessential know-it-all of the wizarding world. Older than Dumbledore, she had been studying the history of magic since the last century, possessing an unparalleled grasp of not only British magical history, but also the magical history of all Europe. "What is the matter?" Helen inquired. "Nothing," Andy replied evasively, then added, "Madame Bashir lives alone, correct? I would like to visit her tomorrow, and perhaps bring her a gift." "That sounds fine." Helen nodded. "Are you not afraid she might eat children?" Isabel asked, winking at Andy. Andy, slightly annoyed, gave the little girl a gentle tap on the head. He had indeed used that tactic to scare her before, yet the young girl remained undaunted. She had even ventured into Mrs. Bashada's house for an adventure. Before long, the trio arrived at Andy's grandfather's residence. "Hello, Andy, it's been quite a while. How has life at Hogwarts been treating you? Any adjustments to make?" Norman Collins, Andy's grandfather, was a remarkably easygoing man, slightly plump in a way that seemed just right. "Everything is splendid," Andy replied, moving forward to embrace Norman. His grandmother, Veronica Collins, brought forth an assortment of cookies, fruits, and hot cocoa, and they gathered around the fireplace, reminiscing about their days at Hogwarts. When Kyle returned from work, the family sat down for a sumptuous dinner together. The following morning, Andy, clutching a gift prepared by Helen and carrying his grandfather Norman's camera, donned his warmest attire and stepped outside. He first took several photographs at the War Memorial, followed by a few more at the ruins. At the ruins, a wooden sign bore heartfelt tributes to the Potter family, with numerous wizards from the magical community leaving their messages. Andy resolved to present these photos to Harry as a Christmas gift. They held sentimental value while being economically prudent, requiring not a single canute. After completing his photography, Andy made his way to Bashada's abode. Seeking advice from an elder in such matters was akin to courting a girl. One must possess a thick skin, regardless of the relationship, and simply initiate a conversation, for only then could one ascertain the outcome. If successful, it would be a great gain. If not, there would be no loss. Knock, knock. Andy rapped on the door. Creak. After a brief moment, Mrs. Bashada, trembling, opened the door. "Ah, it's little Collins. What brings you here, child?" "Mrs. Bashada, I've come to deliver your Christmas gift," Andy said, raising the present in his hand as a gesture. "How thoughtful of you." "Come in, dear. It's chilly outside." Mrs. Bashada stepped aside, inviting Andy in. In a somewhat aged house, an elderly witch with white hair, a face lined with wrinkles, and a stoop, beckoned you into her home. Truth be told, the scene held a tinge of eeriness. At least, it sent a shiver down Andy's spine. "Thank you, ma'am." Andy expressed his gratitude, mustering his courage to step inside. The room was warmed by a crackling fire, and candles flickered on the walls. Yet the interior still felt rather dim. While the space was not excessively filthy, Andy detected a damp, musty odor. Most witches and wizards indeed had a penchant for neglecting cleanliness, despite the fact that a simple spell could remedy the situation. They seemed to relish in the mystique of disorder. As Andy stepped on the creaking floorboards, he placed the gift on the table and surveyed the room. On the cabinet, he spotted a curved box adorned with numerous photographs. When he glanced at the images, the individuals within seemed to gaze back at him. One photograph featured a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair, exuding a languid charm. As Andy looked at him, the young man mischievously winked. "Who is that, ma'am?" Andy inquired with curiosity. "That is my great-nephew," Mrs. Bashada replied softly. "Please take a seat, child." "Thank you," Andy said gratefully, casually finding a chair. "Where is your great-nephew?" Andy continued to ask. "Won't he join you for the festivities?" Being young had its advantages. It is often said that children speak without a filter. Certain comments from adults may come across as quite rude, yet uttered by a child, they often go unnoticed. "He cannot come." Mrs. Bashada seemed reluctant to elaborate further. She then asked, "Would you like something to drink?" "A cup of tea would be lovely, thank you," Andy replied. Once Mrs. Bashada brought a steaming cup of tea, Andy, filled with curiosity, asked, "Ma'am, I heard you were once neighbors with Professor Dumbledore. I'm quite intrigued. What was he like as a child? Was he mischievous like other children?" "Ah, Albus," Mrs. Bashada reminisced. "That boy was remarkably mature. He adored studying magic. Each time he returned home from Hogwarts for the holidays, he would seclude himself in his room, engrossed in books and writing essays. His brother often quarreled with him, claiming he neglected their sister in his quest for knowledge. Dumbledore had siblings, and he pondered, realizing that it was quite normal. After all, who among the living does not have relatives? He feigned disappointment. "I was hoping to hear some amusing anecdotes about Professor Dumbledore." "Amusing tales?" "Oh, there's certainly some." Perhaps it was due to Andy's youth, or perhaps because she had not conversed with anyone for a long time. But as Andy continued to ask questions, Mrs. Bashada's words flowed more freely. She shared many delightful stories from Dumbledore's childhood and spoke of introducing her great-nephew to him and how they had formed a close friendship. While this was merely a simple tale of two young friends, when Mrs. Bashada inadvertently revealed her great-nephew's name, Andy was left utterly astounded. Chapter 60. Have you stopped loving me after just 3 days of vacation? Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had once wreaked havoc across Europe, was, astonishingly, the great-nephew of the elderly woman before him. To think you have such an illustrious great-nephew. Grindelwald, considered a predecessor to Voldemort as a Dark Lord, made one wonder who truly wielded greater power. Yet in terms of villainous stature, Grindelwald surpassed Voldemort by a significant margin. Can a terrorist ever compare to a reformer? What astonished Andy the most was Mrs. Bashada's implication that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had been close friends in their youth. Chocolate Frog cards clearly indicated that Dumbledore had vanquished the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. Hence, had this once cherished friendship ultimately turned into enmity? Andy suddenly felt a tinge of sympathy for Voldemort. Grindelwald's arch-nemesis was none other than the greatest wizard of the 20th century, Albus Dumbledore. And Voldemort's adversary? Merely a babyole. Now a student. His plight seemed exceedingly dismal. Yet, as Andy pondered, he realized this might elucidate the true terror of Voldemort. Grindelwald was defeated by another, whereas Voldemort's demise felt predestined, a narrative necessity from which he could not escape. The terrifying nature of Voldemort lies not solely in his formidable power, but rather in his malevolent heart. He is indifferent to everyone and everything in this world, save for himself, rendering him exceedingly difficult to defeat. Madam, whatever became of your nephew? Andy inquired, his curiosity piqued. Mrs. Basharat had merely mentioned the name Gellert in passing during their earlier conversation, allowing Andy to feign ignorance and continue his inquiries with an unruffled demeanor. Ah, Mrs. Basharat fell into a brief reverie. Came to Godric's Hollow initially to seek information regarding the Deathly Hallows. After his departure, we have seldom kept in touch. How scandalous. Although Mrs. Basharat seemed reluctant to divulge further details, the mere mention of the Deathly Hallows was enough to make Andy feel his journey had not been in vain. The Deathly Hallows truly exist. It was akin to how Dumbledore's belief in the prophecy had led Voldemort to embrace it as well. Given that Gellert Grindelwald had sought the secrets of the Deathly Hallows, Andy could not dismiss the notion that they were mere tales from a storybook. They likely had a basis in reality. Wait, if the Deathly Hallows are indeed real, what are the other stories circulating in the Wizarding World? Andy gazed at Mrs. Basharat with newfound excitement. She was, after all, a veritable fount of knowledge in the magical realm. He hastily posed several seemingly outrageous fairy tales, eager to discern their veracity. Alas, the passage of time had rendered Mrs. Basharat uncertain. While she was well versed in each tale, she could not ascertain their authenticity. After all, she was a historian of magic, not an adventurer. Although she had unearthed intriguing information from her studies, she had never truly embarked on a quest for it. Madam, it grows late. I shall take my leave, Andy announced as he rose. The more he conversed with Mrs. Basharat, the more disheartened he became. She was indeed just a historian of magic. While she possessed a wealth of gossip, she could not discern the truth behind it. Nevertheless, he had gleaned some valuable insights today. He recalled that in the Harry Potter films, Harry possessed an invisibility cloak. As the protagonist of the story, it was not unreasonable for him to have one of the Deathly Hallows, right? Perhaps he could borrow it for study at a later date. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Basharat, Andy returned to his grandfather's house and spent the entire day frolicking with Isabel. In the subsequent days, he forewent the study of magic to relish the company of his family. While magic was indeed significant, life devoid of it would be rather dull. Andy was acutely aware of what he desired. Until Andy, hurry up and get out of bed. Do you wish for all of us to starve while waiting for you? Helen's irritated voice resounded from the living room. Sighing, Andy reluctantly rose from his bed. Who was it that, on my first day home, said I could sleep as long as I wished? Who was it that personally brought breakfast to my room on my first day home? And who was it that insisted I take my rest and not concern myself with other matters? Those words still echoed in his ears, yet it was astonishing how, merely 3 days later, everything had changed. Did they not have any pangs of conscience? Realizing his standing in Helen's eyes was rapidly diminishing, Andy dared not delay. He waved his wand to tidy up the room with haste before dashing to the dining room. For a young wizard hailing from a magical family, there was little concern regarding the trace. That enchantment could only determine a general area of spellcasting and could not pinpoint an individual. Whenever Andy cast spells, the Ministry of Magic could detect it, yet they could not ascertain who had activated the trace. Furthermore, The Ministry's intent in imposing the trace was to prevent young wizards from flaunting their magic in the Muggle world, thus exposing the wizarding community. For those born into wizarding families, however, this law was not enforced with the same rigor. Kyle had connections and could facilitate matters. After breakfast, Kyle headed off to work at the Ministry, while Grandma Veronica took young Isabel to play in the village, and Helen had several potions to brew. Among the 6 inhabitants of the household, only Andy and his grandfather Norman found themselves at leisure. Since his mother's enthusiasm had waned, Andy resolved to seize these holiday days to inquire about spells that Hogwarts would not teach him. "Grandfather, could you teach me a few spells?" Andy asked. Norman, engrossed in the Daily Prophet, glanced at Andy and inquired, "Have you mastered all the spells taught at school?" "Of course, they're quite simple," Andy replied. "Is that so?" Norman set down the newspaper. "Since you have nothing to do, how about I teach you dueling? Do not be deceived by my current state. In my youth, I was a master duelist. You can duel with that physique. While wizards need only wave their wands, true combat requires agility to evade spells." Norman was not merely slightly plump. He was endearingly rotund. Andy's face was a portrait of skepticism. "What? Do you doubt my capabilities?" Norman's temper flared. "Cool me. Let us head to the yard and see what true wizarding dueling entails." A twinge of excitement coursed through Andy. Although he had been practicing magic for several months and had mastered a considerable number of spells, he had never truly engaged in a duel. While his grandfather Norman may not appear to be a skilled duelist, perhaps he was indeed a master. Chapter 61. Within 3 seconds of the duel, I would find myself kneeling, pleading for mercy. Andy and his grandfather Norman made their way to the yard. Norman brandished his wand, tracing a rectangular shape 10 meters long and 2 meters wide on the ground. "Cool me." Norman stepped into the rectangle, turning to Andy. "Little Andy, do you know the etiquette of dueling?" Andy, to be frank, if Norman had just transformed the ground into an arena, Andy might have genuinely believed him to be a dueling expert. However, drawing a rectangle on the ground with a wand seemed rather pedestrian. "I do, with no other choice." And he walked into the rectangle, bowing and holding his wand correctly. The two quickly assumed their positions. A gust of wind swept through, yet neither made a move. After a moment of silence, Norman glared, irritation evident in his voice. "Little Andy, what are you waiting for? Cast your spell. Surely you possess some magic?" Andy hesitated before asking, "Grandfather, are you truly a dueling master? Would I deceive you?" Norman, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Besides, you are merely a first-year wizard. Do you truly believe your magic could harm an adult sorcerer?" "Ah, that must be your innermost thought, right?" Andy uncovered the truth. However, there was some merit to his words. Having witnessed wizard duels, Andy was aware of the spell-casting prowess of adult sorcerers. Although Norman's magical skills may not rival those of the duel masters, he was nonetheless an adult wizard, and fending off a few spells from a novice was hardly a daunting task. With this thought, Andy felt considerably reassured. "Well then, here I come," Andy declared. "Little Andy, give it your all." Norman shot Andy a challenging glance. "All right then." Fiery flames. Andy conjured the fire spell into the form of a fire eagle, pressing it down towards Norman from above. Norman appeared somewhat tense, yet with a mere flick of his wand, he redirected the fire eagle away. This display further eased Andy's mind. After all, his grandfather still possessed some skill. Seizing the moment while Norman was occupied with the fire eagle, Andy relinquished control of the fire spell and pointed his wand at a wooden post behind Norman. Accio. Since his second failed attempt to summon Dumbledore from the restricted section, Andy had diligently learned the summoning charm. Under the spell's influence, the wooden post hurtled towards Norman's back. Considering that Norman was indeed an adult wizard, Andy harbored no intentions of holding back. Petri Ficus Totalis. Bang! The wooden post collided forcefully with Norman's back, nearly causing him to topple. Immediately thereafter, Andy's beam of magic struck Norman, sending him flying. Bang! With a light thud, Norman fell to the ground, rigid as a statue. "You claim this is your level? What are you pretending for? Is this the outcome?" "In less than 3 seconds of our duel, I find myself kneeling, begging you not to perish." Andy rushed over, waving his wand. "Finite incanatum." Ouch, ouch. Norman's plump form curled up on the ground. My back, my back." "Little Andy, quickly summon your grandmother." "Mom, hurry and come save him." Andy shouted anxiously, then nervously inquired, "Grandfather, are you injured?" "Injured? What injury?" Norman retorted defiantly. "I'm fine. I merely twisted my back. It's normal for someone my age to have a few ailments." "All right then," Andy responded, exasperated. "You're old, so whatever you say is right. What's the matter?" "I was in the midst of brewing potions. Why all the commotion?" Helen emerged from the door and, upon seeing Norman sprawled on the ground, rushed over to assist him. "Ouch, Be gentle, my back. Norman cried out in pain, startling Helen into stillness. She glared at Andy. What mischief have you two been up to outside? Norman quickly interjected. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with little Andy. I merely intended to offer him some guidance on dueling techniques, but I accidentally twisted my back. Age has its toll. Andy nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Helen clearly didn't believe him, while Andy was unaware of Norman's true capabilities. Helen was well aware. Not to mention dueling, even tossing him an apple, he might not be able to catch it. With such a reaction, how could he possibly instruct Andy in the art of combat? What a joke. Helen drew her wand, transforming the wooden post on the ground into a stretcher. Then, alongside Andy, they carefully lifted Norman onto it. Wingardium Leviosa. As the stretcher floated into the air, Helen instructed Andy, go fetch your grandmother and Isa. Your grandfather's condition might necessitate a visit to the hospital. No, Norman hastily objected. There's no need for such trouble. We have some healing ointment at home. Just have little Andy apply some for me. Helen was somewhat speechless. This old man was still so prideful. Are you truly certain you don't need to go to the hospital? Helen inquired. No. Norman shook his head vigorously. They carried Norman into the house. Laying him on the bed, Helen retrieved a bottle of healing ointment from her bag. Andy, help your grandfather with the application. Of course. Andy complied readily. After applying the ointment and ensuring Norman could rest comfortably, he covered him with a blanket and exited the bedroom. In the living room, Helen immediately grilled Andy. Did you duel with your grandfather? Andy wasn't sure if that qualified as a duel, but he recounted the entire incident from start to finish. TSK. Helen shook her head, exasperated. At your age, how can you still behave like this? After speaking, Helen turned her attention back to Andy. If you wish to test your mettle, we can do so after I finish brewing the potion. Really? Andy's face lit up with excitement, observing Helen's casual spellcasting. He could tell her magical prowess was still formidable. But don't celebrate prematurely, Helen said with a hint of pride. When your father and I were in school, it was during the peak of the Dark Lord's power. The pressure we faced was immense, and we had to study far harder than those wizards living in peaceful times. I shall show no mercy. Helen had initially intended to use Andy's generation as an example, but upon reflecting on Andy's dedication, she thought better of it. Even those living in wartime might not have exerted themselves as much as Andy. I see. Andy nodded in understanding. It made sense with a grandfather like Norman. He might never have engaged in combat with other wizards throughout his life. No wonder his magical abilities were so lacking. Chapter 62. When facing an enemy. Use the killing curse. Show no mercy. I too wish to test my current spellcasting level and see how great the disparity is between myself and an adult wizard. Very well. Helen rose. You entertain yourself for a while. I'll check on the potion. I'll help you, Andy offered. Helen waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a standard potion. I've handled it already. I don't need you complicating matters. If you truly wanted to help, you could have done so earlier. Andy, it's quite disheartening to realize that after just 3 days back home for the holidays, my status has shifted from the family's esteemed position to that of a mere subordinate. The speed of this betrayal is simply astonishing. After nearly 2 hours, Helen emerged holding a potion bottle. Setting it down, she looked at Andy eagerly. Have you been waiting impatiently? Come on. Following Helen outside, Andy stood to the side. Noticing Helen's lack of movement, he raised an eyebrow and asked, aren't we going to set up some sort of arena? There's no need for such trouble, Helen said, abruptly drawing her wand and pointing it at Andy. Turning upside down, Andy felt an irresistible force enveloping his entire being, and his body was involuntarily flipped upside down, suspended in midair by the magical energy. Still on the dueling platform? He exclaimed. In real combat, who would afford you such luxuries? Helen waved her wand, gently lowering Andy to the ground, her face alight with pride. Isn't this spell rather impressive? It was invented by Snape and later mastered by us Gryffindors, who used it to teach him a harsh lesson. Snape? Andy's expression turned to one of astonishment. Was it possible that Snape had developed a new spell during his school years? He invented it while he was still at school? What's so surprising about that? Helen waved her hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Haven't I told you? Our time at school coincided with Voldemort's peak power. Unlike you lot today, who have no pressure whatsoever. Andy remained somewhat taken aback. While her words were accurate, Snape's talents in magic were indeed extraordinary. To independently invent a new spell while still in school was no small feat as far as Andy knew. Only Dumbledore and Snape had achieved such an accomplishment. But what had become of Snape now? He seemed consumed with antagonism towards Harry, relishing in it as if it were a lifelong pursuit. Andy's mouth twitched slightly, and he chose not to dwell on it any longer. Now I shall begin. Andy declared, drawing his wand and initiating his strongest area spell, the fire spell. Flames erupted. The fire coalesced into a fiery eagle, lunging towards Helen, who merely waved her wand and effortlessly extinguished Andy's flames. Stupefy. Shatter. Andy cast spell after spell, but Helen easily swatted them away with her wand. She stood there with such casual grace, exerting tremendous pressure on Andy. Indeed, there was a marked difference. Andy could sense that Helen's magical prowess surpassed his by several tiers. She was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, Helen hardly practiced magic on a regular basis. Her current level of spellcasting was only marginally better than it had been at graduation. In fact, one could argue that since Voldemort's downfall, ordinary witches and wizards had largely abandoned the practice of magic. Nevertheless, even someone like Helen, who hadn't practiced for nearly a decade, could still render Andy breathless. She hadn't even attacked. Simply standing there was enough to make him feel utterly helpless. Huff. Andy exhaled, continuously shifting his position during the casting process. Seeing an opportune angle, he attempted to replicate his previous tactic. Wooden stake, fly forth. Under the influence of magic, the wooden stake hurtled towards Helen's back with great force. Yet, she merely shifted her position slightly and effortlessly evaded the attack. With a flick of her wand, the wooden stake suddenly accelerated, hurtling straight towards Andy. Crush. Boom. The stake exploded upon impact. All right, let us pause for a moment. Helen suddenly interjected. Huh? Andy was taken aback. But I still have my trump card left. Helen retorted. What trump card do you have? If you truly possessed one, you would have employed it long ago. Just like your grandfather, too proud for his own good. Andy, you focus far too much on the technique of spellcasting, she continued. While technique is indeed important in wizard duels, the element of surprise is equally crucial. Your current level of magic appears impressive, quite visually appealing, but it falls woefully short of the demands of real combat. Upon hearing Helen's assessment, Andy felt no sense of discouragement. After all, he had been studying magic for less than half a year, and achieving such a level of spellcasting was commendable in itself. Helen continued, conventional spells are relatively easy to counter, so sometimes we need a bit of cunning. Saying this, she raised her wand towards Andy. Stupefied, Andy focused intently, preparing to counter the spell as Helen had done, only to find that this magical beam was aimed at his feet. In that fleeting moment of distraction, another magical beam struck him, and he found himself once again suspended in midair by Helen's spell. Did you understand? Helen asked as she lowered him back down. This is merely practice. One must remember that some dark magic cannot even be countered by the shield charm. In our time, students placed a greater emphasis on practical magic, and us Gryffindors often gathered to practice dueling. Andy nodded, beginning to grasp the disparity in combat experience. Just as Helen had pointed out, conventional magic was too easily countered. The shield charm could defend against the majority of spells, and some quick-reacting wizards could even deflect spells with their wands. Andy suddenly felt a twinge of envy for Harry. He belonged to that category of wizards with exceptional reflexes and keen perception. One only needed to observe his performance on the Quidditch pitch to understand this. No wonder he was the protagonist. With such reflexes and acuity, Harry could quickly become a master duelist with minimal training. What should I do to practice now? Andy inquired. Practice as you did before. Replicate your previous methods, Helen advised, retracting her wand. Unless you wish to participate in dueling tournaments or become an Auror after graduation. There's no need to engage in special training for these things. Aurors receive specialized training, and when encountering foes, they simply employ the killing curse. Focus on building a solid foundation, and learning these spells will be a breeze later on. Chapter 63. The Collins family had a tradition. Andy realized that Helen had indeed gone astray. As a Gryffindor, she ought to have become a hero akin to Harry's parents, quietly safeguarding the peace of the magical world. Instead, she had married Andy's father, Cal Collins. The Collins family had a tradition, a penchant for mischief. Take Andy's grandfather, Norman Collins, for instance. Despite his current portly stature, which even Andy could not best, in his youth he had smuggled illegal goods through Muggle channels with regularity. And then there was Andy's father. Although Kyle was merely an ordinary employee at the Ministry of Magic, he certainly knew how to cultivate relationships when necessary and was more than adept at embezzling. As for Andy, well, he had always considered himself a good child, a mature and reliable young wizard. Perhaps he had not inherited the family's mischievous legacy after all. Helen's past was a mystery to Andy, but the current Helen, should she return to Hogwarts for sorting, might very well find herself placed in Azkaban. It was no secret that Helen had engaged in the brewing and selling of illicit potions on multiple occasions. She had even encouraged Andy to utilize the killing curse when confronted by adversaries, perhaps having done so herself in the past. Quite the formidable character. Understood. Andy gestured an okay sign. Mom, could you teach me the killing curse? Andy earnestly wished to learn this spell, regardless of the moral implications of dark magic. From a combative perspective, the killing curse was undeniably effective. You, Helen tousled Andy's hair, don't even think about it. Focus on practicing your spells. I must return to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Andy felt a tinge of disappointment, although it seemed that Helen had spent some time practicing magic with him. In reality, Andy and T gleaned much knowledge. This was, unfortunately, the norm within the magical community, not only in ordinary wizarding families like the Collins, but even in ancient pure-blood families like the Malfoys. Expectations for the younger generation's prowess were rather modest. This was a result of the broader societal context. Andy surmised that perhaps only with Voldemort's resurrection would those carefree wizards truly begin to value strength. Dismissing further thoughts, Andy resumed his magical practice. Helen's observation was astute. Andy's current level of magic appeared commendable, yet he still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving practical proficiency. It was akin to the disparity between fancy basketball tricks and the NBA. This discrepancy stemmed, on one hand, from a lack of combat experience, and, on the other, from Andy's current training not being oriented towards that specific direction. As Helen had advised, if he built a solid foundation, mastering those advanced spells would be a breeze in the future. The killing curse could slay, but the shattering curse could equally bring death. As long as one could strike their foe, it sufficed. Christmas, and he had already sent out his gifts in advance. For Harry, he gifted a few photographs. For his roommate Ron and some amiable friends, he prepared a card along with a bag of sweets. For a young wizard, such gifts were rather generous. As for Hermione, Andy had meticulously selected a collection of legendary tales from the magical realm. The little witch was a veritable fountain of knowledge, and Andy hoped she might uncover threads of these legendary stories in other magical texts. Additionally, he had gifts prepared for the professors. In the magical world, it was uncommon to offer monetary gifts to teachers, and Christmas presents were Andy's only opportunity to express his appreciation. Thus, he had put considerable thought into them. Except for Professor Snape, who received a bottle of shampoo and a card. The gifts for the other professors were all scarves of varying styles. As the weather turned cold, adding an extra layer of clothing underscored a student's concern for their teachers. As for Professor Snape, Andy penned a heartfelt message in the card. May you find rejuvenation. Do not squander the passage of time, and embrace a new beginning with a smile. In essence, Andy hoped that Professor Snape would take better care of himself. He was still young and had a bright future ahead, and should not forsake the pursuit of a beautiful life due to a tragic past. It was tragic to witness a magical genius like Snape, who had crafted spells during his student years, now reduced to his current state. In his bedroom, Andy sat on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, while Isabel busily helped him unwrap gifts. The little girl had few friends. Her Christmas presents were all from family, consisting mainly of snacks, clothes, and toys, nothing particularly novel. After finishing her own gifts, she turned her attention to Andy. Andy, you don't like candy, do you? Isabel asked casually as she stuffed sweets into her pockets. I do. Who says I don't? Andy replied with a yawn. Isabel, if you sneak away with my gifts, I'll hide all your snacks. Oomph. Isabel pouted, reluctantly retrieving the candies. Oh, this sweater is ugly. She held up a sweater, first wrinkling her nose in distaste, then exclaimed, Andy, a girl actually gifted you a sweater? I've told you, I have a girlfriend. Andy replied, rubbing his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet wearing a smug expression. In a few years, you'll be an aunt. Isabel, it's fine if you steal my snacks. But if you take your nephew S, that would be quite embarrassing. I wouldn't. Isabel quickly embraced her role as an aunt, declaring, I'll buy snacks for my nephew every day and take him away. You'll need to earn some money first. Andy shot a glance at the little girl. You're not planning to use my allowance, are you? Oomph. I'm starting to save money right now, Isabel said with determination, having successfully teased the little girl. Andy felt his spirits lift. Isabel, don't forget what you said today. He picked up his wand to tidy the room. Let us head out, otherwise Mom will get angry again. ISNT it, because you sleep in every day, Isabel muttered, feeling as if she had drawn the short straw. Stepping out of the room, Andy was immediately greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. Helen and Grandma Veronica were in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Andy glanced over to see them standing in the kitchen, waving their wands, as the ingredients cooked themselves and arranged neatly on plates. Andy, following the sound, he saw a witch in her 20s approaching briskly, who immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. I was wondering when this little lazybones would finally get up. Merry Christmas, Aunt. Andy struggled slightly. You're going to suffocate me. Chapter 64. Something big happened at Hogwarts. Andy's aunt was named Aisha Collins and currently worked as an editor at the Daily Prophet. Her job was stable, but her romantic life was rather tumultuous. Over the years, Andy had met 4 or 5 potential uncles, and he could only imagine how many he had encountered. In short, she was quite the charmer. Andy, I heard you have a little girlfriend? Aisha feigned a sorrowful expression. When you were little, you said you'd marry your aunt when you grew up. I didn't expect you to change your mind so quickly. Men truly cannot be trusted. You were the one who said you'd marry me when I grew up. When did it turn into me saying I'd marry you? Have some dignity. And who leaked my secret? Andy shot a glare at Isabel, who promptly hid behind Kyle. Where's Jack? Andy inquired. Boring. We broke up. Aisha sighed, her expression indifferent. Andy, Kyle, and Norman were already quite accustomed to her dramatic revelations. The individual named Jack, who managed to endure for 6 months before parting ways, is considered one of the more exceptional among Aisha's numerous paramours. Andy merely hopes that Isabel, upon maturation, will not emulate Aisha's notorious ways. Have there been any intriguing tidings of late? Andy continued to inquire. Aisha, employed at the Daily Prophet, is well-informed, privy to many clandestine whispers of the magical community, even including confidential tidings from high-ranking officials within the Ministry of Magic. Indeed, there is one, and it pertains to Hogwarts. What say you, Andy? Would you like to know? Aisha regarded Andy with a mischievous glint in her eye. Absolutely. However, could we perhaps negotiate a different arrangement? If there was anyone in Andy's household he could not manage, it would likely be the very Aisha before him. They say that a person devoid of shame is invincible, and Aisha is certainly a paragon in that regard. All right, let us negotiate. Allow me to borrow Isabel for a day. How does that sound? Aisha's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Isabel. Having longed to bond with the little girl, though Kyle and Helen had been vigilant in preventing such interactions, fearing that the child might learn undesirable habits from her. Fine. Andy, ignoring Isabel's tearful expression, readily acquiesced, securing the little girl at a fair price. Let us establish the terms clearly, Aisha said with an air of mystery. A young wizard at Hogwarts was attacked by dark magic. You are aware of this, yes? Andy nodded. As expected, it was indeed related to Malfoy. Cornelius Fudge ascended to the position of Minister of Magic largely due to Dumbledore's backing, rendering him a mere puppet to Dumbledore's whims. During this period, Dumbledore wielded unparalleled influence over the British magical community. Consequently, the Daily Prophet did not report on the incident involving Malfoy. The assaulted young wizard was a child of the Malfoy family. Lucius Malfoy, intent on uncovering the truth, has lavished considerable sums upon Ministry. At this juncture, Aisha cast a glance at Kyle. Kyle nodded, confirming the veracity of her claim. Since Fudge took office last year, those pureblood families have relentlessly sought to curry favor with him, and he has accepted substantial bribes, even enhancing the Ministry's benefits. In my view, Fudge and Dumbledore are bound to part ways eventually. They are fundamentally at odds, Andy surmised. Realizing the source of Kyle's newfound affluence over the past year, Andy thought. So that's the reason. However, he hesitated, but surely Fudge would not dare oppose Dumbledore. Dumbledore had been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly a century, with over 95% of today's witches and wizards in Britain being his former students. Furthermore, he serves as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and the chief warlock of Wisingamot. What could one possibly employ against such influence? Not to mention Dumbledore's own formidable prowess. Aisha continued. Due to his corruption, Fudge initially intended to dispatch Aurors to Hogwarts for an investigation, but Dumbledore refused. Andy, perplexed, queried, "But how is that related to Hogwarts?" Aisha shot him a glare. "Do not interrupt me. I have yet to finish. Where was I? Yes, after Dumbledore's refusal." Fudge berated him vehemently in his office. Andy was taken aback. "How do you know this? Are you spinning fanciful tales to deceive me?" Fudge berating Dumbledore in his office. "How could you possibly know? Did you think I gleamed in a dream?" Aisha retorted. "I have a colleague named Rita Skeeter, who possesses an uncanny ability to unearth highly confidential information, and her reliability is remarkable. I have a good rapport with her, and we occasionally exchange intelligence." Rita Skeeter. Andy was familiar with her. In fact, anyone who had perused the Daily Prophet would recognize her. Her articles typically comprised a blend of truth and fabrication, the latter often veering into the absurd, while the former frequently contained genuine, albeit secretive, insights. Andy enjoyed her writings, finding them exhilarating, regardless of the outrageous or the factual. Her content was always captivating. After a pause, Aisha resumed. "In any case, as Kyle mentioned, Fudge and Dumbledore are destined to diverge paths." "Kyle, what are your thoughts on the matter?" Kyle shrugged. "Me? What concern do the squabbles of those grand figures hold for someone as inconsequential as I?" He possessed a modicum of self-awareness. His employment at the ministry was primarily a means of passing time and networking, all while pocketing a bit of public funds alongside a steady salary. He harbored no grand ambitions. Indeed, Aishia rolled her eyes and turned to Andy. What follows is pertinent to Hogwarts. That young wizard, Draco Malfoy, upon regaining consciousness, mentioned that at the beginning of the school year, Dumbledore warned you not to venture into the corridor on the 4th floor? Andy nodded, confirming the recollection. Precisely. Speaking of gossip, Aishia appeared somewhat exhilarated. Upon learning of this incident, Fudge was elated, and just yesterday he took orders to Hogwarts in person under the pretext of this matter. Alas, he uncovered naught. Is that so? Yet, wait a moment, Andy furrowed his brow. Wasn't Malfoy attacked on Halloween? It has been over a month. Why has he only just awakened? I cannot say. Perhaps it was a particularly potent, dark magic. Aishia remarked nonchalantly. Was it Quirrell's doing? Andy pondered, having previously speculated about Quirrell-esque schemes. Yet he had not anticipated Quirrell would resort to official channels to investigate the 4th floor corridor of the castle. But what was his objective? To stir trouble? To mislead Dumbledore regarding the Philosopher's Stone? Yet if Dumbledore were to carry the stone on his person, wouldn't Quirrell have even less opportunity? Chapter 65. Sending Christmas gifts is not a reason to foster enmity. Am I perhaps miscalculating something? Andy resolved to reassess his thoughts. Firstly, Voldemort aimed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, seeking to harness its power for a resurgence. Dumbledore, aware of Voldemort's intentions, devised a trap utilizing the Philosopher's Stone as bait. Upon encountering the trap, Voldemort would surely realize that Dumbledore had discerned his scheme. But what of Dumbledore? His trap was designed so ostentatiously, even publicly disclosing its location during the opening feast, clearly intending to lure Voldemort into revealing himself. With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, Dumbledore held the reins of power. Even if Voldemort suspected his intentions, he would have no choice but to play along with Dumbledore's performance. In essence, both were acutely aware of each other's motives. Dumbledore had orchestrated a melodramatic narrative, while Voldemort, in pursuit of his fee, could only reluctantly participate in Dumbledore's new play. The ultimate outcome would hinge on whose machinations proved more adept. This, it seemed, was the original storyline. Andy's encouragement for Malfoy to expel Quirrell from Hogwarts had undoubtedly disrupted their carefully laid plans. If this were the case, Voldemort's intentions became glaringly evident. Andy mused to himself. Voldemort still covets the Philosopher's Stone and seems unperturbed by the prospect of alarming others. A solitary Voldemort is a formidable threat. Should Dumbledore become aware of this, he would be compelled to reinstate him at Hogwarts. With Voldemort possessing Quirrell, if left unchecked, he could strike at any moment, rendering the situation increasingly perilous. Therefore, Dumbledore would have no choice but to yield the Philosopher's Stone to placate Voldemort, ensuring a temporary semblance of compliance. Andy believed he had unraveled the entire scheme. Whether it was attacking Malfoy or leveraging the Ministry's power to investigate the 4th floor of the castle, Voldemort acted with impunity. Only by showcasing his menace would Dumbledore continue to use the Philosopher's Stone as bait, affording Voldemort an opportunity to seize it. If that were indeed the case, Voldemort's return to Hogwarts seemed inevitable. Andy felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Had he known, he would have preferred to endure Quirrell's insipid lessons, reeking of garlic. Once Voldemort re-entered Hogwarts, he would shift from light to darkness. Andy, what are you thinking? Aishia inquired, raising an eyebrow at Andy, whose expression was a tumult of emotions. Nothing, really, Andy replied with a smile, though a heaviness lingered in his heart. Regardless, he resolved to remain vigilant in the coming semester. Andy suspected he had underestimated Voldemort. After all, Voldemort was the ultimate antagonist of this era. No matter how foolish he appeared, it did not imply a lack of intellect. Perhaps his arrogance stemmed from his own power, leading him to forego critical thinking, or perhaps the dark arts magnified his inner darkness, rendering him impulsive and haughty. Yet, the fact that Voldemort had ascended to the position of Dark Lord was testament enough to his formidable intelligence. Oh, Dumbledore, please do not fail me. Andy felt a pang of apprehension. The Christmas holiday swiftly passed. Sensing the looming threat, Andy sought Helen-esque guidance on practical combat techniques during the break. Initially reluctant to impart her knowledge, Helen harbored reservations about Andy pursuing a career as an Auror, deeming it far too perilous. In her view, those practical skills were largely superfluous. After all, neither she nor Kyle had ever faced a life-or-death duel with any wizard throughout the years. Helen informed Andy that once he matured further, he would be able to learn the killing curse. When confronted with an adversary, a swift cast of the curse would be paramount. Should it fail to eliminate the foe, he would need to use apparition to escape. If the enemy pursued him with the same method, he should rely on a pre-prepared portkey for long-distance transportation. This was a time-honored survival skill passed down through the Collins family, a technique that had preserved the lives of their ancestors during the chaotic times of the Wizarding World. To be honest, the strategy was commendable. However, Andy remained eager to master practical combat skills, for his rigorous practice of magic was not solely for the purpose of fleeing from enemies. Unable to withstand Andy's persistent entreaties, Helen ultimately consented to learn combat. The foremost lesson was evading spells. Dark wizards did not play nice. The killing curse was their forte, a spell that was not only difficult to counter, but also lethal upon contact, devoid of any counter curse. Furthermore, Andy would need to hone his aiming skills, a realm where he excelled. His spells were remarkably precise, exhibiting tremendous control even against moving targets. Lastly, mastering the timing of spell casting was crucial. This was where combat experience came into play. Although Helen had undergone training in this area during her schooling, she herself had never faced actual combat, yet she was more than capable of instructing a young wizard like Andy. In sum, Andy's training over the past few days had been intensely rigorous. By the time school commenced, he was already proficient enough to exchange a few spells with Helen. Once again aboard the Hogwarts Express, Andy's mindset had transformed completely. Scanning the surroundings, he observed a distinct lack of alertness among his peers. Truly, a group of oblivious young wizards. In the carriage, Hermione was engrossed in a hefty stack of books, all procured from Diagon Alley during the holiday. Andy, did you enjoy your holiday? Hermione inquired, glancing up from her reading. Of course. And you? Andy replied, rhetorically, teasing, by the looks of it. You spent the entire break buried in books. With an expression of determination, Hermione responded, I don't want to fall too far behind you. On that note, Hermione suddenly remarked, by the way, I spotted Malfoy at the station. I had no idea his injuries were so severe. He was in the hospital for nearly 2 months before recovering. Andy's expression shifted to one of concern. Has he changed in any way? Not that I noticed, Hermione pondered. I only caught a glimpse and didn't pay much attention. What kind of change do you mean? Nothing. Andy shook his head. He was reluctant to divulge the possibility of Quirrell infiltrating Hogwarts once more. That knowledge could prove dangerously revealing. The young witch was far too innocent, making her an easy target for exposure. Hermione remained oblivious, believing Andy's inquiry was simply an expression of concern for a classmate. As they chatted amiably, the train soon arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The ever-reliable Hagrid awaited them, guiding the first-year students across the Black Lake to the castle. The ice on the lake had yet to thaw, forcing the young wizards to trek on foot towards the castle. Upon entering the Great Hall, Andy immediately sensed a piercing gaze upon him. He turned cautiously, only to find Snape's sharp eyes fixed on him, as if he were intent on deducting points. Surely this is just a figment of my imagination? Andy pondered, recalling that he had given Snape a Christmas gift. Surely that could not lead to animosity. Chapter 66, Onlookers, Helen Collins. Andy, thank you for your gift. As Andy settled into his seat, Harry approached him, inquiring, Andy, where did you take those photographs? You know I've never seen my parents. Oh, those photos. I took them in Godric's Hollow. It is said that Godric Gryffindor was born there, and the valley bears his name, Andy explained. My grandfather resides there, and your parents were there as well? I'm sorry. That's all right, Harry quickly replied. If the opportunity arises, could you take me to Godric's Hollow? I'd like to pay my respects to my parents. Of course, Andy assured him. Thank you. Harry expressed his gratitude before returning to the Gryffindor table. At that moment, Andy felt another gaze upon him, one that sent shivers down his spine. It was still Snape. Andy sensed that not only did Snape wish to deduct points, but he might also harbor intentions of poisoning his food. What a peculiar man. Andy internally scoffed. I present you with a Christmas gift, and yet I am met with an adversary in return. Was it truly necessary for you to oppose me at every turn to find solace in your heart? Following the evening banquet, the Christmas holiday officially came to an end, heralding the commencement of a new semester. On Monday morning, Ravenclaw was scheduled to attend 2 consecutive potions classes alongside Hufflepuff. Andy soon realized that Severus Snape's gaze the previous night had not been a mere figment of his imagination. His temperament seemed to have deteriorated drastically over the break, as he mercilessly targeted the young wizards from both houses. For merely yawning, Andy was penalized 5 points for disrespecting the professor. Hermione, on the other hand, lost 2 points for advising her classmates on potion brewing, deemed by Snape as interference. Simultaneously, Andy was penalized another 2 points for passively witnessing others' mistakes. Throughout the entirety of the 2 potions classes, Snape resembled a tempestuous soul, finding fault in everyone, where even the slightest movement could serve as justification for point deductions. Moreover, his acerbic wit had reached near perfection, with a deliberate and measured tone. He could dismantle a young wizard's spirit without resorting to any vulgarity. All the young wizards sat in hushed trepidation, silently praying for the swift passage of the two classes. Once the potions class concluded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. "Collins, stay behind," Snape suddenly announced. "Very well, Professor." Andy shrugged, casting a reassuring glance at Hermione, signaling her to proceed to the Great Hall for dinner. All the young wizards turned their gazes towards Andy, their expressions akin to those who would pay homage to him on this very day next year, filled with anguish and a sense of tragic valor. "Professor, is there something you wish to discuss?" Andy inquired first after the others had departed. He, too, was curious as to what had set Snape off. Snape's hollow gaze bore into Andy, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes to avoid direct confrontation. "Collins," Snape intoned slowly, "how much do you know about that matter?" "That matter?" Andy initially thought Snape was referring to Quirrell and replied candidly, "I do sense something amiss with Quirrell. He claims to have been attacked by a vampire. It does not seem plausible. Furthermore, he shows no inclination towards teaching, which is hardly befitting a professor. While Professor Bin's class may be dull, at least he is dedicated to the lesson. Is that so?" Snape seemed to believe that Andy knew more than he let on. "I'm not inquiring about this matter." Snape's expression darkened as he produced a greeting card, asking, "What does this signify?" "Oh, I see," Andy responded, puzzled. "Professor, I wish you a Merry Christmas." "What is wrong with that?" "I merely hoped you could embark on a new chapter in your life. I simply do not wish to witness a magical prodigy succumb to mediocrity." "Is that so wrong? Moreover, your past is hardly a secret. You bullied Gryffindor during your school days and attempted to recruit an ignorant Gryffindor girl into the Death Eaters. Yet, have you not redeemed yourself? Or could it be that Hermione's intuition was correct? Snape's redemption, perhaps, was indeed linked to that Gryffindor girl." Regrettably, Helen had never divulged her name, leaving Andy in ignorance of her identity. Snape's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Andy. Upon receiving the card, he sensed something was amiss. To this end, Snape had even conducted a background check on Andy, uncovering the identity of his mother, Helen Collins. There was no animosity between Snape and Helen. Yet within the depths of Snape's psyche lay a painful memory, intertwined with humiliation and sorrow, tied to a particular curse. The hanging charm. Helen had been a mere bystander at the time, bearing witness to the events and knowing all that transpired. Should Helen recount her school experiences to Andy? Sharing this episode as a jest, Snape felt he might very well hang himself in despair. It was not an implausible scenario. Just imagine, her child had begun school, and the child as professor was none other than her former classmate. Coinciding with Christmas, mother and son gathered by the hearth, reminiscing about their time at Hogwarts. What a delightful and heartwarming image. This vision haunted Snape throughout the Christmas holiday. What if Helen revealed something, and Andy subsequently shared it with Harry? Oh no. The mere thought drove Snape to the brink of madness. "Whatever you may have heard, it's best you keep it to yourself," Snape warned in a low voice. Andy replied, utterly perplexed. "Should I have heard something? Was it?" Snape appeared somewhat anxious. Andy glanced at Snape and assured him, "Professor, rest assured. I shall keep your secret." Suddenly, Andy realized that perhaps the events of yesteryear were not entirely congruent with Helen's narrative. After all, Helen viewed the happenings through the Gryffindor lens, which could be somewhat biased. Of course, this bore little relevance to Andy. He feigned knowledge of some secret, perhaps to leverage it against Snape. "My lips are sealed." Andy offered Snape a knowing look, sensing that Snape was on the verge of losing his temper. He decided to conclude the conversation promptly. "Professor, I have an aunt," Andy stated, "should you choose to embark on a new chapter in your life. I could facilitate an introduction." Snape inhaled deeply. "You get out." "Very well," Andy acquiesced, turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, Snape's veiled threat echoed behind him. "Remember your promise, and do not speak of it." Chapter 67. What steps are necessary to bring someone into Hogwarts? Emerging from the potions classroom, Andy's face radiated with joy. "Snape, oh Snape, no matter how cunning you may be, you shall one day find yourself drinking my bathwater." Andy could swear that Snape's student days were fraught with unspeakable trials, just by observing Snape's current disheveled appearance. Andy understood that his life narrative was hardly that of a protagonist. Perhaps he was akin to a tragic second lead, or perhaps a campus villain reminiscent of Malfoy. Based on the information Andy had gathered thus far, it appeared that Snape had indeed been cast in the role of a campus antagonist, possessing a devious and acerbic demeanor that hardly suggested a noble nature. Yet, after enduring certain experiences, Snape had undergone a transformation, reclaiming his integrity. It bore resemblance to a cliché plot where the protagonist joined forces to awaken the villain from his folly. Suddenly, Andy recalled the hanging charm that Helen had taught him. This spell had been invented by Snape, yet it was learned by Gryffindor, who subsequently employed it to teach Snape a harsh lesson. The Gryffindor girl and the hanging bell curse. If one were to connect all these dots, it seems implausible, does it not? Andy was taken aback by the thoughts swirling in his mind. If this were indeed the case, then Severus Snape would be in quite a dire predicament. Of course, all of this was merely Andy's conjecture. Perhaps the truth from years past was as Helen had suggested. Snape had once attempted to sow discord within Gryffindor, seeking to entice a particular Gryffindor girl to join the ranks of the Death Eaters, only to be thwarted in time by the 4 valiant champions of Gryffindor. Yet, there must be a reason behind Snape's eventual redemption, mustn't there? Perhaps it was love. Andy felt he was drawing ever closer to the truth. Andy, are you all right? Upon seeing Andy emerge, Hermione hurried over. Did I not instruct you to head to the Great Hall first? Andy replied with a smile. Besides, Professor Snape, although somewhat ill-tempered, is not an entirely malevolent individual. Today's events had indeed shifted Andy's perception of Snape. If one day he were to become powerful, yet a less capable young wizard were to uncover a certain unsavory secret of his, Andy's only recourse would be the Obliviate charm. Yet Snape had refrained from such actions. According to Helen, Snape might have once been affiliated with the Death Eaters, or at least harbored intentions to join them. This indicated that Snape was not a paragon of virtue. However, when confronted by a young wizard privy to his shameful secret, he merely cautioned him against disclosing it. Nothing more. What did Professor Snape want with you? Hermione still seemed somewhat uneasy. I nearly sought out Professor Dumbledore, but I believe Professor Snape would not dare to do anything to you within Hogwarts. Alas, now even Hermione harbored a less than favorable opinion of Snape. Such a person should not be introduced to Annie, lest Andy face Aisha's wrath. Come, let us proceed to the Great Hall for dinner, Andy remarked as he walked. Professor Snape advised me to be cautious, as he suspects Quirrell may seek revenge against me. Quirrell? Hermione immediately tensed, glancing around. If Quirrell truly knows you incited Malfoy, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Just look at Malfoy's fate. What do you mean I incited Malfoy? He acted entirely of his own volition, and he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is that so? Hermione shot him a disapproving glare. If you had not incited Malfoy, he would not have been attacked by Quirrell. Sighing, Andy replied, I never anticipated Quirrell would turn out to be that kind of person. Hermione, when we reach the Great Hall, let us refrain from discussing this matter to avoid inciting panic. Understood. Hermione nodded. As Andy and Hermione entered the Great Hall, all the young wizards turned to regard them simultaneously. Oh, thank goodness. Andy, you're still alive, exclaimed Andy's roommate Anthony, his expression one of exaggerated surprise. What exactly did Professor Snape do to you? The others looked on with equal curiosity, and he couldn't help but admire the speed at which rumors spread within Hogwarts. Did these young wizards have nothing better to occupy their time? Concerning our dormitory, Andy replied nonchalantly, Professor Snape wanted me to inform you to come by. What? The faces of Anthony, Michael, and Terry paled instantly. Even though Andy had returned alive, they were still reluctant to meet Snape privately. Who knew what malicious tactics Snape might employ to torment them? They had learned that Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor had once been confined by Snape and forced to clear toads from his stomach. Michael's legs began to tremble. Hermione, exasperated, smacked Andy lightly. Professor Snape has other matters for Andy. This does not concern you. The three turned simultaneously to Andy, realizing it was prudent to ascertain the truth. Snape was indeed formidable. However, if Snape truly wished to see them and they failed to attend, the consequences could be even more terrifying. Andy shrugged, ignoring them. What can I say? You three lacked loyalty and ran off first. What is the most important thing in life? Loyalty. Just look at Gryffindor. Despite their often foolish demeanor, they truly stand together in times of need. And what of you? When faced with danger, you race away faster than anyone else, do you not? Anthony and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and upon regaining their composure, they realized their backs were already soaked with sweat. Ravenclaw had a history of magic class with Slytherin that afternoon, and Andy took the opportunity to glance at Malfoy during the lesson, yet he discerned no obvious flaws. Malfoy appeared to be recovering from a serious illness, but his spirits seemed high. Whenever discussing the attack he had endured, he always adopted a heroic demeanor, as if being targeted by dark magic were a badge of honor. Astonishingly, some even envied Malfoy for having been attacked by dark magic. What could Andy say? Such is youth. He appears to be fine now, does he not? Hermione leaned closer, lowering her voice, though the young, which harbored some disdain for Malfoy. His attack was indeed connected to Andy, and she could not turn a blind eye. Yes, he seems to be doing quite well, Andy replied, leaning closer to Hermione. Hermione, You read extensively. Let me ask you, if you want to bring an outsider into Hogwarts, how would you go about it? Aside from using Polyjuice Potion or entering a trunk enhanced by the extension charm, can you think of any other methods? Such methods seemed too obvious. Andy doubted Voldemort would resort to something so lowly. Hermione stared intently at Andy, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke with a serious expression. I would petition Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 68, Dumbledore's Fishing, Those Willing May Bite. Andy rubbed his temples, his head aching. So you're the model student, are you? I was referring to Quirrell. He replied, lowering his voice. If he truly intends to retaliate against me, he will undoubtedly seek a way to infiltrate Hogwarts. But how would he accomplish that? Perhaps through secret passages. Hermione's eyes widened with concern. For instance, the passage leading to Honeydukes might be one. Perhaps there are other secret passages within the castle. Andy nodded, acknowledging the possibility. However, Dumbledore should be aware of the locations of those passages. He exhaled. Regardless of whether Dumbledore knows, this remains a potentiality. Thus far, Andy had already conceived of no fewer than 3 methods for infiltrating Hogwarts. He could also hide in the Forbidden Forest, Hermione speculated. After pondering for a moment, Andy added for then, if Quirrell mastered Animagus transformation, he could masquerade as a young wizard's pet. Hermione continued her analysis. Splendid, that makes 5. The extension charm is indeed a splendid method. It allows one to conceal themselves within a small pouch, subsequently delivered to Hogwarts by an owl. Hermione cast a glance at Andy. He swore that if anyone ever claimed Hogwarts to be the safest haven in the Wizarding World again, he would hang them up by their feet and give them a good thrashing. Save my foot. Just look at these 2 first-year wizards. They've already devised so many ways to infiltrate Hogwarts. If this is the case, we can only adapt to the changing circumstances. Andy felt a slight headache. It appeared he must indeed exercise greater caution in the future. Hermione, with a worried expression, regarded Andy, pondering any means to guard against Quirrell's retaliation. After their history of magic class, the young witch hastily dragged Andy toward the library, determined to peruse several books in hopes of discovering a strategy to counter Quirrell. Andy, I knew I would find you here. Hardly had Andy settled in the library when Harry and Ron approached together. Shoo! Andy gestured for silence, urging them to glance at the fat lady before rising to say, let us speak outside. Hermione, I shall return shortly. Once outside the library, Andy curiously inquired, do you two have something to discuss? Harry exchanged a serious glance with Ron before asking, Andy, do you know about Nicholas Flamel? Have these two stumbled upon the Philosopher's Stone? It seemed they had a rather fruitful Christmas. Nicholas Flamel, full name Nicholas Flamel, a Frenchman and the most renowned alchemist of the 14th century, is celebrated for his greatest achievement, the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Andy explained leisurely. The stone not only transforms base metals into gold, but also concocts the elixir of life. If my memory serves me well, Mr. Flamel is now 662 years old. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing looks. Snape must be intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Ron conjectured fervently. Consider it. The stone grants immortality and converts metals into gold. Possessing the stone equates to possessing boundless wealth. As he concluded, Ron's face was alight with envy. Flamel must be exceedingly fortunate. Harry wore a grave expression. If Snape obtains the stone, it's all over. ISNT, the stone's paramount function to grant immortality? Andy questioned. Moreover, how would Snape's acquisition of the stone lead to ruin? Does he harbor some sinister scheme? What are you two discussing? Andy feigned confusion. It was time to showcase his acting skills. You say Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but as far as I know, the stone should be in Mr. Flamel's possession, and no one in the Wizarding World knows where he is currently in hiding. Harry and Ron exchanged glances again, with Ron giving a slight nod. Harry solemnly stated, Andy, the Philosopher's Stone is currently at Hogwarts, and Snape intends to steal it. Why? Andy retained a puzzled demeanor. If Mr. Flamel entrusted the stone to Professor Dumbledore, surely the headmaster would keep it on his person. No one in the Wizarding World could pilfer anything from Professor Dumbledore. Harry spoke mysteriously. Andy, follow me. The three ventured to a secluded corner of the castle. Harry cautiously surveyed the surroundings, and when he confirmed no one was near, he sighed in relief. This Christmas, someone gifted me an invisibility cloak. That is so cool. Ron interjected. Harry continued. Due to the incident with Malfoy, the Ministry of Magic sent someone to investigate at Hogwarts. Ron, and I witnessed Snape sneaking around the 4th floor corridor one night. Surely you are aware of the break-in at Gringotts, right? The timing of the breach coincided precisely with the day Hagrid and I went to withdraw money. Ron added, we sought out Hagrid, and he inadvertently revealed Flamel's name. Dumbledore truly is meticulous. Andy couldn't help but marvel. How could he entrust such a significant matter as the Philosopher's Stone to Hagrid? Could he not retrieve it himself? Surely, during the holiday at Hogwarts, the headmaster would not be overly occupied. Even if Dumbledore had personal matters to attend to, fetching an item from Gringotts would only take a few moments of apparition. Surely, Dumbledore could spare that time? Clearly, Dumbledore's intention was for Harry to witness the Philosopher's Stone firsthand, allowing him to reasonably deduce the entire situation and willingly become involved. Andy mused, could it be that Dumbledore has inadvertently ensnared me in his plans? It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Harry and Ron, being rather mediocre students, might not grasp the significance of Flamel's name. However, Andy had known Ron prior to their enrollment. As a top student, Andy anticipated that Harry and Ron would seek his insight regarding Flamel. Moreover, Snape had already warned Andy before Christmas to be wary of Quirrell. If Andy's suspicions were correct, Dumbledore's plan was quite apparent. He had informed Andy through Snape that Quirrell was a villain, the one who attacked Malfoy. Simultaneously, he utilized Andy's rapport with Ron to disclose the matter of the Philosopher's Stone to him. Consequently, in a bid for self-preservation, Andy would surely join forces with Harry to confront Quirrell. Chapter 69. Andy, it must have been Snape who attacked Malfoy. One could not deny that Dumbledore was a master strategist. He appeared to do nothing, yet orchestrated events to unfold in accordance with his desires. Even if Quirrell were expelled from Hogwarts, Harry would still be aware of the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, judging by Harry's demeanor, he seemed prepared to safeguard the stone at all costs. Very well, I understand now. And he spread his hands. We shall write a letter to Professor Dumbledore shortly, informing him that someone is plotting against the Philosopher's Stone, urging him to exercise caution and, ideally, carry the stone with him. Excellent. Harry's face lit up with excitement. If that is the case, Snape won't be able to steal the stone. Ron appeared somewhat disheartened. But if we do that, we won't be able to expose Snape's scheme. Goodness, I never anticipated you had such a plan. Andy regarded Ron with newfound respect. You could articulate your suspicions in the letter and see whether Professor Dumbledore would believe you. Andy was unwilling to involve himself in Dumbledore's grand design. Participating in the events surrounding the Sorcerer's Stone was trivial, as the entire affair was orchestrated by Dumbledore himself. With his oversight, the outcome was bound to be merely a thrilling escapade. However, thwarting Voldemort's acquisition of the Sorcerer's Stone was of paramount importance. Andy had no desire to provoke Voldemort unnecessarily, as it would serve him no advantage. Above all, Andy wished to avoid being manipulated. It was merely a game of chess, after all. I could play that too. Thus, Andy resolved to use Harry as a pawn, engaging in a strategic match against Dumbledore. Let us proceed to the library. Upon returning to the library, Andy instructed Harry and Ron to compose letters detailing their knowledge, speculations, and proposed strategies, which they would send to Dumbledore. He unfurled a sheet of parchment upon the table and dipped his quill in ink, writing, "Dear Professor Dumbledore, I hope this message finds you well. I am Andy Collins, a first-year student from Ravenclaw, and I trust you recall my name. Today, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley approached me, sharing information regarding the Sorcerer's Stone. They suspect that Professor Snape intends to steal it. However, we are all aware that the true culprit seeking the stone is Quirinus Quirrell. Placing the Sorcerer's Stone within Hogwarts is exceedingly precarious. Not only does it expose the stone to theft, but also endangers the lives of young wizards. The recent attack on Draco Malfoy serves as a compelling example. I lamented over this incident for days, only to discover it was all tied to the stone. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, you bear the responsibility for the safety of all young witches and wizards, and thus, the stone should be returned to its rightful owner, Nicholas Flamel, for safekeeping. Alternatively, it could be hidden in a location unknown to anyone. I have heard Hermione mention a muggle contraption called a rocket, which you might use to launch the stone into outer space. Should Mr. Flamel no longer require the stone, it could also be destroyed. With Quirrell no longer at Hogwarts, retaining the stone at the school will only attract the covetous gaze of greedy individuals. In any case, the presence of the Sorcerer's Stone at Hogwarts is undeniably unsafe for both parties. Perhaps you have your own plans, but the safety of all young witches and wizards should not be gambled with. Yours sincerely, Andy Collins. Well done, General. In this succinct letter, Andy deftly insinuated that the attack on Malfoy was a consequence of the Sorcerer's Stone, implying Dumbledore's accountability in the matter. He then proposed several solutions for the stone. First, returning it to Nicholas Flamel. Second, using a rocket to launch it into space. And third, as per the original text, destroying it. Each of these options effectively closed off all avenues for Dumbledore, if he insisted on keeping the stone at Hogwarts. It would signify a blatant disregard for the safety of all young wizards. Now, all that remained was to await Dumbledore's response. Andy placed the letter in an envelope and inquired, "Harry, Ron, how do you hope Professor Dumbledore will address the matter of the Sorcerer's Stone?" Harry had just finished his letter and replied, "I suggest that Professor Dumbledore keep it on his person or return it to Mr. Flammel." "Excellent." Andy nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "I concur. If those options are unfeasible, we could always find an obscure location to conceal the stone." Ron, upon hearing this, noticeably quickened his writing pace. Andy continued, "To leave the Sorcerer's Stone at the school while knowing someone wishes to steal is exceedingly reckless." Harry nodded in agreement. Perhaps Malfoy's prior attack was indeed linked to someone's desire for the stone. Andy then decided to take another jab at Snape. After all, where had Malfoy been attacked? The potions classroom was situated in the basement. Perhaps Malfoy had seen something he ought not to have. As far as Andy knew, many skilled wizards possessed the ability to alter others' memories. Harry gasped. "Are you suggesting that Snape attacked Malfoy?" Ron's eyes lit up. It seemed a sudden surge of inspiration had struck him, and his pen flew across the page. It was not an impossibility. Andy's expression turned grave. "Perhaps the next to be attacked could be you and Ron, or even me. After all, we are all aware of the Sorcerer's Stone now." Ron froze mid-sentence, his face shifting through various emotions before he resumed writing. Harry, weighed down by thoughts, suddenly felt remorseful, glancing at Andy. "I'm sorry, Andy, for dragging you into this." Andy, with a cheerful smile, replied, "No matter. As long as Professor Dumbledore removes the Sorcerer's Stone from Hogwarts, all will be well." After Ron completed his letter, the trio made their way to the Ollery, dispatching the correspondence to Dumbledore. "Now, the next steps are in Professor Dumbledore's hands," Andy proclaimed, stretching with a sense of satisfaction. What would Dumbledore do next? He pondered. He had clearly articulated the stakes in his letter and proposed solutions, even subtly influencing Harry and Ron in their discourse. Who was responsible for Malfoy's attack was inconsequential. What mattered was that Malfoy had been attacked because someone desired the Sorcerer's Stone, and it was Dumbledore who had brought the stone to Hogwarts. This represented a crisis of trust. Once Harry recognized this fact, he might very well harbor some doubts regarding Dumbledore's actions. Chapter 70. Dumbledore was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Andy fell momentarily silent. If Harry were to realize that it was Dumbledore's decision to bring the Sorcerer's Stone to Hogwarts that had led to Malfoy's assault, it could indeed create a minor, yet significant breach of trust between them. However, this hinged on Harry's capacity to comprehend such a notion. Given Harry and Ron's intellect, Andy held little hope. Brash individuals often struggled to grasp subtle implications. Yet, if stated outright, the intent would be glaringly obvious. Perhaps this was for the best. Andy mused inwardly. He had no desire to oppose Dumbledore, and indeed, Dumbledore and Harry were engaged in a battle against Voldemort. Andy could not truly engineer a crisis of trust between them. This was merely a warning. He disliked being maneuvered. Although all of this was conjecture, Andy was convinced he had been maneuvered by Dumbledore. Upon careful reflection, the tactics Dumbledore employed to ensnare him mirrored those used to ensnare Harry. All was so subtle and silent in its influence. Initially, it was Harry's sense of justice and courage that were exploited, followed by Andy's own caution, perhaps a fear of death, and resourcefulness, deceitful cunning. Severus had previously warned Andy to be wary of Quirrell. Yet Andy had still entertained the notion of his humanity. However, when Harry and Ron came seeking information regarding Nicholas Flamel, Andy discerned the unsettling truth. In retrospect, he realized he had been rather naive. Imagine if Andy were merely an ordinary young wizard. Upon learning that someone sought vengeance against him, would he not be terrified? Living in constant anxiety? When Harry and Ron brought news of the Philosopher's Stone, Andy would undoubtedly feel compelled to assist them for his own preservation. Was it not an obvious trap for the unsuspecting? Dumbledore had left no evidence behind. Everything appeared to unfold quite naturally. Harry could even be said to have willingly entered the fray. If Andy were indeed solely focused on self-preservation, he too would willingly join in, aiding Harry against Quirrell and Voldemort. How astute he felt. Andy sighed, pondering whether Dumbledore had similarly ensnared others in the past. "Ron, Harry, I'm off to the library to read. Would you care to join me?" Andy invited. "Please spare us." Ron immediately surrendered. "The mere sight of those books gives me a headache. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to delve into them." Harry also bore an apologetic expression. "I still have to practice Quidditch shortly." Andy discreetly formed a V sign with his fingers, to separate oneself from others without causing offense. The most effective strategy is to invite them to partake in something they detest. "Then I shall take my leave." Andy waved his hand. The owls did not fly swiftly. But the journey from Hogwarts Solary to the headmaster's office required little time. Inside the office, Severus was delivering a work report. "I've already investigated Malfoy. There are no issues." Both Severus and Dumbledore had previously suspected that Quirrell might re-enter Hogwarts through Malfoy. On Malfoy's first day back at school, Severus discreetly examined Malfoy's luggage and even summoned him to the office for a conversation. Alas, he discovered nothing. It seemed that following the last incident, Voldemort had grown considerably more cautious. Dumbledore's tone remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the matter. That tone again. Severus prided himself on being composed. Yet there are times when calmness must be measured. Every time he concluded a conversation with Dumbledore, he required several sips of the calming potion to regain his equilibrium. The Dark Lord was missing from the castle. Severus felt it necessary to remind Dumbledore of the gravity of their situation. They had completely lost track of Voldemort, who could strike at any moment against the young wizards in the school. "Severus, to confront Voldemort, we must ascertain his current psychological state," Dumbledore stated serenely, looking at Severus. "I should have mentioned that during his schooling, he was quite adept at reading people, establishing good rapport with many professors, and garnering a substantial following of students, those who would later become Death Eaters." Severus furrowed his brow at this. Dumbledore continued, "However, as Voldemort delved deeper into the dark arts and acquired power, he became increasingly arrogant. After a decade of mere survival, compounded by his previous failure, Voldemort will undoubtedly be more cautious and will not tolerate another defeat." At this juncture, Dumbledore's gaze beneath his spectacles deepened significantly. "You mean?" Severus's expression shifted dramatically. "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed. "Should Voldemort falter once more, he will unleash a frenzied reprisal against us. Yet before that, he will be even more meticulous in concealing himself." Severus glared fiercely at Dumbledore. "You should have eliminated Quirrell last time. We both recognize that killing Quirrell would not resolve the issue." Dumbledore met Severus's gaze calmly. "Voldemort now requires the restoration of his power. Hagrid informed me that the Forbidden Forest has been rather unsettled of late." Severus regarded Dumbledore with a peculiar expression. "And you would have that foolish half-giant investigate the Forbidden Forest? If you wish to eliminate Hagrid, simply say so. Why resort to subterfuge?" Dumbledore remained silent, his inner turmoil contrasting sharply with his outward calm. Occupying Dumbledore's position, many of his decisions brought him deep anguish, yet he felt compelled to act thus. This was akin to the principle that one cannot lead with compassion alone. Dumbledore could certainly take direct action, but as long as Voldemort refrained from engaging him in open conflict, Dumbledore was powerless against him. Therefore, he had no choice but to rely on that prophecy. Furthermore, Dumbledore believed that since the fateful day 10 years ago when Harry had rebounded Voldemort's killing curse, Harry had become a source of constant anxiety for Voldemort. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, several light sounds echoed in the silent office. Dumbledore and Severus turned to see 3 owls flapping their wings outside the window, each carrying a letter in their beaks. Dumbledore gently waved his hand, and the window opened automatically. The 3 owls circled the office before landing on the desk, depositing their letters before Dumbledore, who they then regarded with unwavering attention. "Hey, human, it's time for feeding. Do not presume that your position as headmaster of Hogwarts exempts you from the rules. Believe us, we could swarm and peck you to death." Dumbledore produced some biscuits to feed the owls before glancing at the letter signatures. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Andy Collins. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Dumbledore. Chapter 71. Harry constrains Voldemort. "And you come to constrain me?" Harry and Ron were merely 2 ordinary young wizards, perhaps even a touch foolish. However, Andy Collins was different. If there was any young wizard since Tom Riddle's graduation who could give Dumbledore a headache, it was undoubtedly Andy Collins. Having taught for nearly a century, Dumbledore possessed a wealth of experience, allowing him to discern a young wizard's talent and future almost at a glance. Hogwarts has never lacked for genius. Severus, present before him, was a prodigy, as were his contemporaries Sirius Black and James Potter, both of whom excelled in magic. Even now, Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff was an exceptionally gifted young wizard. Yet, they could never attain the heights of wizards like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, for the essence of their ambition differed. That evening, when Dumbledore first laid eyes on Andy, he immediately recognized the young wizard's desire to surpass him. Such aspirations were not inherently alarming. What was truly concerning was that Andy possessed both the talent and the initiative to pursue them. Andy is perhaps the most mature young wizard that Dumbledore has ever encountered. He possesses exceptional comprehension and learning abilities with clear objectives that he diligently strives to achieve. Dumbledore is acutely aware that Andy's fascination lies solely with magic. Beyond that, the things that capture Andy's attention are exceedingly few, which serves as a perilous signal. A lack of concern breeds a lack of appreciation. Moreover, dark magic seldom engages in rational discourse. When one delves into its study, it can inadvertently lead one to the abyss. For a young wizard of such caliber, Dumbledore must remain vigilant, especially since this particular wizard has a penchant for mischief. Snape cast a careless glance at the name inscribed upon the envelope, observing Dumbledore's expression before sarcastically remarking, "Even the greatest white wizard of this century finds himself troubled by a first-year student? Perhaps age begets caution." Dumbledore responded calmly, then proceeded to open the envelope. Upon reading its contents, his expression transformed into one of remarkable intrigue. "You again?" The last time, Dumbledore had meticulously crafted a plan for Harry to confront Voldemort, intending to bolster Harry's courage and faith, while also assessing whether the protective enchantments surrounding him would still hold against Voldemort. Yet, Andy had promptly expelled Quirrell from Hogwarts. This time, Dumbledore had painstakingly set everything back on course, with plans freshly devised, only for Andy to deliver another unexpected blow. Previously, he had exploited Malfoy. This time, he had directly involved Harry and Ron. If Harry can subdue Voldemort, then I shall subdue him, correct? What predictions might Trelawney make this time? Only one of them can survive. One must slay the other? What might she declare? Snape felt a twinge of schadenfreude, although he was still uncertain about the unfolding events. Dumbledore's demeanor indicated that Andy had once again orchestrated a significant incident. Perhaps he wouldn't need to consume the potion of elation upon returning home today. "See for yourself," Dumbledore said, handing Snape the letters from Ron and Andy, while placing Harry's letter into a drawer. Snape took the correspondence, first glancing at Andy's letter, then at Dumbledore. Realizing that this time, the one facing expulsion might very well be Hogwarts' most illustrious headmaster, Snape felt quite pleased. After perusing Andy's letter, he cast a cursory glance at Ron's missive. Initially, it had not warranted much of his attention. After all, Ron was merely a foolish Gryffindor, hardly a cause for concern. Yet this foolish lion dared to stab him in the back. What did it mean that Snape had sneakily ventured to the fourth-floor corridor? He had gone there openly. What did it mean that Snape had contemplated stealing the Philosopher's Stone? He had indeed entertained the thought, but he had not acted upon it. What did it mean that Snape had attacked Malfoy? That was the son of an old friend. Could that blame truly be placed upon him? And what of the claim that Snape intended to assault Harry and Andy? Well, fine, he did indeed wish to attack Harry at present, and that accusation held some truth. Snape crumpled the parchment into a ball, realizing that he had perhaps been too lenient towards Gryffindor in the past. Dumbledore pressed his temples in exasperation. It must be said that Andy had indeed caused him some trouble, regardless of Dumbledore's original intentions. Bringing the Philosopher's Stone into Hogwarts had undeniably introduced danger into the institution, a fact he could not evade. Furthermore, it was indeed Quirrell who had assaulted Malfoy. From this standpoint, Dumbledore bore some responsibility. Considering his position as headmaster, that responsibility loomed larger, almost tantamount to negligence regarding the safety of all young wizards in the school. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot lead with kindness alone. Had Dumbledore not acted as he did, when Voldemort eventually returned, he would pose an even greater threat to the Wizarding World. Dumbledore must ensure that in the conflict between Harry and Voldemort, the one to perish must be Voldemort. "What do you intend to do?" Snape inquired. Though he relished the unfolding drama, he understood that this matter required resolution. Andy had involved Harry Potter. Should Harry come to believe that Dumbledore was aware of the dangers of the Philosopher's Stone, yet obstinately chose to keep it at Hogwarts, how would he perceive Dumbledore when Quirrell truly attacked a young wizard? That was the crux of the issue. As for Andy, both Dumbledore and Snape were well aware that he would not truly take any drastic action. Before Dumbledore could respond, Snape pressed on, "Why would he do this?" In truth, Snape still struggled to comprehend Dumbledore's interest in a first-year wizard. Harry Potter was one thing, as he was entwined with prophecies concerning Voldemort. But what of Andy? Snape conceded that Andy was indeed gifted and diligent in his studies. Yet what of it? Did Severus Snape lack talent or diligence? He had not witnessed such concern directed towards him in his own school days. Why should it be so? Snape felt a sense of indignation. Had Dumbledore shown him the same attention as he did to Andy during his own fascination with dark magic, perhaps he and Lily would not have reached such a tragic conclusion. Who knows? They might even have children by now. Harry Snape? Bah, should I ever have a child? They certainly would not bear such a nonsensical name. It seems we must have a serious discussion with Mr. Collins. Dumbledore spoke calmly. "Severus, I share your perplexity. I have long wondered why you would take such an interest in Collins, a mere first-year wizard. Snape could not suppress his underlying curiosity, considering my time as a student. I have spent nearly 2 decades at Hogwarts. Over the years, there have been many young wizards who secretly studied dark magic, including myself. Yet, I have never witnessed Dumbledore paying particular attention to any one of them. Even those who delved into dark arts received merely appropriate guidance. Some were even overlooked entirely. During Voldemort's peak, certain Slytherin students openly pursued dark magic, declaring their intention to join the Death Eaters post-graduation. Yet, Snape had not seen Dumbledore confront them, and he even afforded them a degree of protection simply for being part of the school. Of course, that privilege ceased upon graduation. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "If there remains anyone in the current wizarding world who can reach the heights I and Voldemort have attained, it is likely him." Severus Snape, I understand now. You neglected me back then because I was deemed unworthy. Deep down, Snape comprehended that Dumbledore's disregard stemmed not only from his affiliation with Slytherin, but also due to his intention to join the Death Eaters. Yet, he felt a surge of anger. Collins? Snape gazed at Dumbledore. Can you truly discern his future at merely 11 years of age? Indeed, Dumbledore reflected, from him to Voldemort, and then to Andy Collins, nearly 50 years had elapsed. Collins possessed a unique understanding of magic, a talent that others lacked. Dumbledore elaborated, "Severus, you may soon come to recognize this truth." Snape chose not to dwell on the matter further. He cast a penetrating glance at Dumbledore, asserting, "You had better resolve this issue promptly." With that, Snape turned and exited the headmaster's office. 4 days later, Andy ventured into the restricted section once more. Engaging in such clandestine activities, once begun, seemed to spiral into an endless cycle. Compared to the mundane books outside, the tomes in the restricted section brimmed with profound insights, many of which sparked inspiration within Andy. Even storybooks held content that piqued his interest greatly. Of course, Andy maintained his self-discipline, never indulging in the forbidden texts pertaining to dark magic, for he was not yet prepared to delve into such studies. Many harbored misconceptions about the restricted section, believing it to be solely comprised of dark magic texts. In truth, the magical tomes housed therein were deemed perilous for young wizards. Attempting the spells within without adequate skill could easily result in magical mishaps, some of which could be irrevocable. Thus, these books were sequestered. After perusing the section, Andy retrieved a book concerning human transfiguration. Tomorrow was Saturday. He could immerse himself in reading all night and then indulge in a full day of slumber. It was simply perfect. Human transfiguration was a perilous branch of magic, and, given his current progress, it was advisable to postpone such studies until at least his 3rd year. Suddenly, a voice resonated, nearly startling Andy out of his wits. Glancing up, he exhaled in relief, feeling a flicker of joy. It had been quite a while since he last encountered Dumbledore. If you had not arrived sooner, I might have strayed onto a darker path. Dumbledore appeared somewhat bemused. A young wizard caught wandering at night by the headmaster, and rather than being anxious, he seemed elated. How audacious! Yet, he had just gotten Andy into trouble, and it had not been long since. The two exchanged glances, one filled with delight and the other with curiosity, resulting in a gradually awkward atmosphere. "Ahem, good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore," Andy greeted. "How unfortunate it is that you have caught me once more." With that, he returned the book to the shelf. Being apprehended for nighttime wandering was one thing. To be caught perusing forbidden texts in the presence of the headmaster was indeed audacious. Andy considered himself a good child. "Is there something you find perplexing in your studies?" Dumbledore inquired kindly. "If you mention that, I suddenly feel quite awake." "Indeed, there is a matter." Andy regarded Dumbledore thoughtfully and ventured, "Headmaster, do you believe that emotions can intertwine with magical power? If moroseness represents the fusion of negative emotions with magic, what positive emotions? Can they too merge with magical prowess? Is the amalgamation of emotions and magic a higher echelon of power, akin to a qualitative transformation? Or might it be described as the unification of spirit, energy, and essence? There exists a possibility for such a concept. If there were practitioners akin to wizards in Hogwarts, could their notion of unifying spirit, energy, and essence be the product of the merger of emotions and magic? Dumbledore's gaze subtly shifted, though Andy remained oblivious in the darkness. The mention of moroseness inadvertently drew Dumbledore's thoughts back to his own youth. The Dumbledore family was, indeed, ravaged by moroseness. His sister was a morose individual. His father imprisoned in Azkaban due to her actions, and his mother perished as a result of his sister's morose outburst. His brother Soulchild was also a morose being. Perhaps so, Dumbledore replied ambiguously, but achieving such a state is exceedingly difficult. Extreme positivity and volatile magic are both beyond our current capabilities. Andy's eyes flickered. Harry's mother achieved a state of extreme positivity, driven by her love for her son. At that time, Harry had only just begun to manifest his magic, which was both weak and unstable. However, that emotion was not truly Harry's own, and thus did not constitute a fusion of emotion and magic. "Thank you, Headmaster." Andy expressed his gratitude, then pressed on. "Headmaster Dumbledore, do curses genuinely exist in defense against the dark arts?" "I believe so," Dumbledore nodded. 10 years after Voldemort's graduation, he returned to Hogwarts seeking employment, wishing to propagate his nefarious ideology. I rejected him. Goodness, is Voldemort so idle? A Dark Lord fixating on a mere class? Additionally, why does this narrative seem so familiar? An art student rejected? Waging a world war over failing to gain admission to an art academy? Or becoming a Dark Lord after a failed job application? Upon reflection, Obito Uchiha sought to obliterate the world after losing his beloved. Such examples are not confined merely to novels and comics. They manifest in reality as well. For instance, Li Zicheng rebelled after losing his livelihood, and Wu Sangui capitulated after being cuckolded. These issues are indeed grave. Thus, did Dumbledore become the guardian of the magical realm due to his success in job applications? What a Grindelwald! Rejected? Heartbroken? Unsuccessful in his pursuits? Surely he must have faced one of those fates. "Headmaster, what about Hogwarts? Are there curses within the school?" Andy continued to inquire. "Hogwarts?" Dumbledore paused. Not wishing to be too overt, Andy hinted. "You know, the infamous singlehood curse." "A singlehood curse? Hogwarts possesses such a curse. How am I unaware of this?" Dumbledore, who had lived over a century, had weathered countless storms in his life, and few matters could truly move him unless he could not contain himself. "I suspect you are alluding to something." Dumbledore regarded Andy with amusement. "Where did you hear such a rumor?" "Hogwarts does not harbor such a curse." "Is that so?" Andy feigned innocence. To investigate the matter of curses, Andy had already gathered information. Indeed, the defense against the dark arts position changes hands each year, regardless of the precautions taken. The professor invariably encounters mishaps. Troubles, if minor, can become entangled. If moderate, they may result in severe injuries, and in the most dire cases, they can even lead to the loss of life. Furthermore, Andy embarked on an inquiry into the marital statuses of other professors at Hogwarts. In summary, the outcomes were far from delightful. The reasons behind their singleness or widowhood varied greatly, yet the results were strikingly similar. Some, like Dumbledore and Snape, remained unattached due to an inability to find a partner. Others, such as Professors McGonagall and Sprout, were married but had tragically lost their spouses. This is indeed a grand tragedy. Given Dumbledore's acknowledgement of the curse afflicting the defense against the dark arts class, or of Hogwarts itself, Andy resolved to subtly remind the headmaster, suggesting that he reflect upon his own situation, as well as that of Professors Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick. He enumerated the professors at Hogwarts, then inquired, "Headmaster, have you never investigated the underlying reasons behind the professors being either single or widowed?" Dumbledore, upon hearing Andy's remarks, suddenly realized the dismal fate of Hogwarts faculty. It was a grim tableau, where not a single individual, from the esteemed headmaster to the humble caretaker Hagrid and Filch, could find a partner to share their lives with until death. A human tragedy. Dumbledore asserted that Hogwarts was not cursed, regarding the circumstances mentioned. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Each individual leads a life distinct from the other, pursuing dreams that are equally varied. We cannot impose the expectation that everyone must marry and procreate. Such societal norms may not resonate with everyone's path. And can such excuses truly deceive?" Andy retorted. He chose not to linger on this topic further. "Headmaster, how did Voldemort curse the defense against the dark arts class?" The fact that Andy dared to utter Voldemort's name, rather than referring to him as he who must not be named, brought a flicker of comfort to Dumbledore. Although Voldemort had been absent for a decade, the wizarding world still trembled at the thought of him, too fearful to utter his name. It was indeed a sorrowful state of affairs. Even Professor Snape referred to him as the Dark Lord, while other professors called him the Mysterious Man. How many would muster the courage to confront him should he return? "I am uncertain," Dumbledore explained. "To my knowledge, Voldemort is a descendant of Slytherin. Perhaps he employed some form of blood magic. Are you not aware?" Any question puzzled. Sensing Andy's confusion, Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "I do not possess omniscience. There are many secrets in this world that elude my understanding." Andy shrugged and probed, "Headmaster, what about tonight?" Dumbledore blinked. "You must have already surmised, have you not?" "I did not comprehend." Andy feigned ignorance. If the Philosopher's Stone invites danger, why would you bring it into school? Is it for Harry? Andy speculated. Did you instruct Hagrid to take Harry to Gringotts to retrieve the stone? Perhaps to have Harry undertake some task? Dumbledore appeared somewhat surprised, conceding, I must admit, you are quite the astute young wizard, Mr. Collins. Is there something special about Quirrell? Andy inquired. Dumbledore regarded him intently. Though he was adept at legilimency, he refrained from abusing this skill. Yet at that moment, he was genuinely curious about the thoughts swirling in the mind of this young wizard. Nevertheless, Dumbledore ultimately restrained himself. Many individuals are intricate, and Dumbledore was no exception. However, he earned respect due to his unwavering adherence to his principles. Since you have deduced these matters, you should also be able to grasp my intentions. Dumbledore's tone remained calm, though his gaze hinted at a depth of complexity. Goodness, Andy gasped. Could it be that Voldemort still lives? Grateful to his family for the ruse he had maintained for 11 years to appear as a normal child. Andy thought that if this had occurred during his early days in this world, he certainly would have betrayed his true nature. Indeed, Dumbledore sighed. Regrettably, he did not perish on that fateful night a decade ago. All right, I understand, Andy replied with a shrug. Dumbledore observed him closely. Even though Voldemort had been absent for 10 years, many still lived in fear of him, hesitant to even whisper his name. Yet, Andy not only uttered Voldemort's name freely, but upon hearing that he still existed, he merely registered surprise for a fleeting moment before regaining his composure. Dumbledore found the young wizard's calmness somewhat disconcerting. As long as the world had not reached its end, life must continue. Andy resolved to make a bold statement, seeking to assert his presence before Dumbledore. Besides, he never considered himself inferior to Voldemort. Were anyone else to make such a claim, it would be dismissed outright. Yet Dumbledore found himself believing Andy's words almost instantly. From their very first encounter, Dumbledore had discerned that this young wizard harbored ambitions that transcended his own. Such ambition could not be concealed. For Dumbledore, this was a positive development. He had grown old, yet the wizarding world still required guardianship. As long as Andy remained untainted by dark magic, minor flaws would be inconsequential. Every individual is complex, and human nature cannot be distilled to mere concepts of good and evil. It is multifaceted and elusive. Even Dumbledore himself was not exempt. He never regarded himself as a saint. His own heart was intricate, but he strictly adhered to his principles, never abusing his magic or influence. However, dark magic is a different story. Dumbledore had witnessed many talented wizards succumb to the abyss of dark magic. A casual dalliance may be manageable, yet delving deeply into its study presents temptations that will not be countered by mere willpower. Chapter 74. Has someone read all of Ravenclaw's tomes overnight? In the Ravenclaw dormitory, Andy lay quietly on his bed, reminiscing about his recent encounter with Dumbledore. He felt he had once again been ensnared. Upon their initial meeting, Dumbledore inquired if Andy had any uncertainties regarding his studies. Andy posed questions, and Dumbledore provided answers. They then discussed Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, with Dumbledore candidly revealing even the secret of Voldemort's survival. Although Dumbledore did not divulge that Voldemort had possessed Quirrell, his words suggested that Quirrell was indeed aligned with Voldemort. On the way back to the dormitory, Andy raised additional questions about magic, to which Dumbledore responded thoroughly, addressing all of Andy's inquiries without imposing any additional requests. He resembled a grandfather who carried his wisdom wherever he went, fulfilling all of Andy's requests. But what then? Andy had already grasped the intricate connection between the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, and Voldemort. As a young wizard with a just heart, could Andy truly remain idle? Well, indeed, that was his initial thought. Andy resolved from that very moment to immerse himself in the study of magic, disregarding the tumult of the outside world. Even if the troubles did come knocking at his door, he could always employ Hermione's secret weapon to inform the professors. In short, he would not seek personal glory. Having made his decision, Andy indulged in a blissful slumber until noon the following day. After enjoying lunch, Andy proceeded to the library to complete his assignments for the week. The homework at Hogwarts was rather straightforward. The so-called essays were predominantly filled with fluff, allowing large passages from the text to be copied verbatim. With a simple incantation, he could even make his quill write on its own, requiring not even the slightest movement of his hand, just his wand would suffice. Hermione scoffed at Andy's efforts, believing he could produce much better work rather than merely transcribing others' opinions. Upon finishing his last assignment, Andy sighed in relief, as he could now devote his time to pursuits of his own choosing. It had been 2 months since his last point allocation, and Andy had accumulated 4 potential points, with the 5th expected to materialize within a week. According to his earlier plans, this time he intended to enhance his talent in transfiguration. Transfiguration was indeed a crucial branch of magic. Not only was it applicable in combat, but the art of transforming oneself also encompassed the broader realm of magical metamorphosis, which would greatly benefit Andy's future. As for alchemy and divination, he planned to consider those when he reached his third year. Hogwarts did not offer a course in alchemy, and even self-study required a certain foundation in magic. Not to mention alchemy did not enhance combat prowess. Divination, on the other hand, was an elective course in the third year, and Andy intended to allocate his talent points to divination then, proceeding directly to the divination classes. Before reaching the third year, the mastery of charms and transfiguration remained paramount, for one must not be overly ambitious. I plan to practice some magic. Would you like to join me? Andy inquired. Hermione had already completed her assignments and was engrossed in a book detailing the legends of the magical realm. Ever since Andy gifted her a collection of tales from the magical world as a Christmas present, she had developed a profound fascination for the subject. According to her, wizards were mere legends to muggles, yet she herself was a witch. So, could it be that the legends of the magical world were also true? I think I shall read a bit longer, Hermione replied without looking up. Very well. Andy gathered his books and departed the library. He too harbored a curiosity for the legends of the magical realm, but delving into them seemed a futile expenditure of energy. Moreover, many of these tales have been lost to the sands of time, and the cost of uncovering them would be far too great. It was simply not worth the trouble. However, should any clues arise, he would certainly pursue them. As he stepped outside the library, Andy spotted a colossal figure approaching. Hagrid? What was he doing at the library? Hello, Hagrid. Despite their unfamiliarity, Andy, being a first-year student and the new student liaison, felt compelled to greet him. I'm Andy Collins, a first year from Ravenclaw. To avoid any potential awkwardness from Hagrid not recognizing him, Andy took the initiative to introduce himself. Oh, hello, Collins. Hagrid's demeanor was far more gentle than his imposing appearance suggested. In fact, he was quite amiable. I've heard about you from Harry. He mentioned you're a diligent little wizard. Thank you. Are you looking for a particular book? May I assist you? Andy inquired. Oh, no, thank you, Hagrid replied, appearing a tad flustered. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Andy entered an abandoned classroom on the 6th floor of the castle, his mind swirling with confusion. The notion of Hagrid visiting the library felt as improbable as a pig climbing a tree. Andy was certain that Hagrid harbored secrets. He recalled Hagrid's role in the films. As a significant supporting character and a half-giant, Andy had a vivid impression of him. Aside from accompanying Harry to Diagon Alley, Hagrid was also the caretaker of the three-headed dog on the 4th floor. Furthermore, he had raised a dragon, which ultimately led to trouble when Draco reported him. There didn't seem to be any storyline involving Hagrid visiting the library. What was he searching for? With a decisive slap to his forehead, Andy resolved to immediately forget the matter. Being possessed by the spirit of a certain dead student was hardly a favorable situation, as it not only signified misfortune, but also the entanglement of troubles. Andy's system was one of talents, not a cash grab mechanism. How could one combat a boss without spending money? Hagrid's situation might well pertain to Quirrell. Such matters were best left for Harry to unravel. Taking out his wand, Andy prepared to intensify his practice in transfiguration. Establishing a solid foundation now would allow for a moment of epiphany when the time came to allocate his talent points, resulting in a slight enhancement of his transfiguration skills. He had already experienced this sensation twice before. As his wand swayed, the old desks and chairs within the classroom began to morph into various shapes. Bang! The classroom door swung open. I knew I would find you here. Hermione entered with an expression of predictability. Here, I brought you dinner. You should really check the time. Only then did Andy realize that the outside world had plunged into darkness, and he had missed dinner. Thank you, he expressed with genuine gratitude. You won't believe what I discovered, Hermione said, her demeanor brimming with mystery. What is it? Andy asked, his mouth full of food. Bang! Hermione placed a hefty tome on the table, quickly flipping to a specific page and pointing at the text. This book states that someone once read all of Ravenclaw's collection in a single night. Chapter 75. Is this the spirit of Ravenclaw? In one night? Andy gasped. Disbelief etched across his face. Yet, upon further reflection, this was the magical realm. In light of its wonders, nothing seemed too extraordinary. Just as in the Muggle world, the magical realm was replete with countless legends and tales. Hogwarts, this ancient castle of 1,000 years, harbored innumerable secrets. However, in order to uncover them, one must first discern which stories were true and which were mere fabrications. Indeed, there existed a library within Ravenclaw's common room, a legacy from Rowena Ravenclaw herself. However, The library primarily contained texts on historical sites and legendary tales rather than a plethora of magical instructional books, serving more as sources of entertainment. After all, Rowena Ravenclaw is one of the 4 esteemed founders of Hogwarts, and it would be improbable for her to exhibit excessive favoritism towards Ravenclaw House. Hence, Andy had always harbored little interest in those tomes. However, the fact that someone had managed to peruse the entire library's collection overnight was indeed remarkable. Andy picked up the book Hermione had brought and began to scrutinize its pages intently. The book contained scant information, merely a few scattered notes that recounted the tale of that fortunate individual who had read all the books in a single night. More intriguing were the speculations surrounding Rowena Ravenclaw herself. For instance, what legacy did Rowena Ravenclaw leave behind? What kind of magic was at play? Did the library of Ravenclaw House conceal any secrets? Was Rowena Ravenclaw seeking a successor in this manner? The book spoke with conviction, even mentioning that Salazar Slytherin had left behind a secret chamber within Hogwarts, attempting to rid the castle of those unworthy of learning magic with a monster contained within. This chamber had been opened 50 years prior, resulting in the death of a student and leading the then headmaster, Armando Dippet, to resign in disgrace. Thus, it could be inferred that Rowena Ravenclaw's establishment of the library was not without purpose. Moreover, the author of the book speculated that all 4 founders of Hogwarts had left behind certain artifacts within the castle, awaiting future generations to uncover them. Andy, do you think this is true? Hermione exclaimed with enthusiasm. I've encountered this in 2 books already, including the mention of Slytherin's secret chamber, which has been referenced in numerous texts. How would I know? Andy replied, flipping through the latter pages of the book before closing it with an air of disinterest. I can't bear to read any longer. However, we could visit the library tonight. Andy suggested. The library is just in the common room. This hardly constitutes a midnight escapade, does it? Hermione nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement as her inherent adventurous spirit seemed to awaken. As night fell, the Ravenclaw common room was devoid of any inhabitants. Dressed in his pajamas, Andy emerged from the boys' dormitory and settled onto the sofa, waiting for a while until he spotted the little witch, fully equipped, stealthily pushing open the door to the girls' dormitory. She peeked her head out, and upon seeing Andy alone in the common room, she sighed with relief. Are you planning to commit theft? Andy chuckled. In that get-up, anyone would know you're up to no good. Hermione shot him a glance. Andy, clad in pajamas and slippers, lounged casually on the sofa, his wand protruding halfway from his pocket. In contrast, Hermione was dressed in a wizard's robe, complete with a pointed hat and scarf, leaving only her nose and eyes visible. At first glance, she did indeed resemble a thief. Humph. I call this being thoroughly prepared, Hermione retorted defiantly. If we encounter danger, you won't be able to outrun me in those slippers. Is this the spirit of Ravenclaw? Andy quipped. Let us go. He rose and pushed open the library door, stepping inside first. Reveal your secrets, Andy declared, brandishing his wand and gesturing around, yet finding nothing amiss. Hermione, seemingly still holding a grudge, scoffed. This is the magic left by Lady Ravenclaw. How could a first-year wizard like you possibly unravel it? If it can be unraveled, one must at least make an attempt. Andy smiled as he retracted his wand. Humph. Hermione raised her chin proudly, asserting Ravenclaw symbolizes knowledge and wisdom. Rowena Ravenclaw once uttered a famous maxim. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. In my view, the key to unlocking the secrets here lies in reading. Hermione appeared utterly convinced. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure? Andy pondered. Perhaps Lady Ravenclaw herself did not fully endorse that statement. What do you mean? Hermione queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. On what grounds do you say that? A voice suddenly echoed, prompting Andy to swiftly draw his wand. Who goes there? A silvery specter glided through the wall, tall and strikingly beautiful, though with an air of arrogance. Lady Grey? Andy raised an eyebrow, stowing his wand back into his pajama pocket. My apologies for disturbing you. I was asking you a question. On what basis do you claim that Lady Ravenclaw does not endorse that statement? Lady Grey insisted, somewhat obstinately, and he rubbed his nose. I've heard tales of Lady Ravenclaw and her daughter. I believe that if she could exchange her wisdom for a final glimpse of her daughter, she would gladly do so. Gladly? Lady Grey seemed profoundly affected, her expression shifting from bewilderment to anger as she glared at Andy, exclaiming, What do you know? With that, she turned and vanished through the wall. Did I say something wrong? Andy gazed at Hermione, bewildered. Isn't the essence of Harry Potter about love and friendship? If Dumbledore were to hear my words, he would surely deem me an exceptionally well-behaved student. Why, then, did Lady Grey respond with nothing but a sharp rebuke? Perhaps she greatly admires Lady Ravenclaw, Hermione speculated. I admire Lady Ravenclaw as well, Andy protested. I even claimed she was the most formidable of the 4 founders. Just because you survived doesn't mean you're the most formidable, Hermione remarked, contemplating whether to silence him. After all, it was late at night, and no one would know. By the way, where was I? Andy recalled. Oh, I remember. If reading could unveil the secrets, then Lady Ravenclaw's secrets would have been uncovered long ago. My guess is that in her final moments, Lady Ravenclaw's greatest yearning was to see her daughter one last time. Chapter 76. Hermione, do you think I am clever? Hermione nodded, having read the stories of Lady Ravenclaw and her daughter, naturally agreeing with Andy's sentiment. It was evident that reading was of little use otherwise. The secrets here would have long been deciphered. But what should we do? Hermione inquired. Well, that question has indeed stumped me, Andy admitted. Clearly, the key to unraveling the mystery did not lie in reading. But if it pertained to familial bonds, how should they proceed? Let us search for clues. Andy proposed. All right. Hermione readily agreed, and the two quickly set to work. Andy perused the shelves, noting that these books were Lady Ravenclaw's private collection. While there were few tomes on magic, they were all rare texts within the magical realm. Undoubtedly, given Andy's magical prowess, he could not detect any magical traces here. Thus, the only way to unveil the secrets was to fulfill Lady Ravenclaw's expectations. Andy endeavored to immerse himself in the mindset of Lady Ravenclaw. First and foremost, when was this secret left behind? Was it prior to her daughter's departure, or subsequent to it? Secondly, what was Lady Ravenclaw's intention in bequeathing this secret? To afford the young wizard more time for study. The answer to the first query remains elusive for the moment. However, regarding the second question, Andy clearly did not subscribe to the notion that Lady Ravenclaw left this behind solely to grant the young wizard additional time to peruse the texts. Although this does indeed align with Lady Ravenclaw as character. Moreover, the individual who unraveled the secret merely consumed the entire collection of tomes in a single night. Yet, this involves time magic. Lady Ravenclaw has endowed this place with such potent time magic. Could it merely be for the purpose of allowing a young wizard to read? Furthermore, these books are intended for leisure. Perhaps the secret that Lady Ravenclaw wished to reveal is concealed within these very texts. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Andy. If this hypothesis holds true, then everything falls into place. Lady Ravenclaw concealed a certain secret within a book, but the young wizard possesses only 7 years of study, which is evidently insufficient to read through the entirety of the library's collection. Thus, Lady Ravenclaw must have left behind time magic to afford the young wizard more time to read. The tomes here primarily discuss cultural landmarks and legendary tales. Could it be that Lady Ravenclaw was in pursuit of a particular legend during her lifetime, only to fall ill unexpectedly, thus entrusting this endeavor to posterity? With this thought, Andy hurriedly said, Hermione, I have come to some realizations. Could you assist me in analyzing them? Upon hearing Andy's speculation, Hermione wore a solemn expression. Indeed, if Lady Ravenclaw's intention in bequeathing time magic was merely to enable the young wizard to finish the collection, it seems rather implausible. But what if certain secrets are hidden within these books? Andy, with such a multitude of tomes, each recounting numerous tales, even if we read them all, discerning truth from fiction would be exceedingly difficult, Hermione suddenly remarked. Knowledge and wisdom are emblems of Ravenclaw, and this may very well be the trial that Lady Ravenclaw has left for us. Andy's eyes sparkled with determination to read every tome, to differentiate between the true and the false, to uncover the secret that Lady Ravenclaw wished for us to discover. He noted that many powerful wizards seem to have pursued various legendary tales. Grindelwald, in his quest for the Deathly Hallows, encountered Dumbledore in Godric's Hollow, and the two became close friends. Perhaps Dumbledore also sought the Deathly Hallows. Presently, it appears that Lady Ravenclaw, too, may have chased after certain legendary stories. Of course, all of this hinges on the accuracy of Andy's conjecture. The secret here must either pertain to her daughter or to ancient legends. One of the two must be the truth. As for the first individual to uncover this secret, their fortuitous discovery was merely the ability to read through the entire collection in a single night. Thus, Andy found himself more inclined to believe in the latter. But which book could it be? I'll return shortly, Andy exclaimed, hastily retreating to his dormitory, only to return with parchment and a quill. He waved his wand, and as he cast his spell, the parchment floated gracefully in the air, while the quill danced upon it, inscribing words. Hermione glanced over. Are you transcribing the titles? Yes, I intend to study them closely later, Andy replied. Perhaps the titles themselves conceal some secrets. After all, books in the magical world often possess very straightforward names. Hermione paid him no mind, pulling out a book and settling down to read. When it comes to reading, Hermione fears no one. The collection in the Ravenclaw library is not extensive, and within a little over 2 hours, Andy had transcribed all the titles. Sitting across from Hermione, he began to analyze the titles. The Lives and Habits of Ancient Wizards. Tales I Must Share with Merlin. Notable Wizards of the Ancient Magical World and Their Stories. Secrets of the Ancient European Magical Realm. As Andy perused the titles sequentially, he noted that, aside from a few tomes on the subject of magic, most were related to the ancient magical realm, with the remainder consisting of poetry and prose. Chronologically, these books boast a history spanning millennia, dating back to the era of the four founders. Andy mused that this period was a juncture between ancient and modern magic, with the simplification of modern spells yet to emerge, and Lady Ravenclaw regarded as the embodiment of wisdom. With her intellect, what could she have been pursuing? The origins of magic? Secrets of ancient magic? The essence of magical power? Or perhaps some primordial legend? With this thought, Andy suddenly lifted his gaze towards Hermione. Hermione, do you think I am clever? He inquired. Hermione replied, Is this person insufferable? I am asking you seriously, Andy said, his expression grave. Well, I suppose you are somewhat clever, Hermione replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. If the thoughts of the intelligent tend to align, then perhaps the secret that Lady Ravenclaw most yearned to uncover is the origin of magic. For Andy, too, is curious about the source of a wizard's magical power. Immortality and power may be pursuits, but they are not born of a thirst for knowledge. If the most astute individuals in the magical realm seek to know one thing, it must be the origin of magical power. As for legendary tales, exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. The one who articulates such a sentiment would certainly not chase after ethereal legends. The origins of magic? Hermione queried, perplexed, and he snapped his fingers precisely. This is the very question I yearn to know most, and thus I surmise it must be the question that Lady Ravenclaw wished to uncover as well. Hermione, visibly exasperated, remarked, You're not wrong. Suddenly, Lady Grey materialized. Indeed, she was researching these matters in her lifetime. Lady Grey? Andy exclaimed, perplexed. Surely this ghost hasn't been eavesdropping all along? Whatever happened to her reputed aloofness? Lady Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw, is said to be proud and detached, often guiding lost young wizards. Yet most of the time she remains in her tower, indifferent to outsiders. What brings you here tonight? Andy queried. Are you a ghost from 1,000 years ago? Lady Grey did not respond. She merely gazed intently at Andy. Do you still believe that Lady Ravenclaw would relinquish her extraordinary wisdom for the sake of her daughter? Why must we return to this topic? Andy replied, exasperated. Lady Grey had indeed been eavesdropping on Andy and Hermione's conversation. Although she is called Lady Grey, she is not truly the Lady Grey of old. Her true name is Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Upon overhearing two young wizards discussing their quest to uncover the secrets left behind by Lady Ravenclaw, she stealthily followed them. Initially, Ms. Grey paid little heed to their endeavor. For every year, a handful of young wizards sought to unveil the mysteries left by the four founders, a pursuit she had long since become accustomed to. Perhaps she merely sought a morsel of amusement in her protracted existence. However, upon hearing Andy's remarks, her composure began to wane. She pondered, did her mother truly wish to exchange her wisdom for the return of her daughter? With a flicker of anticipation, Ms. Grey concealed herself in the shadows, eager to hear what Andy would articulate next. Yet, who could have foreseen that the more Andy analyzed, the further he strayed from his initial premise? Initially, Ravenclaw yearned to reclaim her daughter. Then her focus shifted to pursuing ancient legends, and in the end, her quest morphed into an exploration of the origins of magic. Indeed, men are capricious. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Andy's thoughts were gradually aligning with the truth. Like the four titans who towered over the magical realm, the number of secrets that could pique their interest was dwindling, with the origins of magic being one of them. Yet, Ms. Grey yearned to discern whether Andy, having grasped these matters, would still cling to his original notion, even if it were merely a comfort that could never be validated. Of course, the response came from Hermione, who emphatically stated, what parent in the world does not love their children? If I were Lady Ravenclaw, I too would willingly trade my wisdom for the return of my daughter. Such naive assertions. Ms. Grey dismissed Hermione's comments, her gaze fixed on Andy, eager to hear his response. This audacious young wizard dared to compare his intellect to that of Ravenclaw. How arrogant, how brash. After a moment of contemplation, Andy replied thoughtfully. Ms. Grey was earnest, and Andy did not wish to dismiss her. This specter likely possessed knowledge of events from a millennium ago. Perhaps Andy could unearth some secrets from her. If it were me, Andy mused, would I forsake certain magical achievements for the sake of familial bonds? Well, Lady Ravenclaw is not Andy Collins. I believe I would. Andy gravely offered his answer. The stories I've heard may not reflect the truth, yet in those tales, Lady Ravenclaw never cast blame upon her daughter. At the very least, she did not reclaim her lost item. At these words, Ms. Grey fell silent. She was well aware of her mother's love for her, a fact that had long haunted her. Hearing Andy's words now only deepened her inability to forgive her past folly. Indeed, during her lifetime, Lady Ravenclaw had sought to explore the origins of magic. After a brief pause, Ms. Grey suddenly remarked, not just her, all four founders were in pursuit of this secret. In his quest to discover the origins of magic, Slytherin established a chamber within the castle, conducting numerous forbidden magical experiments. Hermione interjected with skepticism. Wasn't Slytherin's purpose in creating the chamber to eliminate those he deemed unworthy of studying magic? The mere mention of this ignited Hermione's ire. Have muggles been feasting on your family's rice? Ms. Grey regarded Hermione with a knowing glance, explaining that the era a millennium ago differed vastly from today. There were no laws of secrecy in the magical realm then. Many dark wizards inflicted harm upon muggles, who united to resist the wizards. Under the pretense of capturing witches, they sought to eliminate dissenters, fulfilling their own desires and persecuting many. Slytherin realized that should a war erupt between the magical and muggle worlds, wizards born of muggle families would never side with the magical realm. Thus, he proposed to impart magic solely to children of magical lineage. Ms. Grey briefly outlined the circumstances of a millennium ago before continuing. Slytherin established the chamber solely to better study magic. He even held regular gatherings there to impart some perilous spells to the young wizards at the school. The rumors you've heard have merely been deliberately misconstrued by posterity. Upon hearing this from Ms. Grey, Hermione's countenance brightened considerably. Andy, however, wore a peculiar expression. Did Slytherin's persona not conflict with his own? Well, it couldn't be entirely dismissed. One could say that Slytherin had undertaken the very endeavors Andy yearned to pursue. Secret laboratories, forbidden magical experiments, deceiving young wizards, and ultimately departing from Hogwarts. Did he also keep a serpent? That was infuriating. It was only because Slytherin had passed that Andy would not inevitably seek a final confrontation atop Hogwarts. There could only be one swordmaster in the world, and in the magical realm, there could only be one serpent uncle. Andy suddenly inquired. Since the four titans were all in pursuit of the origins of magic, what was the ultimate outcome? There was no outcome. Ms. Grey drifted toward the window, her gaze fixed on the half-moon outside, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. It is impossible to find a conclusion. How does one seek the origins of magic? History? Ancient magic? Bloodlines? Or souls? Bloodlines? The other points were comprehensible to Andy, but what connection did this have to bloodlines? Wait, surely no one attempted to merge the bloodlines of magical creatures? Andy had come across such hypotheses. Yet, if a wizard's magic stemmed from magical creatures, whence did the magic of those creatures originate? Was this not akin to the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg? Ms. Grey, Hermione inquired with curiosity. Do you know the secret that Lady Ravenclaw left behind here? Ms. Grey slowly turned, remarking that Lady Ravenclaw valued knowledge and wisdom above all. With that, she glided through the wall and vanished from sight. How intriguing. Andy's eyes glimmered. Could this Ms. Grey possibly be the daughter of Ravenclaw? Otherwise, why would she care so deeply about Ravenclaw's attitude toward her daughter? Knowledge and wisdom? Hermione glanced at Andy, hoping he could assist her in unraveling this mystery. Chapter 78. Are there any honest people left in this world? Andy spread his hands, stating, Ms. Grey is quite enigmatic. Allow me some time to ponder. However, what Andy was truly contemplating was an entirely different matter. History, ancient magic, bloodlines, souls. It was evident that while the pioneers of the magical realm sought the origins of magic, their paths of inquiry diverged significantly. Thus, Ms. Grey's words echoed. How does one seek the origins of magic? With varying research directions, the conclusions drawn would inevitably differ. Glancing at the sky, Andy addressed Hermione. It's getting late. Let us return and rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Compared to engaging in a battle of wits with the esteemed Ravenclaw lady, Andy preferred to wield powerful magic to forcibly unveil the secrets hidden within. This, after all, epitomizes the essence of having an advantage. You should return and get some sleep, Hermione suggested, gesturing towards the book in her hands. I will finish reading this book before I retire for the night. It is Sunday tomorrow, after all, and I can afford to sleep in. Very well, but do not stay up too late, Andy advised. Understood. Good night. Hermione replied with a faint smile. Good night. Andy felt a bit dazed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Andy lay on his bed, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The plethora of information he had encountered that evening was overwhelming. The Ravenclaw library, the Slytherin chamber. It seemed that the four founders had left behind various secrets within the castle. But what of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff? As fellow founders, it appeared that these two had only bequeathed a sword and a cup, with scant legends surrounding them within the castle. Andy pursed his lips, striving to empty his mind and divert his thoughts from such matters. In comparison to the secrets left by the four founders, Andy firmly believed that the Library of Hogwarts was the true treasure of the magical realm. As for the secrets of the Ravenclaw library, acquiring them would be delightful. Yet their absence was of little concern. Lost in contemplation, Andy soon drifted into slumber. Awakening the next day around noon, he rose from his bed, washed up, and changed his clothes in preparation for a meal. Andy, as he stepped out of the boys' dormitory and into the common room, Hermione stood up from the sofa, her face alight with surprise. Recalling the events of the previous night, Andy hastened over. You didn't stay up the entire night, did you? No. Hermione glanced furtively around, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor, and whispered, I finished all the books in the library. I suspect you were jesting, Andy replied, regarding Hermione with a bemused expression. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. The little witch beamed with pride, declaring, Madame Grey informed me that Ravenclaw values knowledge and wisdom above all else. I finally comprehend what that means. What does it mean? Andy inquired eagerly. It embodies an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Hermione continued, After you left last night, I remained in the library, engrossed in my reading, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time as I devoured one book after another. By the time I realized something was amiss, I found that the sky outside was still dark, yet I had already read 6 or 7 books. Goodness! Andy gasped. Hermione went on. I felt a pang of panic, but soon realized that I had likely triggered the magic left behind by the Ravenclaw lady. In that space, I seemed to feel no fatigue whatsoever, allowing me to finish all the books in one go. Andy gazed at her enviously. Why had such fortune not befallen him? Did you glean any insights? He pressed. None. Hermione shook her head in disappointment. My mind is still a tangle. There was too much information in those books for me to retain. Hearing this, Andy felt a twinge of disappointment as well. Reading without focusing on the key points is akin to not reading at all, he lamented. What secrets lay hidden within those tomes left by the Ravenclaw lady? Suddenly, the little witch burst into laughter, delighting in Andy's bewilderment. You didn't actually believe me, did you? Andy stammered. The little witch continued to giggle. I concocted this ruse last night, even rehearsing it before bed. You truly fell for it. So you were merely teasing me? Andy, flustered, ruffled her hair, leaving it in disarray. What has become of Ravenclaw's integrity? Even the diligent Hermione has resorted to deception? He mused. Are there any honest souls left in this world? This is all Dumbledore's fault. Stop messing up my hair. Hermione waved Andy's hand away, a smirk playing on her lips. You always tease others. Now it is your turn to be tricked. Andy stared at the ceiling, bemused by the fact that he had been outwitted by a little girl. How careless of me. Hermione straightened her hair and remarked, I truly did discover some secrets. If I trust you again, I shall be a fool. Andy, skeptical, insisted, let's eat first. I am famished from staying up too late last night. I mean it, Hermione urged. I read 6 or 7 books last night and genuinely uncovered some secrets. At that moment, whether to believe her or not seemed rather foolish. Let us dine, and you can share your revelations over the meal, Andy suggested, glancing at the little witch, only to notice her eyes were slightly red. Did you truly read all night? Did I not advise you to rest earlier? Andy inquired. I lost track of time, Hermione yawned. By the time I realized, it was past 10 in the morning. I shall retire early tonight to ensure I am prepared for class tomorrow. Very well. Upon entering the Great Hall, Andy and Hermione took their seats at the Ravenclaw table. After a light meal, Hermione began recounting her discoveries from the previous night. I read in one book that Egypt is the cradle of magical knowledge. This is a consensus among many scholars. Andy nodded in agreement. Hermione continued. The ancient Egyptians recorded magic using hieroglyphs. The book stated that magic was created shortly after the dawn of creation, in the form of the goddess Hecate. Hermione expounded on various accounts of ancient Egyptian magic, encompassing mythological tales and religious legends, as well as numerous cultural achievements of ancient Egypt. By the end, Hermione's expression was one of longing. The magic of ancient Egypt is truly captivating. Ancient Egypt, you say? Andy mused, intrigued by the notion of exploring the magical realm of ancient Egypt. If the opportunity arose, he might consider a journey there to witness the wizards of that land. Is that all? He asked. Hermione shot him an incredulous look. Is that not sufficient? If you wish to delve into the origins of magic, you should indeed visit Egypt. Andy shrugged in exasperation. Before we explore Egypt, we must first master ancient runes. Otherwise, even if we uncover something, we will be unable to comprehend its meaning. Chapter 79. Tranquility and Burden Progress. In mid-January, a fresh blanket of snow enveloped the castle. Having returned to Hogwarts for over a fortnight, Andy's life had once again settled into its familiar rhythm, attending classes, reading, practicing magic, and playfully teasing the little witch. This constituted his daily existence. However, unlike before the Christmas holidays, Andy occasionally ventured to the Ravenclaw library simply for leisure, indifferent to whether he encountered any extraordinary experiences. The primary joy lay in the act of reading. Regrettably, despite numerous visits, he had yet to achieve the feat of reading all the library's tomes in a single night. Last week, Andy finally accumulated 5 potential points, elevating his transfiguration talent to level 5. The enhancement of his innate talents has rendered Andy increasingly proficient in transfiguration. Even Professor McGonagall remarked that Andy is now capable of undertaking advanced coursework. In truth, Andy has been doing just that for some time. Professor McGonagall even bestowed upon Andy a notebook on biological transfiguration, encouraging him to study independently. Andy felt as though he had discovered a treasure. However, the fates of individuals often diverge. While Andy enjoys a tranquil existence, Harry and Ron are burdened with weighty responsibilities. Ever since uncovering Snape's conspiracy and learning from Andy about the connection between Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone, Harry has felt an immense sense of duty. He must take action. This matter dates back a few days. The day after writing to Dumbledore, Harry and Ron received a reply from him. It must be said that Dumbledore has invested considerable thought into Harry's development. Upon discovering that Harry could not even perform the unlocking charm, Dumbledore shifted his approach to cultivating Harry's abilities. Harry possesses a certain talent for magic, yet he lacks enthusiasm for study. If magical prowess is unattainable, then courage shall be nurtured. In this regard, Harry is indeed commendable. Though he appears small and timid, he harbors remarkable bravery. However, in order to confront Voldemort, courage alone will not suffice. Wisdom and strength must accompany it. Thus, Dumbledore has continually sought to find allies for Harry. Yet, consider Harry's roommates. Ron is just as reckless as Harry. Seamus is a pyrotechnic genius. Neville suffers from forgetfulness, and the remaining Dean Thomas has yet to establish a solid rapport with Harry. As for the girls, the situation is even less promising. In the vast first-year cohort of Gryffindor, not a single competent young witch or wizard can be found. Ron's older brothers are decent, but the higher years and lower years seldom mingle. As for Ron's other friend, Andy Collins, Dumbledore has made attempts. But Andy is rather uncooperative. Over the past few days, Dumbledore has hesitated multiple times, pondering whether to abandon the plan altogether. Perhaps the fate of this supposed savior is simply left to chance. However, Harry does not share this sentiment. He feels an immense responsibility and believes it is his duty to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. After classes on Friday, Harry hurriedly dragged Ron out of the castle. "Harry, where are you going?" Ron inquired anxiously. "To find Hagrid. I have an idea," Harry replied with a serious expression. "The Ministry of Magic may have investigated the 4th floor of the castle, but Professor Dumbledore has not relocated the Philosopher's Stone." "You mean?" Ron's face lit up with understanding. "Precisely," Harry affirmed excitedly. "Last time Hagrid mentioned he was also responsible for guarding the stone. No one can pass Fluffy. If Snape desires to steal the stone, the simplest method would be to extract information from Hagrid regarding how to get past Fluffy." Ron expressed his concerns. But Professor Dumbledore said that the person intending to steal the stone is not Snape. Dumbledore clearly stated in his letter to Harry and Ron that someone indeed wishes to steal the stone, and Nicholas Flamel himself has entrusted him with its protection for a time. Moreover, the individual plotting to take the stone is not Snape. Regardless of who it may be, if they wish to seize the stone, they must inevitably contend with Fluffy, Harry declared resolutely, and their only option is to pry information from Hagrid. Ron nodded in agreement, then curiously asked, "Harry, what exactly is Fluffy?" Poor Harry and Ron. Ever since they were caught during their nocturnal escapade and lost 100 points, they have developed an aversion to the corridors of the 4th floor, not daring to set foot there again. They have yet to see Fluffy, let alone his 3 heads. "We'll ask Hagrid in a moment," Harry said. The two soon arrived at Hagrid's hut. Harry stepped forward and knocked on the door. Inside, a few barks resounded, and soon the door swung open to reveal a gigantic figure. "Oh, it's you, Harry, Ron," Hagrid said, soothing the large dog Fong while warmly inviting the two inside. "Come in, it's cold outside." Hagrid's hut comprised a single room, and the arrangement appeared somewhat chaotic, with numerous dried meats and hams hanging by the window, a hearth burning, and a patched bed situated against the wall on the right. "Come and sit," Hagrid urged, offering some rock cakes to Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, recalling their first encounter with the rock cakes, which nearly shattered their teeth. "Thank you." Harry politely declined the offering. "How's your studies been lately?" Hagrid inquired. Ron grimaced. "It's the same as ever. Snape has gone completely mad and deducted over 20 points from us." Hagrid grunted in response, seemingly unwilling to comment on the Hogwarts professors. "Hagrid," Harry asked, "has anyone been in contact with you recently?" "What?" Hagrid looked puzzled. Harry recounted his suspicions and then asserted if someone intends to traverse the fourth-floor corridor, the best way to learn how to get past Fluffy would be to inquire with you. "This matter has nothing to do with you," Hagrid replied, somewhat irritated. "I shouldn't have revealed anything about Nicholas Flamel." "Harry, Hogwarts is very safe. No one can steal the Philosopher's Stone, and no one can get past Fluffy." Ron glanced at Harry, secretly agreeing that the stone was indeed safe within Hogwarts. "Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore has confirmed that someone wishes to steal the stone." Harry looked at Hagrid with a serious expression. "Hagrid, have you encountered anything strange recently?" "Strange?" Hagrid widened his eyes at Harry. He oscillated between feeling Harry should not be involved and recalling any odd occurrences he might have experienced lately. "No extrañas," Hagrid said, growing agitated at the probing. "If anything is strange, the Forbidden Forest has been a bit peculiar lately, but that has nothing to do with the Philosopher's Stone." "The Forbidden Forest?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances, as though they had stumbled upon a revelation. Chapter 8. The Professional Informant, Hagrid. Hagrid eyed Harry and Ron warily, wondering if these two were contemplating a nighttime exploration of the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is currently quite dangerous. It seems dangerous creatures have infiltrated it. You two should abandon such thoughts. Hagrid was somewhat exasperated, realizing he had divulged too much. Harry and Ron, however, disregarded the word danger entirely, interpreting it as creatures have entered the Forbidden Forest, and this creature could potentially be a magical beast or perhaps a dark wizard. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. The one seeking to steal the Philosopher's Stone must be hiding in the Forbidden Forest. Understood. As for the so-called danger. Would Gryffindor fear danger? Preposterous. If Gryffindor were to cower in the face of danger, it would be met with ridicule. Hagrid, we must take our leave. With the information acquired, Harry was not inclined to linger. Hagrid, visibly concerned, warned of the myriad perilous creatures lurking within the Forbidden Forest. "We must be off." "Thank you for your hospitality. Farewell." Hagrid, Harry, and Ron interrupted, hastily departing. As Hagrid escorted them to the door, noticing they hadn't gone far, he called out loudly, "I'll be watching you. You'd best not let me catch you." On their way back to the castle, a grim-faced Ron inquired, "Harry, you can't possibly be considering venturing into the Forbidden Forest, can you? Fred has been there, and he said it's exceedingly dangerous." Harry remained silent. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lay within the forest, yet inexplicably, a surge of impulsion to explore it arose within him upon suspecting that the individual seeking to steal the Philosopher's Stone was hidden there. "That person is concealed within the Forbidden Forest, Ron," Harry declared earnestly, feeling an undeniable sense of responsibility. "But how shall we enter the Forbidden Forest?" Ron queried, yearning for adventure, yet gripped by fear of the lurking dangers and the possibility of being caught. "Hagrid will be watching us, and we scarcely possess any magic." Speaking of magic, Harry felt a tinge of discouragement. He had grasped the fundamentals of the spells taught at school, yet he did not believe they would suffice to confront the threats within the forest. "Let us discuss it later," Harry suggested. "Hey, Andy." As they ambled toward the Great Hall, Harry and Ron fortuitously crossed paths with the exuberant Andy, who greeted them warmly. Run. Andy waved at them before quickening his pace, sensing that encounters with the duo rarely boded well. "We have something to discuss with you," Ron blurted out. Harry nodded and cast a glance at Hermione. The little witch haughtily lifted her chin, not even glancing at them, as she strode straight toward the Great Hall. Andy sighed and helplessly raised his hands. "What you two want?" "Sorry," Harry responded. "That individual seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He might be hiding in the Forbidden Forest. You can uncover such matters?" Andy asked, intrigued. "Is the information reliable?" "It should be accurate. We heard from Hagrid." Harry explained. "Hagrid?" Andy's expression turned perplexed. "The professional informant?" "Hagrid mentioned that dangerous creatures have recently infiltrated the Forbidden Forest," Ron chimed in. "What about you two?" Andy's face took on an odd expression, wondering if they intended to drag him along for a nocturnal expedition into the forest. "Get lost. We just want to take a look at the Forbidden Forest," Harry stated. "Andy, Is there a way for us to enter the Forbidden Forest without being detected? The disillusionment charm. It renders you invisible. Upon hearing that it wasn't an invitation for him to join their nighttime escapade, Andy felt a wave of relief. With a flick of his wand, Andy vanished from sight. Another flick, and just his head reappeared. There are books about the disillusionment charm in the library. You might want to check them out. That's so cool, Ron exclaimed, turning to Harry with excitement. Harry, the invisibility cloak could assist us. Almost forgot. We have the invisibility cloak. Harry mirrored Ron's enthusiasm, realizing that wearing it into the forest would allow them to remain undetected. Observing their animated discussion about the feasibility of sneaking into the Forbidden Forest, Andy felt compelled to ask, "Why don't you tell Professor? Do you genuinely believe you can resolve this? As long as there's a way, I'm off." Andy waved his hand, deciding to distance himself from the two. This was no mere folly. It was tantamount to courting death. In truth, Andy could empathize with Harry's current mindset. Life with his uncle had been far from pleasant. Yet in the magical realm, he was a savior. Not only did he stand to inherit a vast fortune, but his name was etched in the annals of magical history. In many ways, Harry had attained both fame and fortune, goals that many pursue throughout their lives. However, within Hogwarts, Harry was merely an ordinary young wizard, grappling with the challenges of academic life, and had even lost points for Gryffindor last semester. In light of this, it was natural for Harry to desire to prove himself. Coupled with his sense of justice, this compelled him to seek a resolution independently. Ron, too, yearned for recognition, and with Harry leading the charge, he naturally followed suit. In essence, they were two mischievous children eager to showcase their prowess. After a brief contemplation, Andy grasped their current mentality. Good luck. Upon entering the Great Hall, Andy instinctively took a seat beside the little witch. What do they want with you? Hermione casually inquired. They want to go on a nighttime adventure and asked me how they could avoid being caught by Filch, Andy replied. He had no intention of divulging the matter regarding the Forbidden Forest to Hermione. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly inform the professors. As long as it did not implicate him, Andy was disinclined to thwart Dumbledore's plans. Harry Potter was the key player in the battle against Voldemort. If this was destiny, then Harry must be allowed to grow. Did you tell them? The little witch's expression darkened. This is tantamount to inciting a crime. Don't be ridiculous, Andy retorted, spearing a sausage with his fork. Gryffindor is just like that. I can't stop them. Hermione fell silent. Having spent a semester at Hogwarts, she certainly understood what Gryffindor represented. You've never gone on a nighttime adventure, have you? Hermione scrutinized Andy. Ravenclaw never engages in such escapades. Andy swore on behalf of Ravenclaw. Oof. The little witch suddenly let out an annoyed huff. What's wrong? Andy looked up. From his position, Andy could easily see the entrance to the Great Hall. Harry and Ron entered, whispering furtively to each other as they walked. It was evident they had resolved to use the invisibility cloak for their nocturnal exploration of the Forbidden Forest. So brave, you'd best keep your distance from them, Hermione admonished, as if she were a concerned spouse. If they're caught during their night escapade, they will surely be expelled from Hogwarts.